May 1966, Shen City at the end of spring and the beginning of summer, the plane trees along both sides of the street were already lush and green. The air was filled with the scent of camphor blossoms, the sweetness of roses, and the heavy, humid breath of early summer. Dark clouds covered the sky, hinting that a storm was on its way. Tang family residence Tang Su sat on the sofa in the main hall. She lifted her teacup with her left hand and took a small sip, while her right hand gently waved a cat toy. A tiny kitten, about 2 months old, jumped and chased after it playfully. As the soft fragrance of tea filled the air, Tang Su's thoughts drifted back to 4 years ago. She had once lived in a world at its end. During a fierce battle with the Zombie King, a massive energy explosion tore through time and space, pulling her into a chaotic current. The spirit of her spatial device, Xiao Jiu, used all its remaining power to send her to this difficult but relatively safe era, the 1960s, where she took the place of the original Tang Su, becoming the only young lady of the Tang family in Shen City. A month after her arrival, the old master of the Tang family called her in for a talk. He told her directly that he planned to pass the position of family head to her and revealed the location of the family's hidden treasure. Tang Su had replied, "Please think it over again." The old master looked at her and finally spoke of something he had kept secret for 12 years. 12 years earlier, he had taken young Tang Su on a trip. Along the way, an old man had asked him for help. The man was traveling with a frail 8-year-old boy who was burning with fever. The old man had no money and begged the master to save his young apprentice. Out of kindness and the wish to do good for his granddaughter, the old master helped them and even gave the old man some money afterward. Before leaving, the old man looked at Tang Su thoughtfully and said, "This girl's soul does not belong to this world. One day, she will journey through another realm and be tempered by trials. When she comes of age, her soul will return to its true place. She is the only hope of her family." Then he left with the boy. The old master had always thought Tang Su was unusually calm and intelligent, quick to learn anything. After hearing the old man's words, he became even more determined to guide her personally. As she grew more capable, his faith in that prophecy only deepened. Tang Su was surprised. So, the original Tang Su and she were one and the same. After thinking for a moment, she said gently, "I might be a bit too firm in how I handle things." The old master snorted.
"What?
"Are you planning to throw this old man out of the house?" "I wouldn't dare. As long as I can enjoy my old age in peace, that's all that matters. As for those useless people, who cares?" So, despite everyone's objections, Tang Su became the new head of the Tang family. Within a month of taking charge, Tang Su exposed and disciplined the corrupt members of the family. Old Master Tang watched with great interest. He was getting old. Young people truly had more energy. 2 months later, Old Master Tang passed away peacefully. Before his death, he handed Tang Su a list with names, positions, and regions. He said, "These people owe favors to our family. If you ever face something you can't handle, go to them." The Tang family were patriotic entrepreneurs, and Old Master Tang was a well-known philanthropist in Shanghai. He had helped many poor families and, after the founding of the country, donated much of his wealth to support national development. When he passed away, even leaders from the capital came to pay their respects.
"Meow, I'm tired."
"I don't want to play anymore." "Meow, boss." "Meow." Little Jiu pawed at Tang Su's pants, clearly unhappy. She ignored it with a soft laugh. She picked up little Jiu and placed it on her lap, gently stroking its soft fur. The cat stretched comfortably, showing its fluffy belly and purring contentedly. Her mental powers and her special space had followed her here. The space contained a spiritual spring, storage, and preservation functions, and the spring water had amazing effects. After being nourished with jewels and antiques, little Jiu came back to life and gained the same mental powers as her. Drinking the spring water gave Tang Su extraordinary strength. The space was mostly gray and misty, filled only with stored goods and family treasures. Since little Jiu disliked staying inside, she allowed it to take the form of a cat, and live among humans. Little Jiu was reluctant. How could such a small creature match its mighty self? I want to be a tiger. Tigers are powerful.
Tang Su refused.
Who keeps a tiger as a pet? Pick something smaller and common. You're a pet now, not a wild beast. Little Jiu turned its head away in silent protest. A dog would work too, Tang Su added. She liked dogs, loyal and well-behaved. Little Jiu remembered the stray dogs scavenging by the roadside and shuddered.
Cat. Cat.
I'll be a cat. It was afraid that if it hesitated, it might end up as one of those scruffy dogs. And so Little Jiu became a cat. After that, Little Jiu stuck to Tang Su every day, never leaving her side. Xiao Jiu regretted it. Really regretted it. She wished she had become a cat sooner. As a cat, she could stay close to her master and eat meat. Why hadn't she thought of that before? Madame Wang, make some osmanthus pork, a treasure duck, and salted meat rice. Dongzi, go buy some sweet rice balls and rice cakes. That evening, Tang Su went out with a small cat resting on her shoulder. Behind her followed Tang Weidong, carrying a food box and paper offerings. At the cemetery, Tang Su arranged the food, lit candles and incense. Tang Weidong bowed and paid his respects to the old master. Wait for me over there. Yes, ma'am. The heavy clouds that had gathered for so long still didn't release a single drop of rain. The sky remained dark and gloomy. Tang Su sat before the grave, the candlelight casting a pale glow on her face. Old master, I've come to see you. I brought your favorite 8-treasure duck and salted rice. Why did you have to leave so early? Do you know how much trouble you left me? Your good son-in-law, and those relatives are trying to take my place as head of the family. As she spoke, the candle flame crackled and flickered wildly. When the old master was alive, he was just like that restless flame. His temper would flare up in an instant. The little cat that had been lying on Tang Su's shoulder now sat beside the 8-treasure duck, staring at it with wide eyes, drooling. Tang Su gently tapped its head, and the cat shrank back, reluctantly returning to her shoulder. When the incense had burned halfway, Tang Su calmly lit the paper money and gold ingots. Why so restless? Don't you trust me? The flames slowly steadied. If the rot isn't cleared away, nothing new can grow. Old master, forgive me. I must do what's right, even if it means turning against my own. If you agree, give me a sign. The fire crackled again, then quieted, the flames swaying weakly in the wind. I'm leaving Shuncheng. It'll be a long time before I return. I'll burn a little more for you. Before leaving, Tang Su knelt and bowed 3 times before the grave. As the last candle and incense burned out, raindrops began to fall like soldiers from the sky, striking the ground with force. Tang family mansion outside, heavy rain poured down. Tang Su had prepared a large trunk filled with more than 20 neatly wrapped brown paper packages, each labeled with a name. She was dismissing her father's trusted aides, and these were their severance payments. She would not treat those loyal to her unfairly. Write to your brother tomorrow and ask if he has any plans for you, she said. Tang Weidong hesitated, then took the package with his name on it and placed it back on the table. I'm not leaving, he said angrily, and stormed out without waiting for her response. Not far from the elegant mansion, some members of the Tang family gathered in another house to discuss a plan. Quietly, they reached an agreement. A short while later, Tang Weidong returned and handed Tang Su a small note before quickly leaving again, as if afraid to stay. The note read, "Action tomorrow." Tang Su's lips curved into a cold smile.
Fine.
Let's see what happens. She then picked up a seal from the table. With precise focus, she carved it perfectly, her skill as sharp as a blade. About 10 minutes later, 2 identical seals lay before her. Her almond-shaped eyes glimmered with icy determination. Collecting her thoughts, Tang Su stored all the valuable items from the study into a hidden space and replaced them with worthless ones. That night, some people were restless with excitement, while others could not sleep, eager for what was to come. Tang Wanwan lay in bed, dreaming of a rich and comfortable life. Tomorrow, they would finally remove Tang Su from her position. All their careful planning would soon pay off. In her previous life, Tang Su had erased the collateral branches of the family from the genealogy. Then she secretly left for Hong Kong with her father and loyal followers. There, they built a successful life. Meanwhile, those who had been cast out struggled to survive back home. One day, Tang Wanwan read a newspaper article about the Tang family from the old city of Shen, now known as the Hong Kong Tang family. The current head, Tang Su, had announced plans to return to the mainland for investment. The article included a photo of two people, a beautiful woman wearing an emerald necklace and earrings, and beside her, a handsome middle-aged man. They were Tang Su and Bai Yiming. By that time, Tang Wanwan was already married to an ordinary man with a bad temper and a controlling nature. Life wasn't going well. On her way back, Tang Wanwan felt dazed, her mind filled with the memory of being driven out of the Tang family by Tang Su. If they hadn't been expelled, if they had gone to Hong Kong, they could have continued living a rich and comfortable life. But she thought, if they hadn't been expelled, they would have faced harsh criticism and punishment. While crossing the bridge, she slipped and fell into the river. The cold water rushed into her lungs, slowly taking her life away. After her death, she saw what happened to Tang Su in Hong Kong. Tang Su lived in a beautiful house, wore fine clothes, earned money every day, and was surrounded by charming men who admired her. She had even founded a company called Sheng Tang Pharmaceuticals. To her surprise, the company was managed by Bai Yiming. Perhaps because Hong Kong was chaotic, she often saw Bai Yiming being attacked. She thought, if only I could go back in time. Maybe heaven took pity on her, because she was reborn in 1962, 4 years before Tang Su went to Hong Kong. After coming back to life, she immediately went to find her grandfather. Using the excuse of a dream, she told him everything. Her grandfather, Tang Lin, hesitated but didn't believe her. So Tang Wanwan mentioned a few things that would happen in the future. As time passed, everything she said came true. Tang Lin still found it unbelievable. How could someone come back from the dead? But after 4 years of seeing her predictions come true, he finally believed that Tang Wanwan had really been reborn. When he heard that Tang Su would not only abandon them but also take the family's wealth to Hong Kong, Tang Lin was furious. In his eyes, Tang Su was fully capable of doing such a thing. That stubborn girl was even tougher than Tang Zhen. Tang Wanwan worried aloud. She's good at fighting. We can't confront her directly. Tang Lin began to think of a plan. After the old master passed away, he and the other elders had discussed removing Tang Su from her position. How could a young girl be the head of the family? But after 4 years, they still hadn't managed to defeat her. Tang Wanwan hadn't expected Tang Su to be so difficult to deal with. Before they could come up with a new plan, something happened to Tang Su. For several days in a row, she went to the hospital, leaving many family matters unattended. There had been quite a few mistakes. At the villa, Aunt Wang prepared nourishing meals every day to help with blood health. Tang Lin secretly sent someone to find out what illness Tang Su had. Under Tang Su's careful arrangement, Tang Lin's people received a fake medical report that said severe anemia. The person who went to investigate reported that Tang Su walked a little unsteadily. A sly light flashed in Tang Lin's cloudy eyes. He quickly went to find the other 3 family elders and Bai Yiming, hoping to use their numbers to pressure Tang Su into giving up her position as head of the family. The elders had long disliked Tang Su and agreed right away. Only Bai Yiming hesitated. After all, Tang Su was his daughter. Even if their relationship wasn't close, blood ties were still real. Tang Lin said, "We're only asking her to step down as head of the family. She'll still be your daughter. With the situation so tense now, don't you want to get the money and move to Hong Kong? Su is young and inexperienced. She probably hasn't thought about that option. As her elders, we should help her think ahead." His words made Bai Yiming waver. Even if Su gave up her position, she would still be his daughter. At worst, she would feel wronged for a while, and he could make it up to her later. When Bai Yiming first married into the Tang family, his intentions were not pure. At the beginning, he and Tang Su's mother, Tang Shunning, were as loving as any couple. But Bai Yiming was never content. He often hinted that Tang Shunning should ask her father to give him some real power. Tang Shunning refused. She knew that if he was already restless without power, he would be even worse with it. She didn't want to cause trouble for her father. She had only agreed to marry Bai Yiming because he was handsome, not because she truly loved him. Because of this, Tang Shunning gradually grew distant from him. Her health had always been poor, and she shouldn't have had children. But for the sake of the Tang family, she insisted on giving birth to Tang Su. After Tang Su was born, her health worsened. She lost interest in family matters, and Bai Yiming became less important to her. When Tang Su was 8 years old, Tang Shunning passed away. Having no real power had always been Bai Yiming's greatest frustration. In the past, he was suppressed by the old master of the Tang family. Now he was being suppressed by his own daughter. Now that he finally had a chance to rise, how could he possibly give it up? After some discussion, they agreed to divide the family property into 5 equal parts, one for each person. Everything was settled that night. The next morning, the rain that had fallen all night showed no sign of stopping. A cool breeze carried the scent of damp earth through the air. Inside the room, Tang Su lay on a soft, comfortable bed, her breathing calm and steady. Her usually elegant and distant face looked gentler in sleep. A cat lay sprawled beside her neck. After a while, the beauty on the bed opened her eyes. Her delicate, almond-shaped eyes were clear and bright. When she glanced at the cat beside her, a trace of warmth appeared in her gaze. Tang Su changed into a simple outfit, a white cotton silk shirt, brown khaki pants, and light brown leather shoes that matched her trousers. The well-tailored clothes highlighted her slim waist and long, straight legs. The moment she stepped out of the room, her energy seemed to fade. Her steps grew unsteady, and her face turned pale. After breakfast, Tang Su sat on the sofa with the cat in her arms, as if waiting for something. The next moment, a group of people burst through the door. The cat arched its back, for standing on end, hissing at the intruders. Tang Su gently patted its head to calm it down. "Family head, the elders have summoned you to the ancestral hall," one of them said. His tone carried no respect, only smugness and glee. Seeing her pale and weak, his satisfaction grew even stronger. The 4 years under Tang Su's leadership had been the hardest for them. She had cut off their sources of profit and even threatened to remove their names from the family records if they continued their shady dealings. Tang Su had never cared much for these distant relatives. For nearly 10 years, while other business families kept a low profile, they continued their wasteful, arrogant lifestyle, using the Tang family's name for their own gain. When Tang Su took charge, she immediately removed these corrupt members and kept them in check. They had no chance to rise again, and they hated her deeply for it. Now that the elders wanted to question her for neglecting family affairs due to her poor health, many of them were secretly thrilled. They hoped she would be removed from her position as family head. Tang Su lifted her gaze, her eyes cold as she looked over the group before her. She slowly walked toward the ancestral hall, looking weak and frail. "Let's go." Inside the hall, many people had already gathered. Besides the 4 elders of the family, there were several other senior members, including Tang Wanwan. Most of them were from the side branches of the family. As Tang Su stepped into the hall, her eyes quietly observed everyone present. The tall, well-built man in a traditional suit, with refined and handsome features, was her father. His skin was paler than most men's, and his brows and eyes looked as if they had been carefully painted. His eyebrows were long and neat, and his eyelashes thick. His eyes, shaped like Tang Su's, were slightly upturned, and his face was slender with a smooth jawline. Yet, the shadow in his gaze took away some of his charm. Tang Wanwan couldn't help but glance at Tang Su. Her small face was calm, yet gentle. Her skin was smooth, her nose straight, and her features delicate and beautiful. She was tall, dressed in a white shirt and brown trousers, with leather shoes on her feet. A tabby cat rested on her shoulder. Though her face was pale, her beauty, was undeniable. She seemed like a ray of light brightening the dim ancestral hall. Just by standing there, she drew everyone's attention. Not only that, she was also taller than Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan unconsciously touched her own face. She had looked in the mirror that morning. She wasn't as beautiful as Tang Su. They were both from the Tang family, so why didn't she have a face like Tang Su's? Her fingers curled slightly as feelings of greed, anger, jealousy, and frustration surged within her. Perhaps Tang Wanwan's gaze was too intense, for Tang Su looked up at her. Meeting Tang Su's calm and distant eyes only made Tang Wanwan's jealousy and anger grow stronger. She was always like this. The next moment, Tang Wanwan regained her confident expression. Today, Tang Su would have to give up her position as head of the family. Then they would see how proud she could still be. Tang Lin and the others exchanged glances. Tang Zhonghai cleared his throat and said, "Xiao Su, we called you here today for something very important. You've been neglecting family matters lately. We all know your health isn't good, but the family affairs still need to be managed. If your health doesn't allow it, perhaps you should hand over the position of family head. We old folks can still handle things and choose a new successor." Tang Su's eyes turned cold. "You should be grateful I even let you manage family affairs, yet you're already thinking about taking the head position. It seems I've been too kind to you." Tang Lin said, "Xiao Su, your health is already like this. Why can't you just let go? The Tang family could have a better future, but you're holding it back." As he spoke, he took out a hospital report. The words severe anemia were clearly written on it. The relatives all looked at the report, severe anemia. It was quite serious. The next moment, Tang Lin waved his hand, and many young men entered the ancestral hall, blocking the doors tightly. "Do you still have the strength to resist now? Hand over the family head position quietly, and you'll still be the eldest daughter of the Tang family." Tang Su looked at Bai Yiming. "Are you with them too?" Meeting her gaze, Bai Yiming froze, looking uneasy. He spoke awkwardly, "Xiao Su, just hand over the position. That's all. We won't hurt you. The Tang family deserves a better future. This isn't something a young woman like you can handle. Your health isn't good. You should focus on getting better. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you afterward." The other relatives joined in, pressuring her. "Yes, give up the position. You're not qualified." Tang Su looked around, as if truly cornered. Her calm but resolute voice sounded, "As you wish, I'll give up the position of family head." Xiao Jiu looked up and thought, the boss really knows how to act. As soon as she finished speaking, cheers erupted around them. Tang Wanwan looked at the isolated Tang Su, a proud smile on her lips. So she's not that powerful after all. Tang Lin immediately said, "Go invite Mr. Song and Mr. Yang." For years ago, when the elder of the Tang family made his will, he invited Song Peiyuan, the director of the notary office, and Yang Zishua, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, as witnesses. The will was made in 3 copies, one with Tang Su, one at the notary office, and one at the Chamber of Commerce. All 3 were originals. Yang Zishua's father, Yang Shaoan, had been a close friend of the Tang elder, and Yang Zishua had grown up under his care. Song Peiyuan, the notary director, was the son of the elder's friend, Song Wenqing. Inviting them as witnesses showed how much the Tang elder trusted them. When Tang Su first inherited the position of family head, they came. There was still money in Tang Su's bank account. To prevent her from changing her mind, and to stop Song Peiyuan and Yang Zishua from interfering, they decided to invite both men over. Not long after, Song Peiyuan and Yang Zishua arrived. When they heard that Tang Su wanted to give up her position as family head, both were shocked. Tang Lin and the others had already prepared a contract for her to step down. Before Song Peiyuan and Yang Zishua came, Tang Su had already signed it and pressed her fingerprint on it. Song Peiyuan's sharp eyes swept around the room. Usually calm, he was now clearly angry. "You should be ashamed, so many of you bullying one young girl." It was obvious that Tang Su had been forced into this. Yang Zishua was also furious. "Bai Yiming, Tang Su is your daughter. How could you join outsiders to pressure her? You failed as a father." Bai Yiming replied, "I'm doing this for her own good. Her health isn't well. She needs to rest. Yang Zishua narrowed his eyes, worry flashing in them. What did you say? He took the medical report, and Song Peiyuan leaned over to read it too. Both frowned deeply. At that time, with limited medical care, severe anemia was considered a serious illness. Tang Su, however, looked calm. Uncle Song, Uncle Yang, please sign. I've already made up my mind. She forced a faint smile, looking heartbroken. But in her eyes, they saw a trace of quiet determination, nothing like someone truly ill. Thinking of the rumors outside, they guessed Tang Su must have other plans. The two men exchanged a look, then signed the document. Afterward, Song Peiyuan and Yang Zishua looked unwilling, while the others smiled in satisfaction, especially Tang Wanwan. Once everyone else was dismissed, only Tang Lin, Bai Yiming, Tang Su, and Tang Wanwan remained in the ancestral hall. Tang Wanwan wasn't supposed to stay, but Tang Lin thought that since she had been reborn, she must know something. So he insisted on keeping her there. Eagerly, Tang Lin urged Tang Su to hand over the family token and property. I'll go get them, Tang Su said, turning to leave. Tang Xiaowei was worried that Tang Su might play tricks. We'll go with you, he said. The token is in my room. Do you think it's proper for a few old men to go there? Although she spoke to Tang Xiaowei, Tang Su looked at Bai Yiming. Bai Yiming also thought it was inappropriate.
Wanwan can go with you, he said.
The ancestral hall was in a small building behind the main house. To get there, one had to pass through a large garden. Artificial rocks stood beside a clear pond where a few expensive koi swam freely. On the west side of the pond stood a finely carved pavilion. The pavilion was a classic Suzhou-style structure with dark tiles and red railings. The eaves were decorated with delicate cloud patterns. It had been built years ago by the old Master Tang for his wife. Tang Su liked to sit under the pavilion, drinking tea and feeding the fish. Beside the pavilion was a swing. The area near the wall had once been filled with flowers, but they had been replaced with rows of green vegetables. Inside the main house, they went upstairs. From the staircase, the luxury of the first-floor hall could be seen clearly. Tang Su took out a seal, a family jade pendant, and a property list from a drawer. Of course, except for the list, the others were fake. Tang Wanwan glanced around the study. It was full of books, which didn't interest her. While she wasn't paying attention, Tang Su quietly took out 2 suitcases from her hidden space. Tang Wanwan looked toward a closed door nearby. Her instinct told her it was Tang Su's bedroom. She reached out to open it, but suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of her hand. Red marks appeared, and a few drops of blood oozed out. A cat stood on the doorknob, hissing at her. She remembered. It was Tang Su's cat, just as unfriendly as its owner. Tang Su might not be easy to deal with, but surely she could handle a cat. You little thing. How dare you scratch me? The next moment, a book hit her hard on the back. Tang Wanwan turned around angrily and met Tang Su's cold eyes. A chill ran through her, and fear crept into her heart. Trying to hide her fear, she pointed at Tang Su and said, "Your cat scratched me. You have to take responsibility." Xiao Jiu doesn't hurt people for no reason, Tang Su replied, implying that Wanwan had brought it on herself. Tang Su took out a handkerchief and gently wiped Xiao Jiu's paws. "Don't touch anything dirty again," she said softly. Xiao Jiu flicked its tail and looked at Tang Wanwan with a proud, triumphant gaze. Tang Wanwan immediately felt humiliated. She clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. She told herself to endure it a little longer. Once Tang Su took everything out, she would make sure to teach her a lesson. And that cat, she was determined to catch it and make it pay. Tang Su pointed at the 2 suitcases. "Take them downstairs." Tang Wanwan stared in disbelief. "You want me to carry them? Who else? You think I'll just do it because you said so?" She snapped. Tang Su said calmly, "They're full of money. If you don't want it, you don't have to move them." Hearing that, Tang Wanwan froze for a moment, then quickly carried the suitcases downstairs. Back in the ancestral hall, Tang Wanwan's eyes were red as she complained to Bai Yiming. "Maybe my sister feels upset after giving up her position as head of the family. I understand. As long as she can calm down, she can scold me, or even hit me if she wants. I don't mind about the cat either." As she spoke, she deliberately showed the back of her hand, where she had been scratched. Xiao Jiu looked at Tang Wanwan and stretched out her sharp claws, full of defiance. Bai Yiming frowned slightly. He knew that cat. It was the one Xiao Su had brought home a month ago. She carried it everywhere, never letting it out of her sight. "Xiao Su, if you want a cat, get a tame one. Wild cats can't be raised easily. Let's get rid of this one." Tang Su looked at Bai Yiming, her eyes cold and sharp. "Xiao Jiu isn't a wild cat." Bai Yiming was taken aback. He had never seen his daughter look at him like that. The Tang family's wealth was divided into two parts. 1/10 was public and could be used when needed, while the remaining 9/10 were hidden away. That hidden portion had long been stored by Tang Su in a secret space, leaving only the visible 10th in the garden of this mansion. Tang Su had left that part untouched, preparing for a day like this. If nothing had happened today, she would have taken it with her when she left. She handed Bai Yiming the Tang family seal, jade pendant, inventory, and mechanical blueprints. Then she pointed to the stone table in the pavilion. "Move it." Several young men moved the table aside. Tang Su walked around the garden, shifting several bricks, and even moving a fake mountain. Slowly, the ground beneath the pavilion began to move, revealing a hidden passage. As the passage opened, Tang Xiaowei and the others couldn't hide their excitement. Tang Zhonghai said cautiously, "Xiao Su, you go down first." Tang Su replied sharply, "If I go first, does that mean everything down there belongs to me?" Tang Zhonghai was momentarily speechless, then quickly ordered 2 servants to go down ahead. Everyone walked down the passage, which ended at a stone door. Tang Su focused her mind, and her powerful spiritual energy passed through the door. She sensed a strong metallic force and the unique aura of ancient jade artifacts. Xiao Jiu, who had long been nourished by jewels and antiques, also felt it. "Boss, there's something valuable inside." Tang Wanwan and the others looked at the stone door with excitement. The Tang family's fortune was almost within reach. "Xiao Su, open the door." "I can't. There's a blueprint, figure it out yourself." Tang Wanwan looked at Tang Su suspiciously. "Sister, do you really not know how? Or do you just not want to? Maybe you're afraid? You still don't want to give up the position of family head, do you?" Her words struck a nerve among the others. Tang Su replied calmly, "If I didn't want to, could I really get it back?" Tang Wanwan was left speechless. Bai Yiming studied the blueprint, moved a few bricks, and placed a jade pendant into a groove on the stone door. A moment later, a crack appeared in the middle, and the door slowly opened. Tang Su quickly stepped back and covered her nose, while Tang Wanwan and the others leaned forward. The strong smell of lime made them sneeze repeatedly. The basement was small. In the center stood 10 sandalwood boxes, each sealed with old paper strips. Though the seals were oxidized, they were still mostly intact. The floor was covered with lime, showing that no one had entered for a long time. After recovering, Tang Wanwan looked at Tang Su, who stood far away, and said cautiously, "Sister, you knew the smell would be strong, so you stayed back. Maybe you've been here before?"
Tang Su was netted.
"Yes, I came here before, floated over, took everything out of the boxes, and then carefully put the seals back together." "What a fool." Her sarcastic tone made Tang Wanwan's face turn pale with anger. The boxes were moved to the ancestral hall, where Tang Xiaowei and the others opened them. Inside were boxes full of gold bars, jewelry, jade antiques, and famous paintings, enough to make everyone's hearts race. After checking the inventory, they found 2 boxes of gold coins, 2 of gold bars, 3 of jewelry, and 3 of paintings. One box also contained several land deeds. Everything matched the records perfectly. Tang Wanwan stared blankly at the boxes filled with yellow croakers, gold bars, and jewelry. It was as if a powerful key had opened a world she had never imagined. The dazzling light of gold and jade made her eyes sting and her heart race with overwhelming excitement. She breathed heavily, her lips trembling, and her body shook uncontrollably. As a member of a lesser branch of the Tang family, she rarely saw such wealth. She knew the Tang family was rich, but she had never realized they were this wealthy. Tang Xiaowei and the others glanced at her discreetly. Seeing her excitement, they felt confident that the amount was correct. Bai Yiming and Tang Xiaowei also looked pleased. Their trip to Hong Kong was now within reach. Besides these treasures, the Tang family's official income came from annual interest payments. The family had once run a pharmaceutical factory and a textile mill. When they entered a joint venture, their assets were valued at 10 million yuan. Now, the Tang family received 500,000 yuan in annual interest, paid twice a year. Based on their shares, the main branch received 300,000 yuan, which the family had collected personally. Each time, Tang Su withdrew the entire amount. There was also Bai Yiming's salary. He had been the deputy director of the Tang family's former pharmaceutical factory, earning a total of 580 yuan per month, plus 29 industrial coupons. Before the old master passed away, he sent someone to collect the salary and gave Bai Yiming 1/5 of it each month. After the old master's death, Tang Su stopped managing it, and Bai Yiming began collecting it himself. After inheriting 1 million yuan from the old master, Tang Su now had 520,000 yuan in cash and 40,128 yuan in her bank book. But she said, there's 300,000 yuan in cash and 40,128 yuan in the bank. Tang Su opened 2 suitcases, both filled with cash. Tang Wanwan's eyes turned red as she looked at the money. If only it were hers. Tang Yin said, that's impossible. The main branch alone gets 300,000 yuan a year in interest, not to mention what the family had left behind. It can't be just that. Tang Lin agreed. Right, you're leaving out at least 1 million. Tang Wanwan's breath caught. The Tang family earned 600,000 yuan a year, not counting hidden assets, and Tang Su had underreported by at least 1 million. Their own branch only received about 100,000 yuan a year. If everything were divided evenly, their share wouldn't even match the smallest portion of Tang Su's. Tang Su took out a carefully made account book. Do the math yourself. The book was a bit wrinkled, and the edges of the pages had turned yellow, showing it had been used often. The 4 elders studied the book. 1 million for war support? Tang Su asked calmly, is there a problem? If you don't believe it, you can ask the higher-ups. She was sure they wouldn't dare. If the numbers were wrong, too many people would be involved. As expected, Tang Lin and the others were speechless. They glanced at Tang Wanwan without drawing attention. After checking again, they still couldn't find any issues. They wanted to say Tang Su had faked the records, but they saw the handwriting of the late Elder Tang, and some old notes showed the book had been used for a long time. Unwilling to give up, they asked Bai Yiming to take a look. In the end, he also found nothing wrong. Tang Su thought, if you could find a flaw, what would be the point of all my careful work? But Tang Zhonghai insisted, you must be hiding something. The family head must have left more behind. I don't believe you've shown us everything. For a brief moment, surprise and confusion flashed in Tang Su's eyes, quickly caught by the elders. I don't know. This is all I have. If you think there's more, you can look for it yourselves. They exchanged glances and decided not to act rashly. The money in the bank book was to be withdrawn by Yiming and Tang Su together. Since the Tang family hadn't chosen a new head yet, it wasn't right to give the money to anyone. After discussion, they decided to keep everything in the ancestral hall. The hall's door was secured with 4 new locks, plus the original one. 5 in total. Bai Yiming, Tang Lin, Tang Xiaowei, Tang Zhonghai, and Tang Yun each held a key. All 5 had to be present to open the hall. They even sealed the door with official paper. Bai Yiming and the others also assigned 2 guards each to watch the hall. The sight made Tang Su's mouth twitch. They're practically announcing to everyone that there's treasure inside. As they left the hall, Tang Wanwan was still in shock. She knew the Tang family was wealthy, but not to this unbelievable extent. She had thought her life before was already good until now. By the time Tang Weidong arrived after hearing the news, everything had already been settled. He also knew about Tang Su pretending to be ill. The 18-year-old boy had long been holding back his anger, and when he saw Bai Yiming, he started hitting him. Bai Yiming shouted angrily, "You brat, stop! How dare you lay a hand on me?" Tang Wanwan screamed, "What are you doing? How can a servant hit his master?" When Tang Weidong had almost finished, Tang Su finally spoke. "Dongzi, stop." Tang Weidong stopped reluctantly and turned to Tang Wanwan, scolding her. "You troublemaker, what are you doing here? Is this your house? Stop pretending to be important." Tang Wanwan was furious. She turned to Wang Ma, who had just come out of the kitchen, and ordered arrogantly, "Get him out of here right now."
Wang Ma spat in disgust.
She already knew what had happened today and could tell this girl was no good. Then she smiled warmly at Tang Weidong. "Dongzi, you're here. Have you eaten? Lunch will be ready soon."
Tang Weidong gật tin. Great.
Tang Wanwan was so angry that she made up her mind. Once her grandfather took control of the Tang family's property, the first thing she would do was have Wang Ma fired. And as for Tang Weidong, she would make sure he paid for this. She turned to question Tang Su. "Is this how you manage people? Even the servants dare to disrespect their masters and ignore the head of the family. He even hit my uncle. How did you ever run this household?" Tang Su didn't even look at her. "Dongzi, go and accept your punishment." Tang Weidong cheerfully replied, "Yes." Then he stood proudly beside Tang Su, giving Tang Wanwan a smug look. Tang Wanwan immediately realized there would be no real punishment. Tang Su was openly protecting the servant and clearly didn't take her seriously. That woman. She would make her pay one day. After lunch, Tang Su went to the kitchen and quietly handed Wang Ma a thick envelope. "Take a few days off and go home to rest." The security section at the textile factory. Master Qian is looking for an apprentice. Wang Ma had an 18-year-old grandson who had finished school and was looking for work. "Ah, thank you. The situation outside isn't very stable. Be careful." That afternoon, the Tang family announced that Tang Su was stepping down as head of the family due to health reasons, and the new head had yet to be decided. Tang Su moved her household registration out of the Tang family home. Since it was a local transfer, it was easy to handle. Tang Weidong followed behind, looking upset. "Was it that ungrateful person who forced you to do this?" Tang Su asked in return. "Do you think he's capable of that?"
Tang Weidong stay silent.
After leaving the police station, Tang Su went straight to the neighborhood office. She handed over her household registration book and graduation certificate. The registration book was newly issued, listing only her name. She was the head of her own household. Tang Su had graduated from East China University of Chemical Technology, majoring in pharmaceutical engineering. "I want to sign up to go to the countryside as an educated youth." When he heard that she wanted to volunteer for rural work, Tang Weidong quickly stopped her, his eyes wide and red with emotion. "And you still say they didn't force you?" Tang Su gave him a sharp look, and he stepped back. Seeing this, the staff still handed her a registration form to fill out. For her preferred locations, she wrote, Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Jiangxi. Next came the political review. Since Tang Su had already moved her household registration out, she was no longer officially part of the Tang family. Her review should go smoothly. Not long after she left, news spread across the city that Tang Su had been driven out of her home and forced to go to the countryside. Before parting, Tang Su told Tang Weidong, "Go find Uncle Song and Uncle Yang." She didn't see that after she left, Tang Weidong turned back toward the youth office. Later, in a private house, Tang Su met with Song Peiyuan and Yang Zishua. They had already heard the rumors on their way. "You're really going to the countryside?"
Yes. Why?
"With my current situation, it's better to leave the city. At least I won't be watched all the time." More importantly, by the time the Tang family realized something was wrong, she would already be far away. Once she was out of the city, it would be hard for them to find her. Go to Hong Kong?
Not in this lifetime.
The two men fell silent. Given the current situation, leaving was indeed the best choice. "It'll be tough living in the countryside," one of them said. Tang Su replied, "I can handle it." Seeing that her mind was made up, they didn't try to stop her and promised to help her find a better place to go. When Tang Su returned to the villa, Tang Wanwan greeted her proudly. "The elders have decided to adopt me into the main family," she said.
They even want to make me the head of the family.
Tang Su looked at her as if she were a fool. She couldn't understand what Wanwan was so proud of. Those selfish relatives were already planning to take what they could and run. Few people wanted to be the family head, but she actually volunteered for it. When something went wrong, wouldn't all the blame fall on her? That was exactly what Tang Lin and the others were thinking. If they couldn't all escape, someone had to take the blame. Their sons? They couldn't bear it. Their grandsons? Absolutely not. So those selfish old men pushed Tang Wanwan forward. Tang Su ignored her and went straight upstairs. A short while later, Aunt Wang came up to tell her that Meng Jiarui had arrived. In the first-floor hall, Tang Wanwan looked at the tall, handsome man in front of her. Her heart was beating fast. He wore a gray Zhongshan suit, leather shoes, and a watch on his wrist, clearly a man of wealth. He was the eldest son of the Meng family, the same man she had admired in her previous life. But his eyes had always been on Tang Su. He never even looked at her. Later, he and Tang Su went to Hong Kong together. So, what if he liked Tang Su? In the end, Tang Su didn't end up with him. She remembered that Meng Jiarui's wife had never been Tang Su. Blushing, Tang Wanwan poured him a glass of water. Hello, Comrade Meng.
I'm Tang Wanwan, Tang.
Sister Xiao Su's younger sister. Are you a friend of my sister's? Did you come to see her for something? Meng Jiarui looked at her with a hint of confusion. I remember Tang Su didn't have a sister. I was just adopted into the family, she said, lifting her chin slightly and speaking more firmly. The elders decided that I should be the new family head. Meng Jiarui clearly already knew that Tang Su was no longer the head of the family. At that moment, Tang Su came downstairs and led him into the study. Is there something urgent? She asked. I've heard a lot of rumors, he said. Tang Su was silent for a moment before replying. It's true that I gave up the position, and it's true that I'm going to the countryside.
Why?
He knew how capable she was. Bai Yiming and those elders couldn't possibly force her. If they had succeeded, it meant this was Tang Su's own choice. I'm not going to Hong Kong anymore. Meng Jiarui was surprised, then suddenly understood her intention. She was clearing her name, starting over. Why the change of plans? It's not necessary to go. If there's a better path, why take the risk? Besides, if one can stay in their own country, who would want to leave? 2 years ago, Tang Su had already begun preparing to go to Hong Kong. She happened to find out that the Meng family had useful connections in this area, and the Tang and Meng families had always been on good terms. Meng Jiarui helped her secure a few spots. Later, when Meng Jiarui discovered that Tang Su was highly skilled, he suggested that their families work together and go to Hong Kong. Feeling that she owed the Meng family a favor, Tang Su agreed after some thought. Now that she wanted to break the agreement, she knew it was wrong of her. Meng Jiarui fell silent for a moment. Indeed, if there were a better choice, no one would want to take risks. Given the current situation, the two of them didn't meet often anymore. He wanted to fight for one last chance, and the feeling in his heart grew stronger, like a seed breaking through the soil. Jia always says she hopes you'll marry me and become her sister-in-law. She wants a sister-in-law, and I need a partner. Comrade Tang Su, I like you, and I hope we can spend our lives together. Tang Su had been in relationships before, and she had long noticed Meng Jiarui's feelings for her. His affection, like his personality, was reserved. She just hadn't expected him to confess at this moment. You're a good person, but...
I'm sorry.
Meng Jiarui had already guessed the outcome, but hearing her rejection still made him feel disappointed. It's fine, he said calmly, though his tone couldn't hide the sadness. The countryside isn't like the city. You must take good care of yourself.
Thank you.
Tang Su glanced at him and reminded him, the road ahead is full of dangers. Be careful and make wise choices. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. Since his purpose had been achieved, and knowing someone was eavesdropping outside, Meng Jiarui didn't want to stay any longer. Tang Su opened the door and stepped back. Tang Wanwan suddenly fell to the ground. She quickly stood up, her face full of embarrassment. Feeling guilty, she said, I just came to call you for dinner. Aunt Wang has finished cooking. Tang Su had wanted Meng Jiarui to stay for a meal, but seeing Tang Wanwan there, she immediately gave up the idea. When Tang Su went downstairs, there was another person in the house, Zhang Xiufan, Tang Wanwan's mother. At that moment, she was standing at the kitchen door, acting like the hostess, criticizing Aunt Wang. "Why did you skim the oil from the soup? Are you trying to keep it for yourself?" Tang Su's expression turned cold. Tang Wanwan leaned close to her and asked quietly, "What did young Master Meng just say to you?" She was very afraid that Tang Su might suddenly take an interest in Meng Jiarui. Tang Su looked at Tang Wanwan with a cold, frightening gaze and interrupted her. "Why is your mother here?" Tang Su didn't tell her what she and Meng Jiarui had just talked about and even cut her off, which made Tang Wanwan a little angry. She blurted out, "This is my home. Why can't my mother be here?"
Tang Su is native.
This is the first time I've seen a stepdaughter bring her own mother into the family, too. Realizing what she had just said, Tang Wanwan quickly raised her voice, trying to sound confident. "She's my foster mother. She raised me. What's wrong with me bringing her here to enjoy life?" Bai Yiming, who was sitting on the sofa, looked displeased when he heard Tang Wanwan's words. He hadn't wanted Tang Wanwan to be adopted into the family in the first place, but the elders had pressured him. He had no choice but to agree. As soon as Zhang Xiufan saw Tang Su, she came over with a mocking smile. "Well, isn't this the former head of the family? How did you end up going to the countryside? There are so many rough people there. Such a pretty girl might not have an easy time living among them." Her tone was full of sarcasm. Tang Wanwan couldn't help but laugh quietly. Tang Su said, "Whose dog is barking so loudly? Is it yours, Tang Wanwan?" Zhang Xiufan's face immediately turned ugly. Not only hers, Bai Yiming's expression also darkened. He quickly told Zhang Xiufan to leave and gave Tang Wanwan a sharp glare. Since Tang Su had given up her position as head of the family, Bai Yiming had become much bolder. That evening, Aunt Wang made chicken soup. The bowl she served Tang Su had the extra oil removed, leaving it fragrant but not greasy, with 2 chicken drumsticks inside. Tang Wanwan, who had almost said the wrong thing earlier, now sat quietly like a timid bird, staring at the 2 drumsticks in Tang Su's bowl but not daring to say a word. After dinner, Tang Su took her cat for a walk in the garden. Bai Yiming came over. "Why are you going to the countryside? Rather than being forced out later, I'd rather leave on my own." Hearing this, Bai Yiming said firmly, "As long as I'm still in this house, no one can make you leave." Tang Su gave a short laugh. "Mr. Bai, you really do have a short memory," she said, her clear voice full of mockery, as if her words were a slap across his face. Bai Yiming's expression froze. "When are you leaving?" "In a few days." A few days. The trip to Harbor City was still uncertain. He thought again about the cost of resolving Tang Su's plan to volunteer in the countryside. In the end, he still didn't mention his own plan to go to Harbor City. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaowei's grandson from the Tang family was on his way home. Their house was on Baoning Road, which used to be entirely owned by the Tang family. From the alley came faint voices. The sound was soft, but just enough for him to hear. "Where are the things the young lady mentioned?" "The old master liked to hide things in basements. We'll have to check which of the old houses have one."
"So we're searching blindly, then."
"We'd better hurry before the other branches find out." His eyes widened. He knew a little about the main family's affairs. His grandfather cared for him deeply and had told him a few things. Seeing the people about to come out, he quickly hid behind a tree. When he quietly looked back, he recognized one of them. It was someone who worked for Tang Su. He waited until their footsteps faded away, then peeked again. They were gone. He hurried home. After he left, the 2 people stepped out from the corner. One sneered, "What a fool." The other laughed. "If he weren't, he wouldn't be useful to us." When Tang Xiaowei's grandson got home, he immediately told his grandfather what he had heard. Tang Xiaowei thought for a moment, then called one of the younger family members to invite the other elders over. Soon, Tang Lin, Tang Zhonghai, and Tang Yin arrived. Tang Xiaowei explained the situation. "Do you think it's true?" Tang Lin said, "The old master must have left something behind, but whether Tang Su already took it, that's hard to say. Maybe that girl is just trying to trick us."
Tang Jianhai hestita.
From her expression today, she seemed unaware. That girl is clever and sly. Should we tell Bai Yiming about this? Why should we? If we find those things, they'll be ours. What if Tang Su finds them first? At that, everyone fell silent. Tang Yin sneered. Then we'll just announce that we've cut ties with her. Tang Xiaowei said, I think the old family head must have hidden more things, and what's hidden is probably much more valuable than what was shown today. After all these years, the Tang family's efforts can't just amount to that. After pausing for a moment, he added, if Tang Su really finds it and decides to fight back, it'll be hard for us to get those things. We need to tell Bai Yiming about this, and we also have to keep Tang Su calm. Then let's search together. If we find it first, we'll just say we didn't, and then we can split it among ourselves. After everyone left, the elders of the family quietly calculated the family's wealth in their minds. If the old family had really hid something and they managed to find it, once the division was done, they would take their children and grandchildren to Hong Kong right away. At the Meng family home, after returning, Meng Jiarui told his father about Tang Su's decision. Meng's father stayed silent for a while. He knew Tang Su fairly well. She was a determined girl. Very well, he said at last. Meng's mother, however, was quite pleased when she heard the news. It's better that she's not going. I won't have to worry about her slowing us down. Hearing this, Meng Jiarui felt uneasy. Slowing them down? It was probably the other way around. But he didn't say anything, knowing it would only upset his parents. He remembered what Tang Su had said and spent extra money to hire a few skilled bodyguards. Because of that decision, the Meng family reached Hong Kong safely. That night, Tang Su stayed in the old master's study for a long time. When she came out, Bai Yiming happened to see her. The next morning before dawn, a young man from a branch of the family called Bai Yiming outside. When he returned and saw Tang Su eating breakfast, a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Soon after, people began appearing on several streets in Shen City, searching around as if looking for something. Members of the Tang family's side branches also saw Tang Su's people doing the same. Whenever they were spotted, Tang Su's people quickly left. The men exchanged glances and sent one of them back to report. At that time, the government was encouraging young people to go to the countryside to help with rural development. Around 9 o'clock, someone from the local office came to inform Tang Su that her background check had been approved. Her assigned location was Tianjin Brigade, Songjiang Town, Baihua City, Jixing Province. She was told to pack her things and be ready to leave at 5 o'clock the day after tomorrow. It was unclear whether it was out of guilt or a desire to comfort Tang Su, but Bai Yiming paid for everything she needed for her life in the countryside, from small things like a toothbrush to large items like quilts. He even provided various national coupons, including industrial, bicycle, and sewing machine vouchers. When Tang Wanwan learned that Tang Su was being sent to the countryside, she felt secretly pleased. She hoped Tang Su would end up in a remote, poor place and live a hard life. However, Bai Yiming's actions made Tang Wanwan deeply jealous. All the prepared items were mailed to Tang Su, and Bai Yiming even paid the postage. To outsiders, it looked as if Bai Yiming truly cared for Tang Su, even though she was not his biological daughter. But Tang Su knew that Bai Yiming's kindness was only to hide his own guilt. Crocodile tears were never worth believing. Besides, why shouldn't she accept it? He was still her father, and she had every right to take what he gave. That day, he acted like any other father, spending money to prepare for his daughter's new life. Thinking that he might never see her again, his heart softened, and he gave Tang Su 4,000 yuan. Tang Su was surprised by this. When Bai Yiming learned that Tang Su was still searching for the belongings left by old Tang, he discussed it with Tang Lin and others. They decided to transfer Tang Wanwan's household registration and publicly cut ties with Tang Su in the newspaper. Early in the morning, Tang Su left home with her cat. As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed several unfamiliar faces nearby. The ancestral hall seemed to have drawn attention again, though she couldn't tell which group they belonged to. Carrying the deed to her townhouse, Tang Su went to the local office to rent it out, with the lease starting 2 months later. From her 4 years of observation, she was certain this era matched the 1960s described in her previous life's history books. In about 2 months, a major movement would begin. She secretly arranged to meet Li Sheng. Li Sheng was the youngest son of the city's party secretary. Usually idle and mischievous, he had once caused trouble for Tang Su and ended up being taught a lesson by her. Impressed by her strength, he started following her around. In a secluded house, a thin young man paced anxiously, glancing toward the door. When he saw Tang Su, he rushed over. "Boss, let me deal with those people who tried to take your things. Forcing you to go to the countryside, that's just wrong." He had heard all the rumors. In his eyes, everything that belonged to the Tang family rightfully belonged to his boss, and no one had the right to take it away.
Tang Su looked puzzled.
Why did everyone think she was forced to go to the countryside? Did she really look that weak? I'll deal with them later. Right now, I have something more important for you to do. Li Sheng straightened up. Boss, what is it? Tang Su handed him a letter. Take this back to your grandfather for me.
This.
Boss, maybe you should let me handle this instead? It was the first time his boss had given him a task, but it turned out to be something like this. Tang Su looked at the young man's restless eyes and said seriously, "You can't handle it." Seeing her serious expression, the boy realized this matter was important. He nodded firmly. All right, I'll make sure to deliver it safely to my grandpa. After a pause, he asked, Boss, are you really going to the countryside? Yes. How about I ask my dad to help you? Tang Su gave him a look. At a time like this, he still wanted to ask his father for help. What a dutiful son. Stop wasting time and do something useful. Li Sheng brought the letter back, leaving the Li family both surprised and pleased. Tang Su asked the old master of the Li family to help her keep the ancestral house safe and also shared some information, reminding them to strengthen their protection. After leaving, she bought a few things and went to visit Yang Zisho. Tang Su handed him a note with her countryside address. Uncle Yang, please keep an eye on the Tang family for me. If anything happens, write to me or send a telegram.
All right.
There aren't many supplies in the countryside. I'll get you some things. No need. Bai Yiming already helped me prepare quite a lot and even gave me 4,000 yuan. Hearing that, Yang Zisho was surprised. Then Tang Su took out a few more letters. These contained details about the Tang family's side branches and some of Bai Yiming's shady dealings. Please find the right time to make them public. Yang Zisho was shocked. With the current situation, doing this will destroy the Tang family as it is. Tang Su gave a faint laugh. Is there any reason to keep this version of the Tang family?
Yang Zisho fell silent.
Just as he was about to speak, Tang Su continued. It was mine to begin with. If it's ruined, I'll just start a new branch and build a new Tang family. Her tone was calm but carried a quiet strength, as if rebuilding a great family was as simple as shaping clay. At that moment, Yang Zisho finally understood why the old master had chosen her to be the head of the family. Tang Wanwan's household registration was officially transferred to the main family, and she formally took over the Tang family. Bai Yiming, Tang Lin, and the others had succeeded in their plan. However, they were all busy searching for the items old Master Tang had left behind and paid no attention to the ancestral hall. As night fell and darkness covered everything, it was the perfect time to act. Since the Tang family was already being watched, Tang Su increased both the strength and range of the sleeping powder. That night, the colorless and scentless powder, powered by her mental energy, spread outward from the Tang residence, covering a 100-meter radius. Dressed in black, comfortable clothes, Tang Su quietly left her room and first searched through Bai Yiming and Tang Wanwan's rooms. Tang Wanwan had moved in just the day before. Tang Su emptied old Master Tang's study completely. Who knew what that old man might have left behind? She couldn't let those ungrateful people have it. Before leaving, she placed a drawing inside a hidden compartment of the drawer. She also took all the valuable items from the main hall. After confirming that the guards at the ancestral hall had fallen asleep, Tang Su used her mental power through the closed doors to collect all the treasures hidden inside into her personal space. Then she went to the homes of Tang Lin, Tang Xiaowei, and the others, putting them all to sleep again. Her mental power spread like countless invisible hands, searching for gold, silver, jewels, food, and cloth that had been carefully hidden. Like a passing swarm, she took everything into her space. The next morning, Tang Su was awakened by Aunt Wang's shouting downstairs.
We've been robbed.
Someone, come quickly. Tang Su had already taken everything valuable from her room and study, leaving only a few sets of clothes, a pair of shoes, and some small items. Bai Yiming and Tang Wanwan soon discovered that all their valuables were gone. Tang Wanwan looked heartbroken. She had worked so hard to save that money. Holding her cat, Tang Su said calmly, "The valuable things in my room are gone too. Even the new items Dad bought for me yesterday are missing." When Bai Yiming saw that old Master Tang's study was completely empty, his face darkened. Their rooms had been robbed, and the old man's study was stripped bare. The thief must have been after the Tang family's wealth. He immediately ran to the ancestral hall. Seeing that the door and seals were still intact, he let out a sigh of relief. Those treasures couldn't stay in the ancestral hall any longer. With that thought, he quickly called Tang Lin and the others over. At the same time, Tang Lin and the others discovered that their home had been robbed. When they heard that the villa had also been broken into, they rushed over without caring about their own house. They didn't know if the things in the ancestral hall were still there. If they were gone, all their efforts would have been for nothing. Bai Yiming said, "Dad's study has been completely emptied." Tang Lin and the others turned pale.
What?
Emptying old Master Tang's study meant someone was trying to find the Tang family's fortune through what he had left behind. It was clear the thief was after the family's wealth. Although Tang Su had already handed over the inheritance, there was no guarantee that old Master Tang hadn't hidden something elsewhere. They hurried to the ancestral hall and saw that the seal on the door was still intact, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. But when they opened the hall, the place where the money and treasures had been stored was completely empty. Tang Lin and the others were stunned. Everything was gone. Tang Wanwan felt dizzy and trembled all over.
No impossible.
She frantically searched every corner, hoping to find some gold or silver left behind. She was the head of the family now. Those things should belong to her. In a daze, she muttered, "My things. Where are my things?" Hearing this, Bai Yiming and Tang Lin looked displeased. What did she mean by her things? How selfish. She suddenly turned to Tang Su, who had just arrived. "It's you. You did this. You never wanted to give up the position of family head or hand over the inheritance. It must be you. You took everything." Tang Lin and the others also looked at Tang Su.
Tang Su was needed.
"Is that head of yours just for decoration? You think I, with this weak body, sneaked into your house at night, stole the keys, avoided 10 guards, opened the door, carried out all those boxes, restored the seal perfectly, and then returned the keys to every elder's home?" Tang Xiaowei's face turned uneasy. He had sewn his key into his waistband before going to bed. How could it have been stolen without him knowing? Anyone can see the seal on the door was untouched. Tell me, how could I have done that? Use your brain. You have no proof, just empty words, and you're already trying to blame me. You're really not fit to be the head of this family. Everyone turned to look at Tang Su's slightly pale face. Tang Wanwan didn't know who was responsible, but she instinctively blamed Tang Su. Furious, she rushed toward Tang Su. "You shameless woman! What right do you have to scold me?" Tang Su kicked her, and Tang Wanwan fell hard, her back hitting the wall. Her back hurt badly, and it took her a while to stand up again. Tang Xiaowei's face darkened as he shouted, "Enough! What are you all doing? The most important thing now is to find out where those things went." In truth, Tang Wanwan's words echoed what Tang Lin and the others were thinking. In their hearts, Tang Su was still suspicious. "Who was guarding the gate last night? Call them here." Tang Shan, who was on duty today, said, "Last night it was Tang Hao and his group. When I came this morning, Brother Hao told me nothing unusual happened." Tang Xiaowei quickly sent someone to bring Tang Hao over. Soon, Tang Hao arrived and saw the elders' serious faces and the heavy atmosphere in the room. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that they found out he had fallen asleep last night? "Did you notice anyone suspicious during your watch last night?" Thinking of how they had all dozed off, he felt uneasy. "And no, we didn't." Tang Lin caught the flicker of guilt on his face and shouted, Are you sure? Tell the truth. Remembering that the seal on the door had been intact when he woke up, Tang Hao spoke more firmly. No, we didn't see anything. Then tell me how the things inside the ancestral hall disappeared. Tang Hao was shocked. He looked inside and saw the empty room. Everything was gone. He panicked.
What?
That's impossible. The seal on the door was perfectly fine. What exactly happened last night? Last night, everyone fell asleep, but when we woke up, the seal was still unbroken. He believed that as long as the seal was intact, the door hadn't been opened, and everything inside should have been safe. Tang Wanwan was furious. What did you say? You actually fell asleep?
How could you sleep while on watch?
Do you know how important those things were? You ate the Tang family's food and still couldn't do your job properly. Useless. Tang Hao glared at her, unafraid, and stepped closer. Say that again. Who are you calling useless? You think you can order people around just because you act important? Tang Wanwan was a little scared, but she still raised her voice stubbornly. What do you want? I'm the head of the family. So, what if I scold you? Enough. Tang Hao, tell me, what happened before you fell asleep? Nothing unusual. Around 2 in the morning, I felt sleepy and went to bed. When I woke up, it was 4. Tang Lin looked at Tang Su. Xiao Su, where were you after 2 in the morning last night? Asleep. Xiao Su, tell the truth. If you took it, just return the item. We won't blame you.
Tang Su laughed angrily.
I already gave you the item, and you took the key yourselves. You even sealed the place on your own. Even the guards you assigned were your own people. Now that it's missing, you accuse me without proof. How shameless. You went through all that trouble to get it, yet couldn't keep it safe. Instead of blaming me, maybe you should reflect on your own mistakes. What does this show? It shows that those things were never truly yours. I even suspect Tang Wanwan. She just said those things were hers. Maybe she worked with outsiders to steal them, and is now pretending to be innocent. Tang Wanwan snapped back. Stop trying to stir up trouble. Can you honestly say you never thought about keeping everything for yourself? Can you say you never claimed those things were yours? Can you swear that if you ever had such thoughts, you won't get a single coin from them? Tang Wanwan's eyes flickered, and her voice trembled slightly. Don't talk nonsense. I never thought that way. She had lived through this once before, and what she had wished for in her past life had now come true.
She didn't dare to swear.
Bai Yiming and Tang Lin's faces darkened. No one trusted anyone. Greed could tempt anyone. After some discussion, Tang Lin and the others decided to search the house. Nothing was found in Bai Yiming and Tang Wanwan's rooms. Finally, they searched Tang Su's bedroom and study. The search of Tang Su's room was noticeably more thorough. Tang Su's room was in the southeast corner of the second floor of the villa, covering about 60 square meters. The dark wooden floor was laid in a herringbone pattern. The walls were a light beige color, and tall double-glass windows were covered with elegant double-layered curtains. The bed, wardrobe, and dressing table were all made of fine rosewood. The carved canopy bed was covered with soft cotton and linen sheets and a silk blanket. A small lamp stood on the bedside table. Several boxes of face cream were neatly arranged on the dressing table. A suitcase sat beside the bed. The room also had a large balcony with a full view of the garden behind the house. Tang Wanwan looked around the beautiful room, feeling a wave of jealousy. But in the next moment, that jealousy turned into greed and satisfaction. Once Tang Su left, this room would be hers. After some packing, there wasn't much left in Tang Su's room, though it was clear someone had recently tidied up. Tang Yin asked, "Where are the rest of your things? Why are you packing?" Tang Su replied mockingly, "You really are getting old and hard of hearing. Everyone in the city knows I'm going to the countryside. Of course I've sent my things there." "We have reason to believe you've sent the Tang family's property to the countryside," Tang Yun said. Tang Su answered, "Everything I sent was bought for me by my father, and he paid the postage. He knows exactly what I sent." Tang Lin and the others turned to look at Bai Yiming. Bai Yiming said, "I helped Su pack her things. They're just clothes and daily necessities." In other words, Tang Su hadn't taken any family property. Tang Lin and the others exchanged glances and were about to search her belongings, but Tang Su stopped them. Let Aunt Wang do it. Otherwise, no one touches my things. Soon, Aunt Wang was called upstairs. In front of everyone, Aunt Wang carefully checked Tang Su's clothes. Tang Wanwan's eyes turned red with anger. When they had searched her room earlier, she had asked for Aunt Wang's help, but Aunt Wang hadn't come. Those men had rummaged through her things instead. While checking the suitcase, Aunt Wang found a bank book. When she opened it, she saw there were 4,000 yuan in the account. Tang Wanwan immediately shouted, "It's you. You must have stolen it. How else could you have so much money? This was given to me by father yesterday and deposited in the bank the same day. The date is right there." Everyone looked and saw that it was indeed yesterday's date. Bai Yiming said, "I did give Xiao Su 4,000 yuan yesterday." Hearing this, Tang Wanwan felt both angry and jealous. Why would Bai Yiming give Tang Su so much money? She was the head of the family. She should be the one managing all the money. After searching with no results, everyone moved to the old Master Tang's study. Just as Bai Yiming had said, it was completely emptied. There wasn't even a single piece of paper left. Bai Yiming and Tang Lin looked uneasy. Tang Lin asked, "Did any of you hear anything last night?" Bai Yiming replied, "No, I slept very soundly." Tang Lin turned to look at Tang Su and Tang Wanwan. Tang Wanwan said, "I didn't hear anything." Tang Lin's gaze rested on Tang Su's face, as if trying to find something unusual in her expression. Tang Su said, "I slept really well last night. It was the first time since I got sick that I slept so deeply." Even her complexion looked better. Bai Yiming and the others exchanged glances. It seemed the thief had used some kind of sleeping drug. With no clues found, the family elders had no choice but to leave. Tang Lin and the others, realizing their own homes had also been robbed, called the police. Bai Yiming did the same, reporting only that his house had been burglarized. No one, including Tang Lin, mentioned anything about the ancestral hall. When the police arrived, they questioned everyone about what they had been doing the previous night. After the police left, news spread that the Tang family had been robbed, and people in the neighborhood whispered about it again. That morning, everyone had already read the newspaper report. The Tang family had officially announced that Tang Su was no longer part of the family. All ties were cut, and she had no right to any family property or to act in the family's name. Likewise, the family's future had nothing to do with her. And now, the Tang family had been robbed. For a while, the Tang family became the talk of the town. Some said Tang Wanwan brought bad luck. Before she was adopted into the main family, nothing like this had ever happened. But people only dared to say such things in private. After all, the campaign to destroy old traditions was still going on. Some thought it had nothing to do with Tang Wanwan at all, that the Tang family's good fortune had simply run out. Everyone had their own opinion. At the Tang household, after all the chaos, Tang Su finally managed to have breakfast. Now, the only money left in the family was the 4,000 yuan in Tang Su's hands. It was hard not to feel upset. She had gone from almost gaining a fortune to suddenly losing everything. At that moment, Tang Wanwan started eyeing that 4,000 yuan again. "Older sister, in the countryside, it doesn't cost much. Food is available in the fields. But our family is different. We have to spend money on food and clothes. It hasn't been easy for the Tang family to raise you for over 20 years. Now our family has been robbed. Sister, maybe you should return the 4,000 yuan to Dad, as if you borrowed it from us. Once we get through this, we will pay you back." Bai Yiming no longer has any money. The things he hid outside are not enough to get him to Hong City. He must find a way quickly. After Tang Su leaves, he will act more aggressively. Right now, Bai Yiming only cares about the things left by old Tang. He needs to calm Tang Su down. If Tang Su's anger explodes, they won't be able to go to Hong City. Once Tang Su leaves, they can relax and look for those things. He impatiently said to Tang Wanwan, "Once you give something, you can't take it back." Tang Wanwan was stunned. "Dad, we have no money at home. What will we eat?" She called him Dad easily, but she wondered how her real father would react if he knew. "I still have my salary. Tang Wanwan was surprised. That's not the same. She knew Bai Yiming earned a lot, 580 yuan, but that salary couldn't compare to the valuables in the ancestral hall. Seeing Bai Yiming look like he didn't want to talk, she could only shut up in frustration. In the afternoon, Tang Su first went to the bank to withdraw all her money. Then, she went to a quiet place and put the money into her space. She vaguely heard words like report and cut ties. The people talking kept glancing at her. She approached them, but as soon as she got close, she was attracted by a newspaper in one man's hand. The big headline read, Tang family announces complete break with Tang Su. Comrade, may I see the newspaper you're holding? The man didn't expect Tang Su to come over and ask to see the paper. He was stunned. His companion nudged him, and he quickly recovered, handing the newspaper to Tang Su. Tang Su looked at it and smiled. The report basically said that Tang Su made a major mistake managing the family affairs. With the approval of the head of the family and the elders, the Tang family decided to cut all ties with Tang Su. The Tang family has raised Tang Su enough. From now on, any property of the Tang family has nothing to do with Tang Su. She cannot act in the name of the Tang family anymore. Similarly, the future prosperity or decline of the Tang family has nothing to do with Tang Su. Is he really helping her? In the future, if something happens, it won't be her problem. If they turn against her later, this newspaper will be her shield. She returned the newspaper and bought a few new copies. Back at the villa, Tang Su packed away the fancy furniture in her room and replaced it with simple, painted, carved furniture she had prepared earlier. Her belongings couldn't be given cheaply to Tang Wanwan. Then she carried her light luggage and headed to the train station. At the train station, travelers hurried by. As a well-known figure in the city recently, Tang Su attracted many eyes as soon as she arrived. Before boarding, the young workers needed to gather and count heads. Tang Su found the gathering spot, but saw some familiar faces there. And there was someone who shouldn't be there, Tang Weidong. He had a large bag beside him. His purpose was obvious. Meng Jiarui stood nearby, holding a bulging cloth bag. Tang Weidong casually looked back and suddenly met Tang Su's serious gaze, feeling guilty, and quickly looked away. "Why are you here?" she asked. Tang Weidong stiffened his neck and said weakly, "If you can go to the countryside, I can too." "I'll deal with you later." Meng Jiarui chuckled. "He's worried about you." Tang Su turned to him. "Really? You're going too?" The tall, handsome man smiled kindly. "I'm here to see you off." He looked at Tang Su intently, as if trying to remember her face deeply. After a while, he said, "Take care. The world is chaotic. Be very careful. We will meet again someday." Meng Jiarui was surprised but then smiled. "Yes, we will meet again. Yes, the situation won't stay like this forever. They will see each other again." They stood there, handsome and graceful, without any romantic atmosphere, but still drawing many onlookers. Before leaving, Meng Jiarui suddenly shoved a net bag into Tang Weidong's hand. "Help me give this to Tang Su." Before Tang Weidong could react, Meng Jiarui walked away confidently. Tang Weidong looked at the net bag, handed it to Tang Su, then withdrew his hand. "I'll take it for you." The other young workers watched this scene with curiosity and gossip. Tang Wanwan wanted to come see Tang Su, but ended up witnessing this. Meng Jiarui actually came to see Tang Su, and even brought her something. The cloth bag was full and bulging, definitely containing good things. My fingers involuntarily curled up, and I felt a sour feeling in my heart. That person is always popular wherever she goes. But now that Tang Su has left, maybe I can get in touch with Meng Jiarui. Just as I was about to board the train, someone suddenly called out, "Boss." Tang Su turned around. It was Li Sheng. She only looked at him briefly, then looked away and waved her hand. She walked into the train without looking back. Tang Weidong felt jealous and clenched his fists, but kept walking while glancing at the crowd.
Who was that?
"When did the boss get a new little follower?" He sourly said, "Is it another one of your little followers coming to see you off?" Tang Su shot him a quick look. The sourness was too much for her. Too many to remember. Tang Weidong's face immediately changed. Then she said, All of you take care of her, okay? Hearing this, Tang Weidong's ears twitched, and his tail wagged happily as he replied, yes. He knew. He was the most loyal little follower of the boss. She and Tang Weidong were going to the same place. It wasn't supposed to be here. I went to find President Yang, and he arranged it for me. Tang Su had a sleeper ticket, while Tang Weidong had a hard seat. After sending Tang Su to the soft sleeper carriage, Tang Weidong returned to his own carriage. The sleeper carriage had 4 beds. Tang Su was on the top bunk, which she was quite happy with because it offered a little privacy. There were already 2 people in the carriage, a man and a woman. They were also young people sent to the countryside. The woman was on the lower bunk opposite, and the man was on Tang Su's lower bunk. Seeing Tang Su, they both paused, then exchanged glances. They didn't expect to be in the same carriage as a famous person from Shen City. They were also from Shen City and had heard about recent events. The female young person greeted Tang Su proactively. Comrade, hello. My name is Zhang Wenyu, and his name is Zhang Feng. We are both young people sent to the countryside. Hello, I am Tang Su, also a young person sent to the countryside. Zhang Wenyu said, I'm going to He Province. Zhang Feng added, I'm also going to He Province. Comrade Tang, where are you going? I'm going to Ji Province. Zhang Wenyu rested her chin on her hand. Although Zhang Feng and I are both going to He Province, we're not going to the same place. It's a pity. Being in a strange place without knowing anyone, it would be nice to have a fellow hometown person. Zhang Feng comforted them, saying, we are all young people sent to the countryside to build rural areas. Since we are educated, we will understand each other. Zhang Wenyu said, I heard it's very cold in the northeast. But when it snows in winter, we don't have to work. She wanted to ask Tang Su about the man earlier, what relation he was to her, and to see what was inside the cloth bag he gave her. But she saw Tang Su had already gone to bed and showed no intention of talking, so she gave up her curiosity. Tang Su took the cloth bag to her bed. Under the blanket, she hid the bag in her space. In her mind, Xiao Jiu's voice came through. Boss, that man just now gave a lot of money. Tang Su was surprised. She pretended to rest on the bed and sank her consciousness into her space. The cloth bag from Meng Jiarui had already been opened by Xiao Jiu. Inside, there was an iron box from Guanshenjiwen, 6 pieces of fruit, and 5 cans of luncheon meat. At the bottom of the iron box, there were 20 gold bars, 3 necklaces with emeralds, a pair of gold bracelets with intricate designs, and a sapphire ring of 5 carats. There was also money on top. Tang Su counted. There was a total of 5,000 yuan. Inside, there was also a letter, a land deed, and a blank train ticket. This was the ticket for the upper berth in the car across from her. The land deed was for the house where Meng Jiarui was currently living. Meng Jiarui explained that he had rented out the house for 10 years. He didn't know when he would return. If the situation improved and he still hadn't come back, he asked her to help recover the house. These items were his reward. If he never returned, the house would belong to Tang Su. Tang Su felt a headache coming on. This was endless. Xiao Jiu didn't know about Tang Su's worries. It only knew that the boss had more money and could buy lots of food. Seeing that the 2 people weren't troublemakers, Tang Su decided to take Xiao Jiu out after some thought. She heard a cat meow from Tang Su's bed. Zhang Wenyu was surprised. Where did the cat come from? The next moment, she saw Tang Su holding a small cat. Zhang Wenyu was shocked. You even brought a cat. I don't have anyone at home who likes cats. It's too small, and if no one takes care of it, it will die. So I brought it with me. If I don't take it out, it will cause trouble for you. Please keep this a secret, Tang Su said, handing each of them 10 white rabbit candies. Okay, we won't tell anyone, Zhang Wenyu promised quickly, taking the candies. This is white rabbit milk candy. Her family also has to save up candy tickets to buy it, and Tang Su immediately gave her 10 pieces. Zhang Feng also agreed. First, he's not someone who causes trouble, and second, he and Tang Su won't have any future dealings. Since they won't interact, there's no reason for resentment. Plus, the other person was kind enough to give candy, so only a fool would cause trouble for them. Xiao Jiu. Its owner is really good at acting. Tang family after Tang Su left, the elders and Bai Yiming gathered in old Tang study. After some searching, they found a blueprint in a hidden drawer compartment. They looked at each other, their eyes shining with happiness they couldn't hide. At the dinner table, Tang Wanwan mentioned the matter casually. I think that man has other thoughts about my sister. I hope she doesn't get tricked. The news that Meng Jiarui went to the train station to see off Tang Su had spread throughout Shen City. Meng Jiarui is a well-known gentleman in Shen City. Tang Su used to be the head of the Tang family, and now she's a prominent figure in the city. Whenever they meet, it draws attention. Bai Yiming didn't care much about this. That's unlikely. That's Meng Jiarui, the eldest son of the Meng family. They've known each other since childhood. By the way, our Tang family also has some connections with the Meng family. Old Master Meng once wanted Tang Su to marry him. Tang Wanwan was surprised. No wonder Tang Su didn't want to tell her who that man was. She was afraid she might compete for him. That kind of nobleman should be her admirer. After dinner, Ma said, Sir, I need to take care of things at home. I'll be going back starting tomorrow. Bai Yiming immediately agreed and paid her wages. There's no direct train from Shen City to Baihua City. They had a transfer in Yangchun City, and the trip from Shen City to Yangchun City takes 37 hours. Tang Su thought for a moment and took Tang Weidong to find the train conductor. After a brief talk, when they returned, the blank sleeper ticket had already been printed with Tang Weidong's name. Tang Weidong happily moved his luggage over, secretly thinking that the boss was amazing. He managed to get him into a soft sleeper. He truly was the boss's favorite little brother. Zhang Wenyu and Zhang Feng were also surprised. They had seen this person before during a gathering. It was obvious he didn't have a sleeper ticket. They didn't expect Tang Su to be able to get him into a sleeper. Tang Weidong put his luggage down and looked up to see a cat head peeking out from beside Tang Su's bed. He shouted in surprise, Xiao Jiu. Little Nine looked at him, lifting her chin, cute and a bit proud. Wow, when did the boss start bringing the cat along too? Little Nine looked outside and used her mental power. Since no one was outside the compartment, she jumped toward Tang Weidong. Tang Weidong quickly caught her. She was the boss's precious, so she couldn't be dropped. Little Nine meowed and then sat on his shoulder. Zhang Wenyu looked surprised. Does it recognize you? Yes. Tang Weidong tried to gently touch her paw. Usually, Tang Weidong couldn't get close. As soon as he approached, Little Nine would show her teeth. Little Nine proudly lifted her chin. Since she was in a good mood, she let him pet her. Tang Weidong stopped after a while, because this small cat had a big temper. Zhang Wenyu looked at the fluffy kitten. Can I pet her? Little Nine looked at Zhang Wenyu, raised her paw, and when she raised her hand, Little Nine pressed her paw on her finger. She was both proud and adorable. Little Nine, human, I reward you. Zhang Wenyu didn't feel offended at all. Instead, she thought Little Nine was very cute. So adorable. Next, Little Nine jumped back onto Tang Su's bed. When she returned to Tang Su's side, she seemed like a different cat. She was both coquettish and cute. Zhang Wenyu watched, amazed. It was Little Nine's first train ride, and she was very curious. Boss, I want to go outside. Tang Su, I don't want to go. Little Nine. Tang Su lay on the bed, her mind sinking into her space. She still hadn't finished counting what she had swept up last night. At her family's place, they found a total of 4 tons of rice, 123 jin of dried noodles, 10 cans of malted milk, 153 1-jin national food coupons, 87 3-jin coupons, 69 5-jin coupons, 33 feet of cloth coupons, 78 1-liang oil coupons, 26 5-liang meat coupons, 47 2-liang meat coupons, 63 1-liang meat coupons, 67 half-liang meat coupons, 19 2-egg coupons, 15 2-liang sugar coupons, 62 industrial coupons, 2 sewing machine coupons, 3 bicycle coupons, 1 radio coupon, and a total cash of 157,374 yuan. They also found 89 gold bars, each 320 grams, several boxes of jewelry and jade, and a few land deeds. In terms of cash, she now had 1,727,502 yuan. not including the gold bars, jewelry, and jade. Indeed, having a lot of money just becomes a string of numbers. The train clatters northward, and outside the glass window, it's already getting dark. There are no direct trains from Shanghai to Baihua City. They need to transfer in Yangchun City, which takes about 38 hours from Shanghai to Yangchun. Early in the morning, Tang Weidong boiled some hot water. Tang Su handed him some buns and porridge to heat up. The space has a freezing function. Whatever food is put inside remains the same when taken out. In her past life, when the world was ending, she didn't have a space. She experienced shortages, bought food at high prices, and only later gained her space. That's when she started stockpiling. Since she arrived in this world, she has been stockpiling. She keeps what she can use now and stores what she can't use yet. Basically, she has stored everything she could. She has various grains and vegetables, at least 2 tons of each. She doesn't have many clothes, but she has a lot of fabric. For every type of fabric available in Shanghai, she has at least 10 rolls. She also stockpiled many kinds of food from the supply and marketing cooperative. Even the little bags for children's belongings, she has quite a few. One of the main reasons Xiao Jiu doesn't want to stay in the space is because she has too many things. She can't even remember everything inside the space now. To avoid suspicion on the train, she brought some cold food. There's a tea room on the train where hot dishes can be prepared. Early in the morning, Xiao Jiu was bothering her again. "Big sister, I want to go outside and look around." "I'm staying in the space." "You go out, I'll watch from inside," Tang Su replied. Annoyed by her, Tang Su rubbed her forehead. "Later, I'll go." This made Xiao Jiu happy. It had long noticed that since arriving in this world, as long as things weren't too serious, if it fussed a little, her big sister would agree. Around 10 o'clock, Tang Su finally took Xiao Jiu outside. Unlike the sleeper cars, the hard seat area was noticeably messier. The sleeper cars are located in the middle to the back of the train, heading toward the front. Connected to the soft sleeper cars is the camping car, where the crew rests. Passing through the camping car, you reach the dining car. It was past mealtime, but some people still sat chatting here. Most of them wore white shirts, looking like intellectuals. Passing the dining car, you reach the hard seat carriage. Near the dining car at the end, there is a tea stove room. It is almost 10 o'clock now, but the tea stove room is still lively with noise. Passengers are lining up with all kinds of cups and aluminum lunchboxes. The air is filled with the smell of coal smoke, steam, and various foods. Tang Su's appearance is very attractive for this time period. She has a delicate, beautiful face, tall figure, and wears expensive clothes. As soon as she steps into the carriage, the noisy crowd suddenly quiets down. In the next moment, the boiler worker loudly reminds everyone, "Hold your cups carefully, don't burn yourselves." The carriage becomes noisy again, but now some people are looking at Tang Su without realizing it. Tang Su keeps her gaze straight ahead as she walks through the carriages. Xiao Jiu watches happily from inside the space. Suddenly, Xiao Jiu whispers, "Boss, something's wrong. That kid is not right." "Which one?" "The woman sitting inside 2 rows ahead of us. The one holding the child." The child's breathing seems strange. Tang Su glances quietly. The woman is dressed in rough cloth clothes and wears a headscarf. She is holding a child facing the window, but the child is tightly hugged and only a small part of the face is visible. Tang Su cannot see the child's face clearly, but from the body shape, the child is at least 2 or 3 years old. In that moment, the woman lifts her eyes and makes eye contact with Tang Su. Although she tries to hide it, Tang Su notices a flash of wariness and caution in her eyes. She roughly guesses that the woman might be a trafficker. After a quick look, Tang Su turns her gaze away, as if she just happened to glance at a stranger. Xiao Jiu whispers again, "Boss, that woman is 2 rows behind, sitting with a man. His aura is very similar to hers." In the next moment, her finger moves slightly. Suddenly, the woman's arm hurts, and the grip on the child loosens. The child's head tilts back, revealing the whole face. The woman quickly holds the child securely and looks around carefully. A passenger sitting opposite comments, He's still sleeping through all this noise. The kid really sleeps well. Next to her, an old man who is a traditional Chinese doctor frowns when he hears this. This child is not normal. He has been on the train for about 20 minutes. No matter how noisy it is, the child remains completely still. He immediately asks, "Is the child sick?" The woman was surprised and nodded. "Yes, I took some medicine and slept very deeply." Hearing this, the old Chinese doctor furrowed his brows even more. This woman definitely had a problem. The child looked quite pale, but not from illness. It looked more like exhaustion from a long journey. Also, the child's breathing was very steady. When someone is sick and uncomfortable, their breathing usually isn't so calm. Unless they had taken some calming medicine. Poor thing. I'm a doctor. Let me check the child's pulse. It's so hot today, holding the child like this might cause heat stroke. As soon as he said that, some passengers agreed, "Yes, let the doctor check the pulse." A flicker of irritation crossed the woman's eyes, but she weakly said, "No, we've already seen a doctor. We don't have extra money." She looked afraid of spending money. The old doctor said, "I won't charge you. I'll just check the pulse, no medicine. If you want, I can give you a prescription. You can buy the medicine later." It seemed the old doctor also sensed something was wrong with the child. Tang Su kept walking forward. She needed to find the train security officer. She could act, but her reason wouldn't be proper. Besides, professional matters should be handled by professionals. Meanwhile, the passengers advised, "The doctor isn't charging. Just let him check, it's good for the child. There are no other places where you can get free medical help." Before the woman could refuse, a man from the back row of seats approached. "What are you doing?" "Bullying my wife." A passenger nearby explained what was happening. Tang Su remembered passing by the camping car earlier and saw a train security officer, so she turned back. In the dining car, she met a train officer walking toward her. Chen Yuchuan strolled casually, but his eyes carefully surveyed the surroundings. "Comrade," he called out. Chen Yuchuan looked at the person who stopped him, and his heart skipped a beat. The girl in front of him had delicate features, a high nose, fair skin, and charming eyes that carried a hint of nobility and distance. Her gaze was sharp and intelligent. She looked exactly like someone who fit his aesthetic standards. His heart was pounding. Something urgent. They stood by the window of the train. Tang Su quietly explained the situation briefly. In front of carriage 9, a woman was holding a child. The child was almost falling onto someone's leg and was still not awake. An older traditional Chinese doctor sitting opposite her wanted to check the child's pulse for free, but she refused. After a moment, Tang Su said, "I suspect she might be a human trafficker." Chen Yuchuan's eyes narrowed suddenly, looking like a lurking wild animal full of danger. He glanced at Tang Su. "We will investigate." "Thank you for the information." Chen Yuchuan and Lu Yu, behind him, exchanged a look and headed toward carriage 9. Tang Su followed the train police, watching the two officers ahead. Her eyes sparkled slightly, her stance steady, and her gaze sharp. Her hands had thin calluses, probably from military service. In carriage 9, the man's demeanor turned dangerous when he saw the woman loosen her grip on the child. His eyes showed hostility. He looked at the old doctor and asked, "How do I know you're not tricking us?" Most parents have seen fake doctors. The illness didn't get better, and they spent a lot of money. This sentence struck a chord with many parents present. "Really, my son just had a minor illness. We treated him for over 10 days, but he didn't get better. We spent a lot of money. If we change doctors, just 2 prescriptions and he'll be fine. My son rarely gets sick. When he does, it lasts over 10 days. Next time, I'll change the doctor. Maybe he'll recover faster." Someone shouted at the old doctor, "Sir, you shouldn't interfere. Those are the child's parents. They know their child's condition. Yeah, maybe they already have medicine ready. After taking it, the child might get better. He insists on checking the pulse. Does he have some hidden agenda?" When these words were spoken, everyone looked at the old doctor with suspicion. Maybe he's a scammer. Even if he's not, he's a quack. The old doctor was anxious. With so many people around, even if he wanted to take the child, he couldn't. A wave of sadness rose in his heart. Could he really not save this child? Just then, Chen Yuchuan and Lu Yu arrived. As soon as Chen Yuchuan saw the man, he knew the matter was settled. This was the person they had been ordered to catch. "What are you all doing?" Passengers began to chatter, explaining the situation to Chen Yuchuan. Chen Yuchuan looked at the woman holding the child tightly. The child's forehead was already covered in sweat. "Did you see the sweat on the child's forehead? Don't say the illness is gone. You might cause heatstroke by covering him." He then looked at the old Chinese doctor. "You too, sir. If the parents don't want you involved, just forget it. Nothing's wrong now, but you're still being disliked. Everyone disperse." The passengers gradually returned to their seats. The man sighed in relief and turned to go back to his seat. Suddenly, Lu Yu made a move. While the man wasn't paying attention, he kicked him in the knee and grabbed his hand, twisting it quickly to disarm him. He then twisted the man's other hand as well. The woman holding the child was stunned, confused about why the police were arresting someone. In that moment of confusion, Chen Yuchuan swiftly snatched the child from her arms and handed him to Tang Su. Meanwhile, Tang Su, watching the scene, thought. Chen Yuchuan quickly caught the woman. Perhaps the sedative had worn off, or maybe the noise was too loud. The child gradually woke up. Seeing the child's frightened eyes, Tang Su comforted him. "It's okay now." Feeling safe, the child leaned into Tang Su's arms. Someone asked, "Officer, why are you arresting people?" Chen Yuchuan replied, "This is a wanted human trafficker." His words caused a stir among the passengers. Ignoring their reactions, Chen Yuchuan pulled the woman aside and said to Tang Su, "Please help us take the child back." Tang Su looked at both of them and agreed, seeing that each was holding a trafficker. She carried the child in front, while the two men held the traffickers and followed from behind. Some young men saw Tang Su holding the child and looked on with regret. Back at the camp trailer, Tang Su asked, "They just arrested them. What if the other accomplices escape?" Chen Yuchuan said, "They ran temporarily. There are only these two traffickers left. As for the others, we need to investigate further." Tang Su was silent. Having already returned the child, Tang Su was about to leave, but the child clung tightly to her corner of clothing. She gently comforted him, "Be good, don't be afraid. It's safe here." The child, who was heroine, still held onto her clothes and tried to crawl into her arms. Chen Yuchuan watched this scene and couldn't help but think that he was married to her, had children, and she was also comforting the kids in the same way. It was warm and happy. The next moment, Tang Su's words shattered his daydreams. "If you do that, I can only cut your clothes." Heroine looked at her in disbelief. Chen Yuchuan. Heroine looked at her again, saw her firm attitude, and had no choice but to let go. Heroine. "Pretty sister, he won't hug him anymore," sob. Lu Yu found it hard to watch anymore. "Comrade, stay a little longer. The child is scared and feels insecure." Tang Su. He's calmed down now. His eyes are darting around, watching everyone's faces. After speaking, Tang Su left. Xiao Jiu watched happily inside the space. When Tang Su returned home, Tang Weidong hurried over. "Boss, I just heard that there was a human trafficker on the train and they were caught." "Yes, I saw it just now. Zhang Wenyu. Human traffickers are so evil." "What about the child? Is he okay?" "The child is fine." After Tang Su left, Li Jinbo, who was checking on the lower berth, heard the news and immediately came back. Seeing the child lying on the lower bunk, he breathed a sigh of relief. Traffickers often disguise children, especially those from wealthy families, by changing their appearance, clothes, or hairstyle. But because they were in a hurry to escape, they didn't have time to disguise heroine. Chen Yuchuan and others' task was to find the child. Catching the traffickers was secondary. Usually, if they could bring back the child, they could also catch the traffickers. To be safe, Lu Yu stayed to watch the child. The train police blocked each carriage, and Chen Yuchuan and Li Jinbo conducted a thorough search again. Not long after Chen Yuchuan and Li Jinbo went out, heroine called Lu Yu. "Uncle, I want to find pretty sister." Lu Yu. "No, you can't go out." Heroine. He was lying there, covered in a dead aura, with a dull look in his eyes. If it weren't for the quick flash of cunning in his eyes, one might believe him. No wonder the female officer wanted to leave earlier. Liu didn't look at him, pretending not to notice. Heroine played for a long time, but seeing Liu didn't react, he glanced sideways and saw that Liu was ignoring him completely. Heroine pouted. Humph. He has been acting for so long. Carriage 9 passengers are still talking about what just happened. Then they start to reflect, wondering why they didn't realize that person was a human trafficker. Some people even feel guilty for speaking up for the trafficker. As they talk, they begin to praise the old Chinese doctor. Who said I was a fraud just now? Who said I was an unskilled doctor? Everyone looks embarrassed and keeps apologizing. Not only in Carriage 9 but also passengers with children on the train are a bit nervous when they learn there is a human trafficker on board. Even ordinary passengers feel tense. Sleeper carriage Chen Yuchuan and Li Jinbo are checking the carriage where Tang Su is. When they see Tang Su, Chen Yuchuan's eyes flicker slightly, barely noticeable. They are inspecting tickets and introduction letters. When she sees Tang Su's introduction letter, she can't help but look at it carefully. Tang Su is a nice name. She is a young person sent to the countryside. When she sees the familiar address, Chen Yuchuan's breathing becomes a little heavier. Sure enough, heaven is watching over him. Chen Yuchuan looks at it for a while, and Li Jinbo, sensing something, looks at Tang Su with a scrutinizing gaze. Only after Chen Yuchuan turns to leave does Li Jinbo ask, "Is there something wrong with that young woman?" Chen Yuchuan glances at him. Does this person have a problem with his eyes? The woman is normal, just looks a bit pretty.
What's abnormal about that?
No, then why did you look at her introduction letter for so long? Chen Yuchuan. He just read a few more lines, how long could that be? Old Li really can't keep track of time. I just looked at her address when she went to the countryside. That's all, Li Jinbo. That's it? I thought you found something. They argue playfully, and then move on to the next carriage. Tang Su notices Chen Yuchuan's changing expression. She looks at her introduction letter, recalling her interaction with him this morning. There are 2 possibilities. First, he is interested in her. She has something he wants to know. Second, the address on her letter suggests he might be from that area, and he has some connection to that place. But no matter which possibility it is, as long as she has something he's interested in, they will meet again. Chen Yuchuan doesn't know how much thought Tang Su has given to this. Right now, he just wants to quickly check things, complete the task, and go back to ask for leave. He calculates that he still has at least a month of leave remaining. His future wife is so beautiful. He must hurry. About 40 minutes later, the train is about to arrive at the station, but there is a problem on Heroine's side. 3 grown men are trying to deal with a child, persuading him repeatedly. Heroine simply refuses to get off the train. I want to find pretty sister. His face shows stubbornness. Chen Yuchuan feels a bit itchy to do something but can't hit him. I'll just see her once. Chen Yuchuan has no choice but to use his last resort. If you go look for her, what if bad people see you and cause trouble? You guys can protect pretty sister. When you get off the train later, we will too. We can't follow her all the time. Little Heroine's face immediately droops. Just now, Liu told him that this little guy had been causing trouble, insisting on finding Tang Su. When the train arrives, Chen Yuchuan and the others, along with the kidnapper and little Heroine, get off the train. The senior leader's side receives the news and immediately sends people to pick them up. Heroine is the great-grandson of a high-ranking leader, kidnapped for several days. Desperate, his family asks the military for help. Coincidentally, Wei Qiaosong, the commander of the military district where Chen Yuchuan is, had previously been helped by that leader. When the leader contacted Wei Qiaosong and heard the crying voice of the 70-something-year-old elder, he felt very uncomfortable and agreed to help. Thinking that Chen Yuchuan and his team had no tasks these days, they were called over. When they learned that the military leader wanted them to find a child, Chen Yuchuan frowned slightly. They are frontline combat troops, and technically, finding a child isn't their responsibility. But after hearing the truth from the military leader, everyone fell silent. Since there haven't been many tasks lately, they agreed. Chen Yuchuan didn't expect to gain such a big reward. Unlike when he first heard about the task with some reluctance, now he feels as if he's walking on air. Chen Yuchuan thinks that if he has another task in the future, he won't even frown. If he misses it, How regretful he would be. Sigh. It's been so long since he last went home. He wonders how that little old man is doing. Later, Tang Su spent the afternoon walking around the train again. The reason was that Tang Su still had a few carriages he hadn't checked. After some fuss and tantrums, Tang Su finally agreed. I took a full round trip completely. Xiao Jiu was very satisfied. The next 2 days and nights passed peacefully. Time flew by quickly. The train arrived at Yangchun City train station at 5 a.m. on the 3rd day. They still needed to transfer in Yangchun City. The train to Baishui City departs at 8:30 a.m., and they have to ride for 7 more hours. On this train, Tang Su and Tang Weidong bought hard seat tickets. Luckily, they got seats next to each other. Before boarding, Tang Su and Tang Weidong went to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. The restaurant was already open. Tang Su ordered 3 meat buns and a bowl of millet porridge, costing 1.8 cents, using 4 ounces of grain coupons and 3 cents worth of meat coupons. Tang Weidong ordered 2 meat buns, a steamed roll, and a bowl of millet porridge, costing 1.7 cents, with 4 ounces of grain coupons and 2 cents of meat coupons. After breakfast, Tang Su went to the sales window. The waitress was a middle-aged woman around 40. "Miss, can I buy lunch now?" "Not yet. The chef hasn't started cooking." Tang Su handed her 5 pieces of fruit candy. "Miss, could you please ask the chef to cook a couple of simple dishes for us?" The woman felt the candy wrappers and said, "I'll ask." Tang Su added 5 more candies. "Thanks for the trouble, chef." The woman understood that the candies were a tip for the chef. She went to the kitchen and came out shortly after, whispering, "Today we have braised pork, minced meat with vermicelli, stir-fried pork with cabbage, sweet and sour cabbage, and fried potato strips. The braised pork can't be made today because there's not enough time. The main dishes are rice and steamed buns. Rice hasn't been steamed yet. Okay, I want minced meat with vermicelli, stir-fried pork with cabbage, and fried potato strips. And 2 steamed buns for the main food. That will be 2 servings. The minced meat with vermicelli costs 3.0 cents and 1 cent of meat coupons. Stir-fried pork with cabbage costs 3.5 cents and 2 cents of meat coupons. Fried potato strips cost 1 cent. 1 steamed bun costs 4 cents and 2 ounces of grain coupons. Both spent 8.3 cents, 3 cents of meat coupons, and 4 ounces of grain coupons each. The dishes and buns were packed separately into 4 lunch boxes. Yangchun City was the starting station. When the train doors opened, travelers with backpacks rushed in. The train was a typical greenskin Type 22 train, with green oscillating fans hanging from the roof, buzzing loudly, struggling to stir the stuffy air. During the hot summer, the train car felt like a giant steamer filled with the smells of sweat, tobacco, food, and various luggage. The windows were open, and the breeze coming in was also warm. Most passengers carried paper or palm fans, waving them back and forth to stay cool. Luggage was packed under the seats and on the overhead racks. Tang Su sat by the window. A young girl sat by the window, resting her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes watching the scenery slowly pass by outside. Her small face was clean and fair, with shiny black hair tied in a high ponytail. She wore a blue, small-flowered shirt and dark khaki pants. Her well-cut clothes showed off her good figure. She wore a watch from Shen City, which made her stand out among the other passengers, drawing their attention. An older woman kept looking at Tang Su and said, "This girl is really pretty. She must be a young person from the city, right? She doesn't look like someone from around here. I wonder what these young people from the city are here for. They look so weak, can't carry things or do heavy work." Another woman scoffed. "That's right. The young men from our team earn more work points than my daughter does." There were other young people from the city on the train, but after a long journey, they looked tired and their clothes were wrinkled. The woman sitting across from Tang Su looked at her and asked, "Girl, where are you from? Are you a young person sent to the countryside?" "How old are you?" "Ma'am, I am a young person sent to the countryside. I'm from Shen City, and I'm 22 years old." The woman was surprised. "Wow, a girl from Shen City. No wonder you look so fair, and your voice is nice." Tang Su looked at the woman. She had an oval face, healthy wheat-colored skin, bright eyes, a loud voice, and hands with thin calluses. Her muscles on her wrists were tight. She smiled and said, "Ma'am, you have strong energy. You must be the hardest working woman in the team." The woman was pleased. "Oh, young girl, you're good at talking. I'm the woman who earns the most work points in the team, even more than some young men. My name is Su Hohot. Just call me Aunt Su." "Girl, what's your name?" "Tang Su. That's a good name, sweet like sugar." "I'll call you Little Su." Mrs. Su looked at Tang Weidong and asked, "Young man, are you also from the countryside?" "How old are you?" Tang Weidong replied, "Hello, ma'am. I'm 18 years old." Mrs. Su sighed and said, "My second child is also 18. She often calls me Mom." "Your 18th birthday is when you start following your sister to the countryside. Yes, if you're disobedient, you need to be brought back and disciplined." This remark touched Mrs. Su's heart. She then started talking about her own son's misbehavior. Hearing this, Tang Weidong secretly felt worried for his friend. If Mrs. Su was speaking openly, it was likely that everyone in the village knew about her son's faults. Some women, seeing that Tang Su and Mrs. Su were getting along well, moved closer to join the conversation. They also wanted to chat with the city girl and learn something new. A young man in a white shirt sat nearby. After a long journey, his hair was unwashed and greasy, sticking to his forehead. Sweat soaked his shirt, and he looked at the carriage with disdain, acting superior. When he saw Tang Su chatting happily with the women, he sneered, trying to flatter a bunch of country folks. How embarrassing! Hearing this, the women immediately got angry and started scolding him. Many people in the carriage looked uncomfortable. The young man, used to being pampered, was unwilling to take insults. He retorted angrily. But the women were experienced in arguing and insulting, and he was no match for them. Soon, he was overwhelmed. Eventually, the trained police were called to mediate, and the scene calmed down. However, the women and others kept giving him disapproving looks. A female young worker traveling with a young man looked at Tang Su and said, "Comrade, we are all young people from the countryside. It was because of you that Comrade Lu was scolded earlier. If you didn't help him, that would be fine, but you just watched the show." "That's a bit much." Tang Su was surprised. The young man named Lu listened and thought she had a point. He was scolded because of her. If she didn't help him, that was one thing, but watching the drama was another. He could forgive her if she gave him some compensation. Many people in the carriage were shocked by the young woman's words. They had seen shameless people before, but never someone so brazen. The older woman sitting opposite Tang Su was helping him argue back when she heard Tang Su say, "Isn't he being scolded because he's rude? Isn't he getting what he deserves? Everyone is just an ordinary person. No one is better than anyone else. If he can say such things, it shows he has a problem with his thinking. He deserves the criticism. Every bite of food he eats is from the hands of common folks." The chairman once said, "Never forget who dug the well you drink from. He's forgetting his roots. Shouldn't he be scolded? Also, you say I was just watching the scene. What about you? Why did you step back when he was being scolded? Why didn't you help him? I am a stranger to him, but you are his companion. If you don't help him, why should I?" To say such things shows your thinking is also flawed. The train carriage suddenly fell silent, clearly stunned by Tang Su's words. Next, a passenger's voice broke the silence, saying, "Well said." Others began to agree, and applause broke out. The two young workers looked a bit panicked. Tang Su had made a big assumption about them. The young woman said nervously, "Don't talk nonsense. We have no problem with our thoughts." Lu, another young worker, quickly agreed, "Yes, we are fine. You're just talking nonsense." They wanted to explain, but they noticed the passengers' gazes had changed and no longer believed them. No one listened to their explanations. Lu thought about what had just happened. The young woman beside him really did step back and didn't help him. Perhaps noticing Lu's thoughts, the young woman tried to explain, but Lu moved aside. At lunchtime, everyone took out their own food. Some had better conditions and brought some mixed grains, but most ate coarse grains. A woman saw the young man with the salty vegetables and wanted to mock him, but the next moment, she saw him take out a plain steamed bun. She was speechless. People nearby couldn't help but look at the plain bun in the young man's hand. The young man, feeling triumphant, seemed to regain his confidence. Earlier that morning, in front of the other young workers who looked at him with envy, he had painfully bought 2 plain steamed buns, costing him 8 cents and 4 liang of grain coupons. Seeing the looks on these passengers' faces, he felt that his money was well spent. He continued, "If the cooks at the state-run restaurant hadn't started lunch yet, I would have bought some meat and vegetables." While speaking, he looked at Tang Su with a proud expression. Then he saw Tang Su and Tang Weidong each take out 2 aluminum lunchboxes. When they opened them, the smell of food immediately filled the air. Both lunchboxes contained the same dishes, one with vegetables and a steamed bun, which was made of plain flour, minced meat with stir-fried noodles, stir-fried cabbage with sliced meat, and shredded fried potatoes. An older woman leaned over to look, her pupils shrinking as she automatically called out the names of the dishes: minced meat with stir-fried noodles, stir-fried cabbage with sliced meat, shredded fried potatoes. Some passengers couldn't help but gasp. The older woman opposite Tang Su asked, "Girl, did you buy this meal at the state-run restaurant?" "Yes," Lu Jiqing said. "Bragging is easy to get caught, but there's no lunch at the state-run restaurant early in the morning." Tang Weidong shot him a quick look. He had already disliked this young man. "They gave 2 candies to the chef and the counter staff and made us this meal. We were in a hurry to catch the train, so they didn't have time to prepare braised pork." He paused and then asked, "Can't you just ask the chef to make it?" Lu Jiqing's face suddenly turned pale and then green. He silently bit into his steamed bun. He's from the south and isn't used to eating buns, but since he paid for it, he ate it little by little. While everyone looked at him with envy, Tang Su and Tang Weidong finished their meals cleanly. After lunch, everyone unconsciously looked tired. Many leaned back in their seats to rest. At 3:30 p.m., the train arrived at Baihua City. The people waiting to pick them up at the train station were still from the youth office. 16 young people disembarked from this train. At the station, staff from the youth office were already waiting. Their main tasks were to count how many young people had arrived and to guide them on how to get to the local towns. Following the guidance of the youth office staff, the 2 of them took a shuttle bus to Songjiang town. When they arrived, villagers would come to pick them up. Out of the 16 young people, only they 2 were headed to Songjiang town. The last bus to Songjiang town left at 4 p.m., and Tang Su and Tang Weidong were lucky to catch it. The bus is a typical rectangular shape, painted in the common liberation green color, with white on the bottom and sides. It has 2 doors. The seats are made of metal frames with simple cushions and backs. The seats are close together and cramped. It is summer now. The metal body has been exposed to the sun all day, making the inside very hot and stuffy. Many passengers are carrying chickens, ducks, and other animals. The hot air mixes with the smell of sweat and farm animals. Using the luggage as cover, Tang Su releases Xiao Jiu. After being in the small space for a while, Xiao Jiu becomes excited and sticks out its head. But the hot, mixed smell makes its head feel dizzy. Next, it tries to crawl into the luggage and then into the space inside. Before it can move, Tang Su pulls it out. The ticket seller sees Tang Su take out a cat from the luggage, and his face looks strange. He can understand passengers bringing chickens and ducks, but a cat? Xiao Jiu is tired and lies down on Tang Su's lap. Tang Weidong tries to tease it, but it shows its teeth and threatens him. Soon, amid the ticket seller's calls and passengers chatting, the bus sways and starts heading to Songjiang town. 2 hours later, the bus arrives at Songjiang town. It is already 6 o'clock. Tang Weidong looks tired. Outside the station, a dark-skinned man holds up a wooden board with the words Tang Su, Tang Weidong written on it. Tang Su and Tang Weidong walk over. "Hello, comrade. We are young people going to the countryside." "Hello, my name is Chan Jiandeng. I am from the Tianjin Brigade. My father is the brigade leader there." After speaking, he looks at the cat on Tang Su's shoulder and then at Tang Su with a strange expression. Another girl going to the countryside who doesn't know how to work and now a cat? Why is someone bringing a cat to the countryside? The trip from town to the brigade takes about 3 hours. "We will stay at the guest house tonight." Tang Weidong is shocked and says loudly, 3 hours more. Chen Jiandang takes them to the guest house. He shows them a letter of introduction. Tang Su and Tang Weidong each get a room. Chen Jiandang takes a room for several people. Tang Weidong wanted to share a double room with Chen Jiandang, but he refused. After a quick tidy-up, Tang Su and Tang Weidong are about to go eat. Tang Weidong goes to call Chen Jiandang. "Comrade Chen, we're going to eat. Come with us." "I'll bring my own food," he replies. Seeing that Tang Weidong doesn't believe him, he shows him the steamed buns he brought. "Then we will go by ourselves." The two of them arrived at the state-run restaurant. On the small blackboard, it listed today's menu. Dishes: braised pork, stir-fried cabbage with sliced meat, stir-fried shredded potatoes. Main staples: rice, steamed buns, sorghum rice. "That's all." Tang Su said, "I'll have one of each. 2 bowls of rice, please." Braised pork costs 5 cents per serving with a meat coupon worth 7 cents. Stir-fried cabbage with sliced meat costs 3 cents with a meat coupon worth 2 cents. Stir-fried shredded potatoes cost 9 cents. 2 bowls of rice, totaling 12 cents, with 4 cents worth of grain coupons. Tang Su paid with money and coupons, then found a table to sit at. The food was prepared quickly. Tang Weidong went to serve the dishes. When the dishes arrived, Tang Su took a bite of the braised pork. It was quite tasty. Soon after, they finished all their food. The next day at 8 a.m., the team leader of the forward brigade, Chen Monsong, arrived in a donkey cart. Seeing his eldest son and the 2 people beside him, the team leader looked worried. One girl, with thin arms and legs, fair and tender. A young man about the same age, tall but clearly not someone used to hard work. Then he looked at Tang Su, who was fair and tender, more handsome than most girls. No wonder the young men in the team were so captivated. Also, the cat on Tang Su's shoulder made his eyelids twitch. He had seen young people sent to the countryside before, but a young person with a cat, this was the first time. Tang Su wanted to check if her previously mailed items had arrived at the post office. There was a bullock cart, perfect for hauling things back. Chen Monsong had no objections. "Let's go." At the post office, after asking, they learned that the package sent that day had arrived. Tang Weidong and Shen Jiangwo helped move the luggage onto the bullock cart. After loading, the cart could just barely seat one person. Seeing all the luggage, everyone was a bit shocked. The team leader looked even more worried. It seemed like they were bringing a lot of things. Tang Su felt a little guilty. Bai Yiming took the initiative to help her buy some envelopes and paper. The more, the better. More things meant more trouble. Thinking about it, since they were at the post office, she decided to buy some envelopes and writing paper. Suddenly, she looked at Tang Weidong. "Did you tell your brother about going to the countryside?" Tang Weidong's pupils shrank.
Oh.
Seeing his reaction, Tang Su immediately understood. Tang Weidong bought some envelopes and letter paper, then wrote a letter to his older brother, Tang Weisong. Tang Su took a few sheets of paper and also wrote a letter to Tang Weisong, asking for his thoughts on Tang Weidong's future plans. She thought Tang Weidong could join the army first and told Tang Weisong to send a telegram if he heard any news about the draft. She has experienced storms and struggles, and now she feels calm inside.
But
Tang Weidong is different. This movement lasted 10 years. It's a pity to keep a passionate young man waiting and fighting for so long. 10 years can change many things. Tang Weidong just wrote a few words: "Safe arrival at Songjiang town, about to join the forward team," and included the detailed address of a team. The 2 letters were put into one envelope. After leaving the post office, Chen Monsong drove an ox cart to the supply and marketing cooperative. His wife asked him to buy some oil to take home. At the food counter in the cooperative, Tang Su bought a pound of meat and 5 pounds of eggs. She didn't buy any grains. After going to the countryside, their household registration was moved to the rural area, so they could no longer enjoy the city's grain quota. Young people sent to the countryside could get grain supplies from the government, with a standard of 40 jin per person per month, for 4 months straight. They also received 250 yuan as settlement money, which was not given directly to the young people, but to the team to help build and repair their houses. Since the cart was almost full, everyone except the team leader, who needed to drive the ox cart, would walk. The team used to have a young person with influence at home who demanded that the housing for the young workers be built with bricks and tiles. So, all the houses at the young workers' site are brick and tile houses. There were originally 5 young workers, plus 6 new ones who arrived recently. Tang Wanwan caught the meaning in the team leader's words. What about the other 4 young workers? They arrived 2 days ago. After a pause, the team leader added, now the young workers' site is full. The male young workers can squeeze in a bit more, but it's tough. The female young workers' housing is already full. Then he looked at Tang Su and Tang Wanwan and said, you might have to stay with the villagers first. The young workers' site is already under construction for new houses. Okay, we'll follow the team leader's arrangements. If the arrangement isn't good, we can discuss it later. Once the new houses at the young workers' site are finished, you can move in. But I want to be clear from the start, I have told this to other young workers before. The leaders will give each of you a subsidy of 250 yuan. After building the house, any remaining money will be kept for repairs. However, if the money runs out and the house needs fixing, you'll have to pay for it yourselves. Okay, we understand. The sun above was getting hotter. The team leader took a puff of his cigarette and said, there are straw hats in the car. Tang Su and Tang Wanwan thanked him and then put on the straw hats. The team leader looked pleased. The two looked like well-cared-for children. They walked for nearly an hour without feeling tired or complaining about the hats. A few days ago, when they picked up the other 4 young workers, they only walked a short distance before feeling tired and started to complain. After walking a while, they wanted to rest. But these 2 today were completely different. After thinking for a moment, the leader made a decision. As they walked, Xiao Jiu was curled up in the luggage and sleeping soundly. Tang Wanwan looked at him with envy and admiration. Soon, they saw a mud brick house in the distance. That village was their destination. Behind the village, tall mountains stretched far away. Team leader, can we go up the mountain? Tang Su asked. Only the outskirts. Don't go deep into the mountains. There are bears, wild boars, and big cats, the leader replied. Tang Wanwan asked excitedly, can we go hunting? The leader glanced at him and said, the rules say everything on the mountain belongs to the collective. If we find anything, it will be taken away. He paused and added, sometimes villagers go up the mountain to gather food. Tang Su understood immediately, just avoid being seen. Tang Wanwan also understood what the leader meant. He looked at Tang Su eagerly, as if ready to try. Big brother, he said. Don't worry, Tang Su replied. Okay, Tang Wanwan said. Near the village, they could see a dark green rice field in the distance, shimmering under the sunlight, full of life. A water pump was working by the canal, bringing water to the rice paddies. On a small hill in the distance, villagers were working in the fields. Everywhere showed signs of good weather and a promising harvest. Nature still nurtures people. It had been many years since they last saw such lush green crops. They worked from sunrise to sunset, living simply and peacefully. The Forward Brigade is one of the wealthiest teams in Songjiang town, with over 1,000 people. Economically, it is the richest team in the area and has been recognized as an advanced team for many years. Tang Wanwan noticed a change in Tang Su's expression. He looked around and saw only land, not understanding what she saw. He asked, Boss, what did you see? I saw good weather and a good harvest, she replied. Her voice was a bit slow and dreamy. The team leader looked at her unexpectedly. Over the years, many young educated youths had come here, but Tang Su was the first to say this. When she mentioned good weather and a good harvest, the normally serious face of the team leader suddenly lit up with a big smile. For farmers, good weather means great luck, and a good harvest is the greatest joy. A bullock cart slowly entered the team. It was noon, and villagers were gradually going home for lunch. The Forward Brigade is quite wealthy. Now it is busy farming season, and almost every family has 3 meals a day. The team leader went to pick up the young educated youths again. Yes, after greeting the team leader, their eyes naturally turned to Tang Su and Tang Wanwan. Both wore straw hats, white shirts, and dark pants. Tang Su was wearing a pair of Hui-style shoes, and Tang Wanwan had on black cloth shoes. Both had good figures, the same height, 1.72 meters, which was quite rare for that time. Wow, this female youth is really pretty. And the male youth is also quite handsome. Then, their gaze fell on the bullock cart, which was probably carrying the youth's luggage.
There's so much.
An older woman looked at Tang Su and asked, "Miss, where are you from?" "Shenzhen." "Oh, coming from so far away." As Tang Su and the others walked away, voices started to discuss behind them. "Look at her clothes. They look new. The fabric looks very good. Is it called something like dingliang? I don't know. I've never seen it. Probably city folks all like to wear dingliang." One sharp-eyed person saw what Tang Su was wearing on her wrist. "That female youth is wearing a watch. It looks like a watch. I heard those are very expensive. This girl is prettier than the one who came last year, and taller too. Who knows how many young guys in our team will be captivated." The ox cart finally stopped in a brick courtyard. Many people saw this and asked, "Captain, is the educated youth staying at Chuizi's house?" "Yes." Everyone knew that the educated youth stations were full, and new houses were still being built. The new arrivals would definitely stay with the villagers for a while. Many hoped the educated youth could stay at their homes. Since the youth came from the city, even a little bit of attention from them could help the family have a good meal. Yesterday, they learned that Chen Jiangwo was going to the town to pick up the educated youth. Many asked Chen's family which house the youth would stay in, but usually the captain didn't tell the family about such things. Some even volunteered to host the youth. The captain only said, "We'll see." No matter who volunteered, the captain always answered the same, and everyone couldn't guess his thoughts. Unexpectedly, the youth was assigned to stay at Chen Yuchuan's house. Chen Yuchuan is quite a tough guy. But given the relationship between the captain and Yuchuan, Yuchuan would agree. Villagers watched from the courtyard gate, whispering as they looked. Old Chen told his granddaughter, Chen Shangyun, to close the gate. "Go home and eat. There's nothing worth watching." Seeing there was no more excitement, everyone left. Soon after, everyone in the village knew that 2 more educated youth had arrived. They were from Shenzhen. The girl among them was especially pretty. Some said she was even prettier than Lin, another youth. They also moved into Chen Yuchuan's house. "This is my second son's house. The other educated youth are staying in brick houses. I'll try to be fair. For now, you can stay with my father and my daughter." Chen Manchuan wanted to call Chen Yuchuan earlier to ask if the youth could stay for a while, but was told he was on a mission. So he talked to old Chen, who agreed with 2 conditions. First, the room on the east side can't be touched. It's reserved for Chen Yuchuan's wedding room. Second, if the youth show any inappropriate intentions, they must leave immediately. Chen Manchuan had no objections. "Old sir, my name is Tang Su." Tang Weidong quickly added, "My name is Tang Weidong. We're both from Shenzhen. Sorry to trouble you for a while." Old Chen looked at the 2 people and then at the city and the Tang family. He waved his hand and said, "It's okay, you can stay. No need to worry about bothering anyone. City folks tend to be a bit roundabout in their speech." "Exactly, do you mind if we keep a cat at home?" Old Chen thought she wanted to keep a cat and didn't mind, so he said, "Keep one. Nowadays, food is important and most families keep a cat to catch mice." This yard is like a traditional courtyard house, with a main room and 2 side rooms. In front of the main house, there are 2 rooms near the wall. Currently, old Chen, his granddaughter Chen Shangyun, and his grandson Chen Jianjun live here. Chen Shangyun lives in the room on the left side of the main hall, while old Chen and his grandson live in the house in front of the main building. The living arrangements are simple. Tang Su and Chen Shangyun stay in the room on the left side of the main hall, while Tang Weidong, old Chen, and Chen Jianjun live in the house in front. Once the living arrangements were settled, Tang Su and the others moved their luggage inside. While they were moving things, old Chen took the opportunity to call Chen Man Song over. Old Chen said, "Forget about the girl-educated youth, but what about that boy? Shangyun is a young lady, and you brought a boy-educated youth here. Do you think that's appropriate? That boy is the younger brother of that girl-educated youth." "I think Shangyun is sensible." Old Chen snorted and said, "I'll be clear about this. If they even think about doing anything inappropriate, don't blame me for not giving you face. Shangyun at least calls me dad, so I can't just harm her." While they were talking, Xiao Jiu jumped down from the car. Old Chen looked at his son and asked, "You already have a cat at home. Why bring another one here?" The team leader looked at the kitten and said with a strange tone, "This is the girl-educated youth's cat, brought from the city." What? So, when she asked if he could keep a cat, it wasn't about getting one in the future. It already had one. Seeing that Chen Man-song wasn't joking, Old Chen's face also looked a bit strange. After they finished moving things, Chen Man-song drove away in an ox cart. Watching the cat walk back and forth in the yard, Old Chen's old eyes were full of surprise. He had never seen a cat from the city before. It was quite an eye-opener. The cat wandered over to Old Chen, and they looked at each other curiously. When Tang Su came out, she saw the scene and said, "Old Chen, this cat is very well behaved." Old Chen. At lunchtime, Tang Su and Tang Weidong both felt a little hungry, but neither of them had received their food yet. "Old Chen, come and eat with us first." "Thank you, Old Chen." Seeing Old Chen Xiangyun steaming the rice, bright white and fluffy, Tang Su couldn't help but glance at it again. President Yang had told him earlier that this team was quite well off. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but now Tang Weidong understood. "Boss, you're really lucky to be assigned to this team." "Tang Su?" Tang Weidong patted his head. "I forgot to tell you, the team we're in is quite wealthy. They mainly grow rice here." President Yang said last year, the family that had the highest share received 230 jin of rice. Tang Su immediately understood. If that's the case, she didn't need to hold back. Old Chen Xiangyun went to the vegetable garden and picked a few cabbages for them. Tang Su returned to the room, took out the meat she bought in the morning. The Chen family had both rice and vegetables, so they couldn't eat for free. "Old Chen Xiangyun, Sister Tang, these meats can last for several days. We eat a lot." She washed and cut the meat and vegetables. Old Chen Xiangyun's cooking was simple, just boiling and adding a little salt for flavor. Tang Su wasn't picky. During the food shortage in the apocalypse, she had eaten all kinds of unappetizing food. There was no need to be particular now. But when she saw the rice, she still went back into the room, rummaged through her bag, and took out a bunch of dried noodles from her space. Both she and Tang Weidong had big appetites. Combined with the rice, Tang Su cooked about a jin of noodles. Old Chen Xiangyun's eyes widened. She had clearly steamed enough rice for 5 people. When it was time to eat, Little Nine immediately ran to the kitchen. "Meow. Boss, I want to eat too." Tang Weidong served a bowl of noodles to Old Chen and Old Chen Xiangyun each. Tang Su took out Little Nine's small bowl and scooped some noodles, meat, and vegetables for it. They all sat around the table eating noodles. Little Nine sat on the table, close to Tang Su, burying its face in the bowl. After finishing, it raised its paw and pawed at Tang Su. "Meow. I want more." Tang Su scooped some more for it. Old Chen's expression was complicated. In this day and age, people couldn't get enough to eat, but this cat was eating better than people. Chen Xiangyun was also very surprised. In her mind, cats only catch mice to eat. They don't eat at the table, let alone grains. Old Chen watched as the 2 young people finished the noodles in the pot. This female youth was a big eater. Could a small appetite make her grow so tall? He saw that they ate most of the noodles in the pot. He and Xiangyun only had a little, but the other 2 young people ate everything. Xiangyun also cooked rice. He could understand that Tang Weidong, the young man, ate a lot, but the female youth ate even more than him. Although she didn't eat his share, her big appetite really surprised him. Tang Su had special abilities and great strength, so she naturally ate more. After the meal, Tang Weidong took the initiative to clean up. When Chen Jinhua returned home, someone asked her what happened on the way, and she learned that Chen Mansong had arranged for the young people to stay in Chuanzi's house. She immediately quickened her pace. Once home, Chen Jinhua grabbed Chen Mansong and asked, "Why did you let the young people stay there?" "Our house is small, but we can still live. That's Chuanzi's new house." "Why did you let outsiders stay there?" The team leader looked at his wife and said, "Jianya is getting married next month." "Did you forget?" Chen Jinhua suddenly understood what he meant. Recently, her 3rd son, Chen Jianya, had an engagement with Su Xiaolan from the western part of the village. They agreed to hold the wedding after the farming season. Chen Jinhua said, "That's still a month away." Will the house at the youth point be finished by then? It's hard to say. There aren't enough bricks and we need to apply for more. What if Janya gets married and the young people have to move out? Well, we have to clean the house again. Qin Jinhua was still a bit unhappy. The female youth is staying with Shang Yun and the male youth is staying with Dad. Chuanzi's room is locked. There's a male youth? Shang Yun is a big girl and that's not appropriate. I think those two young people are decent. I'll ask Jianjun to move in there. All right. Just then, the Chen family members returned home. They were having lunch. White rice, stir-fried cabbage with cured meat, and a plate of pickles. Their meals were the best in the village. All main food was refined grains. Other families had to eat a mix of refined and coarse grains, and the poorer families ate mostly coarse grains. Here, Yang Jiu was furious when she heard the news that the educated youth had moved into Chen Yuchuan's house. With a loud slap, she put down her chopsticks and stormed toward the main house of the Chen family, full of anger. Neighbors saw this and quickly followed, grabbing some food to join in. How could they miss the lively scene at the Chen house? Suddenly, many people gathered outside the Chen courtyard. Yang Jiu entered and immediately started questioning. Big brother, my son's house, Yonggui, can't live there. Why did you let the educated youth move into that house? Since Yonggui can't live there, why should those educated youth be allowed? It's Bao Min's house, not your son's, someone said, implying that she had no right to decide. Before Yang Jiu could reply, Qin Jinhua snorted and said, Bah, what nonsense are you talking? That's my son. The son I raised from when he was a baby, Yang Jiu retorted. Isn't he also from my belly? Without me, he wouldn't be here, Qin Jinhua sneered, a toad wishing to eat swan meat, ugly but dreaming of beauty. If he had other options, do you think he really wanted to come from your belly? No mirror, no reflection, right? Just look at your face. It's disgusting. If I hadn't given the child to you, would you be living such a good life? Would you have a brick house? Qin Jinhua almost laughed with anger. Did you hold the child when he was born? Did you give him a sip of milk? Did you feed him? When he was born, you just threw him aside. Back then, he wasn't your son. Now your precious Yonggui wants to live in a brick house, and you suddenly remember he's your son? Is he really your son? Did you raise him? Stop flattering yourself. You abandoned your child. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't even have that new house. Are you jealous because I live in a brick house? You should be jealous. I deserve to live in a brick house. Someone said, Yang Jiu, wasn't it you who braved the snow to help your brother get grain? You even fell and went into early labor. What's that got to do with Guan Chuanzi? Exactly, don't blame Chuanzi for everything. Why don't you blame your brother or your mother? You're just bossy at home. Yang Jiu, your attitude is terrible. The house was built for you, you took the money. You repaid kindness, what more do you want? If you keep causing trouble, Chuanzi won't tolerate you. And your precious Yonggui will still get beaten. Everyone knows that when Yang Jiu causes trouble, Chuanzi will beat Qin Yonggui. The bigger the trouble, the harsher the beating. Chen Yuchuan is tough, but he doesn't cause trouble for no reason. Moreover, with Chen Yuchuan in the team, other teams think twice before bullying them. Yang Jiu is afraid Chen Yuchuan will come back to beat Yonggui again. She can't argue with these people, so she starts shifting the blame. Why do those young workers get to live here? When she said this, the villagers paused for a moment. They also wanted to know why. But they still support the team leader. The team leader has his reasons for the arrangements. You don't understand. That's right. Old Man Song has been the team leader for so many years, and our team has been recognized as an advanced team for many years. Do you think you know better? The team leader knew the villagers had doubts. Let me be clear. Everyone knows that our team's young workers have always lived in brick houses. Young workers responded to the country's call and came from far away. The authorities also value this, so we need to take good care of them. Previous young workers lived in brick houses, so it's not fair to let the newcomers live in mud brick houses. Our team only has 2 brick houses. One belongs to Old Lu, and the other to Chuanzi. Old Lu's family knows the situation. They live quite tightly. Only Chuanzi's house remains. Besides, they're only here temporarily. Once the new housing is built, they'll move there. Some villagers agreed. The team leader makes sense. If I were a young worker and others lived in brick houses while I lived in a mud brick house, I wouldn't be happy either. Someone else said, Yang Jiu, stop causing trouble. If you keep it up, Yonggui will never get married in his life. Yang Jiu, feeling she had no argument and couldn't win against these people, left reluctantly. She didn't believe her antics would affect her son's chances of getting married. If she could just get that courtyard, she wouldn't worry about finding a wife. No one would refuse a house. But the key was whether she could get that courtyard. Without that, her disruptive behavior would definitely affect Chen Yonggui's marriage prospects. Watching Yang Jiu's back as she left, many shook their heads and sighed. Having such a mother, Chen Yuchuan was truly unlucky. Chen Yuchuan was born in the winter of 1939. At that time, Yang Jiu's mother brought her younger brother to gather autumn wind, and Yang Jiu gave them quite a bit of grain. It was winter, snow was falling heavily, and Yang Jiu's mother didn't want her son to carry the grain, fearing he would get tired. She said to Yang Jiu, Jiu, help your brother carry it to the village entrance. Yang Jiu didn't want to let her brother carry the load, but she was over 8 months pregnant, so she could only help carry it to the village entrance. Just a few steps out the door, Yang Jiu lost her footing and fell heavily onto the snow, face down. The grain she was carrying pressed against her back, and she immediately felt sharp pain in her belly. This scene was seen by Chen Jinhua. She quickly called everyone from the Chen family's main house. Chen Jianbang was quick on his feet. He called the midwife and the doctor. Yang Jiu went into early labor and bled heavily during delivery. The doctor used all his skills to save her from danger. The doctor said she might never be able to have children again. This news dampened her joy of having a son. A premature baby might not survive, and she was worried about that. Meanwhile, Yang Jiu's mother and brother ran away with the grain in the chaos. Although Chen Jinhua didn't like Yang Jiu as her sister-in-law, she looked at her weak nephew. She gritted her teeth and decided to take little Chen Yuchuan home. A couple of months earlier, she had just given birth to Chen Jiangdang and was breastfeeding. With another child to feed, her milk was not enough. The family was living frugally, giving most nutritious food to Chen Jinhua. Her milk wasn't very abundant, but she tried her best to feed both children. Old Chen took some grain and went out to find Yang Zai, who was good at divination, to ask him to take a look. Old Chen asked, "Can we support them?" Yang Zai replied, "Yes." "Have you chosen a name yet?" Old Chen said, "Not yet." Yang Zai suggested, "Chen Yuchuan, let's name him that, to bring him prosperity." That's how Chen Yuchuan's name was decided. For several months, Yang Jiu's health didn't improve. And Chen Yuchuan seemed forgotten by Chen Baomen and Yang Jiu. Chen Baomen hadn't forgotten, but he still had to take care of Yang Jiu. The family already had one child, and life was hard. People couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone support a premature baby. One day, Chen Monsong and Chen Jinhua came to ask when they could take the child back. Yang Jiu straightforwardly said, "I think my older brother and sister-in-law like my son. I'll give him to you as your own son." Chen Jinhua immediately lost her temper and started yelling at Yang Jiu. In the end, old Chen asked his eldest son for help, saying, "Man Song, I support Chuanzi, but Chuanzi is still young and needs to nurse." Seeing his father ask for help, Chen Man Song felt sorry but knew he had to ask Chen Jinhua for her opinion. Chen Jinhua looked at little Chen Yuchuan curling up in her arms but couldn't bring herself to be harsh. No matter how hard life is, can the living be forced to hold their urine? As long as they are alive, one day they will live a good life. When Yang Jiu learned that Chen Jinhua wanted her son, she immediately demanded compensation. Old Chen scolded her back. "Why didn't you realize you were early when you gave birth? This child has nothing to do with you anymore. When he grows up, let him repay your kindness. Your older brother and sister-in-law don't owe you anything." Having a mother like Yang Jiu was unlucky for Chen Yuchuan, but meeting Chen Jinhua was his great fortune. Because Chen Jinhua truly treated him like her own son. Since Chen Yuchuan was born prematurely, when he grew a bit older, old Chen took him to exercise and practice boxing. As Chen Yuchuan grew up, he learned about his background. He had once been curious and approached Yang Jiu, but she drove him away. When he was a bit older, he understood that Yang Jiu didn't want him, so there was no need to acknowledge her. He knew clearly in his heart that Chen Mansong and Chen Jinhua were his real parents. When Chen Yuchuan was 10, Yang Jiu surprisingly got pregnant again and gave birth to a son, Chen Yonggui. At 18, Chen Yuchuan joined the army. With his excellent physical strength, bravery, and courage, he risked his life many times and was promoted to vice regiment commander this year. 3 years ago, Chen Yuchuan returned home and used his savings, allowances, and wages to help build a brick house for his family. When he announced his plan to build a brick house, Yang Jiu came to cause trouble, demanding he repay her kindness. She wanted him to build her a brick house, but Chen Yuchuan refused. 3 mud brick rooms plus 300 yuan, nothing more. If you want it, take it. If not, forget it. Yang Jiu had no choice but to agree, signing a written agreement, and from then on, Chen Yuchuan owed her nothing. The current house the team leader lives in was rebuilt after tearing down the old one. It's located in the center of the village, with limited space, and is quite close to Yang Jiu's home. Chen Yuchuan didn't want to live too close to Yang Jiu's house. So, they built a house at the foot of the mountain behind the Chen family's house. Unexpectedly, after the house was built, Yang Jiu started to eye that house. Several times, Chen Yonggui secretly went over there. Once, he even moved stones to step up and get inside. But Chen Jianjun caught him, ran back to report, and the Chen family came with people to catch him in the act. Yang Jiu also lost her temper and openly said, "This is my son's house." Later, old Master Chen moved over to watch over Chen Yuchuan's place. To take care of old Master Chen, Chen Xiangyun and Chen Jianjun also moved in. When talking about this, Chen Jianjun became excited. "Yes, but you need to go a bit further inside. There are wild chickens and wild boars. My second brother, the house you live in, belongs to him. He's in the army and very tough. One year, a group of wild boars ran down, and our squad fought them. He killed one with just 2 or 3 punches." Chen Jianjun kept talking more and more excited, recounting all the exciting hunting stories since he was a child. Tang Wanwan felt interested. "Boss, maybe we should. Tomorrow is workday, so probably no time to go." Chen Jianjun had an idea. "How about I take you guys there? Don't you have to go to work?" Chen Jianjun looked disappointed and walked away sadly. Back at the small yard, he saw old Chen about to leave. Tang Su borrowed a basket from old Chen. Old Chen asked, "Going up the mountain?" "Yes. Let Jianjun go with you. He can show you the way. He still has to go to work. We just want to look around." They borrowed the basket, and the 2 of them, along with the cat, headed up the mountain. Xiao Jiu led the way. The 2 followed behind. It was summer, with lush broadleaf trees. Sunlight filtered through the dense green leaves, casting dappled light on the ground. They first explored near the village area. Nothing was found. This area was close to the village and relatively safe. Most edible wild vegetables had already been picked. Not long after, they heard someone calling them. It was Chen Jianjun. They followed the sound. Seeing Tang Su and Tang Wanwan, Chen Jianjun's face lit up with joy. "Finally found you." Tang Wanwan looked puzzled. "Didn't you go to work? My grandpa asked me to bring you here. This area has nothing. If we go further inside, there might be some stuff." So, they followed Chen Jianjun deeper into the woods. The more they went inside, the denser the trees became. They could also see large-leafed celery. Bright blue-purple flowers stood out vividly among the thick green. "This is mountain eggplant seedling." They picked some large-leaf celery and mountain eggplant seedlings. Chen Jianjun explained as they walked, not noticing how far they had gone. Inside, the vegetation was clearly more abundant than outside. The large-leaf celery and mountain eggplants outside had mostly been harvested, but here, there was a big patch, tender and green. Chen Jianjun's eyes lit up with excitement. He quickly called over 2 people to help pick the plants. They gathered nearly half a basket of large-leaf celery and mountain eggplants. As Chen Jianjun admired the good harvest today, he suddenly realized that he might have led the young workers into the inner area. He felt a bit guilty. "Boss, there's a wild chicken in the grass over there. Can I catch it?" "Go ahead." In the next moment, Xiao Jiu moved toward a spot, and suddenly, sharp, urgent, cluck-cluck sounds and flapping wings came from the grass. Chen Jianjun's breath caught. That sound. Tang Su approached the grass, where they found a mountain chicken that had already died. Xiao Jiu had disappeared. Chen Jianjun was instantly excited. A mountain chicken. Tang Su picked up the chicken, looked at it, then placed it at the bottom of the basket, covering it with wild vegetables. After a while, Xiao Jiu returned, carrying rabbit fur and a gray rabbit in his mouth. Tang Su weighed it. It was about 4 jin, around 2 kilograms. The rabbit was still alive, and Xiao Jiu had knocked it out. Chen Jianjun was so shocked he couldn't speak. It was the first time he'd seen such a clever cat. Tang Wanwan also felt mixed emotions, worried about his own status. That's enough, no need to catch more. They placed the rabbit and chicken together, still covered with wild vegetables. Thinking about the already dead wild chicken in the basket, they headed down the mountain. They felt very happy, but the other young workers didn't feel the same. In the afternoon, while working in the fields, the young workers learned about this and listened in on the conversation. The older workers didn't think much of it. Although they hadn't met Qin Yuchuan, they had heard of him. They knew he was a tough guy in the village, not someone to mess with, and even the village bully was his subordinate. Trying to steal his house? Dream on. But some of the new young workers felt uneasy. When they first arrived, they were happy to see the brick and tile houses at the workers' camp. Later, they found out the camp was too small, and they were glad they came early, or they would have had to live in mud brick houses with the villagers. Now, all that happiness was gone, replaced by regret. Besides the workers' camp, there were only 3 brick and tile houses in the village. One belonged to the team leader, another to Qin Yuchuan, and the third to a family named Lu. The team leader's house and Lu's house were full. Only Qin Yuchuan's house was available. Everyone in the village knows that only 3 people live in the big courtyard. One is the village head's father, Chen Guanglu, another is Chen Guanglu's granddaughter, Chen Xiangyun, and the third is the village head's third son, Chen Jianjun. They all live in brick and tile houses, while the youth station has several people sharing one room. In Qin Yuchuan's courtyard, there are fewer people than in one room at the youth station, and that courtyard has more than one room. If they had arrived a few days later, would they also have been able to stay there? They once thought they had taken advantage, but now they realize otherwise. Chen family's small courtyard Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun are boiling water to prepare chicken. Tang Su is handling a rabbit, bleeding it, skinning it. With quick, precise movements, she removes the rabbit's skin completely. She looks at Chen Jianjun with surprise. After preparing the wild chicken and rabbit, she divides them in half, hanging one part in the well to be eaten tomorrow. Tang Su is too lazy to divide further. She chops the remaining chicken and rabbit and plans to eat everything tonight. Just then, old Chen and Qin Jianjun return and happen to see the scene. Xiangyun instinctively turns around to see if anyone is behind her, then closes the courtyard gate. Her movements are smooth and practiced, clearly experienced. Chen Jianjun gives her a big thumbs up. Xiangyun smiles, but suddenly realizes there are outsiders present, and her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Tang Su feels like she has discovered something. Old Chen knows they went up the mountain this afternoon but didn't expect them to bring back game. He knows his grandson well, probably related to the youth station. Looking at Tang Su and Tang Weidong, his eyes are deep. These are no ordinary youths. Chen Jianjun doesn't care what his grandfather thinks. Xiangyun, hurry, cook the rice. This time Xiangyun learns her lesson and cooks a lot of rice. Senior sister Su, you can handle the meat, Chen Jianjun says, feeling that Tang Su might cook it better. Then he runs off quickly. At the Chen household, Chen Jinhua just returned. Before she could sit down, she saw her son, Chen Jianjun, rushing into the house in a hurry. She scolds him with a frown. What's going on? Did you chase the dog away? Chen Jianjun immediately pulls her outside. Mom, let's go quick. Go where? Chen Jianjun whispers something in her ear, and Chen Jinhua's eyes widen in shock. Chunlon, start cooking the rice. I'm going out for a bit. Wait for me to come back before you stir-fry the dishes. Yu Chunlon replied, all right. On the way, Villagers were returning from work and asked, "Captain's wife, where are you going at this hour?" Xiangyun made some pickles. "I'm going to get a little." "Didn't Jianjun take the educated youths up the mountain this afternoon? What did they bring back?" Chen Jianjun answered with a bitter smile, "Just some wild celery, uncle. You wouldn't believe how long it took me to find it. Everyone's been up the mountain looking. You're lucky to have found any at all." When Chen Jinhua arrived, Tang Su was already cooking meat. Chicken stewed with potatoes. Since there weren't many seasonings, the rabbit would just be braised simply. There weren't any special spices, but there were still some green onions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili peppers. When she saw Chen Jinhua, Tang Su and Tang Weidong greeted her. "Hello, Auntie." Chen Jinhua glanced at the two of them, and her eyes naturally lingered on Tang Su.
Oh my.
Well, she really was good-looking. Her face was small and fair, her eyebrows nicely shaped, and her eyes bright and lively when she spoke. She was tall and carried herself with confidence. Much prettier than that other educated youth, Lin. The older women in the village might gossip, but they weren't wrong about this. Chen Jianjun brought over the washed wild celery and mountain eggplant. "Mom, you have to make these. No one can make them taste as good as you do." Chen Jinhua looked at the fresh vegetables and her expression changed. They were tender and plentiful, nothing like the ones she had found a few days ago. This boy must have gone deep into the mountains. Since there were guests, she held back her temper. Both the wild celery and mountain eggplant were made into cold dishes. The wild celery was blanched to remove bitterness, cooled in water, drained, then cut into small pieces and mixed with seasonings. The mountain eggplant was prepared in a similar way, just with different seasonings. Chen Jinhua was especially skilled at making these cold dishes. Even with the same ingredients and seasonings, hers always tasted better than anyone else's. While cooking, Chen Jianjun told Chen Lao and Chen Jinhua about how Xiao Jiu caught the wild chicken and rabbit, describing the whole thing with great excitement. Chen Jianjun was now completely impressed by Xiao Jiu, who listened proudly, his little face full of satisfaction. Old Mr. Chen and Chen Jinhua didn't quite believe it. The more Chen Jianjun spoke, the more Chen Jinhua clenched her teeth. That brat, just wait for her. If he didn't get a scolding, she couldn't vent her anger. Old Mr. Chen glanced at his grandson, then looked away, unable to watch. He's really clueless, always talking nonstop. His mother almost hit him with a spatula. The food was ready. Chen Jinhua took a third of it, added some pickles into a basket, covered it with a cloth, and then left. Before leaving, she told Chen Jianjun, "After dinner, go back home. Your father has something to talk to you about." Chen Jianjun's attention was on the meat dishes at the table. He casually replied, "Okay, I know." He didn't realize he was about to face a big problem. Xiao Jiu sat at the table, eating a big chicken leg that Tang Su had given him. At the Chen family home, Yu Chunlon finished cooking and sat in the main hall waiting for Chen Jinhua. Chen Manchuan looked at the stove and asked, "Why aren't you cooking the vegetables?" "Just now, Jianjun came back and called my mother away. She asked me to cook rice first. The vegetables can wait until she returns." Chen Manchuan thought that Chen Jianjun had gone to the mountains with the young workers in the afternoon, probably bringing something back. After a while, Chen Jinhua returned with the basket. Everyone's eyes unconsciously focused on the basket. Did their noses go wrong? Why could they faintly smell a meaty aroma? Did Uncle/Bill Jun really catch some game? "Hurry, close the door." As he spoke, everyone's gaze on the basket grew more eager. They understood very well what this meant. A few children rushed to close the door and windows, then serve the food. When they lifted the cloth, they saw 2 plates of cold dishes and a plate of pickles. Under the cold dishes was another cloth, but they still caught a strong smell of meat. They took out the cold dishes and pickles, lifted the cloth. The smell of meat was overwhelming. They knew Chen Jianjun had gone to the mountains today. The team leader glanced at the meat, mountain chicken and rabbit, and then looked at his daughter-in-law's hidden anger in her eyes. Jianjun had gone into the mountains, but he was safe. The family was eating, but their actions of grabbing food were faster than usual. A few children muttered, "Grandma, the eggplant seedlings here are so tender. "Grandma, this meat is so delicious." Soon, all the food on the table was finished quickly. Yu Chunlon hurried to clear the dishes and chopsticks, then opened the door and windows. During mealtime, closing the door and windows seemed suspicious. Jiqing Lin Xiaoyu learned that the new Jiqing was staying in Chen Yuchuan's house and immediately became unhappy. She left before finishing her meal and went to the team leader's house. On her way, she also took some red sugar. Chen's family had just finished tidying up when Lin Xiaoyu arrived. "Jiqing Lin, what do you want?" Lin Xiaoyu placed the red sugar on the table and straightforwardly said, "Team leader, I want to stay with the new Jiqing. The Jiqing dorm is too crowded." No, the team leader refused without hesitation. He could only arrange for 2 people to stay there, which was already the limit. If Tang Su and Tang Weidong's impressions of him were even slightly worse, he wouldn't have brought them there. Why not? I am also a Jiqing. If everyone did like you and could just choose where to stay, it would be chaos. Lin Xiaoyu was disappointed at the team leader. No, she would go to talk to the new Jiqing tomorrow. Chun Jinhua watched Lin Xiaoyu leave and couldn't help but slap Chen Monsong several times. "Look at you, it's all your fault. Now everyone wants to stay in that house in Chuanzi. Yang Zhaodi is already enough trouble, and now another Jiqing. I think other Jiqing also want to stay." The team leader also knew he was in the wrong and said nothing even when scolded. After dinner, Chen Jianjun and Tang Weidong cleaned up the stove and other things before heading to Chen's house. As soon as they entered, they saw his father and mother sitting in the main hall. "Dad, what do you want to see me about?" The team leader was surprised. The next moment, his 2 nephews and nieces closed the door. Chun Jinhua's slap arrived as expected, and Chen Jianjun hurriedly ran away. "Mother, be gentle. I haven't done anything wrong." Others had already gotten used to it and quickly went back to their rooms. Chun Jianjun was beaten often enough that they were used to it. But today, Chun Jinhua was obviously angrier than usual and hit harder than before. Chun Jianjun also realized this and stopped trying to dodge. Chun Jinhua finally stopped after hitting for a while. "Did you go deep into the mountains today? Do you know there are man-eating bears and big cats there?" As she spoke, Chun Jinhua's eyes turned red. Chun Jianjun suddenly felt a bit guilty and honestly admitted, "I just went in a little bit." No matter how harsh his mother was with him, he never panicked, but seeing her red eyes, he started to worry. He grabbed her arm and said, "Mom, I was wrong. I was walking and forgot myself. I didn't mean to go inside." "Mom, I swear I won't go inside again." The team leader said, "It's okay, the kid understands. Don't worry." Chen Jinhua hadn't fully calmed down yet. When she heard this, she immediately retorted, "How can you still have the nerve to talk about me? Just now you looked so upset, and who was smoking and worrying?" The team leader, exposed, didn't say anything. "Dad, Mom, I didn't do anything." The mountain chicken and wild rabbit were caught by Sister Sue's cat. The team leader remembered that cat. "Come on, stop fooling me. That little nose?" "Really?" Chun Jianjun repeated how he caught the mountain chicken and wild rabbit. The team leader was a bit skeptical. "Is it really that amazing?" Chen Jianjun said. "Do you think I could catch them otherwise?" That one sentence made the team leader fall silent and also made him believe Chen Jianjun's story. He knew how alert the wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain were. As soon as they heard any noise, they ran away. He also understood that Chen Jianjun definitely couldn't catch them with his bare hands. And those 2 young workers probably couldn't do it either. Suddenly, he became very curious about that cat. On the way back, Chun Jianjun was grimacing, and his mother had really hurt him this time. Old Chen took some medicinal oil to rub on his injury. The small courtyard of the Chen family echoed with Chun Jianjun's groans. "It hurts." "Grandpa, be gentle." Old Chun was merciless, saying, "If it doesn't hurt, you won't remember it." Tang Weidong watched nearby, amused. At that time, they all felt Chen Jinhua's anger, but this fool kept talking non-stop. That evening, Chen Jinhua talked about what she saw over in Chuanzi. "I saw that young worker. He's really handsome and can cook." When they found out that the meat was made by Tang Su, the team leader was very surprised. Just based on Tang Su's presence, he was sure Tang Su was not simple. "Do you think I should call Chuanzi back?" "What for?" Chen Jinhua shot him a glance. I think that young worker and Chuanzi are a good match. From the first glance at Tang Su, Chen Jinhua's intuition told her that Chuanzi definitely liked someone like him. The captain's expression suddenly became hard to read. Chuanzi is handsome, tall, and looks bright, but his mouth is worse than a farm tool, always digging into people's lungs. 2 years ago, when he returned and was working in the fields, a girl from the village blushed and brought him some plain pancakes and dipping sauce. Chun Yuchuan knocked on the pancake and said, "Take it away, I won't eat." The girl asked, "Why?" This flour was specially bought by his father in town. Your pancakes are as hard as our big team's old alkaline land, stiff and teeth-jarring. And this sauce, it's so strong it could choke a salt cellar. Eating a couple of bites makes you want to drink 2 bowls of water, and at night, you have to get up 3 times to use the bathroom.
What?
Did you change the recipe this year? And these cucumbers, they're not as fresh as my mother's. The girl's face turned pale with anger. After that, her eyes weren't quite right anymore. Of course, he also mentioned Chen Jinhua and got slapped twice. Do you remember the girl who brought dipping sauce 2 years ago? Do you think the young educated youths would like him? There's no way she forgot. She even slapped him twice. Chen Jinhua rarely stayed silent. What if the young educated youths really like that kind of thing? That one sentence made the captain fall silent. Yes, what if? Go call him in a couple of days and ask him to come back. The captain was surprised. Are you serious? Looks like she was serious. After all, I've been talking for so long, and you didn't take it seriously. Chuanzi is already grown up. He's only 2 months younger than the party's founding. Look at Xiangyang, he's much older. Besides, whether they like each other or not is their business. The captain thought for a moment. All right, I'll make a call in a couple of days. But don't go spreading rumors. This is a private matter, and it could affect the reputation of the young educated youths. Chen Jinhua rolled her eyes. Am I the one who did something stupid? Those young educated youths are delicate. If they really like each other, wouldn't Chuanzi be the one to do the work? Would you be happy about that? Whether I'm happy or not, he'll marry whoever he chooses and live his life. It's his choice. If he marries a delicate girl, he has to accept that she won't work. Aren't all delicate girls raised carefully? And with Chuanzi's salary, his wife doesn't need to work. She marry her wife, and she has to bear the consequences. She only cares because she's full of herself and meddles in others' wives. After she finished, the couple got intimate, and she forgot everything. Now she's the one looked down upon from all sides. The children need her, so she goes over, but she doesn't interfere if she isn't needed. Go to sleep quickly. You have to work in the fields tomorrow, she said, to prevent her wife from overthinking. However, Chen Jinhua wondered, what if the two of them like each other? The next day, around 4 o'clock, Tang Su and Tang Weidong woke up. Tang Su handed a wrapped piece of brown paper to Tang Weidong. He remembered this paper package. When they were in Shen City, Tang Su wanted to give it to him, but he didn't take it back then. Now, he accepted it. He had already gone to the countryside with the boss, so she couldn't send him away. Besides, all his other brothers were there. Why shouldn't he take it? At about 5 o'clock, the village bell rang to signal the start of work. The small Chen family yard was a bit far from the brigade office, so they took a while to get there. Old Chen, Chen Shangyun, and Chen Jianjun had already gone to work. By this time, many people had gathered at the brigade office. Xiao Jiu sat on Tang Su's shoulder, her amber eyes full of curiosity. The young educated youths stood together, dressed differently from the villagers. They had lighter skin, making them easy to recognize. Some even wore white shirts. There were 1,385 people in the brigade, divided into 6 small teams. Tang Su, Tang Weidong, and the Chen family members were in one team, led by Chen Jiangding. Both villagers and young educated youths lined up properly. At this moment, someone in the first team saw Lin Xiaoyu and looked puzzled. Isn't Lin the teacher at the school? Why is she here? Who knows? Maybe her school job fell through. I haven't heard anything about that. Lin Xiaoyu, being the subject of gossip, glanced at those talking about her. She told them quietly, I heard everything. The few people felt embarrassed and looked away, saying nothing. Tang Su and Tang Weidong followed the Chen family to their team. Villagers and both new and old educated youths were secretly watching Tang Su and Tang Weidong. Everyone knew these unfamiliar people were the new educated youths who arrived yesterday. Tang Su wore a military green shirt with work pants. Her bright green outfit stood out among the faded, dark-colored clothes. Her delicate, pretty face made some young men in the team blush nervously. But what caught more attention than her clothes was the cat on her shoulder. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, why is this young worker bringing only a cat? The team leader glanced at the cat and remembered what Qin Jianjun said last night. Lin Xiaoyu was waiting here specifically for the new young worker. Since the team leader didn't allow her to stay there, she decided to start with the new worker. She could just switch places with the new worker. When she saw who was coming, her eyes widened in surprise, and she asked in a loud voice, "How are you here?" When she arrived, the Tang family was doing well. It's only been a year, so how could this happen? Her voice was loud enough for the villagers to hear, and they looked over, wondering if these two people knew each other. Tang Su looked at Lin Xiaoyu. "Who are you?" Lin Xiaoyu's face immediately looked a bit unhappy. Although she wasn't outstanding in Shen City, she didn't think Tang Su would have no impression of her at all. "My name is Lin Xiaoyu. My father is Lin Guangyao. He once took me to attend Grandpa Tang's funeral," Tang Su remembered. Lin Guangyao, the mayor of Shen City. He was indeed at the funeral. So, this is Mayor Lin's daughter. But why is Mayor Lin's daughter here? Is there something you need? Why did you go to the countryside? To respond to the country's call and build socialist rural areas. Lin Xiaoyu suddenly fell silent and walked away with a serious face. To respond to the country's call and build socialist rural areas. Such a superficial excuse. Who would believe it? Who would believe it? As for changing houses, what a joke. If it were someone else, she would have spoken up. She could give some money or tickets, and most people would agree to exchange. But Tang Su, forget it. The villagers also looked over here. They all knew that Lin was from a well-off family, but from the tone and appearance of Lin Xiaoyu, and the fact that Lin Xiaoyu knew Tang, but Tang didn't recognize her, it seemed that the new Tang worker was more impressive. Before they could think more, the team leader said a few words, mentioned the new worker, and the villagers clapped to welcome her. Then, the team leader began assigning tasks. The task given to Tang Su was to weed the cornfield. Baihua City is a hilly area, and the cornfields are mostly on higher ground. She was working with Chen Jinhua, the team leader's wife. Weeding means using hands to remove weak, sick, or yellowing seedlings, leaving about 2 to 3 strong plants per group. After thinning seedlings, you need to select the best ones. This means choosing from the remaining 2 to 3 seedlings, removing the weaker ones, and keeping the strongest seedling. Currently, their work is thinning seedlings. A few days after thinning, they will select the final seedlings. Chen Xiangyun and Tang Su are working together. Tang Weidong was taken away by Chen Jianjun to walk water in the rice field. Chen Jinhua explained the key points of thinning seedlings once more, then demonstrated again. Tang Su followed her instructions and pulled out a few seedlings. "Is it like this?" "Yes, exactly like that." Afterward, she looked at the cat beside Tang Su, hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing. Xiao Jiu stayed near Tang Su for a while, but then ran off somewhere. Chen Jinhua was busy with her own work, but kept watching Tang Su. Seeing that she was doing everything correctly, she relaxed. She focused on her own tasks. Soon, she looked up and saw that Tang Su had already moved forward. She turned her head and saw that the weak, yellowing, and bad seedlings had been pulled out, leaving only the healthy ones. Her speed was as good as an experienced worker. She couldn't help but think, this girl is really smart. She remembered the young workers from earlier. When they first started, they weren't skilled. Sometimes they didn't pull out all the bad seedlings, or they pulled out many good ones. She understood that the young workers were new and inexperienced. She felt sorry for them, which was genuine. But feeling sorry wasn't enough. They also had to redo the work. While Tang Su was working, a girl with big eyes and a round face came over. "You're really impressive. My name is Yu Xiaomei. I just arrived a few days ago as a young worker from Jiang province. My name is Tang Su. I'm also a young worker from Shanghai. I know you. I've heard many people talking about you these days. Tang Su became interested. What are they saying? Yu Xiaomei thought for a moment.
Some good, some bad.
Mostly good. They say you're pretty. As for the bad, she hesitated a little. Are they saying I'm troublemaker, that I'll flirt with people, and that I'm delicate? Yu Xiaomei's eyes widened. How do you know? I guessed. As they talked, a young female worker approached. You're the new worker from yesterday, right? My name is Ding Saixia. I come from Sun City. I arrived here last year, she said with bright eyes, a friendly face, and 2 dimples when she smiled. My name is Tang Su. I'm also a young worker from Shanghai. How is the house you live in? I heard the owner is someone not to be messed with. Tang Su became interested and kept asking, what do you mean? Ding Saixia then told her about the incident from 2 years ago when Qin Yuchuan made fun of someone. That girl's face turned pale with anger. I've never heard anyone speak so harshly. He looks good, but his words spoil his face. In the past 2 years, Ding Saixia has also learned the local language. I heard that this person is very fierce. No one in the team dares to provoke him, and even the village bully is his follower. Although he is in the army, he seems to be 27 years old and still has no partner. What position does he hold in the army? I'm not sure. I heard 2 years ago that he might be a company commander, but I don't know if it's true. Being a company commander at 25 shows he's quite capable. Tang Su thought for a moment and said, being a company commander at 25 is quite impressive. After a pause, she reminded her his mother is right here, so speak softly. Ding Saixia stiffened and secretly glanced at Chen Jinhua. Seeing her focused on her work, she finally relaxed. Chen Jinhua. She heard everything. Are you familiar with Lin Xiaoyu? We've met. I heard she came to teach at the elementary school. Her family is quite powerful. She started teaching right after arriving. Is that true? An aunt nearby, listening quietly, had already heard about Lin Ziking, but wasn't sure if it was true. Hearing Ding Saixia ask, she felt anxious like a cat caught in a trap. Tang Su honestly said, I don't know her well. While they were talking, an aunt said, Ding Ziking, you Ziking, stop chatting and get to work. How far has Tang Ziking gotten? Yao Xiaomei and Ding Saixia then realized they had followed Tang Su without doing anything. Their faces turned red with embarrassment. How embarrassing. Chen Jinhua looked at the cornfield Tang Su had worked on. Thinking about what Tang Su just said, she became more convinced that the things she told Qin Manchuan last night were true. Around 8 o'clock, villagers started heading home for breakfast. At this time, Qin Shangyun had already gone back early to prepare the meal. Tang Su looked up, unsure where Xiao Jiu had gone. Her consciousness grew faint as she sensed that Xiao Jiu was in the east direction. Immediately, she used her space awareness to call, Xiao Jiu, come back quickly. Soon, she saw a gray figure running from afar and then jumping into her arms. Ding Saixia looked surprised. Why are you still bringing a cat? She had wanted to ask this when they were at the team office. Just brought it if I wanted to. When Tang Su and Qin Jinhua were heading back, they met Tang Weidong and Qin Jianjun, who came to find her. The group then went back together. At the Qin family's small courtyard, Qin Shangyun had already prepared the meal. There was rice porridge, plain steamed buns, cucumber salad, stir-fried cabbage, and pickles. Old Qin invited, come eat with us. Tang Su and Tang Weidong didn't refuse. They finished eating quickly and then went back to work in the fields. Tang Su looked around. Most of the women, girls, and educated youth planting seedlings were here. There were few men, only a few scattered around. Yu Xiaomei pointed out, that's Xiao Jiu. He came here a few years ago as an educated youth. It seems he's not feeling well. Tang Su glanced at the young man. He was short, thin, with slightly long hair covering his eyes, and wore glasses. Why come to the countryside if he's not feeling well? Now, it wasn't the peak time for voluntary rural work. Those who went were volunteers. Yu Xiaomei lowered her voice. Maybe he's not loved at home. She looked away, and Tang Su said, let's get back to work. Since morning, Tang Su had seen a few young men passing by, glancing at her then looking away again. Some walked while looking, tripped over stones by the field, and were laughed at by the women, then blushed and hurried away. One woman scolded with a smile, "These shameless guys, the work in the fields is too easy. They're so bored, acting like wild animals." Chen Jinhua cursed at a young man who was dawdling by the ridge. "Are your feet glued? Can't move? Your eyes are like hooks. Do you have no shame? Finished your work? What's the matter? Don't want the wages? Going to drink northwest wind by the end of the year? Hurry up and get lost." They didn't dare to reply and just slunk away in embarrassment. Not only was she the team leader's wife, but also Chun Yuchuan's mother. They didn't dare to scold her. "Wow, Auntie, you're so angry this early in the morning." The person speaking is Lu Defu, Lu's youngest grandson. His mother had 5 daughters before finally having a son, and he is very spoiled. He is pampered by his parents and sisters and spends his days idling around. After speaking, he looks at Tang Su. Not looking as fine, but when he does look, his eyes go wide. When he meets Tang Su's cool gaze, Lu Defu shivers and quickly looks away, blushing instantly. Auntie Jinhua. "Oh my, whose toad is this, stretching its neck, dreaming of a swan? Doesn't he see what kind of person he is? If he keeps staring, I'll pluck out his eyes and use them as marbles." Lu Defu adjusts himself and says, "Auntie, how can you talk like that? I have a brick house and we usually eat fine grains." Another Annie sneers. "You should tell that to the girls in the team." It's embarrassing to say this to a girl from the city. Exactly, city girls haven't seen much good stuff. Why would they care about your crowded brick house? If you farted, it could stink up the whole family. Do you have the nerve to talk about that? Besides, you didn't build that brick house. If you don't have the skills, what are you bragging about? Lu Defu, used to idling and with a thick skin, says, "My parents are gone, so that house is mine. Having good parents is my real skill." Maybe the Annie's words worked, or he had other thoughts. He no longer stares directly at Tang Su, but secretly glances and then looks away. "Oh my, she's so beautiful." Lu Defu stays for a while, then puts his hands in his pockets and leaves. Actually, not only the men are secretly looking at Tang Su, but the aunties are also sneaking glances. That girl is really fair and her waist is so thin. Unlike us, who are wider than water buckets, I see her chest is full and round. Her butt is also firm. I wonder which unlucky guy she's taken a fancy to. One of them remembers Annie Jinhua defending Tang Su and says, Jinhua is quite protective of that girl. She also has 2 sons who aren't married yet. Jianyi is engaged, and Jianjun is even younger than the city girl. Only Chuanzi is left. Mentioning Auntie Chinyu Chuan, the women show clear disdain. Would a city girl even look at him? Everyone falls silent for a moment. The incident from 2 years ago has spread through the team. It was really embarrassing for Chinyu Chuan. During rest time, Tang Su sat under a tree. Xiao Jiu had already gone somewhere else without her knowing. For some reason, the space around changed. As a spirit, Xiao Jiu can exist independently of the space. It can leave the space and even go far away, but Tang Su can sense if it's in danger and roughly know its direction. Suddenly, another figure appeared. He was tall and thin, wearing rough cloth clothes, with greasy hair stuck to his forehead. Unlike others who watched from afar, he walked straight toward her, just a few steps away. His triangular eyes looked her up and down openly, lingering on her chest and hips. His lecherous gaze made her feel sick. His eyes then shifted to Tang Su's face. His triangular eyes widened suddenly, but when they met her cold stare, he flinched. "I can help you take out your eyeballs if you don't want them," he said coldly, with a hint of threat. His icy tone and the faint killing intent made Sun Lizy feel scared. He instinctively stepped back. This also startled a few women nearby. Wow, this young intellectual has quite a presence, scaring Sun Lizy. Chun Jinhua shouted, "Get lost. Stop acting like a pervert here. If I catch you again, I'll hang you up and parade you around. Shameless thing." Sun Lizy quickly left in embarrassment. He walked for a long time before realizing, why was he afraid of a woman? Thinking about Tang Su's beautiful face and good figure, combined with her cold eyes, Sun Lizy felt excited just imagining it. His murky triangular eyes filled with desire. Meanwhile, Chen Jinhua was comforting Tang Su. Girl, don't be afraid. Ignore these shameless people. With your aunt here, they won't dare to do anything. Tang Su didn't mind. Thank you, aunt. If he did something wrong, she wouldn't hold back. At noon, Tang Su cooked all the remaining meat. While she prepared the meat, the Chen family shared their grain. Over at the Liu family side, they were also having lunch. Liu Difu asked, Mom, do you know about that young worker Tang from our team? Liu's mother raised her eyelids. She already knew about Liu Difu going to see the young woman this morning. What's wrong? Mom, what do you think about Tang as a daughter-in-law? Liu Difu asked. Not good.
Mom, why?
I think the young worker is pretty good. Father Liu's expression was difficult to read. You're just staring at her. Have you looked at yourself? You have no manners at all. Do you think the educated youth would like you? They're like flowers and you're like manure. Don't talk about growing flowers. Your manure might even burn the seedlings. Today, she was watching that educated youth. His clothes looked special, of better quality. She loved her son, but she also knew her limits. Liu Difu was unhappy. Mother, you're insulting people. Be honest with me. If I find out you're bothering the educated youth, you'll see what I do. Chen Jinhua went home and immediately complained to Chen Monsong. You haven't seen it. Many people walk far around to the East Hill, all staring at Tang Ziking, that Liu Difu. He can't take his eyes off her. And Sun Lizy, he's staring straight at her chest and back. These shameless people are usually bored. In the afternoon, you should talk to them and keep them in line. The team leader's face darkened when he heard this. Got it. In the afternoon, maybe because of the team leader's warning or for some other reason, no young men happened to pass by the cornfield where Tang Su was. In the evening, Chen Xiangyun was cooking when Lin Xiu arrived. She called Tang Su outside the yard, looking serious. Is something happening in Chengdu? A few days ago, she received a telegram from her father telling her to wait and that she would be sent back later. Her father also sent her a lot of money and tickets. For some reason, she felt suddenly scared. When she saw Tang Su, her fear turned into something real, but she could only tell Tang Su these things. She had heard many praises about Tang Su from her father. She didn't know Tang Su well, but she knew her father. I'm not experienced enough. If I stay here for a year, my dad might be able to get me a better job. He sent me a lot of money and tickets a few days ago. She didn't say the rest, but Tang Su understood her meaning. Tang Su thought for a moment and said, Be prepared for the worst. Lin Xiu's face changed instantly. Thank you. From that day on, Lin Xiaoyu's clothes and belongings started to change, becoming similar to those of other educated youths. Villagers all said that something must have happened in Lin Jiqing's family. Some people were upset with her face-to-face, but she always responded firmly. For several days, nothing unusual happened. Tang Su finished her work early every day and then went up the mountain. One day, Tang Su hurried back from the mountain, carrying a wild chicken in her basket. As soon as she entered the small yard, she saw Tang Weidong looking at her with a sad face, as if she was a heartbreaker. Tang Su felt a bit guilty and said, Next time, I will definitely take you. Tang Weidong replied, You said that last time and the time before that too. Tang Su immediately stopped talking and pushed the basket into his arms. The Chen family's small yard had been eating meat for several days. Mostly, Tang Su brought the meat, and the Chen family provided the rice. Since Chen Xiangyun learned to cook a few dishes with Tang Su no longer cooked. Most of the meals were made by Chen Xiangyun, while Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun took care of washing and cleaning. That day, Chen Jianjun told her that the letter had been delivered to the brigade office. After work, Tang Su went to the brigade office to pick up the letter. The letter was sent back by Tang Weisong, and the envelope was quite thick. Villagers couldn't help but look over, thinking that maybe the money was inside, since the envelope was so thick. Jiqing Tang, did your family send this? Yes, there were no secrets in the village. As soon as Tang Su left, someone said, Tang Su's family sent her a thick letter. Over time, this rumor changed into, Tang Su's family sent her a large sum of money. People with sharp eyes and noses seemed to have seen it for themselves. When Tang Su returned home, she opened the envelope. Inside, there was 500 yuan, some tickets, and a letter. In the letter, he mentioned Tang Weidong joining the army. Since Tang Weidong's household registration had moved with him to the countryside, enlisting there was also possible. Recently, Jisheng province was preparing for conscription. If Tang Weidong was interested, he could sign up. In the evening, the two sat in the yard. Tang Su showed Tang Weidong the letter. Tang Weidong looked at it and said, "I don't want to go." Tang Su was not in a hurry and asked, "How do you feel after working for a few days?" "Not bad, just a bit tired. But what if they ask you to stay for 3 years, or even longer?" Tang Weidong fell silent. Tang Su lowered her voice to ensure only the two of them could hear. The city has already started to fall into chaos. It will be hard to return there in the next few years. Are you willing to stay here and do this for many years? Staying stagnant for so long, don't you think you'll regret it in the future? Tang Weidong wavered. As a young man full of passion, he couldn't accept a life of mediocrity. "I'm leaving. What about you?" "I won't stay here forever. I don't know when I'll leave for now. Life here is quite relaxed, and she doesn't want to leave just yet." "Then I'll wait until you leave, and I'll go after you. You're here, at most helping me with some chores. But if you join the army, the power and support you'll gain are much greater," Tang Weidong muttered. "Isn't my brother already there? Instead of wasting a few years here, you might as well try. Even if you retire later, those years in the army will help you more than working as a youth here. Don't you want to create a bright future for yourself?" Tang Weidong was silent for a moment. "I'll go." Tang Su handed him money and a ticket. He refused. "Keep it." Tang Su pushed the money into his hand. "Take it." "I need this little money." That night, Tang Weidong lay on the kong, a traditional bed, staring at the ceiling, feeling restless and unable to sleep. Chun Jianjun looked at Tang Weidong beside him. After talking with Sister Su, he seemed distracted. He sensed something serious and wanted to ask, but felt it might be inappropriate. The next day, the team leader first gave a speech to encourage enlistment, then assigned tasks. No matter the time, the willingness of the Chinese people to join the army is very strong. There was already an example in the team, Chen Yuchuan, who served 9 years and built 2 brick houses. This was a rare achievement. So, every family hoped to have someone join the army. Team leader. Anyone interested in signing up, start registering in the town the day after tomorrow. The registration will last for a week. Everyone, make sure your work in the fields isn't affected. When Tang Su went to work, she noticed that people looked at her differently. Chun Jinhua approached her. "Daughter, the family is sending you money. Make sure to keep it safe." Tang Su remembered the letter she received yesterday afternoon. "Annie, did you hear anything? Now everyone in the village is saying your family sent you a lot of money." "Yes, that's how it is, but maybe not exactly." "Since that's the case, let them misunderstand." "Thank you, Auntie. I'll be careful." Perhaps because of that letter, she noticed that some aunties looked at her with a bit more eagerness. Today, Tang Su's job was to weed the fields. While she was busy, someone appeared in front of her. He was wearing a clean white shirt, not very handsome, but with a high nose bridge and a sharp jawline. He looked polite, but had an air of pride and arrogance in his eyes and expression.
"Hello, Tang Ziking."
"My name is Zhou Liwen from An Province." "Hello, I am Tang Su from Shanghai." Ziking Tang, building a socialist countryside is tough, but we can't give up. If you have any problems, you can come to me. His words carried a hint of pretentiousness. After speaking, Zhou Liwen left. Ding Saixia looked disgusted. Zhou Liwen is the guy who came a few days ago. He always looks down on others carrying a book and pretending, speaking in circles. Someone asked an Annie, Tang Ziking, "What did that guy just say?" "Nothing much, Auntie." "Don't worry about it." During the break, Tang Su and the aunties sat under a tree to rest. A young man came over, placed a big bunch of wild fruit wrapped in leaves next to Tang Su, said nothing, and ran away. That wild fruit is hard to find. That must be old Yu's iron pole by the fish pond. As they talked, the man left, and Lu Difu came over again, trying to flirt. He carried a large ceramic jar and hurried over. "Ziking Tang, I brought you some water, kept in the well, to stay cold. One sip will feel so refreshing," an older auntie said sarcastically. "Lu Difu, your mother specially sent this. and you gave it all to the young lady. You're really a filial son." Her words were full of sarcasm. Tang Su glanced at him. "Are you interested in me?" Lu Difu's face turned red. Thinking she noticed him, he got excited. "Tang Ziking, I really like you. I want to marry you." Tang Su casually took out her watch. "How much can you earn in a day?" "The bride price is at least 2,000 yuan, plus 3 turns and 1 loud celebration. I also want to live in a brick house. After marriage, I won't live with my parents-in-law. All the family money and grain belong to me. I decide when to do laundry and cook depending on my mood. If I am happy, I do it. If not, I won't. Whether to have children and how many is also up to me. Can you accept these conditions?" Tang Su's voice was loud, and many people gasped when they heard it. 2,000 yuan in bride price. They couldn't even imagine it. People in the city might not have 2,000 yuan, let alone them. 2,000 yuan bride price, plus 3 turns and 1 loud celebration, no work and no children. It's not just a wife they're marrying an ancestor. The problem is, this ancestor can't even be married. Lu Difu's face suddenly stiffened with shock, looking unhappy. Tang Su played with her watch. "If you don't have money, what will you use to get married?" Lu Difu's face turned red, and he hurriedly ran away. In the afternoon, no one was kind to Tang Su, but her demands spread throughout the team. Tang Su became well known. As usual, Tang Su headed up the mountain. "Boss, there's someone behind that tree." Just as someone lunged at her, Tang Su kicked him with a sweeping leg, grabbed his arm, and twisted it. The man, Sun Lizy, had his right arm broken off. Before he could shout, Tang Su sealed his mouth with her mental power, then kicked his knee. His kneecap shattered instantly. Sun Lizy fell heavily against the tree trunk. Gravity made his body slide down, and the rough bark scraped his face, blood seeping out, looking very tragic. Tang Su stepped closer, like a deadly demon. Sun Lizy's eyes were full of fear, but he couldn't make a sound. He kept shaking his head, trying to beg for mercy. Next, Tang Su's mental power entered his brain and throat. From then on, Sun Lizy from the forward team became foolish, mute, and disabled. He was confused and didn't know who did this. He couldn't speak to identify the attacker, and his movements were limited. Tang Su clapped her hands, turned around without mercy, as if she had just pulled out a weed. Her mental power traced across the ground, leaving marks that looked like Sun Lizy rolling down the mountain. Under the influence of her mental strength, Tang Su walks almost silently. This is her way of practicing her special ability. Every day, she exhausts her power, pushing it to the limit repeatedly, and uses a spiritual spring to strengthen her mind. Suddenly, she hides behind a tree. After a while, a weak-looking woman walks into the mountains, frequently looking back, very cautious. "Boss, this is a young intellectual, the one with glasses and long hair. I saw him dressing like that when he went up the mountain last time. I don't know what he's looking for. I also saw him tinkering with a machine. When was that? Just a couple of days ago. Why didn't you tell me?" "I forgot." Xiao Jiu feels a bit guilty. When he gets excited, he tends to forget things. Tang Su secretly follows him. She notices that he walks with strong legs and moves quickly, completely different from his weak appearance earlier. As they go deeper into the mountains, Tang Su realizes she has never been to this area before. Then she sees the man stop, take out a blueprint, and compare it carefully. The sun gradually sets. The man checks his watch and starts descending the mountain. "Where is that machine you mentioned?" Xiao Jiu points the way, and Tang Su heads in that direction. After walking for a while, Xiao Jiu stops and points to a dense area of plants. Tang Su pulls aside some vine-covered plants, parts the cover, and takes out a flashlight from her space to look inside. Inside, there is a simple hole, and the machine Xiao Jiu mentioned looks like a telegraph, with some dry batteries nearby. Next to the batteries, there are some papers with writing on them. When Tang Su reads the words clearly, her pupils shrink, and a surge of anger rises within her. The language is from a certain island country. Tang Su restores the cover to its original position and leaves the mountain. On her way down to the foot of the mountain, she deliberately bypasses Sun Lizy's place, descending from the west side of the village. The bottom of her basket still contains a mountain chicken. Back at the Qin family courtyard, Tang Su throws the basket to Tang Weidong. Seeing that Tang Su has brought back another chicken, the Qin family members are no longer surprised. Recently, they have been eating meat almost every day. Chen Xiangyun is cooking, and Lin Xiu comes again, looking more ordinary than usual. She holds 2 newspapers and says nothing, her expression complicated as she looks at Tang Su. Tang Su? Lin Xiaoyu hands her the newspaper. Tang Su looks at the paper. One article reports on her family severing ties with her, and the other criticizes the family head, Tang Wanwan, for insulting the housekeeper and accusing the family of exploiting others to find hidden wealth, suggesting they have capitalist tendencies. Seeing this, Tang Su suddenly smiles. She doesn't need to do anything. These people are destroying themselves. You're capable of turning things around, so why let them succeed? She wonders. Staying in the city isn't better than going to the countryside? After some time, a movement erupts, and she realizes that Tang Su was the wise one all along. Her friends told her that the new family head is arrogant and domineering, and many secretly mock Tang Wanwan. Such a mess, why bother wasting effort on it? She pauses and then says, "If you face any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. I'll try to help if I can." After speaking, she leaves. Tang Weidong picks up the newspaper and feels better. He mutters, "How does that ugly person still have money to spend?" Qin Jianjun leans over. "What ugly person?" He glances at the newspaper and exclaims, "Sister Su's family wants to cut ties with her." Sister Su was the head of the family, so impressive. Tang Weidong is displeased. "What are you talking about?" "That's just the boss wanting to get rid of those ungrateful people." Old Chen looks at the newspaper and asks Tang Su, "Is Tang Jin your grandfather?" "Yes." Old Chen reads the paper and seems to understand what happened. It turns out Tang Jin's granddaughter is involved, no wonder. Old Chen knew my grandfather. He met him when he was young. How is he now? He passed away 4 years ago. Old Chen feels a wave of sadness. He reminds Chen Jianjun and Chen Shengyu not to talk about tonight's events outside. Meanwhile, Sun Lizy's mother has prepared dinner but notices Sun Lizy hasn't come back. She goes to find the second-rate men who often follow Sun Lizy. After asking around, none of them know anything. One person says, "I saw Sun Lizy walking up the mountain." Hearing this, Sun Lizy's mother feels her legs go weak with fear and quickly goes to find the team leader. Although Sun Lizy is annoying, he is still part of the team. Sun Lizy went up the mountain again, where there are also dangerous big cats and bears. Thinking of this, he quickly told everyone to go look for him on the mountain. At the Qin family's small courtyard, just after finishing their meal, they heard a loud noise outside. Chen Jianjun went out to see, and the militia captain gathered everyone. They carried flashlights, lanterns, torches, and weapons. "What's going on? Did something happen?" Sun Lizy went up the mountain and hasn't come back yet. "Everyone, go find him." 600 meters behind the Qin family courtyard, they found Sun Lizy lying under a tree, his face covered in blood. They all worked together to carry him down. Sun Lizy's mother saw her unconscious son and fainted from shock. The team's doctor examined him and said, "He's hurt his head and broken his limbs. His face is scratched and bleeding. You should take him to the town." Then, led by Chen Jiandeng, some strong men helped carry Sun Lizy to the town. Chen family Chen Jinhua kept thinking about what happened today, tossing and turning. "Why are you baking pancakes so late at night?" "Sun Lizy's limbs are broken?" Dr. Meng said it looked serious, so they took him to the town. "Did he really fall?" Chen Jinhua was a bit skeptical. Who could fall into such a bad state? The team leader paused and said, "Who knows?" But from the scratches on the muddy ground, it looks like a fall. Sun Lizy was always disliked, and there was that incident before. But everyone could see that Sun Lizy was being punished. Chen Jinhua said, "Did you hear what Xiao Su said today?" "Oh my goodness. I heard. His family is well off, and he wants to find someone suitable." Now Chen Jinhua completely gave up on the idea of matching Tang Su with Qin Yuchuan. Not only Chen Jinhua, Since yesterday, when rumors spread that Tang Su received a large sum of money, many women in the team wanted to marry her as a daughter-in-law. But as soon as Tang Su spoke about it, everyone gave up on the idea. How good do you think the conditions need to be? 2,000 yuan, 3 turns, and a loud bang, and they're asking for it. Go to sleep quickly. It's none of our business. You didn't tell Yuchuan, right? We can't afford that much money. The next afternoon, Chen Jiandang and others returned. As the doctor had said, Sun Lizy was not only mentally impaired, but also had broken limbs. The town doctor also mentioned that Sun Lizy's vocal cords were damaged, leaving him almost completely incapacitated. Sun Lizy's mother collapsed beside him, crying loudly. Who did this to my son? I want the police to find out. Sun Lizy's real name was Sun Shunli. Many people looked at the crying mother with pity, while some felt pleased. Among the crowd, a woman with sunken cheeks suddenly burst into loud laughter, tears in her eyes and pain in her expression. This is his punishment. He deserved it. He shouldn't have survived. No, he doesn't even deserve to live. He should be suffering like this every day. Everyone fell silent. A few years ago, Sun Lizy had hurt Lu Chuanhong's daughter, Yang Yanyan. All suspicion pointed to Sun Lizy, but there was not enough proof. Sun Lizy also spread rumors, claiming Yang Yanyan had done something wrong. People said, if you have proof, show it. Otherwise, you're just talking nonsense. Or make Yang Yanyan take off her clothes so everyone can see. Otherwise, how can you say what you said is proof? Amidst the rumors, Yang Yanyan jumped into a river and committed suicide. Suddenly, Sun Lizy's mother rushed forward. It was you, wasn't it? You say my son hurt your girl. When you couldn't find him, you got angry and took revenge on my son. Sun Lizy's mother knew her son was responsible for hurting Yang Yanyan, but she wanted justice for her son and couldn't reveal the truth. After speaking, Lu Chunhong slapped her and then pushed her to the ground. The crowd saw Lu Chunhong hitting her and stepped in to separate them. Lu Chunhong had been holding back her anger for a long time and needed to vent. Many people advised, Lizy's mother, don't talk nonsense. The Yang family is working in the fields today and everyone saw it. Don't spread false accusations. Take your son home quickly. After venting her frustration, Lu Chunhong felt much better. Finally, Lizy's mother took him home and reported the case to the police. When the police arrived, they first examined the scene and then checked Sun Lizy's injuries. They said clearly that the injuries were caused by human hands. The town doctor diagnosed that the bones near Sun Lizy's knee were shattered. He was not only mentally impaired but also mute. It was obvious that this was deliberate revenge. Both police officers believed this was a serious assault. At the police station, the police team was interviewing villagers. They mentioned that someone named Yang Shuangju saw Sun Lizy going up the mountain. Police: where and when did you see Sun Lizy? Yang Shuangju: after I finished work in the afternoon, I wanted to drink water but forgot to bring any. I went home to get some water and saw Sun Lizy walking up the mountain from behind the yard at Chuanzizi. It was about 2 o'clock. The police asked if anyone was in Chen Yuchuan's yard at that time. Everyone said they were working in the fields. The police frowned. Sun Lizy's home is quite far from Chen Yuchuan's yard. Why would he go up the mountain from that side? Did anyone in the team have conflicts with him? After this question, everyone was silent for a moment. Sun Lizy is a troublemaker. He often teases cats and dogs. He tries to take advantage of others. There are many conflicts, Lizy's mother said. Yang family. Yang Yanyan was mistreated before, and her mother falsely accused my son Sun Lizy. It must have been them who did it. The police exchanged glances. They knew about the Yang family's case. An older officer had handled that case. Everyone knew about it. All suspicion pointed to Sun Lizy, but there was not enough evidence. The victim, Yan Yan, had already committed suicide by jumping into a river. If Sun Lizy really did it, then his beating was justified. The police asked Yang's family, "Where were you yesterday?" They replied, "We were working in the fields. Yes, everyone saw us. Now it's busy farming, so most people are working." They also questioned a few others who had conflicts with Sun Lizy, but all had alibis. So, they could only ask those who went up the mountain. Police. Did anyone from the Chen family go up the mountain after 2 p.m.? Tang Jiqing. She finished work around 3 p.m. and usually goes up the mountain. Police. What time did you go up the mountain yesterday? Tang. A little after 3:30 p.m. Police. Did you see Sun Lizy when you went up? Tang. No, the police were suspicious. I heard someone say you often go up the mountain alone. Aren't you afraid? Tang. I don't go far inside. There's nothing outside to worry about. What's there to be afraid of? What time did you come back? Just before sunset. I don't remember the exact time. Did you see Sun Xuanli when you returned? Why did you stay up there for so long? I came down from the west side of the village, looking for wild vegetables and fruits. Everyone else had already gathered most of them, so it took some time. Why did you go down from the west side if you live on the east side of the village? I didn't dare go further inside. I was sure to head east or west, since you know most of the wild fruits and vegetables are already picked. Why did you go up the mountain? I haven't seen the city before. I wandered around for a few days, but the excitement wore off. Chen Jinhua said, Comrade Police, this is a young person just out to the countryside, very new to our rural life. Besides, Sun Lizy is skinny, but he's still a man. A young man like Tang can't handle a man like him. A group of women agreed. The police asked a few women who went up the mountain, but no one had seen Sun Lizy. Unable to find any clues, the two police officers had to leave. Lizy's mother stopped the police. You haven't found that person yet, so you can't leave. Lizy's mother, it's one thing to delay our work, but you're also delaying the police. The police reassured her, Ma'am, we will come back. We will find justice for you. After saying that, the police left. Lu Chunhong, among the crowd, looked much more lively. Sun Lizy had already faced consequences. She wanted to see him suffer even more. Tang Su, after learning about Sun Lizy and Yang Yanyan, was silent for a moment, reflecting on whether she had truly eliminated all traces. But then she thought, Sun Lizy's mother clearly knew about this but chose to hide it, allowing her son to behave this way and protecting him. Sun Lizy's mother was also at fault. Let them torment each other. In the afternoon, Tang Su received 2 more letters, each very thick. Villagers looked at the heavy envelopes in her hands and started whispering again, but this time, no one was interested. Both letters were from Yang Zishua. One contained 300 yuan, 20 national grain coupons, and cloth coupons, with 5 or 6 sheets of paper. The letters detailed everything about the Tang family. They also mentioned recent events in the family. After some elders reported to the police, no results came from the investigation. Their family assets were almost wiped out, and what Tang Lao left behind became their only hope. Bai Yiming and others searched through the blueprints repeatedly, causing quite a commotion. However, before they could find the items, news leaked out. Soon, everyone in Shen City knew that old Tang had left behind a large fortune. As the saying goes, a big tree attracts the wind. Bai Yiming and his group had to stop their search and pretend they didn't know anything. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Wanwan had already sold them out completely. That very night after Tang Su left, Tang Wanwan took over Tang Su's room. She carried her luggage and moved in proudly. The family had no money left, so Bai Yiming had to go to the pharmaceutical factory early to collect his wages and sold a private collection to get some cash. Since Madame Wang had returned home, Bai Yiming also hired a new cook. But this new cook was far from as good as Madame Wang. She not only cooked worse but also cut corners and secretly took ingredients home. Tang Wanwan was unemployed, spending her days either at department stores or food shops. Bai Yiming and Tang Lin gave her some money and shopping vouchers. Tang Wanwan went shopping every day, buying clothes, jewelry, shoes, and food. She looked down her nose at everyone in the stores, acting very arrogantly. The salespeople took advantage of her and sold her many expensive clothes that didn't suit her. When her shopping vouchers ran out, she paid with cash. The salespeople charged high prices. Tang Wanwan didn't understand market prices well, but she knew exchanging a voucher shouldn't cost so much. Then she thought, since that unkind girl Tang Su spent so much of the Tang family's money, why not spend a little more herself? She agreed to the prices, acting as if she was doing a favor. After shopping at the department store, she went to the state-run food shop, buying whatever was expensive. In just a few days, she gained some weight. At home, she kept a close eye on the new maid, acting like the mistress and sometimes being picky. Meanwhile, several villas in Shen City had already been abandoned. The residents of these villas were once famous capitalists. With the current turmoil, it was obvious that they had all run away. For a while, the remaining capitalists in Shen City found themselves in a difficult situation. Among them, the Tang family was the hardest hit. More and more red guards appeared on the streets and alleys. The rumors grew more intense. Today, Tang Wanwan went to the department store again. After buying clothes as usual, she looked around to see what else she needed. As she walked, she arrived at the watch counter. The beautiful watches inside the glass display immediately caught her attention. Thinking about the watch Tang Su was wearing earlier, she felt a bit annoyed. Since Tang Su could wear a watch and she was the head of the family, she should also wear one. She pointed at a full-steel Shen Chung brand women's watch in the display window and asked, "How much is this watch?" 120 yuan with a watch ticket. Tang Wanwan was surprised instantly. She hadn't brought enough money. The clerk, used to dealing with show-offs, looked at her and quickly judged whether she had money or not. Tang Wanwan stared at the watch. "Show it to me." The clerk sneered. "Can't show it to you. If you can't buy it, don't touch it." Tang Wanwan snapped, lifting her chin. "I am the head of the Tang family. I have money to buy it. Just 120 yuan. Go ask around. Everyone knows the Tang family has been robbed." "Why are you pretending here?" Tang Wanwan snorted. "The Tang family can't be that broke. If it was stolen, so be it. My grandfather left a large sum of money, enough to last for generations." Her voice was loud, and many people heard her. The clerk's eyes flickered. Remembering the rumors she had heard in the past few days, her face immediately lit up with a warm smile, replacing her previous disdain. She took out the watch, returned it to Tang Wanwan, and kept praising how good she looked wearing it. Flattering and complimenting her, she made Tang Wanwan feel like she was on top of the world. Finally, she reluctantly took off the watch. "I forgot to bring the watch ticket today. Please hold it for me. I'll come back tomorrow to buy it." The clerk's expression stiffened, but seeing that she was serious about buying, she believed her words. Tang Wanwan happily left, thinking she would have a watch tomorrow and feeling very pleased. Unbeknownst to her, her words had already spread. Back at the Tang family residence, Bai Yiming had already returned, sitting on the sofa with a grim expression. Before Tang Wanwan could speak, Bai Yiming spoke first. "Where did you go today?" Tang Wanwan didn't understand why his face looked so unhappy, but since she still needed to ask Bai Yiming for money, she said, "I went to the department store today." Immediately, Bai Yiming's face darkened even more. Perhaps thinking about the watch, she continued to speak freely. "Dad, can you give me some money and a watch voucher? I saw a watch I like today." Bai Yiming gave her a stern slap. "You fool." Tang Wanwan was stunned and instinctively thought that Bai Yiming didn't want to buy her a watch. Clearly, Tang Su had a watch, but he was showing favoritism. Thinking this way, she also said, "What's wrong with me buying a watch? Tang Su can buy one, so why can't I?" Hearing this, Bai Yiming got even angrier. Is it really about whether she buys a watch or not? She didn't even realize what foolish things she had done. He couldn't help but think of Tang Su, who wouldn't do such silly things. He held back his temper and asked patiently, "This has nothing to do with buying a watch. Did you say something you shouldn't have today when you went out? Did you mention that Dad left a large sum of money?" Tang Wanwan was confused and said indifferently, "Yes, I said it." "So what? They can't come to steal it." Bai Yiming sneered angrily. "How do you know they can't come to take it?" Tang Wanwan looked confident. "That's my Tang family's property. Why should they come to take it? Do you know how many people are watching the Tang family now? Do you know outside there, people are criticizing and attacking capitalism, saying we are still the remnants of the exploitative class." When she heard the word criticism, Tang Wanwan suddenly remembered the black and red categories being persecuted in her previous life, and her face turned pale. After Tang Su was expelled from the family tree in her past life, they became just ordinary people. She had seen those capitalists and landlords who were once like the Tang family being persecuted, but she was too busy with life at the time to pay attention to these things, so she didn't know when the cultural purge started. Suddenly, she realized she was actually part of the capitalist class. Immediately, recalling the scenes of persecution from her past life, she panicked and asked, "Dad, what should we do?" Bai Yiming rubbed his forehead. "I'll think of a way. Starting tomorrow, don't go out." He didn't expect her to help much, just not to make things worse. Okay. Tang Wanwan didn't sleep much all night. She thought about the news she saw in her previous life. Since Tang Su could take Bai Yiming to Gangcheng, in this life, Bai Yiming and his grandfather could also take her there. She comforted herself around 5 in the morning. By nearly 10 o'clock, Tang Wanwan came downstairs. She couldn't go shopping at the mall, so she was very bored. She stared at the aunt who was cooking. She wondered if the aunt might steal something. While casually rummaging through the kitchen, Tang Wanwan found some meat that the aunt had secretly hidden. She shouted about calling the police. The aunt quickly begged for mercy and finally agreed to pay Tang Wanwan 10 yuan after receiving her wages. Getting 10 yuan so easily made Tang Wanwan very proud. She mocked and belittled the aunt again, telling her to cook all the meat before slowly walking upstairs. She didn't see the cruel look in the aunt's eyes after she turned away. Bai Yiming told others that the Tang family no longer had any extra property. Since Tang Wanwan had just returned and was unfamiliar with the family's assets, her words couldn't be trusted. His actions seemed a bit suspicious. They didn't know exactly how much property the Tang family had, but seeing how the family members usually dressed in gold and silver, they knew the family's wealth was probably very large, more than a thief could steal. The sales clerk at the department store was almost furious when she saw Tang Wanwan hadn't come all day. That day, the aunt reported the Tang family. The next day, the investigation team came to look into the matter. The Tang family was now the target of criticism. Once one person started pointing fingers, others followed, second, third, and more. While collecting evidence, Tang Wanwan lost her temper and said things she shouldn't have. As a result, the Tang family was effectively placed under house arrest. The newspapers were filled with articles about the Tang family, mostly criticizing their capitalist attitude and calling them remnants of the exploitative class. One article even specifically mentioned Tang Wanwan's luxury spending. Bai Yiming no longer needed to go to work. Tang Wanwan's good days were over. At this time, the Cultural Revolution hadn't yet affected the whole society. It was still limited to government offices and schools, with no violent actions, mainly studying official documents. The Cultural Revolution groups supervised daily activities, with Red Guards taking them to factories to study the documents. There was no more aunt at home. During the day, Tang Wanwan had to go to school, and at night, she still had chores to do. Your diet is no longer the same as before. For a while, Bai Yiming and the clan elders had to stop their plans to go to Hong Kong City. Northeast Military District Chun Yuchuan hurriedly asked for leave from his leader right after returning from a mission. Captain Zhao asked, "How long do you want to take off?" 1 month. "Captain, I've checked. I still have at least 2 months of leave left." "Why do you need such a long break?" "Captain, I'm 27 now. It's time to get married." As he spoke, Chun Yuchuan thought of Tang Su. Seeing his excited look, Zhao Yongqiang looked a bit helpless. Thinking about this person's character, he was curious about that female comrade. "You need to report 30 days in advance. Go back and wait for the news." "How far along are you two?" "She doesn't even know me yet." Zhao Yongqiang was smoking. When he heard this, he choked on his cigarette. Chun Yuchuan looked at him with some disdain. "Captain, you've been smoking for so many years. How come you still don't understand? Don't waste this good cigarette." Zhao Yongqiang was surprised by his words. "She doesn't even know you, and you're thinking of taking leave to get married? Looks like this is just your wishful thinking." Chun Yuchuan didn't like that. "What do you mean by wishful thinking? The girl doesn't even know me. How do you know it's just wishful thinking?" All right. Where is the girl from?" "She's called Tang Su." "Nice name, right? She's a youth sent to the countryside from Shen City. She was assigned to my team during her work in the countryside. We met on the train last time. She's very pretty." Zhao Yongqiang looked full of doubt. He wanted to say, a youth sent to the countryside would like you, but he swallowed that thought. Chen Yuchuan is one of his soldiers. If Chen Yuchuan isn't capable, then he isn't either. Saying that would only embarrass himself. Suddenly, Chen Yuchuan was taking his cigarette. Little brat, leave me some. I've been saving this for a long time. Next, Chen Yuchuan quickly ran off, leaving a sentence behind. You should smoke less. Zhao Yongqiang thought about what Chen Yuchuan said. Xiao Wu, go call Lu Yu and Li Jinbo. After a moment, Lu Yu and Li Jinbo arrived. Captain, did you find any special people, like some women, when you looked for the child? Li Jinbo. A woman helped us by giving clues. When we caught the traffickers, she also helped take care of the child. He paused and added, if there's anything unusual during later checks, we noticed that woman. Deputy Commander Chen looked at her referral letter for a long time. I asked if she was suspicious, and he said no, he was just looking at the address at her home. Nothing else was unusual. Commander, do you think this woman is suspicious? No, I was just asking. That's all. Let's go back. On the way home, Li Jinbo was thinking about what happened. The woman seemed innocent, but Deputy Commander Chen was paying close attention. He also saw Chen's leave note on the commander's desk earlier. Besides official matters, there was nothing else between strangers. Since her reaction during the investigation, he believed she didn't know Deputy Commander Chen. He felt like he had uncovered something important. Zhao Yongqiang reported that Chen Yuchuan had asked for leave. When he heard Chen Yuchuan wanted to go home to see his family, he immediately approved it. Meanwhile, the messenger told Chen Yuchuan that his parents had called him twice. Chen Yuchuan wanted to send a telegram back, but Xiao Wu from the team came to tell him his leave was approved. He happily packed his things and went home. Zhao Yongqiang became more worried that Chen Yuchuan might be tricked by someone. He quickly went to see the leaders above. On the day of the recruitment, almost all the young men in the village who qualified went to sign up. Chen Jianjun and Tang Weidong also went. At the forward brigade, during lunch, the Chen family was eating. Chen Jinhua looked outside and said, I hear Chen Yuchuan's voice. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in the yard. Yuchuan? Second uncle, second brother. Chen Yuchuan playfully put his arm around Chen Jinhua's shoulder, smiling. Mom, did you miss me? You don't know how much I missed you. I couldn't even enjoy my meal because I was thinking of you. Get lost. If you miss me, why didn't you call? You're so healthy, don't try to fool me. Go away, she said this, but Chen Jinhua's face was full of uncontrollable smiles. Father, yes. Are you hungry? Hurry up and eat. Yes, but Mom's cooking is still the best. Chen Jinhua looked at Chen Yuchuan, who was eating with his head down with loving eyes. After Chen Jianbang and Yu Chunlan and others finished eating, they went to work in the fields. Only the team leader, Chen Jinhua and Chen Yuchuan remained. A few young workers came here recently. The youth station isn't enough for everyone. I called the town, and they said you were on a mission. I talked to your grandfather, and we arranged for 2 young workers to stay at your place. But your room is still locked. If you're not happy, I can arrange something else. Chen Yuchuan was surprised. Which young workers? What's their names? 2 young workers, 1 man and 1 woman. One is named Tang Weidong, the other Tang Su. They are both from the city. The girl is staying with Shang Yun, and the boy is staying with your grandfather and Jianjun. They've been here for a while, and nothing serious has happened. The team leader's words faded into the background for Chen Yuchuan. That beautiful young woman worker not only happened to be working in his hometown but also happened to be staying in his house. The team leader thought Chen Yuchuan was unhappy. If you're not happy, I can arrange something else. Chen Yuchuan quickly said, I'm happy. He suppressed his joy and asked indirectly, Mom, how is that girl worker? Will she bully Shang Yun if she stays there? Chen Jinhua. No, Su is a pretty good girl. Then Chen Jinhua started to list the good qualities of Tang Su in her eyes. Finally, she said, Jianjun is staying there. He will watch over her, and your grandfather will keep an eye on her too. Chen Yuchuan's smile stretched from ear to ear. Mom, how about letting her be your daughter-in-law? The team leader and Chen Jinhua said in unison. What did you say? I like Tang Su. Aren't you just back? When did you start liking her? While on a mission, I saw her on the train. I looked at her introduction letter. She's in our team. I just came back and I even took a month off. Chen Jinhua and the team leader exchanged a look, their faces becoming quite complicated. Son, it's not that mom is belittling you, but we really don't match up with her. Why not? At the fish pond, Taizhu and Lu Difu also took a liking to the young educated youth. Taizhu went up the mountain to pick a lot of local fruits for her, and yesterday Lu Difu even took all the water from the well in his hometown for her. The young educated youth said she wanted to get married, with a bride price of 2,000 yuan. She said she would decide everything, whether to work or have children. She also said she couldn't be bothered with other things, and with that bride price, they just couldn't afford it. Chun Yuchuan was silent for a moment. What kind of thing was that? Was Taizhu and Lu Difu even qualified? What kind of local fruit was that? Had it been washed? Don't let the young educated youth get sick from eating it. Just when Chen Jinhua thought he might give up, she heard Chen Yuchuan say, I can come up with it.
What?
The team leader and Chen Jinhua were both surprised. They knew Chen Yuchuan earned a good salary, but they didn't expect it to be so high. He built a brick house for his family and still sent 30 yuan home each month. Now he could even come up with 2,000 yuan and the bride price of 3 turns and 1 sound. Thinking about it, Chen Jinhua felt something was off. Why haven't I heard Tang Jiqing ask you? Tang Su had been working in the countryside for several days. Only Ding Saisha mentioned that time Chen Yuchuan was there, and Tang Su asked him a little more. Chen Yuchuan responded with an, oh, she doesn't know me yet. The team leader and Chen Jinhua were again surprised. Other people's fortune not yet fully written means waiting to write that one stroke, but their son's fortune not yet fully written means he hasn't even prepared the pen. Go ahead and do your own thing. I'll say this up front. Don't damage the girl's reputation.
Got it.
Suddenly, Chen Yuchuan remembered something. Mom, she doesn't have a boyfriend, right? Sure enough, when someone is extremely speechless, they tend to smile. I didn't hear her say, but that young man named Tang Weidong gets along well with her. But that young man calls her big sister, so I don't know if he's from the city. Chen Yuchuan casually replied, and seeing that he was lost in thought again, Chen Jinhua decided to let him do as he pleased. Chen Yuchuan first took his luggage home. At this moment, no one was in the small courtyard. He put down his luggage and headed to the team office. The sun was so hot overhead that it wasn't good for the young educated youth to be exposed to it. He was going to do some work for her. He needed to go to the team office to get some tools. He specifically asked his father. Tang Su was hoeing weeds on the hillside in the northeast. He was about to leave when Lu Difu arrived, looking excited. Brother Chuan. Chen Yuchuan glanced at him with disdain. With such a look, he didn't seem fit to dream about girls from the city. What do you want? Nothing much. I heard you're back, so I came to see you. Then he started talking about what was happening in the village. Suddenly, he lowered his voice. Brother Chuan, Sun Lizy was attacked and hurt by someone. Chen Yuchuan's eyes flickered. Tell me more. The night before last, Sun Lizy didn't come home.
Yang Xuanzhu said. He went up the mountain.
We all went to look for him, heading in the direction behind her house. We found Sun Lizy, and the footprints looked like he rolled down from the mountain. But the doctor in town said Sun Lizy's hands and feet were broken, his kneecap shattered, and he's now mentally slow. They also said his voice box was damaged, so he can't speak anymore. Chen Yuchuan thought deeply. He grew up in the front team, and no one in the village would do something so cruel. It must have been outsiders. I think Sun Lizy got what he deserved. He's always staring at this girl or that girl. A few days ago, he was even watching the new girl, Tang Jiqing. I saw him staring at Xiangyan once. Chen Yuchuan's eyes turned cold. What did you say? Brother Chuan, don't get mad. He only looked a few times, and I scolded him away. He didn't dare to bother Xiangyun. Since he had helped Xiangyun before, Chen Yuchuan decided not to argue about his obsession with Tang Su. Brother Chuan, is there any way to earn 2,000 yuan? And how do I get the 3 turns and 1 ring? Chen Yuchuan's eyes flickered. That request sounded so familiar. Which girl needs that much bride price? It's the new girl in our team, Jiqing. She's very pretty, but the bride price is high. Is her name Tang Su? Lu Difu suddenly got excited. When Tang Su mentioned her demands, he was feeling pretty down. But after thinking for a couple of days, he decided he had to try. How could he know he couldn't do it if he didn't try? Yes, yes, Brother Chuan. You're so experienced. Help me think of a way. Chen Yuchuan's expression was hard to read. All day long, he didn't go to work, and now he was asked how to get 2,000 yuan and the 3 turns and 1 ring. It was like asking him to pick cabbages in the garden. I can't think of anything. Why? Brother Chuan, we've known each other for so many years. Surely you can help me. So, are you trying to compete for her? When he said that, Lu Difu immediately lost his confidence. Chen Yuchuan glanced at him. To marry a wife, you need to earn some work points. If you can't support a family, no one will want to be with you, not just city girls, even village girls won't look at you. Lu Difu stayed silent, not sure if he understood. When Chen Yuchuan arrived at the village committee, he saw 2 well-dressed people riding away on bicycles. His father and the village secretary watched happily as they left. Dad, secretary, who are those 2? They're from the town's youth office. Tang Jiqing did well on the train, so someone from the youth office came to ask about her performance. They might give her an award or something. Hearing this, the village head reacted, weren't you also on the train? Chen Yuchuan nodded. Knowing that many military matters need to be kept secret, the village head didn't ask more. Village secretary, how long can Chuanji stay now? He took a month off. I don't know exactly how long he'll be here. Comrade soldier, your main duty is to protect the country. Chen Yuchuan took his hoe and headed to the fields. The village head asked, why are you taking a hoe? To help my mother weed the garden. The village head wondered, is it just to help your mother, or are you going to see Tang Jiqing? Chen Yuchuan didn't deny it. He was just helping Chen Jinhua weed the garden. Tang Su didn't know him yet, and trying to make friends suddenly might backfire. Along the way, everyone greeted him. Chuanji is back. Yeah. What are you taking the hoe for? Weeding. Helping my mom with work. After walking for a while, Chen Yuchuan finally reached Tang Su's field. He looked around and spotted Tang Su. She was dressed in a military green outfit, tall and slender, with a delicate, pretty face hidden under a straw hat. Feeling his gaze, Tang Su looked up. Their eyes met. He was tall and strong. He had a neat, close-cropped haircut, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a bold, rebellious look. His nose was high, jawline sharp, shoulders broad, waist narrow, and he had a commanding presence. He was about 1.8 meters tall. His rolled-up sleeves revealed strong, muscular forearms. His military pants, which didn't show his legs clearly, covered powerful thighs. At that moment, Tang Su had to admit, she liked the man's appearance. He was handsome and strong, with a commanding presence and a bit of wildness. If she remembers correctly, this man is the same man from the train. Even though he disguised himself on the train, Tang Su recognized him at once. For a moment, Tang Su looked away. But Chen Yuchuan did not look away. Aunt Chen looked at Chen Yuchuan's unremarkable appearance and just wanted to cover her face. The aunts immediately understood what was happening. Chuanzi, what are you here for? Helping my mother with chores. Chen Yuchuan was working and occasionally glanced at Tang Su. One aunt teased, Chuanzi, aren't you here to help your mom? When she said that, the other aunts all laughed. Why not? Isn't he working now? That seedling isn't for the young people to plant. Don't dig up the seedling. After speaking, everyone burst into laughter again. Auntie, even if my eyesight isn't great, I'd only dig up the seedling, not like your iron pillar, who can catch field mice and even find his own ancestors' graves. The aunt raised her hoe, frozen in midair, her face turning pale and then red. Laughter quietly spread across the field. With Chen Yuchuan's help, the area Chen Jinhua was responsible for was quickly finished. After finishing her part, Chen Jinhua went to help Chen Shangyun. Once she finished with Chen Shangyun, Chen Jinhua brought her 2 children to help Tang Su. Because of Sun Lizy's situation, Sun Lizy's mother had been acting strange lately, always watching people go up the mountain, suspicious of this one or that one. Tang Su didn't want trouble, so she didn't go up the mountain and wasn't in a hurry to work. Finally, she found an opportunity. Chen Yuchuan, like a proud peacock spreading its tail, worked hard, and kept flashing in front of Tang Su. Tang Su clearly saw his intentions. He had looked at her for so long with her introduction letter. It turned out he liked her. After everyone finished their work, they went to the scorekeeper to record their work points, then returned their farming tools, and left. From a distance, they looked like a family. Chuanzi is interested in that young girl. His eyes are glued to her. Can they afford to give so much bride price? The team leader and Qin Jinhua can't, but Chuanzi might. He built 3 houses back then. It must have cost at least 2,000. Soldiers can get that much money. I should let my son try too. Your son didn't get selected last year, and this year doesn't look good either. Give it a try. On the way back, Qin Jinhua called Qin Shangyun away. At this moment, only Tang Su and Qin Yuchuan were on the village road. Sometimes they would meet 1 or 2 people who would greet Qin Yuchuan and then look at them with gossiping eyes. Chen's small courtyard, the gate was closed, and everything was quiet. Qin Yuchuan stood not far from Tang Su. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he hesitated to speak. He walked up to Tang Su and stopped 2 steps away. He took a deep breath and said, "Comrade Tang Su, my name is Qin Yuchuan. I am 27 years old. I joined the army at 18. I am now the deputy commander of the 12th Regiment, 116th Division, 23rd Army, Northeast Military District. My monthly salary is 126 yuan. I am healthy, have no bad habits, and I want to build a revolutionary friendship with you and create our own small family." After speaking, he stood there like a soldier who had been punished for standing. Tang Su could see that he was tense. A blush spread from his ears to his cheeks, and his neck, which was wheat-colored, also showed some redness.
He looked very shy.
Tang Su couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever dated anyone?" "No, not even on a blind date." "Yes." "How many?" Qin Yuchuan thought for a moment. "About 10, I think." "I can't remember exactly." Worried that Tang Su might misunderstand, he quickly explained, "All introduced by leaders. I didn't refuse, but I didn't like any of them. They probably didn't like me either." After each blind date, they either got angry or left with a sullen face. Tang Su suddenly remembered him talking about girls, and she probably understood what was going on. "Sorry, I have no plans to get married." Coming from a rural background at 27 and a deputy regiment leader, such a person could be considered outstanding. He could go far in the future. Maybe he could even become a big help to the Tang family. While outstanding, he wasn't the only one. Qin Yuchuan took the opportunity to say, "Dating is fine too." Tang Su had hesitated earlier and even asked if he had ever dated or gone on blind dates, which showed there was something about him that she found appealing. Tang Su, no dating. She withdrew her support for him. Qin Yuchuan immediately fell silent. Watching Tang Su walk back into the house, Qin Yuchuan felt a bit disappointed. But in the next second, he comforted himself. He still had a chance. When Xiao Jiu returned, Qin Yuchuan was chopping firewood. Xiao Jiu jumped over the wall and immediately met Qin Yuchuan's sharp gaze. Xiao Jiu recognized the man from the train at once. It sensed danger and hostility from this man. Inside the house, Tang Suming felt Xiao Jiu had returned, but stayed still in one spot. Feeling confused, she stepped outside. The moment Xiao Jiu saw Tang Su, he rushed toward her like a savior. Qin Yuchuan said, "Be careful. Wild cats can scratch." As he spoke, he saw the cat put the wild chicken it was holding in its mouth on the ground, then jump into Tang Su's arms and show its teeth at Qin Yuchuan. "You're the real wild cat." Tang Su said, "This isn't a wild cat. It's my cat. If you mind, I'll move out." Qin Yuchuan quickly replied, "No, I don't mind." If Tang Su moved out, he would lose a lot. After a while, Old Qin Jianjun, and Tang Weidong returned. Qin Yuchuan and Tang Weidong exchanged simple greetings. Tang Weidong went to start a fire and cook. "Second brother, when did you come back? Why didn't you come find me?" "Second brother, I signed up for the army." "You don't even know." "There are so many people signing up." Qin Yuchuan asked, "I have something to ask you." Qin Jianjun said, "Brother, go ahead." Qin Yuchuan lowered his voice. "What's the deal with Tang Ziking's cat? And what's her relationship with Tang Weidong?" "You mean Sister Su's cat?" "That cat was brought from Shen City by Sister Su. She really loves that cat. She lets it eat at the table and sleep inside the house. Tang Weidong is her younger brother, but I feel Sister Su is also quite good to him. Chen Yuchuan suddenly felt relieved that he hadn't said anything inappropriate earlier. Does she have a boyfriend? No. When Lu Difu was courting Sister Su those days, I asked Dongzi. He said she doesn't. After saying that, Chun Jianjun looked at his second brother with wide eyes, seeming to understand what he meant. Second brother, are you serious? What else would I be? That day, Lin Ziking took a newspaper. I glanced at it. Sister Su used to be the head of the Tang family. She's quite impressive. Dongzi said that many wealthy and powerful young men in Shen City want to marry her, but she didn't choose any. Second brother, I think you might have a tough time. Chen Yuchuan felt a bit annoyed. I'm not that bad either. I was thinking about the Tang family that Chen Jianjun mentioned. Is the Tang family you just talked about the same one? I don't know. You should ask Grandpa. During the meal, Chen Yuchuan finally saw how much Tang Su loved Xiao Jiu. There was a special bowl for it, and it could eat at the table. Tang Su even directed it to get food, and it preferred meat, eating better than people. Tang Su's interest in Chen Yuchuan decreased a little because he was making noise while eating. Chen Yuchuan ate quickly. When he made noise, Tang Su paused her eating and looked at him. Chen Yuchuan noticed her actions and gaze. Did she think he was eating too fast? So he slowed down his eating, pretending to be casual, and kept glancing at Tang Su. He saw that Tang Su had a big appetite. Besides meat, there was pickled vegetables on the table, and she took several bites of them. His mouth curled into a smile. She was easy to please and not picky. Chen Yuchuan didn't hide his feelings at all. After the meal, Old Chen sat in the yard. Chen Yuchuan moved closer. Old Chen, are you interested in the city girl? His tone was confident. Grandpa, how do I pursue a girl from the city? Old Chen and Grandma Chen, a noble lady and a commoner, married, making everyone in the village jealous. He was sure about what Old Chen said. City girls are very proper. Your mother is very clean. She can't make noise when eating, can't sleep in clean clothes after coming back from outside, can't lie next to her if she's not clean, and can't go to bed without a bath. As he spoke, Old Chen remembered his late wife. Chen Yuchuan was silent. So, was she upset because he made noise while eating? I asked Jianjun. He said she used to be the head of the Tang family. Which Tang family is that? The only Tang family he knew was one. Shencheng only has one Tang family. She's Tang Zhen's granddaughter. Her grandfather, Tang Zhen, was very famous. He always donated during wars. Chen Yuchuan was silent for a moment. When the war was 4 years ago, I heard the leaders say the Tang family donated money. A few days ago, I heard that girl say Tang Zhen passed away 4 years ago. That money was probably donated by her. This girl is good, and her family is well off. Chuanzi, honestly, we're not a match. After a long pause, Grandpa, I want to try. He rarely felt this way about someone. He wanted to give it a try. Grandpa, you haven't told me how to pursue her yet. Old Chen proudly said, it was your grandma who first liked me. Chen Yuchuan. Fine, there's no need to ask more about that. Inside the house, Tang Su looked outside at Chen Yuchuan. Jianjun, can you help me call your brother? Just tell him I need to see him. Okay? Tang Weidong looked a bit unhappy. What about me? Can't I help you? He clearly saw through the man's intentions. No. Chen Jianjun hurried over. Second brother, Sister Su is looking for you. Chen Yuchuan immediately got up and went inside. Tang Su pointed at Tang Weidong. I want to ask you for a favor. He's going to sign up for the army today. Can you help me see if he's capable enough to get in? Tang Weidong looked unhappy. I don't need him to check for me. Tang Su softly said, he's at the same level as your brother. At your age, you might not even reach his level. Tang Weidong's face stiffened. Chen Yuchuan secretly felt happy. Tang Su was praising his strength. He didn't mind Tang Weidong's attitude. Have you trained? Tang Weidong glanced at Tang Su. Seeing her serious face and reluctance, he said, yes, I have. Try it out. Chen Yuchuan clearly wanted to flatter Tang Su. He didn't hold back much. At first, Tang Weidong didn't take it seriously. But as he fought, he realized Chen Yuchuan could always defuse his attacks. He started to understand that Chen Yuchuan was quite strong and began to fight with full effort, wanting to see just how powerful he was. Chen Yuchuan seemed to see his plan and didn't hide it. After 2 rounds, Tang Weidong was caught. Tang Su watched, feeling a bit eager to try herself. Old Chen and Chen Yuchuan were both surprised. They didn't expect Tang Weidong to have some skill. No wonder he's from a big family. Not bad. His agility is okay, but his strength isn't enough. If his body is healthy, he probably can get in. Suitable for frontline combat. He's learned all the killing moves, so he's definitely fit for the front lines. But Tang Weidong didn't look very happy. Chen Jianjun watched excitedly. Second brother, let me see too. I also signed up. Chen Yuchuan looked at Chen Jianjun. Come on. Chen Jianjun's eyes lit up. He raised his fist and swung at Chen Yuchuan. In the next second, everything spun, and he ended up lying on the ground. Lying there, blinking, he wondered, why is this different? He felt a bit disappointed. Second brother, am I not going to be chosen? Physical exams and background checks are fine, so you should be able to get in. Really? Tang Su looked at the low-spirited Tang Weidong. Training starts tomorrow. Okay. Tang Su then looked at Chen Yuchuan. Thanks. No need to be polite, he said happily. Early the next morning, at 4 o'clock, Tang Weidong was already up. Last night, Chen Jianjun was discouraged by Tang Weidong. Seeing him get up, Chen Jianjun also woke up. Where are you going? Running. I'll go too. About 30 minutes later, the front door opened. Chen Yuchuan peeked in and saw Tang Su had already gotten up. He immediately lost his sleepiness and also got up. Tang Su looked at Chen Yuchuan and suddenly wanted to test his strength. Noticing her gaze, he stepped closer. What's wrong? He asked happily. Let's spar. Seeing her eager look, Chen Yuchuan instinctively agreed. Okay. He thought to himself, don't hurt her. But Tang Su showed no mercy at all. Chen Yuchuan's eyes sharpened, and his fists and palms quickly sliced through the air. They fought back and forth, and Chen Yuchuan became more and more surprised. He knew some wealthy families carefully train their heirs, but he didn't expect a girl like Tang Su to be able to fight him. He also noticed that Tang Su was very strong, probably much stronger than him. Tang Su gradually adjusted her strength. When Chen Yuchuan was starting to struggle, she increased her force, and in an instant, she pressed him to the ground. Usually, Chen Yuchuan was the one pinning others down, but today he was the one being pinned. This feeling was quite new and strange. For a moment, he wondered if Tang Su might be a spy or something similar. But then he thought, with her skill and mastery of traditional martial arts, she couldn't have learned it without at least 10 years of practice. Some of her moves looked very similar to Tang Weidong's, but she used them more naturally and skillfully. Besides, only a fool would put such a talented person in their small town. That was what he thought, but he still didn't dare to let his guard down. Tang Su released him, and Chen Yuchuan crawled up from the ground. He saw everyone in the yard was there. Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun had already returned from their run. Chen Jianjun and Chen Shangyun were both very surprised. In their eyes, second brother was a very capable person, but they didn't expect him to be pressed to the ground by Sister Tang or Sister Su. Old Chen thought it was a shame that he wasn't in the military with such skills. After being surprised, Tang Weidong felt proud. He knew Chen Yuchuan's strength, but he didn't expect him to be pressed down by the boss. This is his boss. Chen Yuchuan found it hard to believe. His eyes showed mixed feelings, and he started to doubt. Tang Su looked at the man in front of her. His face was complicated, surprised, unexpected, but there was no anger or shame. In the past, whenever she knocked a man down, they would feel embarrassed. But this one was different. Did she knock him out? Did being pressed to the ground make him stupid? Thinking for a moment, she asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he said, but inside, Chen Yuchuan still felt a bit complicated. Tang Su went back to her room and took out a few compressed biscuits, handing one to Chen Jianjun and Tang Weidong. "No breakfast right now, one each." She looked at Chen Yuchuan. "Do you want one?" "Yes," he replied. Chen Yuchuan looked at the biscuit in his hand. He was familiar with this kind. During the war 4 years ago, it was this biscuit that helped many soldiers survive. But he asked, How do you have military district special supply biscuits? Someone gave them to me. Chen Yuchuan was silent. Could these things be given away casually? Seeing his doubt, Tang Su explained, we exchanged a modified recipe, and after making some, we gave a little to try. Chen Yuchuan remained silent. When leaders give things, they just say someone gave it, as if it was nothing. If there really were spies who could donate money for the war or contact high-level leaders, then the higher-ups should be worried. Old Chen had already taken a bite. Suddenly, he realized this biscuit was unusual. He couldn't swallow it, but he also couldn't spit it out. Wei Dong glanced at him. Just eat it. Tang Su also gave one to Old Chen and Shang Yun. At 5 o'clock, everyone gathered at the brigade headquarters. Chen Yuchuan turned and went to the town. At the post office, he immediately called Zhao Yongqiang. Captain, check Tang Su's identity. She's the woman I like. See if there's anything unusual. Zhao Yongqiang immediately became alert. Did you find something? Chen Yuchuan thought for a moment and said, she is quite skilled. I worry she might be a spy. Her identity is no problem. Zhao Yongqiang glanced at Tang Su's file. Not only is there no problem, it's actually very good. Chen Yuchuan asked, how do you know? Zhao Yongqiang felt a bit guilty. You said she looks nice. I was worried you might be distracted by her, so I reported it and checked. Now Zhao Yongqiang felt a little relieved. Chen Yuchuan calling him to check on Tang Su showed he was clear-headed. So, what's the best plan? For years ago, during the Southern War, the Tang family donated money. Few people know about it, and even fewer know the exact amount. The commander told me that the Tang family donated 860,000 yuan and also provided a new recipe for compressed biscuits. Old Tang was no longer involved then. Tang Su handled everything. Now, something has happened to the Tang family, and Tang Su has distanced herself from them. Her status is very good. Chen Yuchuan was silent for a moment. So, the leaders of our military district know I like her? Probably. Chen Yuchuan remained silent again. Zhao Yongqiang didn't hear him speak and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the woman officer rejected you? A silence came through the phone. It was rare. Chen Yuchuan had hit a wall with a girl before, but usually it was the girl who was rejected. Chen Yuchuan also had today. He looked expressionless. If you want to laugh, just do it. Next moment, Zhao Yongqiang burst into hearty laughter. Good. Next time he would catch the squad leader smoking and then go complain to his wife. Though he was teased, Chen Yuchuan felt much more at ease. Around 9 o'clock, the bell at the squadron headquarters rang, calling everyone to assemble. When everyone arrived, they saw the squadron leader and the village secretary standing beside two comrades in white shirts. Hello, comrades, members, and young intellectuals. I am the director of the Young Intellectuals Office in Songjiang Town. This is the deputy director. We are here on orders from the leadership to present awards to Tang Zhigong. Tang Su was pushed to the front. On June 10th, at a train from Shen City to Yangchun City, young intellectual Tang Su keenly discovered a kidnapped child and promptly reported to the train police, helping them catch the traffickers and protect the safety of the people. Following strong requests from the families of children who had been kidnapped and after discussions with leaders, it was decided to honor Comrade Tang Su as a model youth for her good work. She was also awarded a pair of enamel cups, a notebook, and a pen as encouragement. We hope Comrade Tang Su continues her good efforts, and all fellow workers and young educated youths learn from her. The crowd erupted in warm applause, mixed with discussions and praise. Amid the applause, Tang Su received her certificate and prizes, confidently saying, "Thank you for the encouragement. This is what I should do." I believe any comrade in that situation would stand up and act. The team leader and village secretary stood nearby, smiling happily. Until the young educated youth office staff left, villagers remained excited. In this era, having someone in the team achieve something notable was a source of pride. Villagers asked eagerly, "Young comrade Tang Su, tell us what happened." Yes, tell us." Unable to say more, Tang Su briefly explained what happened. The villagers looked a bit disappointed. "That's all," Tang Su replied. "What else could I say?" Despite that, they kept talking about the event. Many looked at the items in Tang Su's hands with envy, especially the young educated youths. To them, these items were not just things but symbols of honor. Dinged Saixiao looked at the prizes with admiration. Tang Su, you're amazing. Some young men also couldn't help but glance at her. Tang Su took her things back and went to the fields. Today, her work was still weeding. Chen Yuchuan brought some sugar water from home and approached Tang Su. Thirsty? Want some water? It's cooled down in the well. Very refreshing. At the other end, Chen Jinhua, who was working hard and feeling parched, overheard this. No, step aside. Chen Yuchuan didn't move.
Hot?
Want to rest under the tree? Tang Su raised her hoe and aimed it at his feet. Chen Yuchuan quickly dodged. Seeing her look with some impatience, Chen Yuchuan had no choice but to carry the water and walk over to Chen Jinhua. Mom, have some water. I'll do it. He took the hoe from Chen Jinhua's hands. Under the tree, Chen Jinhua poured out the water. As soon as she took a sip, she paused. The water was sweet. Chen Jinhua felt a bit uneasy inside. Her son was growing up and starting to like a girl. Then she looked at Chen Yuchuan, who was digging with a hoe and getting closer to Tang Su. Chen Jinhua. Auntie leaned over and asked, Jinhua, does Chuanzi like that young girl from the city? Yes. Many people under the tree were surprised. Can your family afford such a big bride price? Chen Jinhua. We can't pay it. If he has the ability, he can marry her. Someone muttered, spending so much money to marry a girl, then having to spoil her for work and children. Only fools would marry like that. The muttering was loud enough for many to hear. I think that young girl doesn't seem interested in Chuanzi. Does she not like him? Chen Jinhua. Yes, Jinhua is her family very rich. Of course. Look at her clothes. They don't look like made of cotton. I saw her clothes yesterday. They're so soft. Chen Jinhua ignored these women and watched her son circle around Tang Su like a fly, her mouth twitching. Thanks to what the older women had been saying, everyone knew Chen Yuchuan liked Tang Su. Chen family courtyard Tang Su and the others had just finished work and were about to prepare dinner. Suddenly, a tiger's roar came from outside the yard. Someone exclaimed, "The big cat is coming down the mountain." Chen Yuchuan's face changed. He grabbed a thick wooden stick and ran outside. Tang Su also ran out. They saw a large tiger about 200 meters behind the yard. Nearby villagers heard the roar and hurried over with tools. Led by Chen Yuchuan, the villagers held their weapons tightly, looking tense. The big tiger looked at the scene, angry, and let out another roar. The situation was tense and silent. At that moment, Chen Xiangyun screamed from inside the courtyard. Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan looked at each other. I'll go see. Tang Su entered and saw Chen Lao standing at the door of the main hall, not going inside. Looking further in, she saw a small cat standing in the hall. Yes, a small cat, striped and patterned, exactly like the one outside. Chen Xiangyun was standing in the corner, clearly frightened. She suddenly understood why the big tiger had come down the mountain. A cold gaze fell on Little Nine. Little Nine shrank close to the wall, afraid that Tang Su would see it. But the good friend Little Nine brought back was very clueless. Where Little Nine moved, it followed, even inviting it to play. It turned out that Little Nine had brought a small cat into the house where Tang Su and Chen Xiangyun lived. When the small cat got tired of playing, it curled up and fell asleep inside. The big cat, looking for the children, followed the scent and found this place. The roar of the tiger woke the small cat. At this moment, someone noticed the big cat had come down the mountain, attracting more people. Hearing the noisy crowd outside, Little Nine knew trouble had come. It quickly took the small cat out. It planned to sneak the small cat away, but didn't expect Chen Xiangyun to still be inside, which scared her. The small cat saw Tang Su suddenly rushing in, and it yowled loudly, sounding quite fierce. Next, Little Nine raised its paw and scolded it. After saying something, the small cat immediately behaved and walked over to Tang Su, rubbing against her feet and showing submission. Tang Su picked up the small cat and stroked its head. The small cat squinted its eyes, showing a cute, spoiled expression. Then she carried the small cat out. Meanwhile, Chen Yuchuan and the villagers were still confronting the big cat. Seeing Tang Su holding a small cat, the villagers widened their eyes in shock, speechless.
What?
What is Tang Jiu holding? Seeing the small cat, the big cat became even more excited. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, Tang Su stepped forward, placed the small cat on the ground, and quickly stepped back.
Chen Yuchuan said, "Everyone step back."
Everyone retreated quite far. The tiger swiftly grabbed the small cat and carried it away, then turned and went back up the mountain. After a long time, the villagers didn't react. Until someone asked, Tang Jiu, how come the small cat is inside the house? This question caused a commotion, sparking heated discussions among the villagers. Yes, I was wondering too. The big cat hasn't come down for many years. Why did it suddenly come down? What's going on? The villagers asked one after another. After thinking for a moment, Tang Su finally spoke with difficulty. I have a cat, and maybe it made a friend. Sorry, I'll make sure to take better care of the cat from now on. As soon as she said that, everyone fell silent. Is this correct? Can this be right? Can a house cat be friends with a big cat in the woods? Qin family courtyard. After some comfort from the Qin family, Qin Shengyun finally calmed down. Everyone in the Qin family and Tang Weidong listened with complicated feelings as Tang Su scolded Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu didn't dare lift his head. You really know how to secretly cause trouble. Can you really bring it back? Did you tell its parents you brought it home? What if the big cat comes down and hurts someone? You can play, but don't bring these things back. Can't you hide on the mountain? Everyone, is that the main point? Meow, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. He then rubbed against Tang Su. Don't touch me. Go apologize to the person now. Xiao Jiu immediately ran toward Qin Shengyun, jumped onto her lap, kept acting cute and adorable, and looked pitiful. Qin Shengyun's heart softened instantly. I'm fine, Sister Tang. After saying that, Xiao Jiu ran back into the house, carried a bag of brown sugar, and placed it on Qin Shengyun's lap. Qin Shengyun's eyes widened. No, I can't accept this. Xiao Jiu got anxious immediately. Tang Su, if he gives it to you, just take it. It's not a valuable thing. Seeing that the Qin family didn't object, Qin Shengyun accepted it. During dinner, Xiao Jiu sat at the wall's edge, reflecting on himself. That spot was where Qin Shengyun had just stood. Tang Weidong felt a bit sorry and said, Boss, let Xiao Jiu eat a little. It looks so pitiful. Tang Su glared at him. If you think it's pitiful, go keep it company. Tang Weidong immediately shut up. After dinner, to digest, Tang Weidong wanted to practice martial arts. While no one was paying attention, Tang Su secretly put some spiritual spring water into Tang Weidong's cup. She handed him the cup.
Drink it.
Tang Weidong didn't understand why he was supposed to drink the water, but he did as told and finished the cup in one gulp. He felt a warm flow spread through his body. Tang Weidong's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Tang Su, then he calmed down again. That night, during martial arts practice, he felt his whole body was stronger and faster. Chen Jianjun also practiced along with him, led by Qin Yuchuan. Compared to Tang Weidong's ease, Chen Jianjun was having some trouble. Are you just throwing punches to scratch someone's itch? Don't talk about fighting the enemies. Even the old hen in the yard can't be chased away. Why are you trembling? Are you holding a cricket in your calf? Focus your energy. I didn't tell you to bend over. Tang Su watched happily from the side. Because she caused trouble the day before, Xiao Jiu was unusually obedient. He wanted to go work in the fields with Tang Su. But Tang Su stopped him, saying, I don't want others to see me as a monkey. Qin Yuchuan still kept trying to flatter her. 3 days later, news came from Sun Lizy's family that he had a persistent low fever. After Sun Lizy's hands and feet were broken, he should have gone to town for treatment, but his parents thought he was beyond help. Even if he was cured, he would still be useless. They decided not to spend money on it, just ask the doctor for some medicine and let him go home. When he returned, his arms and legs were still swollen. Sun Lizy had a head injury and started to lose control of his bowels and bladder. His parents had to work during the day and couldn't stay at home all the time. In just a few days, he developed many bed sores on his back and hips. With pain in his hands and legs, Sun Lizy kept crying day and night, disturbing the neighbors every evening. Since last night, Sun Lizy's low fever wouldn't go away. His mother had no choice but to take him to the town to see a doctor. After all, he was her only son, and she couldn't bear to see him suffer. Just after Sun Lizy's parents moved him out, Xiao Jiu, who was driving the ox cart, looked at Sun Lizy with a blank stare. He saw him crying in pain, with swollen hands and feet, a foul smell, and a body that looked terrible. He was about to leave in the ox cart. Lizy's father asked, "Uncle Yu, why are you leaving so soon?" "Oh dear, Lizy is in such a bad state. I need to ask the team leader and the party secretary if he can sit on the cart." At the team office, Xiao Jiu explained the situation. The team leader hurried over, followed by a few people who were just there to watch the fun. Seeing Sun Lizy lying on the ground in the main hall, the team leader couldn't help but gasp. His hands and feet were swollen and looked terrible, his eyes were dull, saliva was dripping, and he had a strong smell. The team leader frowned, put some straw on the cart, and hurried to the town for a checkup. That day, Sun Lizy's family didn't come back. After thinking it over, Tang Su decided to tell Chen Yuchuan about the telegram. Meanwhile, on the hillside cornfield, Chen Yuchuan and others were fertilizing the corn. The strong workers in the team pushed a unicycle cart to deliver farm manure to the fields. The young man easily pushed several hundred pounds of farm manure. After lunch, Tang Su called him outside. Xiao Jiu had just gone to see the educated youth at the point, and that youth was currently there. Chen Yuchuan looked at his clothes and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When he wore new clothes, Tang Su didn't even glance at him. This time, he was wearing rough cloth old clothes to push manure, and Tang Su not only looked at him but also talked to him, even calling him out alone. Watching Tang Su walk toward the mountain, he asked, "Where are you going?" "Follow me." Soon after, Tang Su led Chen Yuchuan further inside. Actually, it was Xiao Jiu who was leading Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan inside. As they approached the deep mountains, Chen Yuchuan quickly stopped him. "If we go any further, it will be deep in the mountains." "Yes, into the deep mountains." "What are you planning to do?" Tang Su looked at him with a mysterious smile and said, "Give you a chance to make a contribution." Chen Yuchuan was happy. "How so?" "There's a radio station inside the mountain." Hearing this, Chen Yuchuan's whole demeanor became sharp and serious. The two stopped at a certain spot, and Tang Su pointed to a hole covered with vegetation. "It's inside there." He paused and asked, "Do you need a flashlight?" Tang Su then took out a flashlight. Chen Yuchuan was silent for a moment, then took the flashlight, pushed aside the vegetation covering the hole, and indeed saw the radio transmitter Tang Su mentioned. "Do you know who it belongs to?" "The thin young educated youth in our team." "I don't know his name, but he wears glasses and has long hair." Chen Yuchuan found it hard to believe. "How do you know?" "Xiao Jiu saw it. This place is also where he brought me." He recognized the person too. Tang Su spoke casually, as if it was a very ordinary matter. On their way back, they took a different route. Chen Yuchuan, who was proud for the first time to be credited by someone else, felt a mix of emotions, some hard to describe, and some secretly happy. Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan walked one after the other. Not far from them, a dark gray figure moved within the dense grass. In an instant, Xiao Jiu attacked that spot. Suddenly, a sharp, urgent chirping sound came from the grass, then quickly fell silent again. Soon, Xiao Jiu dragged out a small wild boar. A pair of adult wild boars suddenly charged toward the sound source nearby. It was where Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan were. In an instant, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan exchanged a quick look. Both moved swiftly and climbed up trees. They were on higher ground, and the wild boars were rushing up from the mountain below. The first thing they saw was the two of them. The wild boar saw the small pig on the ground that had already died and became instantly furious. At this moment, the wild boar saw Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan as the main culprits. The wild boar attacked, headbutting the tree where they were climbing. At the same time, Tang Su broke off a thick branch from a nearby tree. Just as the tree was about to fall, Tang Su rushed down toward the wild boar below. The broken branch had sharp thorns and struck the wild boar's eyes with great force. The wild boar let out a loud, painful scream. Then it panicked and ran away. Tang Su punched it hard twice, and the wild boar died. Meanwhile, Chen Yuchuan also jumped down. He swung a branch and hit the wild boar's head. The wild boar, furious, charged at him. Chen Yuchuan ran toward a large rock, then jumped to another spot. The wild boar, heavy and driven by inertia, crashed forcefully into the rock. The pain slowed the wild boar down. Chen Yuchuan took the chance to punch it. Soon, this wild boar also died. The real culprit, Xiao Jiu, was dragging another small pig from afar, snorting and grunting. Chen Yuchuan looked at the wild boar that Tang Su had killed, its head covered in blood and flesh. He was curious. "How strong are you?" Tang Su looked at the wild boar on the ground, then threw it into the air with both hands. The wild boar soared nearly 2 meters before crashing heavily onto the ground with a loud thud. Chen Yuchuan estimated that this wild boar weighed over 300 jin, about 150 kilograms. His pupils shrank, and his eyes filled with envy. How did she have such strength? His mind replayed Tang Su's brave scene just now. His heart was pounding inside his chest, almost falling for her. "Comrade Tang Su, you're amazing. I still want to be your boyfriend. Please think about it again." Tang Su chuckled softly, her lips slightly parted.
Sure.
Hearing those words, Chen Yuchuan was a bit surprised. "Really? You're not joking? Really?" These past few days, Tang Su has been thinking seriously. She might have a few peaceful years ahead. 10 years of hardship and many talented people can only hold back. She may not meet someone who suits her taste and has potential again. Even if she does, he's probably not young anymore. People say that men over 25, 27 and 25 are just 2 years apart. And from his recent actions, he doesn't seem to lack energy. At worst, she is spiritual spring water. After observing for a few days, she finds this person quite interesting. So, she should make a decision soon. Chen Yuchuan couldn't help but lean closer, smiling like a silly landlord's son. Tang Su silently took a step back. "Get away from me, you smell." Just then, Xiao Jiu returned, dragging a slightly larger wild boar. Seeing the 2 big wild boars lying on the ground, she felt relieved and kicked them a few times. "Boss, these 2 wild boars were fighting with my little brother over food." "Tang Su, your little brother?" "Yes, as the big brother I have to stand up for my little brother." "So, you did it on purpose?" "Of course. I know my boss is amazing and can handle them." "All right, since it recognizes its owner, I'll forgive it." Chen Yuchuan didn't know what they said privately, only that this cat was very impressive. The 2 wild boars, one bigger and one smaller. The bigger one weighs about 80 jin, the smaller around 50 jin. This cat is only about 5 jin. Yet, it dragged back an 80 jin wild boar. This cat is really amazing.
No kidding.
Just look at whose cat this is. Chen Yuchuan had never seen her act so proud before and chuckled softly, "Yes, yes." Down the mountain, voices called out from afar. Tang Su looked carefully and saw villagers coming. Someone with sharp eyes recognized Chen Yuchuan. "Chuanzi, is that you?" Xiao Jiu got a bit anxious. "Boss, people are coming, and the wild boar." Tang Su hid the smallest wild boar behind some bushes, using the cover to store it away. Chen Yuchuan glanced and didn't say anything. If he could catch so many, he would hide too. "The wild boar is here. Come help quickly." Everyone heard the sound and quickly came over, seeing the 3 wild boars on the ground, and gasped. "Chuanzi, did you really kill these?" Chen Yuchuan glanced at Tang Su, who looked indifferent and avoided eye contact, not paying attention to him.
Yeah.
Someone couldn't help but praise Chuanzi. "You're really something." When they encountered the wild boars, just escaping safely was good enough. Chuanzi had managed to kill 3 wild boars at once. Someone asked with concern, "Chuanzi, are you hurt?" "No, I'm fine." "Why are you all here?" Down at the foot of the mountain, someone heard the wild boar calls. A woman said she saw you and Tang Jiqing going up the mountain. As they spoke, many people's eyes shifted between the two, filled with curiosity and teasing. It seemed like something was going on between them. Some directly asked, "What are you 2 doing on the mountain?" Tang Su replied, "My cat was lost, and he's helping me find it." Everyone thought if he can call back a big cat, losing one isn't a big deal. And why not look for it in the village? They had to go up the mountain. The person carrying the wild boars first went down the mountain, bringing along some gossip. Everyone in the team knew Chen Yuchuan had killed 3 wild boars. Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su went into the deep mountains together. The villagers were very excited when they saw the wild boars and gathered at the village office to share the meat. When the village head learned that Chen Yuchuan was the one who killed them, he quickly asked, "Is Chuanzi hurt?" Someone casually said, "No, he's fine." He's still eyeing the young woman. The village head didn't ask more. He trusted his son wouldn't do anything wrong. The team members had meat to eat, and the village head was happy, so he didn't rush everyone to work. Meanwhile, the women in the village were busy gossiping. "I feel like Chuanzi and Tang Jiqing are really a couple. Probably, my husband saw them together going up the mountain. Does that mean Chuanzi will pay 2,000 yuan and a special gift to marry Tang Jiqing? Is Chuanzi that rich? We'll find out once they get married." Some women said they're not engaged or betrothed, and going into the woods in broad daylight. So shameless. Back at the pig slaughter, there was another gasp. The butcher found one of the wild boars with its skull cracked. "Oh my goodness, Chuanzi is really amazing. This wild boar skull is cracked." Everyone gasped in surprise again. At the Chen family's small courtyard, after Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan went down the mountain, they went straight home. They entered the door one after the other, and Tang Weidong immediately pushed people aside. "Tang Weidong, the village woman said you went up the mountain with Chen Yuchuan." Tang Su, "Yes. Why didn't you take me?" Chen Yuchuan, "Would you take your brother when you go out for a walk with your partner?" Tang Weidong's eyes widened as he complained. "Big brother, look, he's ruining your reputation. Got him now." He didn't say anything wrong. As he spoke, Chen Yuchuan smiled happily, looking very pleased. Tang Weidong's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He still wasn't convinced. "Are you really dating him?" After Tang Su confirmed it, Tang Weidong still looked unhappy. Old Chen and Chen Shangyun were at home. When they heard about the relationship, Old Chen was surprised at first, but then he felt proud. His grandson, Chen Guanglu, was doing well. Chen Shangyun's reaction was similar to Tang Weidong's. She didn't understand what Tang Su saw in her brother. Chen Jianjun had already gone to the brigade office to see the excitement. When Chen Jinhua heard that Chen Yuchuan had shot 3 wild boars, she turned pale with fear and was worried. Without hesitation, she went straight to find Chen Yuchuan. Wild boars are not easy to deal with. That strength is more than a person can handle. She didn't know if that little guy was hurt. Many people wanted to ask about Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan along the way, but seeing her bad face, they kept quiet. Chen Yuchuan saw his mother coming and wanted to share good news. He saw her circling around him several times, checking that he was okay, then slapped him several times. "Little rascal, you shot 3 wild boars. You're amazing." "Mom, I'm fine." Chen Yuchuan comforted his mother and then shared the good news. "Mom, we are officially a couple." Chen Jinhua looked at Chen Yuchuan and then at Tang Su, really not understanding what Tang Su saw in her son. Seeing her son's happy face, she decided not to spoil his joy. "I'm going back if you're okay. Little Su, if this kid bullies you, tell Auntie. I'll help you teach him a lesson." "All right." On the way back, Chen Jinhua was smiling happily. Someone teased, "What's going on? Did Chuanzi and Tang Jiqing get together? You're so happy." "Yeah." That person was surprised, so she asked casually, "Did they really get together?" Chen Jinhua looked at her with disdain. "If I tell you, your ears wouldn't work." "Yes, they got together." The person wanted to ask if Chen Yuchuan could bring some bride price, but saw Chen Jinhua walking away. During the meat division, Tang Su didn't go. The village committee was noisy, and the smell of blood filled the air. The villagers were a bit impatient. The team leader said, 2 wild boars, one weighs 355 jin, the other 320 jin. The small wild boar weighs 80 jin. After removing bones and internal organs, the 3 wild boars have a net meat weight of 363.5 jin and 19.7 jin of blood. Front Brigade has 1,385 people, 203 households. Tang Su gets 2 jin, Chen Yuchuan gets 5 jin. Each household can get about 1.1 gene, and the Jiqing get 3 gene. There's 5.5 gene left, plus the internal organs, reserved for tonight's pig feast. Everyone in the brigade will eat together tonight. Some people felt it was unfair, asking, why do they get so much? They all lived in the same yard, and Chen Yuchuan had his own household registration, so his yard could get 7 gene of meat. The Jiqing would get a bit more, so it wouldn't just be 7 gene. As soon as this was said, some people agreed. Some villagers couldn't stand it anymore, saying, if Chuanzi doesn't go to the mountain, how can you have meat to eat? Weren't the wild boars killed by Chuanzi? If you have the ability, go kill 2 yourself and share some. Shameless to complain about free food. Your face is really big. Chen Yuchuan gets 5 gene, we have no problem, but why does Tang Jiqing only get 2 gene? Chen Yuchuan said, I want to help her find her cat. If her cat wasn't lost, could I go up the mountain? If it weren't for her, you wouldn't even see a wild boar hair. Stop using finding a cat as an excuse. Why do you help people find cats? Who knows if you're up on the mountain causing trouble? As soon as he finished, the atmosphere froze instantly. Playing tricks, causing trouble. Those are serious matters. Chen Yuchuan sneered. So what? I help my girlfriend find her cat. What's the problem? We're openly dating. Going up the mountain, so what? You just want to cozy up with the widow? Everyone burst into laughter. Chen Yuchuan's words carried a lot of meaning. The person's face changed color, and they became angry and embarrassed. What are you talking about? When did I go to see a widow? Although they said this, their eyes showed they were feeling guilty. The team leader was worried that Chen Yuchuan might say more, so he quickly interrupted. That's enough, stop arguing. Chuanzi, you choose first. What about Tang Jiqing? She didn't come. I'll take her portion back. Brotherly cut me 3 gene of fatty meat and 4 gene of pork belly. There wasn't much fat on the wild boar, so Chen Yuchuan asking for 3 gene was already a lot. Someone noticed something was wrong. Chuanzi, are you sharing with others? Yes. Now, some people were jealous. More curious folks asked, Chuanzi, are you and Tang Jiqing getting married? Are you giving her a bride price, as she said? When they said this, everyone looked at Chen Yuchuan. Chen Yuchuan knew they just wanted to see how much money he had, but this was their family matter, and it didn't concern them. That's none of your business, and you don't have to pay. After saying this, he took the meat and went back. I'm going to town. Do you need anything? Tang Su shook her head. She handed the meat to Tang Shongyun and hurried to town, forgetting to ask the team leader for leave. After dividing the meat, the villagers had to keep working. The team leader was worried that distributing meat in the afternoon might affect the work. He went to check the fields. When he reached the cornfield, he didn't see Chen Yuchuan. He was the main worker. He hoped Chen wasn't slacking off somewhere. Where is Chuanzi? Where did he go? Chuanzi didn't come. Team leader, even you as a father, don't know. How are we supposed to know? Someone teased. Team leader. Why don't you ask Tang Jiqing? Maybe she knows. Keep working. No time for nonsense. Tang Su was nearby. She walked over and remembered their teasing. She asked, Xiao Su, where did Chuanzi go? I didn't see him working. Tang Su looked up. He had urgent matters and went to town. Didn't he tell you? The team leader. Got it. Chen Yuchuan was quick to leave and quick to return. After work, the team set up a big iron pot. The men chopped firewood and fetched water, while the women washed and cut vegetables. The aroma of meat filled the air, making many children drool with hunger. When Tang Su arrived with Chen Yuchuan, the food was already cooked and ready to eat. Everyone shared the dishes, but each person had to bring their own staple food. Everyone leaned forward, curious to see what others had brought to eat. Chen Yuchuan brought a small table and stools from his home. He wiped the table and chairs clean, asked Tang Su to sit down, and called his mother to help watch over Tang Su. He turned back into the crowd, and soon, a big bowl of vegetables was brought over. The women watching him work couldn't help but say, wow, having a boyfriend makes a big difference. They're eager to feed him directly. Since he's new to this, he's still very attentive. Married already, but still so caring. Chen Yuchuan, don't forget your mother after you get married. Oh, look at that old meat. Chen Yuchuan, did you just pack all the meat away? Look at this big bowl of rice. Someone asked curiously, Tang Jiqing, what do you like about Chen Yuchuan? After the question, the crowd quieted down a bit, all wanting to know the answer. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Tang Su calmly said, his face. Everyone was surprised, just because of his face? Is it that simple? Chen Yuchuan's mouth ruins his good looks, someone added. You haven't seen his mouth, it's always bothering people. Tang Jiqing, when you two argue in the future, you'll see. This kid talks in a way that irritates people. Earlier, the girl from the Liu family looked so upset after talking about him. Now, when she sees him, her eyes aren't really her eyes, and her nose isn't her nose. Chen Yuchuan got annoyed. Why do these people keep criticizing him? What's wrong with what I said? It's the truth, he replied. The sauce she makes is way too salty, and it causes stomach upset. That's all her second uncle's fault for saying so, Chen Yinhua said. She rolled her eyes. Yes, what you said is true, but not many people can speak the truth so bluntly. Tang Su remained calm and said, just give him a little slap. If you can hit him, why argue? The women listening to this started giving advice. Chen Yuchuan wanted to stop her, but just as he opened his mouth, Tang Su shot him a quick glare, and he dared not speak. The women saw this and said, wow, Tang Jiqing really has some skills. Among the crowd, Lin Xiaoyu came over. He looked at Chen Yuchuan and then at Tang Su, with a puzzled expression on his face. Chen Yuchuan has a good face, no doubt, but in her eyes, Tang Su is not a shallow person. She looked at him a few more times and then left. On the way back after dinner, Tang Su met Lin Xiaoyu. It seemed she was waiting for Tang Su. Is something wrong? Are you really dating him? Did he force you? Really, I like him voluntarily. He didn't force me. There are many people in Shen City who like you, but you didn't choose any of them. Even the young master of the Meng family seems to have no chance. She said this on purpose. When Chen Yuchuan heard this, he immediately became alert. His instinct told him that this Meng family young master was not simple. Being friends is good enough. This implied that they were not suitable to be lovers. Chen's small courtyard. Chen Yuchuan was with Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun, cleaning a wild boar. After finishing, they divided a quarter of it and sent it to Chen's house. At night, everyone else was asleep. The world was silent, and the sound of insects could be heard in the night sky. Tang Su leaned against the door. She let her hair down, and her long black hair made her look much softer. Chen Yuchuan unconsciously moved closer to her. His voice was slightly hoarse. Why are you out here instead of sleeping? Tang Su looked at the man so close to her and reached out to hold his finger. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately held her hand. That girl from the countryside mentioned the Meng family young master today. What, he likes you? Tang Su suddenly felt like teasing him. He looks good, comes from a good family, and has a good temper. There was a hint of regret in her words. Chen Yuchuan's eyes flashed with strong jealousy. He's so good. Why didn't you date him? I already dated him. What about you? Seeing her playful look, Chen Yuchuan understood clearly. She was teasing him. Tang Su pulled him toward the main hall and then grabbed his arm. After a long while, Chen Yuchuan blushed and closed the door of the main hall. The next afternoon, a few strangers arrived at the team. They took away things from the mountain, and the girl from the countryside was also taken away. He went up the mountain that afternoon and happened to meet Chen Yuchuan and others. Chen Yuchuan and the others thought he was suspicious, so they detained him. After investigation, it was found that this person is the same young worker that Tang Su mentioned. At first, he couldn't find a reason to arrest him, but now he has come to them himself. The military vehicle did not leave directly from the marching team, but headed toward the fields. The villagers working nearby looked at the military vehicle with curiosity, and a child excitedly followed behind it. Everyone saw the car door open, and Chen Yuchuan, dressed in camouflage, got out. He walked straight toward Tang Su. The commotion was loud enough to make Tang Su stop and watch. The shy man from last night now wore camouflage, looked powerful, and walked toward her with long strides. He was indeed a very handsome man, just as she had chosen. Seeing the admiration in her eyes, he couldn't help but smile. He took her aside and his gaze naturally fell on her red lips. He wanted to kiss her. "I need to go back and report," he said. "And then?" she asked. The man hesitated, carefully asking, "When I go back, I want to apply for marriage. Is that okay?" Chen Yuchuan watched her expression closely, afraid she would refuse. If he didn't ask and just went to apply for marriage, Tang Su wouldn't let him off easily. She looked at him and said, "Yes." He suppressed his excitement and said, "Wait for my news." Then he turned and left. Tang Su stopped him. "I think I should tell you my situation carefully. For years ago, my grandfather's health was poor, and he passed the family leadership to me. In early June this year, my father and some old family members forced me to give up the family head position to get the Tang family's assets. Things in Shen City also started to get chaotic. I decided to leave the Tang family. Before I left, I even appeared in the newspaper to cut ties with them." Chen Yuchuan only knew she had left the Tang family, but didn't know about these other things. Thinking of her facing those wolves alone, his eyes filled with concern. He held her hand and said, "You still have me. Wait for me to come back." Inside the military vehicle, Feng Changhai was using binoculars to observe the scene. His dark face was full of shock and surprise. He couldn't believe he saw their deputy commander approaching a beautiful comrade, looking quite infatuated. "Li Jinbo, what are you looking at?" Feng Changhai recounted what he saw. Li Jinbo, "Let me see." He took the binoculars, looked for a moment, then handed them back to Feng Changhai. A clear understanding flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, it was her. "Why are you so calm? The woman you mentioned, I've seen her before. I also know that Deputy Commander Chen went home to be with someone." Feng Changhai. What exactly did he miss? Chen Yuchuan returned to the car. "Stop staring and drive quickly." From afar, he saw Feng Changhai holding binoculars and looking. Feng Changhai asked suspiciously, "Is that my sister-in-law?" Hearing this, Chen Yuchuan's eyes sparkled with pride. "Yep, she's very pretty. Drive quickly. I need to report my marriage when I get back." Feng Changhai was surprised. Had they only been back a few days, and he was already getting married? And to such a beautiful woman. That evening, the young men at the youth station noticed young Xiao Jiu hadn't returned and hurried to find the team leader. "Team leader, Yang is missing." The team leader replied calmly, "He's gone for an investigation." They were shocked. "Why?" The team leader said, "I don't know." Without reacting to their questions, he dismissed them. Back at the military district after reporting the situation, he hurried to find Zhao Yongqiang. "Old Zhao, quick, quick." Zhao Yongqiang was working in his office when he heard Chen Yuchuan's urgent voice. "What's the rush?" "Calm down, old Zhao. Here's my marriage report." Zhao Yongqiang was a bit surprised. "So soon? Didn't you say a few days ago that she rejected you?" Chen Yuchuan snorted. "Well, that's because of my charm." Zhao Yongqiang looked suspicious. "Are you sure you're not lying about the marriage?" Chen Yuchuan was annoyed. "Do you think I'm that kind of person? My girl really likes me." As he spoke, Chen Yuchuan remembered that night, a blush creeping up his neck. Zhao Yongqiang watched him, turning away to avoid looking at him. It was too embarrassing. The marriage application process usually takes longer, but Chen Yuchuan's thick skin and frequent visits to the leaders sped things up. Plus, the leaders had already investigated Tang Su before. 7 days later, Chen Yuchuan proudly returned home with his freshly issued military marriage registration certificate. His actions made many people in the group curious about his relationship. Chen family courtyard. Chen Yuchuan proudly took out the proof and looked at her eagerly. "We'll follow your plan for the bride price. When should we get the marriage certificate?" 3 days from now." "Okay, I'll go talk to my mother about the wedding plans later." After saying that, he didn't move and just looked at her steadily. His gaze fell on her red lips, wanting to kiss her. Thinking this, he did just that. When Tang Su went back to work, her lips looked a bit more red and lively. Chen family. Chen Yuchuan called Chen Jinhua back from the field. "Mom, I want to marry Tang Su. Please help me arrange everything." We agreed to get the certificate in 3 days and the wedding feast will be in 7 days. "That's so soon. Will Tang Su's family be able to come?" Chen Yuchuan paused and briefly told Chen Jinhua about Tang Su. He also mentioned the donation money Tang Su gave. Chen Jinhua couldn't help but exclaim, Tang Su is so capable, even the head of the family. With so much money, she just donated it easily. No wonder she dared to ask for so much bride price. It seems people can easily come up with such things. Looking at it this way, her bride price isn't very high. She also scolded angrily. How could her father let this happen? How can he let outsiders bully his own daughter? From now on, you need to treat people well. Of course. How much bride price will you give? 3,000 yuan, paid all at once. I'll cover it myself. Chen Jinhua was silent for a moment. All right. Chen Jinhua added, Jianya also wants to get married, but you should be the first to handle it. I need to discuss the details with your father first. In the village, when two brothers get married, usually the older one gets married first. Are you ready to propose tomorrow? Whatever I need to buy, I'll go buy it now. 2 pounds of cake, 2 pounds of candy, 3 feet of cloth. Just for her. No need to buy cigarettes or alcohol, just exchange money and vouchers. Okay. That evening, Chen Jinhua told the team leader about this. Chuan wants to marry Tang Su, and Jianya also wants to get married. The team leader thought for a moment. Chuan should handle his wedding first, then Jianya. Just a few tables for the celebration, nothing fancy. Did Chuan mention how much bride price he plans to give? 3,000 yuan, 3 turns, and 1 sound. How much money is left from the money sent back by Chuanzi? There are 1,980 yuan. I haven't spent any. I saved it all for him. After paying the bride price, he probably doesn't have much money left. This money will go to him. How is the bride price calculated on Jianya's side? Same as with others in the team. Won't the Su family have any objections? Tang's bride price was paid by Chuanzi, and Jianya's bride price is from our family. If Jianya can afford it, he can pay any amount. The next day, Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su left early. When they arrived in town, they first went to the state-run restaurant for breakfast. Tang Su ordered a fried dough stick, 2 meat buns, a bowl of tofu pudding, and a tea egg. Chen Yuchuan ordered 3 meat buns, a sugared biscuit, and a small bowl of millet porridge. After breakfast, they headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. The sun was not too strong yet. Above the cooperative's entrance, the red 5-pointed star and the slogan, Develop the Economy, Ensure Supplies, looked a bit faded in the sunlight. The counter selling 3 turn 1 sound was the most impressive in the entire cooperative. Comrade, take a look at the bicycles. The female clerk looked at Chen Yuchuan and then at Tang Su. She smiled and said, You two are probably getting married, right? You're so lucky. We just got 2 bicycles in, both brand Yongjio, 150 yuan each with a bicycle ticket. All right, I'll take this one. The clerk didn't expect them to be so straightforward and immediately smiled happily. Do you want a sewing machine too? Butterfly brand. Chen Yuchuan was about to agree, but Tang Su tugged at him. Why buy a sewing machine? I don't know how to make clothes. No problem, let my mom do it. Tang Su, you're really such a filial son to your mother. 1 sewing machine. What kind of watch do you want? Chen Yuchuan took the watch, gently pulled Tang Su's wrist, and with a click, fastened the strap. The silver dial made Tang Su's wrist look even whiter. Just this one, I won't take it off. Tang Su didn't complain and accepted it. Let's look at the radio. Comrade, Peony brand radio, 100 yuan, 1 radio ticket, 8 industrial coupons. Chen Yuchuan was quick and generous, like a lucky god, so much so that when he reached other counters, the salespeople greeted him with smiles. Chen Yuchuan also bought many pastries, candies, fabrics, and some red cloth, as Chen Jinhua requested. He bought a lot, and the salespeople even gave him some small gifts. He had previously asked Grandpa Yu, who was driving the ox cart, to help him carry things to the town. After shopping, Grandpa Yu also arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative's entrance. He watched as bicycles, sewing machines, radios, and other miscellaneous items were loaded onto the ox cart. Grandpa Yu was stunned, forgetting to smoke. Chuanzi, are you guys getting married? Yes. Really buying a wedding gift with a musical box. If we didn't buy it, would it be fake? It's already loaded onto the cart. Back at the commune, the news that Chen Yuchuan bought 4 big items spread quickly like the wind. Most people were working in the fields, but upon hearing the news, they almost dropped their tools and ran to the village. A musical box was a rare item, and they didn't want to miss this excitement. From the village entrance to Chen's small courtyard, a large crowd followed the ox cart. The cart moved slowly, and some people reached out to touch the items. "What's going on? Chuanzi, let's touch these 4 big items." "No, you just spread manure on the corn. Your hands are dirty," another person said. "Chuanzi, let me touch it." "I didn't spread manure, my hands are clean." "You can't, your hands are so callous they're thicker than your face." "What if they get scratched?" "Chuanzi, there's one more item besides the 4 big things." Chen Yuchuan held Tang Su's hand. "Here, on my hand." The men looked at the bicycle, while the women stared at the sewing machine and the watch on Tang Su's wrist. "Wow, how much money did that cost? I remember Tang Jiqing has a watch." Chuanzi bought another one. Their family must have 2 watches now. These rare items are all in their house. Everyone looked at the things on the cart with envy in their eyes. Yang Jiu, standing behind, saw the nice items on the cart and started to have mischievous thoughts. When they saw Chen Yuchuan buy 4 big items, they remembered what Tang Su had said, that Chen would also give Tang Jiqing 2,000 yuan. Families with suitable young women regretted not marrying their daughters to Chen Yuchuan. If they knew Chen could give such a large bride price, their daughters would have married him long ago. Then, their daughters would be the ones with the 3 turn and 1 honking items and the 2,000 yuan. When Chen Yuchuan arrived at the small courtyard gate, the ox cart was already surrounded by people. The ox cart entered the yard, and Chen Yuchuan stood at the door like a gatekeeper. "Go work." He said this and tried to close the gate. "Chuanzi, let's just look." "Yes, we just want to look, not do anything." Chen Yuchuan didn't care about them and simply shut the door. Seeing there was no more fun to watch, everyone had to leave. Inside the yard, Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun helped Chen Yuchuan carry the items inside. The room on the east side of the Chen family's small courtyard was opened. Its layout was the same as the room where Tang Su and Chen Shangyu now lived on the west side. But this room had a different meaning. Chen Jinhua came over this morning to clean. She cleaned away all the dust and wiped everything that could be wiped. Chen Yuchuan put the bicycle and sewing machine into the east room and then locked the door again. In a nearby household in the village, a middle-aged woman said with regret, "If you had married Chuanzi back then, those 4 big items and 2,000 yuan would have been yours." The girl snorted, with his mouth. "I could remember that for a lifetime." "Mom, stop dreaming. I'm already married, so don't say that. Someone married a city girl, not a small flower or grass from the countryside. City girls are worth more, and that's why they give such a big bride price." She was the girl who was teased by Chen Yuchuan 2 years ago and got married last year. At noon, Chen Jinhua changed her clothes, carried her things, and headed to the youth workers' point. Since Tang Su's yard belonged to Chen Yuchuan, it wasn't very appropriate to propose there. After discussing with the Chen family, they decided to propose at the youth workers' point. Chen's family asked Xianglian to be the matchmaker, accompanied by 3 well-known village women and Chen Jinhua. Yu Xianglian is a former women's director and the wife of the current village secretary. It is very suitable for her to be the matchmaker. Everyone at the youth station knows that the Chen family wants to propose marriage to Tang Su. Tang Su serves water to the visitors, prepared by Chen Yuchuan, with sugar added and specially boiled in a well to remove impurities. The ants take the water, take a sip, and their eyes light up. It's sweet water. Then they look at Tang Ziking, who is friendly and polite. Tang Ziking, Comrade Chen Yuchuan hopes to form a revolutionary friendship with you, to start a small family, and continue contributing to the revolution. I am entrusted by Comrade Chen Yuchuan to pass on his thoughts. What do you think? I agree with Comrade Chen Yuchuan. Good. Now, let's talk about the bride price. According to Comrade Chen Yuchuan's idea, 3,000 yuan and a traditional celebration. As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone in the room gasps. Chen Jinhua hands her the bride price, wrapped in red paper, thin, with a passbook inside. Then Yu Xianglian briefly explains the process, and the marriage is settled. After Yu Xianglian and the others leave, the people at the youth station are still stunned. Lin Xiaoyu says, "I originally thought it was a pity you married a country bumpkin, but it turns out you found gold among stones." Even in his family, gathering the 3,000 yuan, and the traditional celebration would take 2 or 3 years, not to mention the money. Coming from the countryside and earning enough for the 3,000 yuan and the celebration, and even building a brick house for his family a few years ago, Chen Yuchuan is probably not even 30 yet. Someone with such potential is hard to find even in the city. You guys, I'll contribute some money for the wedding. You have good taste. If you see something nice, introduce it to me. Tang Su raises an eyebrow. I might not introduce you to intellectuals. Lin Xiu says, I trust your judgment. Just keep an eye out for me. Ding Saixia adds, Tang Su, can you help me look too? Yu Xiaomei says, and me? Tang Su looks at each of them. We'll see about that later. The male youth at the youth station, Zhou Liyun, also feels very complicated right now. At first, he was interested in Tang Su because of her qualities and wanted to get close to her. When he learned that Tang Su wanted 2,000 yuan and the traditional celebration, he thought she was materialistic and vain. When she publicly refused Lu Difu, he felt Tang Su was rude and embarrassing in front of others. When he learned that Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan were a couple, his first reaction was that Tang Su had lost her city girl charm. He couldn't believe she liked a country bumpkin. But when he saw that the country bumpkin could offer so much bride price, he felt a bit annoyed. News about Tang Su's bride price of 3,000 yuan, 3 turns and a bang, spread quickly throughout the team. Everyone already thought that 2,000 yuan was enough. But Chen Yuchuan added another 1,000 yuan. Those who regretted their choices felt even worse. Because Chen Jianye and Su Xiaolan were also getting married, the bride prices became a point of comparison. How much was Chen's third son's bride price? 100 yuan. 2 brothers getting married, and the difference is so big. What's Chen's family thinking? Not even their own son, but they can give so much bride price. I saw it coming. Chen Jinhua really cares for Yuchuan. Someone guessed, Yuchuan probably paid his own bride price, and Jianye's was paid by the Chen family. Not even separated yet, and Yuchuan's salary has to be used. Would Su's family agree? Yu Shifan definitely wouldn't agree. Just watch, this will cause trouble. As expected, things turned out as predicted. In the Su family, everyone sat in the main hall. Yu Shifan looked angry. What does the Chen family mean? 2 brothers are getting married. One gives 3,000 yuan bride price plus 3 turns and a bang, and the other only gives 100 yuan and 20 jin of rice. If they didn't have 3,000 yuan, even 500 would be acceptable. I didn't agree to the engagement at first. Hu Xinli from Hujiago is quite good. He's a bit older, but older men tend to be caring. Not to mention, the bride price was only 300 yuan. As for the Chen family, before she even moved there, they already started showing favoritism. They're eager to please a girl from the city who doesn't work. If she marries into that family, what will happen? Su Fu, Su Kaigui, was smoking and also felt that the Chen family was showing favoritism. I'll go talk to the team leader later. Su Xiaolan sat quietly in the corner. Yu Shifan originally wanted to marry her to Hu Xingli from Hujiago, and her father knew this. But she didn't want to. By that time, she and Chen Jianye had already fallen for each other, and she was afraid her parents would marry her off there. After learning about Yu Xiufan's thoughts, Chen Jianye decided to arrange a marriage proposal. Yu Xiufan and Su Kaigua originally agreed, but when the team leader came to propose, he hesitated. After all, his son would likely live in the Tianjin brigade in the future. If Su Xiaolan married into the Hu family go, besides a higher bride price, she wouldn't be able to help much. But marrying into the Chen family was different. Chen Mansong is the team leader, Chen Yuchuan is in the army, and they have a salary. If Su Xiaolan married into their family, they would become relatives of the team leader. In the future, they would think of them when something came up. Their third son tried to join the army last year, but failed the physical exam. Maybe Chen Yuchuan could help. The Chen family is nearby, and Su Xiaolan could also support her family. Because of this, the Su family agreed to the marriage. When Tang Su returned home, she saw Tang Weidong acting hesitant and awkward. Seeing this, Tang Su knew he had done something behind her back. Tell me, what did you do? I called my brother in town today and told him. He said he would come. He should be able to make it. After saying that, he couldn't help but add, having one more person means one more person to support you. Ask him roughly when he'll arrive and then go pick him up. Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. The courtyard gate was already open, but someone kept peeking inside or looking from outside. Chen Yuchuan simply closed the gate. Tang Su opened the courtyard door and saw a thin girl looking into the yard. She looked at the yard and at Tang Su with envy in her eyes. Tang Su asked, "Who is she?" Chen Yuchuan turned to look, and Chen Xiangxing saw him and ran away like a mouse seeing a cat. "She is Yang Zhaoti's daughter." Oh. Chen Yuchuan's background was told to her by Qin Jinhua. 10 years after Chen Yuchuan was born, Yang Zhaoti finally got pregnant again. After giving birth to Chen Yonggui, she had a third child, a girl named Chen Xiangxing. Yang Zhaoti's chances of pregnancy were low, and she desperately wanted a boy. But her last child was a girl, so Chen Xiangxing was not favored. Chen Yuchuan bought many things in pairs, and he sent one set to the Chen family. Chen Jianya is also going to get married. These gifts are just his way of showing his sincerity. Chen Jianya: "No, I can't let you buy things for my wedding. We haven't divided the family yet, so it doesn't matter who buys. Just take it as if I, your second older brother, am giving it to you." The team leader spoke up. "Jianya, take it. It's your second brother's gift." "Thank you, second brother." In the afternoon, Su Kaigui went to the team office to see the team leader. He knew that after Chen Yuchuan proposed marriage, the Su family would start to worry. Su Kaigui didn't beat around the bush. "Brother, both Chuanzi and Jianya are getting married. The bride price shouldn't be too different." The team leader replied, "Chuanzi's bride price was paid by himself. We didn't contribute anything. Jianya's bride price was paid by his family, but we haven't divided the family yet." Hearing this, the team leader felt a bit upset. His daughter hadn't married in yet, and he was already thinking about Chuanzi's money. Neither he nor his wife cared about Chuanzi's money. As outsiders, what right do they have to worry about it? "Kaigui, this is our family matter. In other words, it's none of your business. If you think the bride price isn't right, then we can only discuss this marriage again." Su Kaigui left without reaching an agreement with the team leader. The team leader watched his back, took a puff of smoke, and felt worried inside. When he went to work, Su Kaigui looked a bit upset. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiufan and Qin Jinhua had already started arguing when he went to see the team leader. The argument started because someone asked if they had discussed the bride price for Su Xiaolan with the Qin family. The difference in bride prices was too big. "Yu Xiufan, my husband went to talk to the team leader." Hearing this, others became curious. "How much do you want, Yu Xiufan?" "At least 500 yuan. Everyone gasped. Usually bride prices in the team were only a few dozen yuan. Su Xiaolan's bride price of 100 yuan was already high for the team. Tang Jiqing was from the city. She casually showed a watch, and her family was well off. That's why her bride price was so high. But how could the Su family ask for so much? Do they have the nerve? Some women felt sorry for Su Xiaolan. "Our team's bride price is only a few dozen yuan. Xiaolan's bride price is the highest in our brigade, and she's marrying the brigade leader's son. If this marriage falls through, we won't find such a good match again. Xiaolan hasn't married yet, but their family is so biased. If she does marry in, it will be even worse." Yu Xiufan was loudly criticizing, and someone called Qin Jinhua over. "Yu Xiufan, if you're talking about bias, I'm more biased towards Jianya. Xiaolan's bride price was paid by her family. Tang Su's bride price was earned by himself. His parents didn't give a penny. They haven't even divided the household yet. Isn't Chen Yuchuan's salary from the family? How so? Our brick house was built by Jinyu. How many in the team can build a brick house for their family? If we're talking about contribution, no child of mine can compare to Jinyu." Many people agreed with this. Chen Jinhua said, "Xiaolan's bride price is already the highest in the team. If you're still not satisfied, this marriage is up to you. Our Qin family doesn't do whatever they want." That evening, the Qin family gathered to discuss the matter. "Jianya, what do you think about this?" Chen Jianya replied, "When I marry, I won't cause trouble for my family. If Xiaolan is like her parents, it shows she's not clear-headed. Then it's better not to marry her. If he had 500 yuan, he would be happy to pay it, but his bride price was from his family. He had no reason to force his parents to give 500 yuan for his marriage." Chen Jinhua felt very pleased with her son's attitude, but inwardly, she thought Su Xiaolan had truly chosen the wrong family. She had met Xiaolan. She was honest. The Su family's atmosphere was very gloomy. Yu Xiufan and Chen Jinhua argued and parted ways. Su Kaigua and the brigade leader also couldn't reach an agreement. Yu Xiufan was very angry. You didn't see how proud Chen Jinhua looked. She has a soldier son and is so smug. What's she proud of? Her soldier son is still from her own belly. We're not taking this marriage anymore. Tomorrow, I'll go to Hu's family to ask if Hu Xingli is getting married. Su Xiaolan suddenly knelt before her parents with a thud. Father, mother, I don't want to marry into Hu's family. I want to marry Jianya. Please, father, mother, I beg you. Her forehead hit the ground with a loud thud. Yu Xiufan, angry, kept patting her back. Third son of the Su family, Su Weigua, spoke up at the right time. Dad, I signed up to join the army this year. I still want to be a soldier. Su Kaigua immediately understood what he meant. Xiaolon, when you marry into the Qin family, you should help support your brothers. Xiaolon didn't reply, only said thank you to her father. Yu Xiufan looked disappointed, as if she couldn't believe it. If Chen Jinhua bullies you in the future, don't come back crying. The next day, Su Kaigua went to apologize, and their marriage was finally settled. Early that morning, Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su got up early. Chen Yuchuan put on his military uniform, which was very neat and pressed. Since it was their first time registering their marriage, Tang Su also paid more attention. She wore a slightly stiff shirt and found a pair of army green pants that matched Chen Yuchuan's. She tied her hair up and looked for lipstick in the drawer. People in this era dressed dull and gray, so she didn't want to overdo it. She only dabbed a little lipstick and applied it evenly. Chen Yuchuan was pacing outside, occasionally looking to see if Tang Su was coming out. Soon, the door to the west room opened. Tang Su appeared wearing a white shirt and army green pants, her black hair tied high, and her red lips more vibrant than usual. He held her hand, his Adam's apple moving up and down. It's time to go. Feeling the trembling and moisture from his hand, Tang Su smiled. Chen Yuchuan pushed his bicycle out. Today, they planned to ride bikes. Chen Yuchuan rode the bike, with Tang Su sitting behind him. Both of them were very handsome, riding through lush green fields, creating a beautiful scene. At the commune office, the officer in charge was a serious middle-aged woman, wearing glasses and looking stern. She took their documents and checked carefully. Chen Yuchuan stood straight, tense, his large hand hanging by his side, slightly curled, as if waiting for judgment. After a while, she looked up, her serious eyes meeting theirs. Is this voluntary? Yes, it is. He answered immediately, loudly, which made the officer look up at him. Then she shifted her gaze to Tang Su. Compared to Chen Yuchuan's nervousness, Tang Su looked much more relaxed. Tang Su looked into his eyes and said clearly and firmly, "It's voluntary." As she finished speaking, the marriage certificate was stamped. Before leaving, Chen Yuchuan gave some candies he carried to the local office staff. He looked at the marriage certificate, which resembled a certificate of achievement. "Wow, we're really married," he said happily, smiling at her. "Yes, we're married," she replied. At this time, the marriage certificate did not have a photo. "Let's go take a photo," he suggested. At the state-run photo studio, the photographer was a middle-aged man. He directed the two of them, his voice coming from behind a large camera covered with a black cloth. "Sir, please move a little to the left." "Yes, closer." "Good, don't move." They looked at the camera, and Chen Yuchuan couldn't help but smile. Tang Su's lips curved into a gentle smile, and her beautiful eyes were full of happiness. Click! A flash of white light froze the picture. They took another photo of Tang Su sitting and Chen Yuchuan standing, and also a solo shot of each. The photos would be ready in 3 days. Before leaving, they also went to the bank. The 3,000 yuan bride price that was originally in Chen Yuchuan's account was to be transferred to Tang Su's account today. Only after they rode their bikes back did the villagers learn that Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su had gone to get their marriage certificate. Chen Yuchuan rode his bike with Tang Su, attracting many envious looks. Most men stared at the bike, while young girls mainly looked at Tang Su. Tang Su noticed that even the thin and weak Qin Xiangxing among the crowd looked envious. At noon, Chen Jinhua came over to add things to the new house. She also brought a lot of money, saying, "This is what you sent back. Your dad and I have been saving it for you. Take it back and you too can use it for your life." Chen Yuchuan sat there with a displeased look. "We've already given you everything. Why are you giving it back?" "Money given can't be taken back." Chen Jinhua shoved the money onto the Kong, a traditional heated bed, and turned to leave. Chen Yuchuan chased after her. He knew Chen Jinhua was stubborn, and once she brought the money, she wouldn't take it back. He had to accept the lesser option. Jianya also wants to get married. Take some money back for Jianya's wedding. Chen Jinhua sighed helplessly. "Tuanzi, I know what you're thinking, but building a house for Jianya is my and your father's responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. You built a brick house for your parents, which cost a lot of money. The money you worked hard to earn, your parents are reluctant to spend it on others." Chen Jinhua finally spoke her true feelings. Chen Yuchuan was momentarily stunned. His words made Chen Yuchuan feel both happy and sad. Happy because the team leader and Chen Jinhua truly treat him like family. Sad because he now has the ability, but still hasn't helped the team leader and Chen Jinhua live a better life. Watching the whole process, Tang Su said, "Just giving money isn't enough. You might as well try a different way." Chen Yuchuan asked, "What do you suggest?" Besides money for cigarettes, he rarely spends money in the army. He really didn't know how else to spend money. "Your dad goes to the commune every few days, often on foot. Wouldn't it be better to have a bicycle? If someone in the family has a job, getting 2 jobs is hard, but one might be manageable with some effort. Can the team apply for a tractor? Someone would need to drive it once it's brought back." As Tang Su spoke, Chen Yuchuan's eyes lit up. But when he heard how she addressed him, he became a bit uncomfortable. "We're married now, and your parents are just like my parents. We haven't even had our wedding yet." While they were talking, Chen Jinhua came back and said, "I forgot to tell you too, I only saved 20 jean of cotton. Both of you brothers are getting married, so that's 10 jean each. It's not enough. We need enough for a bed and a quilt. Mom, I'll buy some in town later." "All right, buy as much as you can. Focus on you two first. If there's extra, help Jianya buy some. The money will come from home." "Got it." In the afternoon, Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su went out together. In town, Chen Yuchuan pretended to be casual and exchanged a few words with an old man. Then they took a winding path to a small courtyard. Inside the courtyard, several strong men sat. One of them looked at the visitors and asked, "Are you here to buy or sell?" "Buy, 2 mao per person." Chen Yuchuan took out 4 mao and handed it to the man. He led them through a dark alley, walking for a while before reaching the black market. "Buy it and come find me." Tang Su looked around. Many places were guarded by strong men. The two of them looked around but didn't buy much, so they returned to their original spot. "Brother, do you have cotton and bicycles? Follow me." They took a winding path to a small house outside. A man whispered quietly to another man, "Come in." They went inside, where there were 2 bicycles and a sewing machine nearby. A flying pigeon bicycle costs 256 yuan. Cotton is 3 yuan per jean, but the cotton isn't here. You need to go to the other side. I want 1 bicycle and 30 jean of cotton. On their way back, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan each rode a bicycle with a bag of full cotton tied to the back seat of each. Modern bicycles are quite tall. Tang Su, who is 1.72 meters tall and has long legs, could just ride comfortably. When they rode into the village, they attracted quite a few looks. Even though most people had gone to work by then, some members of the team were still around. The team had a weaving group, mostly made up of members who were physically weaker but had good hands and could work. Old Chen was also working in the weaving group. Even if he didn't work, his family wouldn't go hungry, but he just couldn't sit still. His good friend Li Fugui looked at the 2 riding bikes and said, "That's Chuanzi and his wife, right?" "Yes. Why did they come back riding another bike?" Old Chen shot him a look. "How should I know?" They first rode the bikes back to their small yard. After telling the team leader and Chen Jinhua what happened, they took the bikes to be fixed. When Chen Jinhua returned home, she heard someone say that Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su had come back riding another bike. Someone also asked her if it was true. Chen Jinhua rolled her eyes. "Is that bike a cabbage? Do you think it just appears out of nowhere?" "It's true." They each rode a bike and there was a big sack tied to the back, Many people saw it. Seeing how detailed their story was, Chen Jinhua felt a sudden worry. They had just given money to the two today, and now they were spending it like this? Thinking of this, she quickened her pace. The villagers saw her acting this way, pretending not to know, and immediately followed her. When they arrived at the small courtyard, Chen Jinhua immediately closed the gate behind her to block out the nosy eyes outside. But sharp-eyed people still saw the two bicycles parked inside. Those outside quickly started talking. Oh my, Chuanzi bought another bicycle. Inside the yard, Chen Jianjun excitedly looked at the two bikes, touching one and then the other. Chen Jinhua looked at the two bicycles parked in the yard and suddenly felt dizzy. Stinky kid, you just got money today, and you're already spending it. Do you think money grows on trees? My dad went to the commune and is very tired. Is that so, Dad? The team leader glanced at him. You just spend money recklessly. He scolded him with words, but his eyes showed a smile. His son knew he cared about him, and that made him happy. Chen Jinhua said, Are you nagging your son? You've been gone for so many years, and that little stretch of road makes you tired? The team leader hurried to explain, I didn't say that. It's this kid working hard on big things. Mom, buying a bicycle isn't just for my dad. It will also make it easier for you guys to go to town. Thinking about them, he didn't want to dampen their spirits.
But
Chen Jinhua didn't see Tang Su and quietly asked, Another bicycle? Do you think your wife will be happy? Chen Yuchuan nodded. She said she bought it for you too. Chen Jinhua fell silent, realizing each idea was bigger than the last. Thinking this, she felt a bit happy inside. Mom, come over and see if these cotton bowls are enough. Chen Jinhua looked at the cotton they brought back. Oh my, why buy such old ones? How many quilts do you want to make? For beds, for covers. Jianya also needs to make some. All right, I'll find time to make the quilts for you. Chen Yuchuan suggested. Mom, you can sew the covers here with the sewing machine. Chen Jinhua looked at the dark, shiny sewing machine with eager eyes, but her face showed some embarrassment. I don't know how to use such a precious thing. This was the only sewing machine in the village. Not to mention using it, she had never even seen one before. The team leader offered advice. Maybe ask at the youth station? After dinner, Tang Su and Chen Jinhua went to the youth station. They explained their purpose, but Ding Saixia and Yu Xiaomei looked at each other and said they didn't know how to use it. However, Lin Xiu spoke up, saying, I can do it. Tang Su couldn't help but look up at her, surprised. Given Lin Xiu's family background, she should need to sew clothes herself. Lin Xiu seemed to understand her look and snorted. Who do you look down on? At Chen's small courtyard, Lin Xiu first demonstrated for everyone. She quickly sewed 2 pieces of cloth together with just a few stitches. Chen Jinhua watched eagerly. Her sewing was much faster than hers. Auntie, let me teach you. With Lin Xiaoyu's careful guidance, Chen Jinhua quickly learned. This sewing machine is really good. No wonder many people want to buy it. Seeing Chen Jinhua pick it up quickly, Lin Xiaoyu showed her a few more edging styles. Chen Jinhua was happy and kept praising, making Lin Xiaoyu blush a little. I'd just like to study making clothes. All my clothes are handmade. Chen Jinhua kept praising her, making Lin Xiaoyu feel a bit shy. That evening, many people guessed that Chen Yuchuan had bought another bicycle, but some thought he might have borrowed it. The next day, Chen Jinhua invited Master Li, who was in charge of cotton picking in the team. As soon as Master Li arrived, his eyes fell on the bicycle in the yard. Chuanzi is really talented. Then he looked at the cotton they prepared and exclaimed, Wow, this is some good cotton. That's right. What are you making? 2 beds, 2 quilts, for Jean for the mattress, 8 Jean for the quilt. Chen Jinhua handed him a basket. Master Li lifted the cloth covering the basket, looked inside, paused, then quickly covered it again. All right. I guarantee they'll sew it well. Meanwhile, the team leader rode out on a brand new bicycle. Team leader, is this Chuanzi's bicycle? No, this was bought by Chuanzi and his wife for me and his mother. Wow. Many people were shocked. Just a few days ago, they bought a 3-wheeled cart and paid 3,000 yuan, and now Chen Yuchuan could buy another bicycle. How much money does he have? Some even deliberately approached Yang Jiu to stir trouble. Yang Jiu, Chuanzi bought a bicycle for the team leader and his wife, How much money does Chuanzi have? You said if you didn't give Chuanzi to Qin Jinhua, then the brick house and bicycle would be yours. If it were me, I'd be so upset I'd regret it. Harsh words like stones hit Yang Zhaoti's heart, making her feel breathless. She pressed her fingers deep into her palm, but felt no pain. If you ask her if she regrets, she would definitely say yes. When Chen Yuchuan first went to the army, she didn't care much. When Chen Yuchuan earned a medal in the army, she wasn't happy. When Chen Yuchuan was away for several years without returning, the villagers said he had died, and she was quite happy at the time. When Chen Yuchuan came back to build a house, she regretted it. The better Chen Yuchuan was doing, the more she felt her choice was wrong. But more than regret, she was angry and furious. She was angry that Chen Yuchuan didn't build her a brick house, and angry at his attitude toward her. If she hadn't given birth to Chen Yuchuan, what would she have? He should be most grateful to her. Yang Zhaoti. And she even bought bicycles for the team leader and Chen Jinhua. That bicycle and those brick houses should belong to her. But given the current situation, if she insisted, Chen Yuchuan definitely wouldn't give them. She had to think of another way. As the man kept talking, he saw Yang Zhaoti's face was expressionless.
Disappointed, he left.
Things got lively at Chen Jinhua's place. Chuanzi bought another bicycle? The team leader said it's for you too. Is that true?
Yeah.
Everyone looked at her with envy. Chen Jinhua said, they're worried about their dad. He's been going to town all the time, walking there.
They really wanted to buy it. I was so angry at the time.
His dad has been walking that road for so many years. What's so tiring about it? Young people spend money, without thinking. She scolded, but her face was proud. Everyone rolled their eyes and turned away, not listening to her brag. The next day, Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su, Tang Weidong rode their bicycles to town. The young couple was going to pick up some photos. Tang Weidong was going to pick up Tang Weisong. There were 4 black and white photos. Chen Yuchuan looked at the photos, loving them so much he couldn't put them down. From now on, if anyone said he couldn't find a wife, he would throw the photos in their face. When they arrived at the station, Tang Weidong was still waiting outside. Around 9 o'clock, a man dressed in a military uniform got off the bus. After leaving the station, Tang Weisong immediately spotted Tang Su and Tang Weidong. Next to Tang Su was her husband, Chen Yuchuan, whom Tang Weisong called out. When their eyes met, both of their demeanors changed noticeably. Tang Weisong raised his hand to salute, saying, Tang Weisong, Deputy Commander of the 43rd Regiment, 58th Division, 36th Army, Southern Military Region. Chen Yuchuan responded similarly, Chen Yuchuan, Deputy Commander of the 12th Regiment, 116th Division, 23rd Army, Northeast Military Region. When Tang Weisong looked at Tang Su, his whole attitude softened a lot. Tang Dang. Tang Su smiled and said, let's go back first. On the way back, Tang Weidong sat in the back seat, simply because Tang Weisong thought he was riding too slowly. The 4 of them, in 2 cars, entered the village. Tang Weisong's appearance caused quite a stir. The villagers were very curious about this handsome young man. Seeing Tang Weisong follow Tang Su and the others back, and then go into Chen Yuchuan's house, the villagers kept watching. Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su took Tang Weisong around to see the main sights of the village. Mostly, Chen Yuchuan led the way, so Tang Su didn't know much about the village. Tang Weisong looked good, tall and slender, with a high nose bridge and deep, dark eyes like ink. He wore a neat military uniform, which made him look both gentle and disciplined, with a touch of soldierly aura. It was obvious he was from the city. As they walked through the fields, many young women blushed at the sight of him. Tang Weisong turned to Tang Su and asked, is farming in the countryside hard? Tang Su replied, I don't rely on work points to live, so I wouldn't say it's hard. Chen Yuchuan asked, want to try working in the fields? Tang Weisong looked eager to try. Tang Su said, in the afternoon, it's almost mealtime. When they returned to the village, someone asked, Chuanzi, who's that? Tang Weidong's brother, here to celebrate the wedding. Wow, where's he from? He looks so fair. From the south. Even after returning to the small courtyard, many people kept looking at Tang Weidong. After some introductions, the Qin family learned that his name was Tang Weisong, and he was Tang Weidong's older brother, here especially for the wedding. Xiao Jiu looked at this person, who resembled Tang Weidong somewhat, with curiosity on his face. Tang Weisong looked at Tang Su and asked, "Why do you want to keep a cat?" Suddenly, she just thought of it. In the afternoon, Chen Yuchuan took Tang Weisong to work outside. This was probably Tang Weisong's first time working outdoors. Although he didn't work very smoothly, he was strong. He didn't act like a scholar. He answered whatever the villagers asked. "Do you have a girlfriend?" When he said this, many people perked up their ears to listen. Mainly because Chen Yuchuan's words had a big impact on them. Now, when they met someone with good conditions, they didn't want to miss the chance. Yes. After he said that, many people looked disappointed. For some reason, Chen Yuchuan felt relieved inside. The eligible young women felt a bit sad when they learned that the handsome soldier already had a girlfriend. The wedding banquet was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and everything was ready except for the meat dishes. Chen Yuchuan, have you ever hunted wild boar? Tang Weisong, no, Chen Yuchuan. There are some in the mountains. The wedding feast the day after tomorrow still needs meat. Do you want to go? Tang Weisong. Yes, Tang Weidong hesitantly said. Brother, I want to go too. Are you trying to get yourself into trouble? Tang Weidong was not convinced. I've been practicing hard lately. Even the older brother said I've improved. Tang Weisong became interested. Want to try? Come on, just come. After few rounds of fighting, Tang Weisong found that he had indeed improved a lot. His strength and agility had greatly increased. Not bad, no slacking off. Then I'll go tomorrow too. No. Chen Yuchuan looked at Tang Su. Wife, I plan to go up the mountain tomorrow and want to bring your cat along. Ask it yourself. Chen Yuchuan looked suspiciously at Little Nine. Can it understand human speech? Before Tang Su could answer, Little Nine bared its teeth and hissed at Chen Yuchuan. Chen Yuchuan. Tomorrow, we're going up the mountain to catch wild boar. Are you going? Little Nine looked at Tang Su, as if seeking her approval. If you want to go, just go. Don't wait for me, Little Nine. Meow. I want to go. Chen Yuchuan looked a bit strange. Little Nine can understand human speech, but he can't understand cat language. Tang Su looked at the two who couldn't communicate well, one human, one cat, and said, It said it wants to go. How did you know? After raising it for a long time, you understand. Take good care of it. Even one hair can't be lost. Chen Yuchuan immediately became unhappy. He hadn't even been told to be careful. What about me? Tang Su was confused, but seeing the slight sadness and jealousy in his eyes, she quickly recalled what he had just said. She immediately understood the key point. You also need to be careful. Chen Yuchuan was suddenly spoiled. Don't worry, I will definitely come back safe. Old Chen listened to the whole thing and thought his grandson was a bit silly. The next day, while everyone was working, the two of them and a cat sneaked up the mountain. They deliberately went deep into the forest, so the wild boar's calls wouldn't reach the village. Tang Weisong was confused. Why bring a cat? Chen Yuchuan didn't answer directly. He said mysteriously, You'll see in a moment. As soon as they entered the deep forest, Xiao Jiu felt like he was back home. Xiao Jiu led the way, sometimes diving into the grass, sometimes chasing after mountain chickens. In a short while, Tang Weisong's basket was filled with 6 mountain chickens and 5 wild rabbits. Finally, Tang Weisong understood why Chen Yuchuan brought the cat. They walked for a long time, going deeper into the woods. Then Chen Yuchuan and Tang Weisong saw wild boars foraging. There were 4 adult wild boars alone. Chen Yuchuan and Tang Weisong looked at each other. Chen Yuchuan quickly picked up Xiao Jiu and hurried back. Xiao Jiu was confused. Weren't they supposed to catch wild boars? After walking quite a distance, Chen Yuchuan spoke, Little ancestor, catching just one is enough. With so many wild boars, are you trying to get us killed? Xiao Jiu looked them over, its amber eyes showing clear disdain. Its boss could fight. The two seemed to understand its look. They all fell silent, surprised that a cat could be so dismissive. Look for one that's alone. Despite the disdain, Xiao Jiu moved. They changed direction and followed, soon spotting a lone wild boar. The boar was not big, about 80 pounds. Xiao Jiu attacked, and before the boar could cry out, it was already dead. Chen Yuchuan put the boar into a sack. 2 hours later, the two relaxed men and a proud cat came down the mountain. Back at the small courtyard, the two of them quickly tidied up and went to work. Jinhua, is Chuanzi having a banquet tomorrow? Yes. How many tables? Right now, no big celebration. Just some relatives coming over for a meal. How many quilts and blankets did you make? 2 quilts and 2 covers, 4 pounds of cotton for the mattress, 8 pounds for the blankets. Wow, that must take a lot of cotton. Of course. When it's cold, the blankets keep us warm. When it's warm, they are comfortable. And Janya, same as well. That must require a lot of cotton, Qin Jinhua thought to herself. Not just cotton, but a lot of fabric too. After sewing the quilts, she also had to make covers for them. 2 quilts used a lot of cloth, and enough to make many clothes. Auntie came closer to Qin Jinhua. Where did Chuanzi get so much cotton? I want him to help me get some too. That was sent by Xiao Su's family. I saved about 10 jin, borrowed 10 jin for my family, and the cotton used by Chuanzi and his wife was all sent by Xiao Su's family. They even shared some with Janya. Only Chen Yuchuan, Tang Su, and Qin Jinhua knew about buying the cotton. They agreed to tell others it was sent by Xiao Su's family if asked. City folks sure have better connections. They can get such old cotton. That's right. Your daughter-in-law is good. She bought you both bicycles and shared some cotton with her brother-in-law. Your family's Xiang Sue is also nice, hardworking, and kind. That evening, Qin Yuchuan called Qin Jinhua over. Mom, come look at this meat. Is it enough? Qin Jinhua looked and said, Oh, wow, so much. It's enough. Since they were preparing for the banquet tomorrow, Tang Su couldn't stay in the small courtyard tonight. She had to stay at the youth commune for the night. The youth commune was full, so Qin Yuchuan and Tang Weisong worked together to make a wooden bed. They also made mosquito-repelling incense using mugwort and wormwood. The women at the youth commune watched Qin Yuchuan busy around. Little Nine also came along. Little Nine didn't know why Tang Su was sleeping there, but wherever Tang Su went, Little Nine went too. Ding Saixia said, Your cat is so well-behaved. Tang Su didn't deny it, at least in front of her. The cat was very obedient. Not bad. The next day, after waking up and washing, Tang Su combed her hair neatly and put on a little lipstick. The clothes were the same as on the day of the marriage certificate, white shirt and army green pants. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Yuchuan arrived at the youth commune with a group of people. He was dressed in military uniform, wearing a red flower on his chest, with a big smile on his face. Surrounded by many people, Tang Su sat in the back seat and left the youth commune with Qin Yuchuan. When they reached the small courtyard, Qin Yuchuan took Tang Su directly to the east room. It was only at this moment that Qin Yuchuan truly felt like he was married. The two hugged tightly, as if they embraced the whole world. Outside, people saw that Qin Yuchuan hadn't come out for a long time and joked, Chuanzi, the feast isn't over yet, don't rush to the bridal chamber. After saying that, everyone burst into laughter. When they came out, after a simple ceremony, the feast officially began. The main dish was plain rice. The meat dishes included braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, cabbage and pork stew with vermicelli, and pork meatball soup. Vegetables included cold cucumber salad and stir-fried green beans. Except for the braised pork, the other meat dishes had more vegetables than meat, but at that time, such a meal was considered quite good in the team. As soon as the dishes were served, the courtyard became quiet, only the sound of chopsticks and bowls clinking. Brothers Tang Weisong and Tang Weidong looked at the few people in the courtyard, feeling uncomfortable. She should have been the center of attention. Although she knew that now, weddings couldn't be grand, she still felt a bit sad when facing it directly. During the lively scene, Yang Jiu arrived. The atmosphere suddenly cooled down, and Qin Yuchuan's face looked very unpleasant. But unexpectedly, Yang Jiu just handed over her gift money and then left. Everyone was confused about why she did that. But in an instant, the mood was reignited. There were only about 10 tables in the courtyard. Qin Yuchuan and Tang Su toasted guests at their tables and introduced her along the way. Lin Xiaoyu also came, just as she said, bringing a big gift. After the banquet, many relatives didn't leave. They wanted to see the traditional performances. Chen Yuchuan sent everyone away, annoyed by the fuss over the performances, thinking they were just being greedy. Some people also asked about Tang Wanwan. Chen Jinhua said, "That young man is from the south, from the second family's side." Relatives hesitated. "From the south? That's so far away. Do you have a partner now?" "Yes, I do." The person looked a bit disappointed. In the end, only Chen Yuchuan's younger sister-in-law, Chen Kaiying, remained. Chen Jinhua took some of the leftover meat she hadn't cooked and brought it back for her. Chen Kaiying didn't mind being polite to her older sister-in-law. She also talked a bit with old Chen before leaving. At noon, Tang Wanwan was about to leave. Tang Weidong rode his bike to see him off at the station. In the evening, Chen Yuchuan made sure to wash himself very clean. As soon as he entered the house, he saw someone and a cat playing happily. Seeing Chen Yuchuan's sad look, Tang Su picked up Xiao Jiu and said seriously, "You can't sleep with me anymore." "Meow. Why?" "I have important work. You can't stay here." In the past, the older brother wouldn't have chased it away, but now things are different. And what's different now is... Xiao Jiu looked at Chen Yuchuan, right at his proud expression. It immediately bared its teeth and hissed at him. Then it acted cute and begged Tang Su, "Boss, I won't go. Be good, listen to me. Go over there and sleep. Come back when it's safe." Maybe sensing Tang Su's firmness, Xiao Jiu reluctantly left. Before leaving, it also hissed and showed its teeth at Chen Yuchuan. Inside the house, only the two of them remained, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The red double happiness characters on the window hinted at what had happened today and what was about to happen. Chen Yuchuan felt his chest pounding wildly, his palms sweating with nervousness. Seeing how awkward he was, Tang Su pulled him over. The feeling of her lips was like fire, burning his reason to ashes. Dry wood meeting a blazing fire only makes it burn brighter. After a long while, faint crowing of roosters was heard, and the two inside finally calmed down. Chen Yuchuan tidied up his wife and then lay on the bed, holding Tang Su, with a look of satisfaction. But the next second, Tang Su pushed him away, and Chen Yuchuan leaned in again.
Hot.
"Stay away from me." Very cold, like she was ready to throw him out after using him. Chen Yuchuan looked sad. "Wife." He moved closer again. "If you come any closer, you'll sleep outside." Chen Yuchuan immediately dared not move. Being kicked out on their wedding night, how could he still survive in the team? Until the sounds of rustling came from outside the window, the Qin family members had mostly woken up. Yesterday, he told his father that they wouldn't go to work today. Chen Yuchuan tried to move closer and hold her in his arms. Seeing that Tang Su didn't react, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he closed his eyes happily. But as he held her, his hands slowly moved, and Xiao Chuan began to feel more determined. Tang Su turned her head and then hugged his neck. With just a look, Chen Yuchuan understood what she meant. A big fight started early in the morning. By around 8:30, Tang Su got up slowly, while Chen Yuchuan had already prepared breakfast. As soon as she stepped out of the east room, Xiao Jiu immediately came over. Looking pitiful, Chen Yuchuan brought out the breakfast and saw Xiao Jiu curled up in his wife's arms. He immediately felt a bit jealous. "Eat your breakfast first. Why are you holding a cat so early in the morning?" he said, glaring at the cat in her arms. "Tang Su, Xiao Jiu is very important to me." Seeing her serious expression, Chen Yuchuan had to compromise. It's just a cat, and it can't compete with him for her attention. When there were no outsiders, Chen Yuchuan became more relaxed. His hands were either on Tang Su's waist or holding her hand. After breakfast, Chen Yuchuan suddenly remembered something very important. He took out the passbook and money and handed them to Tang Su.
"Here, wife. Keep this.
From now on, you will manage the household." Tang Su took the passbook. It still had some money on it, which she knew from the bank transfer that day. Chen Yuchuan served in the army for 9 years, earning a total allowance and salary of 8,534 yuan plus 5,648 yuan in mission bonuses. A few years ago, he spent 4,300 yuan on building a house and giving to Yang Jiaodi. He sent a total of 1,980 yuan to the team leader and Chen Jinhua's family. The bride price cost a total of 3,505 yuan. The smaller expenses weren't counted in detail. Chen Yuchuan still had 3,697 yuan on his passbook, plus some change on him. Adding up the money received yesterday, Chen Yuchuan's relatives gave a total of 76 yuan, while brothers Tang Weisong and Tang Weidong each gave 500 yuan, and Lin Xiu gave 50 yuan. Looking at this amount, Chen Yuchuan felt a bit uncomfortable inside. Tang Su turned back into the room and took out all the money and things that could be openly used. This is 4,000 yuan my father gave me. Tang Su paused, then added, this is a reward from a friend for helping out. He suddenly remembered what Lin Jiqing had said about the young master of the Meng family. Mr. Meng? Tang Su looked at him unexpectedly. Yes. Chen Yuchuan looked at the items. He didn't recognize them, but he knew they must be very valuable. The shiny gold bars, necklaces, and bracelets hurt his eyes. And those stacks of money. There must be thousands. A strong sense of danger swept over him. He suppressed his growing jealousy and asked sourly, why did you help him? Why so much? He went out to avoid trouble. He asked me to help him get his house back later. Jealousy made his face look bad. Why take his stuff? Can I earn money for you? Tang Su rolled her eyes. This isn't easy. I can't do it without a reward. Seeing that Tang Su was only taking these things to help, not because of feelings, his expression improved a lot. Those things can't be taken out. I know. I only took them out because there are no outsiders here. Tang Su took the items back to her room and stored them in her space. Seeing Chen Yuchuan wasn't very happy, she pressed her lips to his. I have money. You have power. Together, we're a strong team. Chen Yuchuan shivered. His jealousy instantly disappeared.
Tang Su.
Just wait. I'll make you the wife of a high-ranking official someday. Okay, I'll wait. While the two were getting cozy, someone outside the yard suddenly called Chen Yuchuan. Tuanzi, a military vehicle is looking for you. The couple exchanged a glance. Tang Su said, hurry and go. As soon as she opened the door, she saw a military vehicle parked outside the small yard, and a soldier from the army stepped out. The soldier saluted Chen Yuchuan first, then said, Comrade Chen Yuchuan, I am an officer from the Armed Forces Department. I am delivering an order from the military district, asking you to return to the team immediately and escorting you to the train station. Chen Yuchuan replied seriously, please wait a moment. I will pack my things. While speaking, he also stuffed a lot of money into his pocket. Chen Yuchuan laughed happily. You call this dealing with it? Who can handle things like this? Tang Su, my family. Chen Yuchuan immediately brightened up. He hugged her and refused to let go, reluctant to part. I don't want to leave. Tang Su, just now you said you'd make me the wife of a leader. Now you don't want to go. After we get back, I'll submit a report to the military. Is that okay? Yes. Chen Yuchuan wrote down his address for her. Remember to write me a letter. No, call me. Writing takes too long. Tang Su pushed him away. Hurry up, others are waiting for us. Thinking for a moment, Tang Su took the chance to secretly add a little spring water into his water bottle while pretending to pour him some water. When they got on the train, Chen Yuchuan kept staring at Tang Su. Wife, I'm leaving. Remember to call me. Go ahead. Tang Su remained very calm. Compared to Tang Su, Chen Yuchuan was clingy and sticky. The team leader couldn't help but turn his head away, unable to watch. As soon as Chen Yuchuan left, Chen Jinhua hurried back. Chuanzi left. Did you prepare food for him? Tang Su. Yes, I prepared quite a bit, meat, eggs, steamed buns, and also gave him money. That's good. Unsurprisingly, on the train, when Chen Yuchuan was eating, a full box of meat made other passengers very jealous. Comrade, can I trade 2 pieces of meat for 2 eggs? Chen Yuchuan packed his lunchbox inside, looking protective of his food. No, this is made by my wife. The other person pouted, as if he didn't have a wife. His meal was also made by his wife. Chen Yuchuan felt very happy inside. He even thought the water his wife packed for him tasted sweet. In the evening, Tang Weidong and Shen Jianjun returned. Today was the official physical examination day for the draft. The two left early and only came back in the evening. The next day, Chen Jianya and Su Xiaolan went to get their marriage certificate. Tang Su went to see how Qin Jinhua was preparing and to see if she could help. Big sister-in-law. Yu Chunlon didn't expect Tang Su to come and was a bit surprised. Second sister-in-law is here. Her second daughter, Chen Miling, was staring intently at this beautiful sister-in-law. Tang Su looked at her and softly asked, "What is your name? How old are you?" "I'm Chen Miling, 4 years old." Tang Su, hiding her hand in her pocket, found a hair tie from her space and handed it to her. "This is a gift from Annie." Chen Miling stared steadily at the shiny glass thread in Annie's hand. Yu Chunlon immediately recognized it as something only found in the city of Shen. "Oh, this good thing is for your second sister-in-law to use herself. I don't like to use these fancy things," Tang Su said. Then she put the hair tie into Chen Miling's hand. "Hold this." Seeing that her daughter liked it very much, Yu Chunlon couldn't find words to refuse. "Mom, is there anything else we need?" "Almost everything is ready." Tang Su looked around and felt that they still needed some fresh meat, which gave her an idea. After returning home, Tang Su took a basket and headed up the mountain. "Little Nine, go up the mountain and catch some mountain chickens." "Got it." One person and one cat went deep into the mountain. Soon, Little Nine caught 8 mountain chickens and 2 wild rabbits. On the way back, it was followed by a leopard cat. Tang Su asked, "Is that your little brother?" "Yes, last time those wild boars fought over food with him. As the boss, I took revenge for him." "You're quite kind-hearted." "Of course. All right, let's go back." Tang Su threw a mountain chicken to the leopard cat. Little Nine mumbled to the leopard cat, and it carried the chicken away. Tang Su casually picked some wild vegetables and placed them on the upper layer for cover. After coming down the mountain, she went straight to the Qin family. Because they needed to prepare for tomorrow's banquet, Qin Jinhua and Yu Chunlon didn't go to work. "Mom, I think we need more meat, so I went up the mountain." When Qin Jinhua heard she went up the mountain, she shivered in shock. "Why did you go up the mountain? Are you hurt?" If she had been hurt, how would she explain to Chuanzi? "No, I'm fine." Tang Su placed the basket in front of her and pushed aside the wild vegetables on top. "Mom, look, is this enough?" Qin Jinhua and Yu Chunlon leaned in to look and were surprised. "Where did you get this?" Little Nine caught it. "I just carried it down." As she finished speaking, Little Nine meowed. Qin Jinhua remembered what Jianjun said and also thought about the time the big cat went down the mountain. Suddenly, she believed it. "Enough, enough. Don't go up the mountain by yourself." "Is the mountain hen enough? We'll eat the rabbits ourselves." "Okay." Since her cats caught them, she said whatever she wanted. They also benefited from it. The things had already been brought over, and they started to pack them. Yu Chunlon boiled water, and Qin Jinhua plucked feathers. Tang Su handled the rabbits, quickly and skillfully removing all the fur. Qin Jinhua and Yu Chunlon were stunned. They didn't expect Tang Su, who looked delicate, to have such skills. Tang Su looked at Xiao Jiu beside her. "Once the rabbit fur is cleaned, I'll make you a bed quilt." Xiao Jiu. Meow. "Sounds good, sounds good." Qin Jinhua and Yu Chunlon couldn't speak for a moment. It was the first time they saw a cat being treated like a child. Qin Jinhua vaguely felt that in Tang Su's eyes, her own son might not be as important as this cat. No doubt, Qin Jinhua was right. After preparing the rabbits, Tang Su raised her knife and quickly cut both rabbits into nearly equal pieces. Dinner was at the Qin family's house, and Tang Weidong also came over. Tonight's rabbit meat was cooked by Tang Su. Only tonight did Yu Chunlon realize that the rabbit meat from that night was made by Tang Su. The next day, Tang Su went over early. She didn't need to attend the wedding procession, so she helped at the Qin family. Compared to the banquet with him and Qin Yuchuan, the one with Qin Jianya and Su Xiaolan had more guests. Everyone was surprised to see Tang Su working. "Hey, Jianya's wife, you actually know how to work." Tang Su. "Is it so surprising?" Qin Jinhua was displeased. "My daughter-in-law is doing well." "What are you talking about?" The person also realized his words weren't quite right and awkwardly said, "Mainly, she looks delicate, so it's surprising she can work." "Where's Chuanzi?" "I didn't see him. He's back in the army." Chuanzi is really capable, marrying a city girl. While talking, Qin Jianya returned from the wedding. But Tang Su felt they weren't very happy. The wedding was simple, with a few formal words, bows from the couple to their parents, and then mutual bows. During the ceremony, Tang Su noticed the bride's dress was a bit old. Among the crowd, she didn't look like a bride. The captain and Chen Jinhua looked at each other with hidden displeasure. After the ceremony, the feast began. The main dishes included rice and millet porridge. Meat dishes featured braised pig's trotters and bones, mountain chicken stewed with potatoes, and cabbage with pork and vermicelli. The other 3 dishes were all vegetarian. The Su family had many relatives. Now, most guests gave only a few cents as a gift, but closer relatives might give $1 or more. Tang Su only gave $1. In the future, supporting each other could be done privately. It's better to stay low-key. Seeing that she only gave $1, Yu Xiufan couldn't help but frown. With so much money, why only give $1? Tang Su and the Chen family sat at the same table. Guests were eating and chatting about how greasy the dishes were. While eating, Tang Su felt many eyes on her. Moreover, news that Chen Yuchuan married a young educated girl with 3,000 yuan and a firecracker was spreading widely. When the Chen brothers held their wedding banquet, it was natural for people to compare. Is that the second son of the Chen family who married a wife at a high cost? Just looks pretty, but obviously not someone who can work. Good looks don't fill the stomach. I heard that the young educated girl's family is well off, and she even has a watch. People also discussed the Chen family's bicycle and bride price. Was the bicycle that Jianya used to pick up the bride from the Chen family? Yes, it's said to be bought by the second son of the Chen family for Chen Monsong and his wife. The second son of the Chen family paid 3,000 yuan and bought a firecracker, and he can even buy a bicycle. That's quite wealthy. If they have money, why not buy Jianya one too as a bride price? No idea what the Chen family is thinking, being nicer to a nephew than to their own son. How much did Xiaolan's bride price cost? 100 yuan. That's a huge difference. Yu Xiufan's mother asked, Dia, why is Xiaolan's bride price only 100 yuan? Yu Xiufan replied, Mom, that's normal.
Don't worry about it.
Normal? The Chen family is clearly showing favoritism.
Mom, don't worry.
We know what's going on. Min went for a health check yesterday, but the results haven't come out yet. He feels it's about the same as last year. If it's about the same as last year, it probably means he's unlikely to be selected this year. Last night, the head of the family told her that if Weimin doesn't pass the health check this year, he will ask Chen Yuchuan for help. Since their families are related by marriage, he should help. When Weimin joins the army later, Chen Yuchuan will help him out. Then their family can build a brick house and buy some good household items. The brick house and the household items are still in the planning stage, which is why Yu Xiufan was so calm today. After a satisfying meal, someone suggested taking out the bicycle to look at. When they returned from the wedding, Chen Jianjun pushed the bicycle over to Tang Su. If these people see it, they might ask for parts. The bicycle has been lent out. Who did you lend it to? To Tang Jiqing. Yu Xiufan was unhappy. We haven't even lent it to our own family. Why lend it to outsiders? Yes. A bicycle is expensive. How can we lend it to outsiders? Chen Jianya said, he is from my second sister-in-law's family, not an outsider. Besides, 2 days ago my second brother held a banquet and his brother even gave 500 yuan. Don't mention lending, just buying a bicycle is enough. After he finished speaking, many people stopped talking. After the banquet, all the main dishes and food were finished. During the meal, Chen Monsong and Chen Jinhua overheard some faint gossip. In the afternoon, Old Chen, the squad leader, and Chen Jinhua sat inside, discussing splitting the family. Now, Chen Yuchuan and Chen Jianya are both married. Their wives are quite different, and there are relatives like the Su family. Chen Jinhua said, let's split up soon. The Su family is just like that. They almost want to take all of Chuanzi's money. She even sent clothes to the Su family that were never worn by Xiaolan. The clothes from the wedding still had patches on them. The squad leader asked, Dad, what do you think? Old Chen replied, I have no opinion. Then the squad leader told them to come here tomorrow for an important matter. That night, Chen Yuchuan lay in bed, his mind racing. He took out the photo he took that day, focusing on Tang Su in the picture. A smile appeared on his face. Song Chunwang looked at the cheerful Chen Yuchuan and couldn't help but lean in to look. In just one glance, his eyes widened. Thinking about Chen Yuchuan being married, he had a guess in his mind. "Is this your wife?" His voice was full of surprise and disbelief. He was more handsome than the women in the cultural troupe. "My wife is pretty, right? Young person from the countryside. Yes, from Chengdu. Good looks, countryside background from Chengdu." "No, why him?" Today, when Chen Yuchuan returned, he looked proud and happy, handing out candies to everyone. Almost everyone in the unit knew he was married. Someone joked, "Why only handing out candies? When will you officially report your marriage and let your wife meet us? Get lost? Why should your wife meet you? If she's not good enough, just say so." Chen Yuchuan chuckled. "My wife is very beautiful. I'm afraid you'll be too distracted to focus." That person didn't mind. "Is she prettier than the women in the cultural troupe?" Chen Yuchuan. "What does the cultural troupe matter? His wife can hunt wild boars. How can those delicate women in the troupe compare?" Seeing Chen Yuchuan speak confidently, everyone wondered if he was telling the truth. His boast quickly spread throughout the entire unit, but many thought he was just bragging. Song Chunwang also thought so. But at that moment, he realized Chen Yuchuan wasn't lying. Where there is a hidden dragon, there must be a phoenix. If Chen Yuchuan is a hidden dragon, then Song Chunwang is a phoenix. Chen Yuchuan has gone on many blind dates, and many women don't want to mention him afterward. Song Chunwang doesn't want to get married at all. Others might dream of having a wife and children at home, but he has no such thoughts. The next morning, Chen's family gathered together. The team leader invited the village secretary to witness. The village secretary was surprised to hear they were splitting the family because the team leader and Chen Jinhua were still young, with 2 children not yet married. "Team leader, today we called you here because there's an important matter I've discussed with your father and mother, and today we're splitting the family." As he spoke, most of the younger generation looked shocked. Chen Jiandeng. "Dad, everything's going well. Why split the family all of a sudden?" Jiandeng, Chuanzi, and Jianya are all married. Jianjun is likely to join the army in the future, and we don't know when he'll get married. Shangyun will get married someday. With the family growing, it's time to split. Since 6 years ago, Chuanzi has been sending money home every month. For the first 3 years, he sent 20 yuan each month, and for the next 3 years, he sent 30 yuan each month. By June this year, he had sent a total of 1,980 yuan. This amount surprised many people present. Because the house they live in was built by Chuanzi, I discussed with your mother that this money should be returned to Chuanzi. Do you all agree? After saying that, the team leader's sharp eyes scanned everyone's faces. Chen Jiandang was the first to speak, "No problem." The others agreed as well. "Our family now has 345 yuan, 285 jin of rice, 260 jin of flour, 798 jin of corn, 267 jin of sorghum, and 198 jin of millet. 45 yuan belongs to me and your mother, and the 300 yuan will be divided among you 5 siblings. The grain will be split into 6 parts. Jianjun and Shangyun are not married yet, so they also need to share. When they get married in the future, you won't need to pay for their wedding or give them grain. Just help out with the arrangements. The bicycle was bought by your second brother and his wife for me and your mother, so it won't be divided. If you need to use it, just ask. The pots, bowls, and utensils will be split evenly. Anything that can't be divided will be kept by your mother and me." After finishing, the team leader looked at Tang Su. Second brother's family, Jianjun isn't sure if he can join the army yet. The house is full, and Shangyun will probably stay with you and Chuanzi. Tang Su didn't mind. "It's okay, let them stay as long as they want." Seeing that Tang Su had no objections, the team leader relaxed. "Your mother and I can still work, so we'll talk about retirement later." Chen Jiandeng said, "Dad, you and Mom should come live with us." The team leader agreed, "Let's do that." And so, the Chen family divided. Tang Su took the grain she was allocated and carried it back home. The villagers, seeing this, asked what was happening. Tang Su said, "We've divided the family." "What?" Soon, everyone in the team knew that the Chen family had split up. Many people didn't understand. The team leader and Chen Jinhua are not very old, so why did they split? Yu Xiufan heard the news and got angry again. I knew they favored their daughter. As soon as Xiaolon got married, they split the family. Su Saiguai took a dry cigarette and said, "Next time you see Xiaolon, ask her how much they divided." He was concerned about whether Chen Yuchuan's salary had been distributed. The next morning, the armed forces officer delivered the list of those approved for military medical exams to the squad. The list was posted publicly at the squad office. The list included everyone's names. It was divided into 2 columns, one for those who passed and one for those who didn't, with reasons for disqualification written next to the names. 15 people from the forward squad passed the exam, including Tang Weidong, Chen Jianjun, and a young educated youth named Zhang Hao, who came with Tang Su. This year, Su Weimin did not pass the exam because of color blindness. He is already 22 years old and has no more chances. Su Kaigui asked the armed forces officer, "My son Weimin is fine at home. These are small issues and won't stop him from joining the army." The officer looked at him and said, "Come on, color blindness just means poor eyesight, can't tell colors apart. How can he shoot?" Chen Yuchuan had already returned to the army, and Su Kaigui was very worried. During lunch break, he went to see the squad leader. Su Kaigui said, "Brother, my 3rd son is stuck at the medical exam. They must have made a mistake. There's nothing wrong with his background check. I want to ask Chuanzi to help out, to get Weimin through the exam." The squad leader replied, "The army doesn't listen to what Chuanzi says. Besides, he's not high-ranking, so he can't do much." Su Kaigui didn't believe him and thought the squad leader just didn't want to help because he didn't want to trouble his own family. "Can you give me Chuanzi's army phone number? I'll talk to him myself." The squad leader said, "No, that's a matter of principle." Su Kaigui was getting a bit angry. "Brother, our families are related. We're relatives. If Weimin joins the army, he can help Chuanzi. You can't refuse to help just because your son is doing well." Chen Jinhua said, "The officer already said, your 3rd son can't tell colors and can't shoot. Your son doesn't meet the standards. How can Chuanzi help? If it's discovered, Chuanzi will get into trouble. The army isn't a place for jokes. You're only thinking about getting your son into the army, but you're not considering Chuanzi. Don't talk about family ties. That's just a lie to fool yourself." Su Kaigui made little progress, and Yu Xiufan also faced setbacks. In Su Xiaolan's new house, they asked what each family had received after dividing the property. Xiaolon Su, "Mom, this is our family's matter. The meaning is clear. It's none of your business." Yu Xiufan angrily says, "Once you get married, your wings get stronger. I ask about things, and you still worry about getting hurt." Xiaolon Su stays silent. Yu Xiufan knows her quiet daughter doesn't want to talk, no matter what. But that doesn't stop her from taking things from Xiaolon Su. "Those quilts, I'll take one set back. Your 3rd brother should also get married." She reaches out to grab them, but Xiaolon Su stops her. "No, these were made by my mother-in-law for me and Jianya. Your son should use his own blankets for his wedding." Yu Xiufan, "Hey, you stubborn girl. That's your brother. He'll join the army and marry a city girl someday. What's wrong with giving him the quilts? Your brother is doing well, and you'll benefit too." Xiaolon Su sneers inwardly. She hasn't even joined the army yet, and is already dreaming. Yu Xiufan once wanted Xiao Weimin to marry, but he wanted to join the army and find a city girl with a good family background. She hopes Xiao Weimin will do well, and both Yu Xiufan and Su Kaigui are eager for him to have a good life. They're in no rush to find him a wife. Otherwise, Xiao Weimin is already old enough to be a father himself. I will give you what you should respect. How much I give is up to me. You can't take it. If you dare to try, I'll call someone." Yu Xiufan has never seen such a Xiaolon Su. Suddenly, she realizes her daughter has truly become stronger. Don't think that once you marry, you can stand tall. One day you'll cry. Any grievances you suffer, don't expect your brothers from your family to support you. After saying this, Yu Xiufan leaves angrily. She's really afraid Xiaolon Su will call someone. If Xiaolon Su gives her things willingly, she can say it's her own choice. If Xiaolon Su calls someone, it would seem like she's stealing, and she wouldn't be in the right. Moreover, Chen Jinhua is a fierce woman. She might not even be able to fight her. The couple leaves, anxious and angry. After Yu Xiufan leaves, Su collapses on the ground, tears flowing, but her eyes are full of excitement. This is the second time she's defended her belongings. The first time was when she begged her parents to let her marry Chen Jianya. That was also her first real rebellion against her mother. When Chen Jianya entered the house, he saw Su Xiaolan sitting on the ground, her face full of tears. He quickly asked, "Why are you crying?" Su Xiaolan explained what had happened earlier, ending with, "This is the first time in my life that I haven't let my mother take something from me." Chen Jianya hugged her silently, making a quiet decision in his heart to always treat his wife well in the future. Yu Xiufan, upon learning that the Chen family was unwilling to help, immediately became worried. What should we do? Su Weimin couldn't join the army, so their brick house and other belongings might be lost. Su Saigui's eyes lit up. Take some eggs to find Chuanzi's wife. She must know the phone number of Chuanzi's unit. That could work, but she hesitated. Just take some vegetables. As for the eggs, everyone has plenty. We can't just give away ours. She had worked hard to gather those eggs. How could she give them away so easily? Don't be so stingy. If this works, we won't lack eggs anymore. Thinking about it, Yu Xiufan agreed. All right. After returning home, Yu Xiufan first took 3 eggs. Seeing the basket was still quite empty, she reluctantly took 2 more and grabbed some vegetables to go to Tang Su's house. At the Chen family's small courtyard, Yu Xiufan first complained about their troubles, then made a request and painted a rosy picture. You don't know, Wei Min trains every day to join the army, but he keeps failing the physical exam. It must be a mistake. Wei Min's eyes are fine. How could he be unable to tell colors? It's definitely a mix-up. Talk to Chuanzi and ask him to speak with the military department to get a re-examination. Once Wei Min joins the army, he can also help Chuanzi. Wei Min said that after he joins the army, he plans to marry a girl from the city who has a government job. That girl's family can also help Chuanzi. Does that make sense? If you find the commune too troublesome, tell me Chuanzi's unit number. I'll ask Wei Min's father to go to the town's post office to make a call. She handed over the basket, carefully lifting the cloth cover like a treasure. Tang Su remained silent, as did Chen Lao, Tang Weidong, and others. Tang Su thought, no, just 5 eggs and a bunch of vegetables. Do they think they can take her husband's military uniform? Moreover, her ability to find this out shows they've already hit a wall with the team leader and Chen Jinhua. Before she could answer, old Chen spoke. Things from your family are for you to take back. The army is not a place for messing around. The next moment Yu Xiufan said, Old master, we are relatives. Why aren't you helping us quickly? Jian Junshin replied, It's not about helping or not. When has he ever passed a physical exam? Every time, it's because of color blindness. My second brother really helped, but he still has to go back to farming. Xiufan Yu said angrily, Isn't your Chen family worried that Min might take Jianjun's spot? If you don't help us, what can we do? Just wait and see. When our Su family becomes successful, you won't get any benefits. Soon after, the team leader and Chen Jinhua arrived. When Su Kaigui went to Chen's house today, many people saw him. This morning, the list for the military physical exam was just announced. Su Weimin still wasn't selected. It's obvious he wanted to ask Chuanzi for help. Those who weren't chosen worried that Chen Yuchuan might really help Su Weimin. After all, the 2 families are now relatives. Seeing Su Kaigui and his wife leave Chen's house with angry faces, they knew Chen's family hadn't agreed. They immediately felt relieved. If they didn't pass and Su Weimin didn't pass, how could Su Weimin find someone to help? No, that's impossible. Someone saw Yu Xiufan carrying a basket to Chen Yuchuan's house, worried that Chen Yuchuan's wife in the city might be fooled by her. They hurried to report to Chen's family. The team leader and Chen Jinhua quickly went over. On the way, they also met Yu Xiufan. Seeing her look unwell, the couple immediately relaxed. When they saw her, Yu Xiufan snorted heavily. She looked angry, but inside, she was very anxious. What could they do if Chen's family didn't help? After hearing the full story, the team leader felt relieved. He was really worried that Tang Su might be fooled by Yu Xiufan. Tang Su said, 5 eggs and a bunch of vegetables won't make Chuanzi take off his military uniform, not even in dreams. Chen Jinhua said, "That's right. Dreaming all day long. You start believing it yourself." Yu Xiufin's words truly surprised Chen Jinhua. She never thought Chuanzi could get to this point. Because of this, the relationship between Chen's family and Su's family, no, it should be Chen's family and Su Kaigui, Yu Xiuhua, and Su Weimin, became worse. At the same time, Chen Montsong's fair actions earned praise from the villagers. In the afternoon, Yu Xiufin was talking badly about the Chen family in the field. Someone couldn't stand it and said, "It's just your family. Weimin from your family has never passed the health check because of poor eyesight. If he can't do it himself, don't blame others." Yu Xiufin sneered. "Your heir Jiu from your family also didn't pass? You still have the nerve to talk about me. My heir Jiu didn't pass, I admit it. You have the nerve to blame others, but I know what my son is like." Unlike some people who daydream all day, she had overheard Yu Xiufin talking with Su Weimin. This remark hit Yu Xiufin hard. "Were you talking nonsense? Be careful, I tear your mouth apart. If you have the guts, come on," she challenged boldly. Yu Xiufin rushed forward, but was quickly pushed down by the other person. The hands used to do farm work pinched Yu Xiufin's soft flesh, making her grimace in pain. Then she revealed everything she had overheard. Suddenly, the Su family became the joke of the town. 2 days later, an officer from the armed forces came to the team to ask about Tang Weidong and others. Su Weimin had already given up hope. Since the Chen family wouldn't help him, he couldn't find anyone else to assist. He knew he hadn't passed the health check for 4 years and understood his own condition. He really couldn't tell the difference in colors. The telegram had been translated. It said that the mountains behind the forward battalion hid weapons left by the enemy during the war. Yang Xiaojia was an agent from the enemy country. He went into the mountains to find those weapons. This news was reported by Chen Yuchuan. Since he was part of the forward battalion, the military leaders sent him to find the weapons. Until today, they had been searching the mountains with military dogs for several days. But they found nothing. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze on him. Chen Yuchuan looked at the darkening sky and said, "Let's go." He wanted to go home and see his wife. Feng Changhai asked, "Where to?" "To my home. We won't find it anytime soon. Want a hot meal? Or do you think you're too good for it? Then let's go quickly." When they reached the small courtyard, it was already completely dark. Chen Yuchuan led his team into the yard. Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun were cooking, and Chen Xiangyun was helping. Old Chen was sitting inside the main room listening to the radio. Tang Su was sitting outside in the yard. "Dear wife, he's back." Tang Su was surprised. She didn't expect him to return tonight. Chen Yuchuan and the others were dressed in camouflage, leading a military dog, likely on a mission. Behind them, a soldier was carrying a wild chicken, probably caught in the back mountain. She guessed their target location was probably in the back mountain as well, most likely related to the earlier discovered telegram. "This is my wife." Besides Li Jinbo and Feng Changhai, everyone else knew that this beautiful woman was Deputy Commander Chen's wife. So, Deputy Commander Chen wasn't bragging. His wife was even more attractive than the female soldiers in the army art troupe. Everyone cheerfully greeted, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello." Hearing the voices, the people busy in the kitchen also came out to see. They were surprised to find Chen Yuchuan had returned. Chen Jianjun exclaimed happily, "Second brother, are you on a mission?" He looked at everyone in camouflage, then at the wooden rifles in their hands, and finally at the military dog, feeling overwhelmed. The Chen family's background was definitely solid. He could tell he was a reservist. Naturally, he liked these things very much. "Yes." He then called out to the people behind him. When they came down from the mountain, they had caught a few wild chickens and rabbits. No need to call, they started cleaning them up on their own. Chen Jianjun circled around his second brother, pointing at the dark wooden rifle. "Second brother, let me see that thing." Tang Su also couldn't help but look at it. "Why are you just staring?" Chen Yuchuan took out the bullets and, like showing off, handed the wooden rifle to Tang Su. "Wife, take a look." Chen Jianjun. Their main task was to find things, but considering the dangers in the deep mountains, everyone was equipped with silencers. When Jianjun asked earlier, he noticed Tang Su seemed a bit interested too. Tang Su held the wooden rifle, feeling a texture somewhere between plastic and metal, not cheap and thin like plastic, but not heavy like metal. It felt solid and substantial, a little cold, with a slight shine. Not bad. Seeing she liked it, Chen Yuchuan made up his mind. Once the military report was approved, he planned to take her out to shoot a couple of rifles. This part is based on my memories. During military training at university, our instructor was probably a platoon leader or something similar. He was from Hubei and he didn't distinguish between dialects. He held an old-fashioned rifle, which he lets hold and touch. Our class was the first to do so, and almost everyone in our class got to hold the rifle. It stayed with us the longest. Another instructor wanted to take it to show students in his own class and made him do 10 one-handed push-ups before he took it away. Tang Weidong and Chen Jianjun both looked eager. They both spoke at the same time. Big brother/second sister-in-law. Tang Su asked, "Can they see it?" Yes. Tang Su handed the wooden rifle to them. They looked at it together, full of excitement. Have these two been checked for health? Yes. When Chen Jianjun heard this, he got excited and told everything about Su Weimin. Chen Yuchuan listened and sneered. He still wants to marry a city girl? In the army, there are plenty of single men. If he really could marry a city girl, why would he need help from us? He also asked me to help him. I'm just a fool wanting to come back and farm. Chen Yuchuan and the others brought 2 Kunming dogs. Tang Su rubbed the dog's head and checked its teeth. Really handsome. Xiao Jiu immediately got jealous and snuggled into her arms.
Meow.
I am the most handsome. Then he bared his teeth and growled at the dogs. A faint sense of pressure seemed to target the dogs. Tang Su quickly patted Xiao Jiu's head, and the pressure disappeared instantly. Be good. While they were talking, the food in the kitchen was ready. They set the table. Chen Yuchuan wanted to sit next to Tang Su, but was pushed away. Smells bad. Stay away from me. Chen Yuchuan had to move his chair far away from her. Maybe because he had returned from the army, Chen Yuchuan started eating with loud smacking sounds again. Tang Su scooped a piece of food into his bowl. No noise while eating, okay. Feng Chonghai and the others looked at each other, confused. They didn't understand why the deputy battalion commander's wife was so strict about eating noise. But seeing how obedient and gentle Deputy Commander Chen was, they still found it a bit strange. They seemed to have discovered something. After dinner, everyone cleaned up their dishes. Then they gathered around to listen to old Chen talk about his past experiences in battle. Tang Weidong listened carefully, then looked at the others with eager eyes. Brother Chen, do you think my strength compares to theirs? Chen Yuchuan glanced at the group. Wang Junzhou, yes, let's spar with him. Wang Junzhou was surprised but then agreed, saying, sure. Tang Weidong started the fight first, Wang Junzhou defended. They fought back and forth, and after some time, it was almost a tie. Li Jinbo was surprised. This kid, clearly trained, and his strength was good. He was a promising talent. Past the military physical exam, Li Jinbo quickly understood what he meant. He wanted to recruit him. They had done this before. Tang Su asked, what position does that soldier hold? Squad leader. Tang Su looked down thoughtfully. Old Chen's room was full, so Chen Yuchuan's comrades were sleeping on the main hall floor. In the east room, Chen Yuchuan had washed up and was sticking close to Tang Su. That night, Xiao Jiu was very considerate and went outside. Chen Yuchuan started acting a bit unruly. But since his comrades were just in the next room behind a wall, he didn't dare to be too bold. After a workout, knowing Chen Yuchuan might only stay that night, they endured the warmth coming from him without pushing him away. The next morning, before dawn, Chen Yuchuan and the others packed up and headed up the mountain. When Tang Su returned for breakfast, she saw Yang Jiaodi walking toward her and stopping in front of her. Chuanzi's wife, I boiled 2 eggs. She handed them to her, but Tang Su took a step back. Is something wrong? Yang Jiaodi looked regretful. I've thought it over. No matter what, Chuanzi is my son. I shouldn't have treated him that way. I won't do that anymore. I just want to give you some compensation. I don't have much, just some eggs or something. Tang Su immediately became alert. Not long ago, she was thinking about buying the house, and now she was talking about her regret over abandoning Chen Yuchuan. It all seemed like a sneaky plan, like a fox giving a greeting to a chicken. Bad intentions.
Tang Su said, "I don't need it. You can take it back."
Before she could react, Tang Su turned and walked away. Some members of the group saw this happen and couldn't help but stare in surprise. Why are Yang Jiu and Chuanzi's wife together? In the afternoon, someone asked Yang Jiu why she went to see Tang Su. Yang Jiu said, "It's nothing. I just realized I shouldn't have treated Chuanzi that way. After all, he's also my child." The people around were shocked. Was that really something Yang Jiu would say? One sentence caused a big stir. Many people didn't believe it. They thought, Yang Jiu is so stubborn, she'll never change. But some believed that Chen Yuchuan was like part of Yang Jiu's family, and no matter what, this blood relationship could never be broken. However, Tang Su thought Yang Jiu was hiding a big plan. Things weren't going smoothly for Chen Yuchuan either. At this moment, a few people sat on the ground to rest. Feng Changhai leaned his head against a tree, and suddenly a cat caught his eye. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, his mouth opened slightly, and he sat up straight. Everyone looked in the same direction. When they saw what was in the cat's mouth, their presence became sharp and intense. They saw Xiao Jiu standing on a branch, holding a black, cylindrical object that looked like a toy grenade. Chen Yuchuan stood up and softly said, "Xiao Jiu, come down. Let's talk about something." Xiao Jiu jumped down, and Chen Yuchuan reached out to catch it. Then Xiao Jiu placed the object it was holding in his hand and looked at him. Chen Yuchuan immediately understood what it meant. "Is this for me?" He then jumped down and walked in a certain direction. After walking a few meters, he stopped and looked back to see if they were following. Chen Yuchuan and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed. After walking for a long time, they stopped at the bottom of a cliff. Xiao Jiu raised its paw and pointed to a dense area of plants where there were obvious signs of disturbance near the ground. Next to the plants, a leopard cat was hiding. When it saw Xiao Jiu, the leopard cat jumped out and happily ran over to it. At the same time, a military dog barked. Everyone quickly controlled the dog, then peeled back the thick plants to reveal a large hole. This opening in the cave was originally blocked by a large stone slab, but now there is a hole in the lower right corner of the slab. Chen Yuchuan and the others worked together to move the floor aside, revealing a passage just wide enough for one person. Xiao Jiu had just gone inside. The animals hiding there had already run away, but a faint smell of decay still lingered. Inside the cave, they found 23 wooden boxes. The boxes were old and somewhat rotten, but the contents inside were mostly intact. Feng Changhai said, "Wow, they really know how to hide things." They were almost at the border. The group managed to carry out about 11 boxes. When they tried to move a 12th box, Xiao Jiu stopped them, baring its teeth and hissing. The soldiers looked at Chen Yuchuan. "Vice Commander, what does it mean?" Chen Yuchuan looked at Xiao Jiu, who was guarding the items, and guessed its meaning. "You don't want us to take the rest, right?" Xiao Jiu nodded. "Why?" Xiao Jiu raised its paw and pointed in a certain direction. That direction was exactly where the main team was heading. In the main team, the only thing Xiao Jiu cared about was his wife. Chen Yuchuan looked a bit strange. "Are you trying to leave the rest for my wife?" Xiao Jiu nodded again. During the apocalypse, Tang Su was very capable. She would find supplies, take half, and share the other half with others. Xiao Jiu knew this process very well. But before, Xiao Jiu couldn't move independently and could only watch Tang Su and others fight over the supplies. Now, things were different. Xiao Jiu could help the boss. "My wife can't take these. They need to be handed over." Xiao Jiu understood his words and arched its back, its fur bristling slightly. No one could compete with its boss for supplies. Chen Yuchuan felt a headache coming on. He wanted to reach out and take Xiao Jiu away, but Xiao Jiu seemed to anticipate his intention. It extended its sharp claws. Chen Yuchuan felt a pain on the back of his hand. Looking down, he saw several scratches, and blood immediately started to flow. "Vice Commander," he felt worried, unsure if Xiao Jiu might bite Tang Su. But right now, his wife still loved this cat. For the moment, he could only try to reason with it. After some persuasion, Xiao Jiu finally stepped aside. Once everything was settled, Chen Yuchuan and the others prepared to leave. Before leaving, he had to go back home. Meanwhile, Tang Su finished washing up and was about to rest. Suddenly, she heard sounds from the yard, and her eyes turned sharp. Someone had climbed over the wall. The next moment, a voice came from the window, calling, "Wife." Tang Su said irritably, "Can you stop sneaking in like a thief when you come home? I'm just worried about disturbing them." As soon as she entered the house, Chen Yuchuan saw the cat on the bed. "Where did you get that cat? Did it scratch you?" Tang Su looked at Xiao Jiu and then at Chen Yuchuan. "Did it scratch you?" "Yes." The simple word sounded full of pity. He then raised his hand so Tang Su could clearly see the scratch on the back of his hand. The scratch had already scabbed over, and the marks were clear. Tang Su noticed that Xiao Jiu showed no signs of guilt, so the problem must be with Chen Yuchuan. She looked at the man in front of her. "What did you do?" "Xiao Jiu doesn't scratch people easily. Xiao Jiu isn't a stray cat, and it doesn't hurt people randomly. It's my most loyal friend." Chen Yuchuan's heart trembled. It was clear that this cat held a high status in his wife's heart. He briefly explained what happened today, but since the details of the mission couldn't be shared, he didn't mention specifics. Then, feeling wronged, he said, "You need to take care of it. Xiao Jiu is one of us. Don't scratch any more in the future." Meow. "Yes, yes." Tang Su paused for a moment and replied casually, "The scratch is scabbed over, it's fine." Chen Yuchuan. Did she mean that? Was she being so dismissive? She just spoils this cat. This cat is not simple, and his wife isn't easily fooled. If she wants to keep it, so be it. At worst, he could put it in the military base and keep an eye on it. The next moment, her arm wrapped around his waist, their lips met in a gentle kiss, and Chen Yuchuan was instantly soothed. "Don't be angry. Stay for one night." "No, I can't. The stuff is loaded onto the truck and I have to leave tonight. Once the military report comes in, I'll send a telegram back." "Okay." After Chen Yuchuan left, Tang Su asked Xiao Jiu about what happened today. After understanding the situation, Tang Su smiled. She affectionately said, You should think more next time. Be careful when you're outside." Over the next few days, Tang Su's life was quite simple, but she had a faint feeling that she had forgotten something. One day, while working in the fields, a few children ran over. "Comrade Jiqing's wife, the brigade headquarters has your telegram." "Thank you," Tang Su replied. The children stared at her as she walked away, saying, "She's so pretty. Her voice is so gentle. Not like my mother, who's like a fierce tiger." Hearing this, Tang Su wondered, "She's gentle?" Suddenly, one child pinched her ear and said, "You little rascal. How dare you call my mom a fierce tiger? I think you're just too tight-lipped. Mom, I'm sorry, it hurts. Be gentle." Laughter from both adults and children followed their playful scolding. The postman was already waiting at the brigade headquarters with the telegram. "Comrade Tang, here is an urgent telegram for you." "Thank you," she said. The telegram was very simple, just a small piece of white, thin paper, about 10 centimeters wide and 15 centimeters long, with nothing special on it. It was sent by Chen Yuchuan. It read, "Important matter. Please call the town immediately." Villagers stretched their necks to look, asking, "What does it say from the Chuan family?" "Nothing much," someone replied. Tang Su took the telegram to find the squad leader and showed it to him. "Dad, I'm going to the town. Chuan sent a telegram asking me to call him." The squad leader glanced at the telegram. "Go ahead." Tang Su returned home, mounted her bicycle, and headed to the town. Chen Yuchuan was already waiting at the telephone station. The telephone operator looked at each other in confusion. For several days, Chen Yuchuan had been coming every day to ask if his call had arrived. Today, he was even waiting there. The operator reminded him, "Deputy Chen, you should go back now. Your call will come soon and we will notify you." Chen Yuchuan said, "I sent an urgent telegram back and I'll get the call soon." One of the staff members sniffed the gossip in the air. "Deputy Chen is waiting for his wife's call?" "Yes." The staff member remembered that Chen Yuchuan had just said he sent a telegram and also heard rumors that he had married a rural girl. "Can your wife read the telegram?" Hearing this, Chen Yuchuan was annoyed. "Who do you think you're talking about?" My wife is a young worker. She knows more characters than you. The staff quickly apologized. Suddenly, the phone rang. Chen Yuchuan. Hurry. The officer listening to the message on the phone handed the receiver to Chen Yuchuan. Hello, wife. Tang Su was a bit confused. Why was the military calling so quickly? Chen Yuchuan immediately started complaining. Wife, it's been several days. You haven't called or written. What's going on? Don't you miss me? Tang Su suddenly fell silent. She realized she had forgotten something. She forgot to call him. Her eyes shifted, and she started to blame herself. I did call, but the people over there said you weren't at the base. Chen Yuchuan looked expressionless. Wife, who are you fooling? I ask every day, and the phone operator says you're not there. I even asked if there was a letter, and they said no. Tang Su blurted out, Are you so free? Chen Yuchuan paused. Tang Su quickly tried to fix it. I said I was thinking of you in my heart. Do you believe me? Chen Yuchuan. He felt that if he kept talking, he might have a heart attack. He immediately changed the subject. The military report has come, and I have a job now. Go see Deputy Director Zhang Yu at the local police station. He's my comrade. I've already talked to him. Just go find him. Zhang Yu is Chen Yuchuan's comrade. He injured his leg on a mission and had to leave the army. Now he works as the Deputy Director of the Songjiang Town Police Station, responsible for political work. Tang Su paused and explained about the family division. Chen Yuchuan was stunned. How did they split the family? Who will get the job? Chen Yuchuan thought for a moment. Give it to my older brother. At Jianye, and when there's news, we'll decide. Among Chen's brothers, he and Chen Jiandang have the closest bond. They grew up together. Okay, I'll arrange my older brother's work first, then come to you. Chen Yuchuan was a bit reluctant and worried that his older brother might be taken advantage of. All right, remember to think of me. When you're in town, call me. If you can't, write me a letter. Don't fool me again. Okay. Until Chen Yuchuan hung up, he left the phone booth in a good mood. The officer at the phone booth was still stunned. No, just now, the person holding the microphone and acting like a clingy little wife was actually the cold and ruthless Deputy Commander Chen on the training ground. Soon after, 2 pieces of news spread. Chen Yuchuan's wife is a young, educated girl. After a few days of waiting, Deputy Commander Chen finally received a call from his wife. Tang Su was also a bit surprised. She talked to Chen Yuchuan for about 6 minutes. At 50 cents per minute, just one call cost 3 yuan. Why did she make a call? It's such a waste. She should write a letter instead. Tang Su bought some envelopes, paper, and stamps, borrowed a pen from the post office clerk, and wrote a letter to Chen Yuchuan. She didn't have much to say after the call, so she searched her mind for romantic words she remembered from her past life and wrote them down. Once the letter was written, she immediately sent it out. After leaving the post office, she headed to the police station. Police Station Zhang Yu. Who are you? Tang Su. I am Chen Yuchuan's wife. Zhang Yu scoffed. Who would believe such nonsense? Could Chen Yuchuan really find such a beautiful wife? Tang Su, hiding her hand in her pocket, took out a photo of herself and Chen Yuchuan from her space. She handed it to him, as if resigned. Luckily, her master had made her develop an extra photo. Zhang Yu looked at the photo, then at the woman on the other side, and nodded. Yes, it's the same person. Chen Yuchuan didn't need to look twice. He would recognize that guy even if he turned to dust. After a long while, he returned the photo with a strange expression. Earlier, Chen Yuchuan had asked him to help find out if anyone nearby was selling work. Today, he received a message and had just finished telling Chen Yuchuan about it. After discussing the matter, the guy said his wife was coming to see him and then kept bragging about how beautiful and good his wife was. He didn't take it seriously, thinking the guy was just bragging. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Zhang Yu awkwardly said, Sorry, little sister-in-law. It's okay. Then, Zhang Yu roughly explained the work situation. Tang Su, I need to go back and discuss with my family first. All right, once you've decided, go directly to the Xingyang Town Supply and Marketing Cooperative to find Comrade Zhiyuan. She's my sister-in-law and works as a clerk there. Okay, thank you, Brother Zhang. When Tang Su was leaving, she happened to meet a woman walking toward her. The woman also looked at her briefly. Not long after, the office heard Zhang Yu calling out. "Oh, dear. Be gentle." Zhu Yuling pinched Zhang Yu's ear. "Who was that woman? Why did she come to see you?" Zhang Yu freed his ear. "That's Chuanzi's wife." Zhu Yuling's eyes widened, and she pinched his ear again. Zhang Yu shouted in surprise. "Stop fooling me and tell the truth." Zhang Yu ignored the pain, acting as if he had found a good friend. "When she said she was Chuanzi's wife, I didn't believe her. She even showed me a photo. I looked at it, and yes, she's Chuanzi's wife." Zhu Yuling still looked a bit doubtful. "Really? Can someone really like Chuanzi?" She had only glanced at her. She was pretty, and her style looked like someone from the city. I looked at the photo. It was a picture of her and Chuanzi. Chuanzi was smiling so happily, like a flower. "What is she here for?" Zhang Yu lowered his voice.
For that job.
Zhu Yuling immediately understood. That night Tang Su went to Chen's house. She first told the team leader and Chen Jinhua about this matter alone. The person offering the job was Tian Zhiliang, a mechanic at Xingyang factory next to Songjiang town. A few days ago, he fell while returning home from work and hit his head on the ground. He lost consciousness immediately. His family took him to the health clinic. When the clinic couldn't treat him, they went to the city hospital. The doctor diagnosed a stroke causing paralysis. Even after recovery, he could only do light work. Now, he can't continue working. This job requires at least a middle school education. His son isn't a good student either. He didn't finish middle school. His wife is from the local team, and her family also has no one who finished middle school. As for his nephews, a few have graduated from middle school, but he doesn't trust them. He is the middle child in his family, and not very favored. If he didn't have a job, his brothers and nephews would look down on him. When he just returned from the hospital, his biased mother told him to give the job to his nephew Tian Yaozu. She said he would work in his place and they would split the wages, half for him, half for Yaozu. He clearly knows what kind of person his nephew is. Now he says it's only half, but who knows what trouble they might cause later. If they mess up his work, it would be a big loss. He discussed with his wife about selling the job so they could get the money directly. So, the couple went to talk to Zhu Yulan, who lives next door. Her brother-in-law is the deputy director of the local police station. Tian Zhiliang offered 600 yuan, but he wanted to pay all at once. He asked Zhang Yu to help find someone interested as soon as possible. Not many people can come up with 650 yuan quickly, but Zhang Yu has many contacts and can help find a buyer fast. Zhu Yulan remembered that her brother-in-law Zhang Yu asked her to help gather information, so she shared the news. She wanted her nephew to buy the job, but Tian Zhiliang insisted on paying all at once. That made it a bit difficult. After learning about this, Zhang Yu told Chen Yuchuan, "It's good for the Chen family, but they can't afford the money. If they really want to buy it, then Chen Chuan and his wife would have to pay." Chen Jinhua said, "It's good, but how can you guys pay?" Tang Su replied, "Last time, my mother used the money to buy a bicycle, and there's still some left." They immediately understood. "All that money is yours. Why are you giving it back to us?"
Keep it.
"If you don't take it, Chuanzi will be unhappy." The team leader and Chen Jinhua couldn't say anything. Since that's the case, they decided to accept his kindness and pay him back later. After a while, the team leader finally spoke. Chuanzi said he wants to give it to the party building? Yes. Chen Jinhua hesitated. Can Jianjing handle the repair work? Learn it. If he really can't, Jianya can try. If that doesn't work, sell it. It's not a loss. All right, let's buy it. Chen Jinhua called Chen Jianzhong and Chen Jianya along with their spouses. After hearing this, Chen Jianzhong said immediately, "Let Jianya go." All the children in the Chen family have only finished middle school. In a rural area where education isn't widespread, that's quite rare. Chen Jianya said, "It's better for the older brother to go." The second brother said, "This job is for you." Tang Su, it's not easy for big brother to raise 3 children. As Yang and Dong grow up, they'll want to get married and build houses. Our family is struggling financially, so how can we support the younger brothers and sisters? After thinking for a moment, Chen Jianing said, "I'll go. but you and Chuanzi need to share half of the expenses. Tang Su. Give it to our parents. She quickly changed the subject. Jianya, your second brother's people will keep looking into it. When there's news, they'll let you know. Chen Jianya. Okay, thank you, second sister-in-law. And so, the decision was made. The next day, Tang Su took Chen Jinhua and Chen Jianding out together. Chen Jinhua was reluctant at first. What am I going for? Mother, they're just passing work to relatives. Don't relatives always visit each other? Chen Jinhua immediately understood what she meant. The three of them rode 2 bicycles, Tang Su with Chen Jinhua and Chen Jianding on his own. The forward brigade was located between Songjiang Town and Xiangyang Town. Soon, they arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative in Xingyang Town. The clerk greeted them with a smile. Comrade, what would you like to buy? Tang Su, I'm looking for Comrade Zhu Yulan here. The clerk was surprised. I am Zhu Yulan. What do you need? We're from next door in Songjiang Town. Brother Zhang, you asked us to find you. She remembered what her older sister said last night. Seems like it was for work. All right, wait a moment. I'll ask for leave. Soon, Zhu Yulan came out. Before leaving, Tang Su bought some eggs at the counter. It's important to look like you're visiting relatives. Last night, they had already contacted the Tian family. Now, Tian Zhiliang and his wife, Shi Danmei, were there. Shi Danmei saw Zhu Yulan and the few unfamiliar faces behind her. She guessed they were here for work, so she quickly brought them inside. Before she could close the door, an aunt passing by asked, "Who's that at Zhiliang's house?" Shi Danmei. They're relatives from my family's side. I heard my husband is sick, so they came to visit. After closing the door, everyone followed Shi Danmei into the house. Tian Zhiliang. All right, so, what about the money? Tang Su thought 650 yuan was too high. She didn't beat around the bush. Comrade Tian, we think this price is still too high. Yesterday, Zhang Yu told her the details. Buying this job for about 570 yuan would be enough. Tian Zhiliang and Shi Danmei also knew the price. They set a high quote to prevent buyers from bargaining too hard. Tian Zhiliang. How much can you pay? I require full payment at once. Tang Su. 600 yuan, paid in one go, but I have a request. My older brother graduated from junior high, but he has no experience in repairs. Comrade Tian, you need to ensure that after he joins the factory, a skilled worker will guide him carefully. But don't worry, he will learn seriously. In fact, she was expecting to pay around 550 yuan. Being able to pay 600 yuan was already quite good. As for her request, Tian Zhiliang looked at Chen Jianding. He seemed honest, tall, and strong, and the son of the team leader. He looked reliable, so he agreed immediately. Chen Jinhua sent over some eggs, saying, "These eggs are for Comrade Tian to boost his nutrition." "All right, thank you." Shi Danmei didn't refuse. Once everything was settled, they went straight to the factory to handle the paperwork. Many people saw Tian Zhiliang planning to sell a job and noticed Tang Su and the others heading to the chemical plant. They immediately realized these were people looking to buy work. Relatives of Grandma Tian saw this and quickly went to inform her. After completing the paperwork, Tang Su handed the money to Tian Zhiliang. Then, Tian Zhiliang took Shen Jiandang to find Master Qian, who had previously helped him, to ask him to guide Chen Jiandang in the future. Master Qian was the most skilled worker at the chemical plant and also the strictest. He didn't allow his subordinates to be lazy or dishonest. At this moment, Master Qian frowned and looked carefully at Chen Jiandang. Junior high graduate, son of the team leader. He looked honest based on his face. His skin color showed he worked outdoors for a long time. Tall and strong, he seemed to have good strength. He had calluses on his hands, indicating he did honest, hard work. All right, but I want to make one thing clear up front. I don't accept dishonest or lazy people. Chen Jianding assured, "Don't worry, I will study hard." Thus, Chen Jiandang's work was settled. Tang Su and the others planned to send Tian Zhiliang back. When Tian Zhiliang arrived, he saw relatives from the Tian family. His mother would definitely come back soon. "Don't go this way. Let's take a different route." Under Tian Zhiliang's guidance, the group missed the original path along with Grandma Tian and others. Before leaving, Tang Su handed some cloth vouchers to Zhu Yulan. Sister Yulan, here, take this. Thank you for guiding us. Zhu Yulan looked at the cloth vouchers in her hand, her eyes brightening. She didn't hesitate and accepted them directly. No need to be polite. When they couldn't find the person, Grandma Tian immediately went to Tian Jiliang's house. Seeing Tian Jiliang, Grandma Tian rushed over. Are you working, Tian Jiliang? No, it's over. And the money, not paid yet. Once that person starts working, they will get half the wages, and I will get the other half. Grandma Tian was so angry her chest hurt. I told you to let Yaozu take the job. You refused, and now you even gave the job to an outsider. An outsider? That's my wife's relative from her family. Selling work is considered illegal trading. Chen Jinhua's mother's surname is Shi, and Shi Danmei also has the surname Shi. They have already agreed publicly that Chen Jinhua is a distant relative from Shi Danmei's family. Transferring work to relatives is normal. Grandma Tian. Bah. Your wife is from the countryside. How could any relative afford to buy a job? Exactly, we can't afford it, so we haven't paid. We will pay once she starts working. No matter what Grandma Tian said, Tian Jiliang remained unmoved, looking as if he wanted money but had none, and was willing to risk his life for it. Grandma Tian could only give up and went to ask who the work was transferred to. She casually inquired and found out it was brought by Zhu Yulan, so she went to trouble Zhu Yulan. Zhu Yulan simply said, "They are my brother-in-law's relatives." This deflated Grandma Tian's anger. Everyone in the area knew that Zhu Yulan's brother-in-law was the deputy director of the police in the neighboring town of Songjiang. They didn't dare to provoke the police. Forward brigade villagers were speculating about what the Qin family members were doing. All morning, Yu Chunman felt distracted. She kept worrying that something might go wrong at work. Many people noticed her distracted state and asked if she was feeling unwell. By noon, Yu Chunman couldn't wait to go back home. Tang Su and the others had already returned. As soon as Yu Chunman entered, she saw her husband sitting in the main hall. She wanted to ask something but didn't know how to start. Instead, Chen Jiandeng spoke first. "Wife, it's settled." In that moment, Yu Chunman smiled happily. That day, Tang Su asked Xiao Jiu to go up the mountain and catch some wild chickens to celebrate. Because the chemical factory in Xingyang town mainly produces white carbon black. High concentrations of silicon dioxide can cause lung diseases like pneumoconiosis, chronic bronchitis, and lung cancer. If Tian Jiliang's job was as a workshop worker, she wouldn't let Chen Jiandeng do it. At night, Tang Su looked through some books about machine repair and white carbon black from her space. She took these books to Chen's house. "Big brother, I have some books about machine repair and white carbon black. I don't know if they will help. You can take a look. If they are useful, read more." Chen Jiandeng didn't refuse. Okay. He needed to learn well, or all of Tang Su's good intentions would be wasted. Tang Su also warned, "Keep the books safe." Chen Jiandeng was even happier than Chen Jiandeng, as if he had become a worker himself. When no one was around, Yu Chunman thanked Tang Su. If it weren't for what Tang Su said, Chen Jiandeng might not have agreed to take this job. She knew her husband well. He was very loyal and always thought of his younger siblings first. But luckily, all the Chen brothers were good people. Otherwise, she would have been very upset. Chen Jiandong's work was settled, and Tang Su was preparing to pack her things to follow the army. The next day, the team leader announced that a new squad leader would be chosen, and everyone voted again. The new squad leader was the village secretary's eldest son. The villagers were confused. Why was the squad leader changed? Today was Chen Jiandong's first day at work, and many in the chemical plant knew that Tian Jiliang had given up his job. But they didn't expect that the person was actually a rural man. Chen Jiandeng ignored the curious looks from others. He focused on learning from Master Qian and worked hard. Master Qian's usually stern face softened a little. Good, he's a reliable person. Chen Jiandeng didn't go to work for 2 days in a row, but every morning he would ride his bike out. Someone asked Chen Jinhua. Chen Jinhua nodded. Jiandeng went to the factory to work. What? That one word caused the whole team to become lively. My relative from my family's distant relatives had a fall recently and can't work anymore, so they transferred the job to Jiandeng. many people were still surprised by this news. A few days ago, those who worked with him suddenly became city folks. Someone remembered the day Chen Jinhua and others went out together, and realized they were going to transfer the work. Did Chuanzi buy the job? No, it was transferred from a relative. In the future, the wages will be split with the relative. How much does Jiandang earn in a month? As an apprentice, not much. He has to give half to the relative, and the remaining half is split between Chuanzi and his wife. There's not much left. No matter how others asked, Chen Jinhua just made up answers. Chen Jinhua said it was so, but everyone knew the truth. The job was bought. But whoever bought a job would always say it was transferred from a distant relative. The head of the team's family, the father is the team leader, with 2 sons, one in the army and one working in the city. All the benefits went to the Chen family. Some jealous people tried to stir trouble, asking, "What about Jianya? Why isn't Jianya getting this job?" Chen Jinhua replied, "Jianya has 3 children. Jianya just got married and has no children yet. We're prioritizing Jiandang. Today, Tang Su didn't go to work but went to the mountain. She planned to go hunting. She wanted to catch as many as possible. She was accompanying the army, so Chen Yuchuan would definitely have missions. When Chen Yuchuan was away, she would take out the meat to eat. It's not that she was stingy. Wild boar meat is different from farm pig meat. If she took it out, how could she explain? The existence of the space was truly astonishing. She was suspicious and knew she must not tell anyone about it. "Xiao Jiu, go see where the wild boar herd is." Okay. Xiao Jiu jumped and ran ahead. Soon, Tang Su saw several adult wild boars. First, mental strength forms a protective shield that blocks out sound, then it sharpens into a sword. In the apocalypse, Tang Su, who could cut zombies as easily as slicing vegetables, seemed to have returned. Soon, the ground was covered with wild boars. Tang Su collected all the wild boars into her space. After a satisfying and lively fight, Xiao Jiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. It started talking about what happened when Chen Yuchuan and Tang Weisong went up the mountain together. "They're not as strong as the boss yet," it said with a hint of disdain. Tang Su replied seriously, "Xiao Jiu, they are just physical fighters. Pure physical strength is fragile. Reaching their level is already very impressive. A wild boar's charge can be very powerful. If it hits the vital spot, it can be deadly. I just used external help. If I didn't have special abilities, I'd be just as vulnerable as them." Xiao Jiu fell into deep thought. In the apocalypse, many people have special abilities. Only those with strong powers can interact with Tang Su. It was the first time Xiao Jiu realized how weak humans can be. After harvesting the wild boars, Xiao Jiu moved on to hunt the mountain chickens and wild rabbits. The calico cat quickly attacked, and Tang Su picked up the prey behind her. Feeling it was enough, 1 person and 1 cat headed back. Tang Su was packing things at home when Yang Jiu came over. The yard gate was open, so she just walked in. This time, she brought some brown sugar. Over the past few days, Yang Jiu often brought small gifts. But Tang Su hadn't accepted any before. Usually she brought vegetables or eggs, but this time it was brown sugar. At this moment, brown sugar was very valuable. Tang Su refused, but Yang Jiu kept trying to give it. The yard gate was wide open, and Yang Jiu started chattering about how hard it is to find a wife nowadays. She talked about how tiring work is and how she needs to prepare dowry for Qin Xiangxing in the future. She also mentioned her beloved son, saying she wished he could have a job like his cousin someday. It was almost as if she was openly asking Tang Su for a job. Tang Su pretended not to hear, but as she talked, her eyes kept drifting toward the house, and she even wanted to go inside. Tang Su immediately stopped her. "If you have nothing important, just leave." Yang Jiu's face stiffened, and a flicker of anger flashed in her eyes, but it quickly disappeared. However, Tang Su caught it. Sure enough, the fox always shows its tail. "Mother just wants to see this house. There are no children here. Don't talk nonsense." Faced with Tang Su's cold gaze, Yang Jiu's breath caught, and she dared not cross the line. But Tang Su's words still made her a little angry. In the end, Yang Jiu left feeling upset, taking the red sugar with her. The yard gate was open, and villagers saw it, their eyes full of curiosity and interest. Since a few days ago, when Yang Jiu said those words, plus her constant visits to Tang Su, the village started talking a lot, and many people deliberately went to a place near Qinjinhua to gossip. They just wanted to annoy her. Yang Jiu went to see Chu's wife again. I just saw her. Is she trying to get close to Chu's family? Really? Yes, even Mother Taiju saw it. Yang Jiu took some red sugar over, and they were talking and laughing in the yard. People say she's like family. There's no grudge that lasts overnight. As they spoke, their teasing looks subtly fell on Qinjinhua. Qinjinhua was happy when they looked at her with disdain. But she saw that Qinjinhua's face didn't change. Suddenly, they felt bored. Qinjinhua's expression was calm, but inside, she felt a little uncomfortable. She had heard these women gossip many times before, but she believed Chu and Tang Su wouldn't turn around to acknowledge Yang Jiu. Still, hearing these words so often made her a bit angry. She raised the child she raised, so why does Yang Jiu think she can take the credit? In the morning, when Tang Su was packing up, she realized she forgot to pay her parents-in-law back. She thought about sending the money at noon. Meanwhile, at the Chen family's lunch table, Mother, this is the money from before. After subtracting the cost of the work and bicycle, there are 1,124 yuan. Tang Su handed the money to Qinjinhua. This time, Qinjinhua accepted it. Have you eaten yet? Yes, I have. Thinking about the gossip in the village, Qinjinhua felt uncomfortable. Yang Jiu came to see you again. Yes. Qinjinhua paused, then asked dryly, what did she want? Tang Su pretended to be clueless, acting innocent and saying, what did I promise? Did she say anything? Qinjinhua smiled. Yes, she didn't say anything. Did you take her red sugar? If you take it, it will cause trouble. She'll rely on it and you won't be able to get rid of her. I didn't take it. She took it back. Upon hearing this, Qinjinhua relaxed a little, then showed a look of dislike and started searching. A few days ago, Chuanzi said the military report came through. I will go with the troops in a few days. All right, then go ahead. I'll pack some things, and you can take them to Chuanzi later. Okay. When Tang Su came by, Qinjinhua felt much more at ease. The next morning, Xiao Jiu arrived holding a bunch of fabric. She asked to borrow the sewing machine. Tang Su. Not to mention, she had a new quilt and another one she had sewn herself. But she asked, why are you making so much rough cloth? Xiao Jiu paused. To make clothes. I need to make some rough clothes for working in the fields. It seemed she had received some news. Thinking for a moment, Tang Su took out several pairs of work gloves and handed them to her. Xiao Jiu's eyes lit up. These were good stuff. Are there more? Tang Su gave her several more pairs. What are you going to do with so many? Use what you can. You don't rely on work points to live. Xiao Jiu snorted softly. Talking to someone like you is pointless. Even a little bit counts. Tang Su took out a few pieces of processed rabbit skin. Help me make a small bed quilt, about 1.2 meters long and 1 meter wide. School had already started holiday and Xiao Jiu had nothing to do, so she was just idling. After saying that, she looked at Tang Su's belly. Tang Su was silent for a moment, then pointed at Xiao Jiu. I'm not pregnant. I made it for him. Xiao Jiu looked at Tang Su and then at Xiao Jiu, her expression strange. Just do it. She was dependent on others, so what could she do? While making the quilt, Xiao Jiu came over. This is its quilt. Once the quilt was finished, Xiao Jiu immediately pounced on it, rolling around happily, obviously loving it. Tang Su hadn't gone to work for 2 or 3 days. Someone asked Qinjinhua what was going on. Goodness, is Chuanzi's wife really not working anymore? They still remembered everything Tang Su had said before. They didn't expect that, just after getting married, Tang Su would stop working. She's going to follow the army, packing her things at home now. Wow. Is the house in the army camp really that nice? I haven't been there, so I don't know. Why didn't Chuanzi take you to enjoy the good life? Qinjinhua rolled her eyes at him. Any soldier's wife goes with him, not his mother. Someone else asked, Chuanzi's wife once said that whether to have children is her decision. Is that true? What does it matter to me if they have kids? I don't need grandchildren. Are you done talking? Just chatting here. Over here, Yang Jiao found out that Tang Su was going to follow the army. She was a bit distracted while working. Her peacemaking trick was taught by her mother. Trying to force things with Chen Yuchuan wouldn't work. At first, her mother suggested this idea, but she didn't agree.
She didn't want to bow to Chen Yuchuan.
Her mother said, "Are you stupid? Befriend his wife. City girls aren't very experienced. If you just flatter her a little, she'll believe you. She has so many good things, and showing a little could be better than working in the fields. Then, if that girl softens her heart and whispers sweet words to Chuanzi, he might turn back and recognize you. The kids are already being raised by you, and you can't even pick a peach." With that, Yang's mother showed a look of disgust. After a long time of mental preparation, Yang Jiao started acting. Every day, she brought small gifts to Tang Su and tried to talk to her. But she was the only one talking. Tang Su didn't want to pay attention. At first, she gave eggs, not many, but it still made her feel sad. However, Tang Su never accepted them, so she felt relieved. Tang Su going to follow the army caught her off guard. If she really went, it would be hard to find her later. If she really left, she probably wouldn't come back until the new year, and all her efforts would be wasted. No, she had to quickly talk to her mother. Thinking this, she took leave and hurried to her mother's house. Because she caused Yang Jiao to have a premature birth, at first, she felt guilty when she saw Yang Jiao and was afraid that Yang Jiao would bring up the matter. But later, Yang's mother found out that Yang Jiao didn't blame her and even started to blame Chen Yuchuan. Maybe out of guilt, she joined Yang Jiao in scolding Chen Yuchuan. It was as if she thought this way, she could shift all the blame onto Chen Yuchuan. The relationship between mother and daughter remained unchanged. Yang Jiao was still considered a servant in the Yang family. Yang's mother was a bit worried when she heard that Tang Su was going to join the army. She had already heard that Chen Jiandang had become a worker. Chen Jinhua said it was transferred by relatives from her family, but everyone knew that Chen Yuchuan and his wife probably found out about the job. Jobs like this are rare and city folks want them too, so rural people like them wouldn't normally get such opportunities. But she was smarter than Yang Jiao. If she goes, let her go. When they come back, you can try to get close to her. Yang Jiao was reluctant. "Mom, this isn't a business deal. People don't see me as a mother." Yang's mother looked at her. "What?" Yang Jiao then told her about being driven away by Tang Su. Yang's mother asked how she planned to get close to her. Yang Jiao recounted the whole process. She was sensible and didn't take anything. Yang's mother immediately felt dizzy. So she hadn't managed to get close at all. What sense of tact? She was clearly afraid of being bothered, so she didn't take anything. Chen Jinhua's house was still living well. She suppressed her anger. She was afraid you'd bother her, so she didn't take anything. If she doesn't take your things, do you expect to get anything from her? Look at how stingy she is. Can she even look you in the eye? Yang Jiao's face looked a bit unhappy. That little brat dared not to look her in the eye. Later, when she comes back, you can try to get close to her again. Yang Jiao was dissatisfied, but could only listen to her mother. The next morning, the village party secretary announced good news. Over the years, the brigade had been applying for a tractor from above. Thanks to the excellent performance of the Tianjin brigade, the authorities approved their application. They agreed to allocate a tractor to the Tianjin brigade. Suddenly, the whole brigade was excited. They had seen tractors in other brigades. That iron lump made plowing so much faster. And the trailer behind could carry a lot of things. A tractor with 2 drivers, and we still need to select 2 tractor drivers. As soon as this was said, the scene became a bit chaotic. Everyone was eager to sign up. In the city, tractor drivers can earn 30 yuan a month. Other teams' tractor drivers don't get paid, but working a day on the tractor earns full points. Families with tractor drivers are considered to have the best conditions in the team. After a while, the scene gradually calmed down. The village party secretary said, "To be a tractor driver, you need to have finished middle school, regardless of gender, but you must be strong, and you also need to attend training at the agricultural machinery station for over a month." This one sentence cooled the atmosphere. Just the requirement of middle school graduation already made many people hesitate. Why do you still need to have finished middle school? Driving a tractor can't be that hard. Yeah, the village secretary replied. If you can't read, how will you understand the instructions? Also, that's the rule from above. If you don't believe it, go ask at the agricultural machinery station yourself. Those who want to be tractor drivers should sign up and go to the town's machinery station to learn. During training, if you don't work, you won't earn points and you'll have to find your own food. Someone didn't understand and asked, no points during training? We're also learning for the team. The team leader said, will your earned points go to the team after training? That person fell silent. In the entire forward brigade, including the educated youth, only about 10 people had finished middle school. The educated youth, Zhang Xinhua, asked, can the educated youth go? Yes. As long as you're strong enough, you can go. Then who will be the tractor driver? After training, there will be an exam and the best scores will be chosen. A month without points, having to find your own food, and you might not even get selected. Even so, all the team members who met the conditions signed up. The excitement in the team had nothing to do with Tang Su. The team leader had already prepared an introduction letter for her. Tang Weidong helped her carry her things, busy and bustling. Chun Jinhua was also busy here, packing a lot of dried goods. Finally, she took out a ceramic jar, filled with a whole jar of fermented bean paste, and carefully wrapped it. Tang Su looked at her with a complicated expression. After packing up, Chen Jinhua also looked surprised, as if she had too much. Tang Su said, can take it, because she still had luggage. She couldn't ride a bicycle and could only use a bullock cart. Today, Uncle Yu was still driving the ox cart. Chen Jinhua and others saw Xiao Jiu also jump onto the cart and were surprised. Is this cat also going? Yes. Uncle Yu smoked a dry cigarette and looked at the clay jar on the cart. That jar probably has soy sauce. Yes, my mother packed it. When they reached the town, Tang Su first called Chen Yuchuan. The phone operator told her to hang up first and wait for Chen Yuchuan to arrive before calling again. Tang Su said, no need. When he comes, tell him I'll take the evening train, and for him to come pick me up. The operator agreed repeatedly. Uncle Yu took Tang Su to the station. Tang Su hid her luggage in a small alley and, when no one was around, put everything into her bag. When she came out, she felt much lighter. On the way there, the route was different. Tang Su first took a bus to the city and then went to the train station to catch her train. Chen Yuchuan received the news and hurried to the phone office. The phone operator said, your wife said she's coming with the army. She's taking the night train, so you should go pick her up. No need to call back. Suddenly, Chen Yuchuan felt a bit disappointed. Why didn't she wait for him to call? But then he remembered Tang Su would arrive tomorrow and felt happy again. Not long after he left, he ran into Feng Changhai, who was returning from sending money home. Deputy Group Leader, there's a letter for you at the mailroom, written by a female comrade, sent from your home. As he spoke, Chen Yuchuan quickly ran out. Feng Changhai said, really, the old house is on fire. Soon, Chen Yuchuan happily returned with the letter. He was gently touching the envelope, as if it were something precious. He was about to open it but hesitated, thinking he should wait until evening. That night, Chen Yuchuan opened the letter. As he read, a blush slowly crept up his neck and ears. He knew his wife cared about him. When the time came, he saw a person and a cat sitting among a pile of luggage under the lights in the square. The warm yellow light shone on Tang Su, making her look a bit unreal. Chen Yuchuan looked and said, wow. You've really brought your whole home here. The luggage was manageable, but Tang Su also took out some everyday items she often used. She then started loading her things into the car. Soon after, the two of them got into the car and drove away. Most military districts are in remote areas. It takes about 2 hours to drive from the train station to the military district. The car left the city, passed through deserted areas, and ahead, Tang Su faintly saw the tall gates of the military district. There were guards standing strict on both sides of the gate. Stop for inspection. Before the car stopped completely, the guard saluted. Chen Yuchuan also saluted, then took out his ID and the introduction letter he had, handing them over along with Tang Su's. The young guard looked serious, checked carefully, and after confirming everything was correct, return the documents. His face, tanned like wheat, broke into a smile. Welcome, sister-in-law. After entering the gate, the car moved along the main road toward the family housing area. Most houses in the family compound are single-story homes. There are also apartment buildings, but only for senior officers or division-level leaders. Chun Yuchuan's assigned house was a single-story home with a yard.
It was 6 in the morning.
Outside the family area, there weren't many people, but inside each yard, there was a warm, lively atmosphere. The car stopped in front of a small yard. News had already spread in the family area that Chen Yuchuan's wife was coming with the troops. As soon as the car made a sound, everyone peeked out. They all wanted to see the beautiful wife Chen Yuchuan had mentioned. Soon, they saw a tall, beautiful woman with delicate features step out of the car. For a moment, many people were stunned. Wow, Chen Yuchuan really wasn't joking. Some military family members couldn't believe it. They looked at Chen Yuchuan from head to toe. Is this really your wife? Such a pretty girl. Chen Yuchuan replied, What are you talking about? Who are you insulting? The person looked a bit annoyed. Chen Yuchuan is handsome, but that person's words are hard to explain. Yang Jingxiang heard the noise and came out to join the crowd.
Wow.
Her husband Zhao really wasn't lying. When Chen Yuchuan just got married, her family's old Zhao said that Chen Yuchuan's wife was very beautiful. At first, she didn't quite believe it. Yang Jingxiang. Chuanzi, is this your wife? Yes. Chen Yuchuan whispered a few words to Tang Su. Tang Su. Hello, sister-in-law. Yang Jingxiang smiled happily. Oh, seeing that Tang Su also brought a cat, everyone was surprised. Why bring a cat? Yang Jingxiang and the two sisters-in-law living across helped carry the luggage down together. You brought so much luggage. You're really capable. Chen Yuchuan had already come to clean and had added many things. Now they just needed to arrange everything. The two sisters-in-law living across are named Zhou Xiaoling and Lu Qingping. Yang Jingxiang is Zhao Yongqiang's wife and lives next door. Lu Qingping said, Wow, all these old things, it must have taken a lot of effort. Tang Su, my mother-in-law packed them. Xiao Jiu followed Tang Su into the yard, with amber eyes observing the place. It wandered around, as if inspecting its territory. The house faces south, with the main part on the north side of the yard, consisting of 2 rooms and a living room. The entrance leads into the living room, with 2 bedrooms on the east side. On the east side of the house is the kitchen, where they can heat the stove directly when cooking. Inside the yard, there's also a storage room and a water well. The yard's ground is dirt, and many families grow vegetables there. After putting everything away, it was already 7 o'clock. Zhou Xiaoling said, You're from the south, right? I can tell from your accent that you're not from around here. Yes, I'm from Shen City. Hearing this, the 3 sisters-in-law looked a bit surprised. Lu Qingping guessed, Are you a young, educated person from the city? Her family had examples of young, educated people marrying locals. Shen City is quite far from the northeast, and besides that, she couldn't think of any other reason. Yes. Zhou Xiaoling said, I knew it. Little Chen is quite lucky to marry a cultured city girl. Lu Qingping's husband is the director of the political department, responsible for arranging work for military wives. My husband Yuan works in the political department. With your education, maybe he can help you find a good job later. Chen Yuchuan, my wife is a college student. After speaking, several sisters-in-law looked a bit complicated. Under the strong political propaganda of the cultural hall, the military families had mixed opinions about college students. On one hand, they still thought studying was a very admirable thing and respected educated people. On the other hand, influenced by the idea that intellectuals need ideological reform, they viewed college students with some criticism. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Zhou Xiaoling said, This matter is a bit complicated, but you two have passed the military's political review. Since you've passed that, other issues aren't a big problem. Lu Qingping quickly agreed, Yes. Yang Jingxiang invited, Come to my house for breakfast. Chen Yuchuan declined, No, we'll eat at the canteen. He had heard that many people were talking behind his back, calling his wife ugly. He wanted to take his wife out for a walk to clear their eyes. As they walked along the road, Chen Yuchuan kept telling everyone that Tang Su was his wife. Sister-in-law, where are you going? Just out for a walk. This is my wife. Lu Wei looked at the beautiful Tang Su, and for some reason, her eyes showed disgust. What are you proud of? With that tempting face, it looks like you're not a well-behaved person. Neighbors overheard Lu Wei and looked at each other in surprise. Some thought Lu Wei was sick. She just arrived. What nonsense are you talking? Always acting like a mad dog, biting whoever she sees. Lu Wei shot a glance at that person. You'd better watch your own man, or someone might steal him away. 3 years ago, Lu Wei's family went back to their hometown for the new year. After returning, she changed from a warm and generous person to someone who scolded any pretty woman she saw. Some suspected her husband, Xiao Lingyun, had done something inappropriate. But Xiao Lingyun had a good reputation in the army, and soldiers privately praised him highly. Throughout this journey, Tang Su finally realized that this person was just showing off. At the canteen, Chen Yuchuan took Tang Su to sit at an empty table, then went to buy breakfast. By now, many soldiers were already eating in the canteen. Having served in the army for 3 years, she was like a beautiful pig compared to a peacock. Seeing such a pretty female soldier unexpectedly, many soldiers couldn't help but look over, and some even straightened their clothes and sat up straight. The soldiers who just arrived saw someone turn a corner and sit at the table to Tang Su's left. One whispered, "When did the new female soldiers arrive in the art troupe? She's really pretty, even more than Su Yan from the art troupe." Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him and looked up to meet Chen Yuchuan's cool gaze. Wu Xueli smirked. Deputy Commander Chen. These men were soldiers under Chen Yuchuan's unit, and Wu Xueli was the deputy battalion commander. Then he saw Chen Yuchuan place breakfast in front of the woman. Perhaps noticing his curiosity, Chen Yuchuan said, "This is my wife." Wu Xueli's heart sank instantly. Oh no! He had just called her his wife right in front of Deputy Commander Chen. Everyone else said in unison, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello." Seeing their awkward expressions, Tang Su smiled. "Don't scare them." Chen Yuchuan asked, "What do you mean, scare them?" He then shot a sharp look at the men. He had noticed earlier, they only sat over here because they saw his wife. The men looked quite uncomfortable, and many soldiers turned to look. Some faces showed disappointment. Tang Su could still hear whispers among the crowd. "Chen Yuchuan, this is my wife." Tang Su picked up a golden, round bun and took a bite. It was firm, and as she chewed, she could taste the sweet aroma of corn. She added some pickled vegetables and sipped some millet porridge. During the meal, Tang Su ate until she was full, and Chen Yuchuan enjoyed his food. Wu Xueli and the others looked a bit sour. After breakfast, Chen Yuchuan took Tang Su around the military area. Inside the military zone, there was a service center combining a department store and a grocery shop, along with a nursery, clinic, auditorium, elementary school, and middle school. It felt like a city within a city. As they walked, Tang Su realized that the way he took her to the dining hall earlier was a big detour. Finally, they returned to the service center, as their home still needed some cooking supplies. At the service center, Tang Su met Yang Jingxiang. She worked there as a sales clerk. "Xiao Su, what do you want to buy?" "Some cooking ingredients." "Come this way." Tang Su bought some oil, salt, soy sauce, and basic spices. She didn't bring an empty bottle, so she spent a little more to buy a bottle for the soy sauce. After sending Tang Su back, Chen Yuchuan went to work. Before leaving, he reminded her not to cook lunch. When Chen Yuchuan took her out, everyone knew that his wife was really beautiful, even more so than Su Yan from the art troupe. At the office building, Chen Yuchuan went early to get food. Wang Jibin said, "Hey, you're choosing these old dishes. Come, sit over here." Chen Yuchuan replied dismissively, "Go away. I don't want to eat with you. I'm going back to find my wife." Sun Hui pulled Wang Jibin away, saying, "Why do you care? His wife just arrived, and he's proud of her." Wang Jibin said, "It's like he's the only one with a wife." When Chen Yuchuan returned, Tang Su was sitting under the eaves playing with a cat. "Wife, wash your hands. It's time to eat." They ate together, and the food made by the cafeteria chef was quite tasty. However, the dishes had little meat, and Xiao Jiu took a few bites and lost interest. It wanted to eat meat, pure meat. Tang Su tapped its head with a chopstick, saying, "No wasting food." That evening, they ate from the cafeteria again. Yang Jingxiang brought some dishes over. Chen Yuchuan washed them clean and scooped out some soy sauce. Tang Su remained expressionless. She had tried it before and couldn't accept it. She also overheard Chen Jinhua muttering, "Don't eat other sauces randomly. Some sauces are spoiled, even with maggots." Chen Yuchuan felt her gaze. He dipped a cabbage leaf in the sauce to show her. Tang Su turned away, indicating her refusal with her actions. Xiao Jiu looked very miserable. It didn't understand why anyone would like to eat such strange things. At night, Chen Yuchuan cleaned the lunchboxes, tidied himself up, and washed the clothes Tang Su had changed out of. Zhou Xiaoling across from him saw this and was stunned. She looked at her own husband, who sat there like a grandpa, full and not moving. Zhou Xiaoling got angry and slapped Yanshirlei, making a loud sound. "You're supposed to be a political officer. No one respects little Chen. He washes dishes and clothes every day, and you just sit there like a grandpa." Not only Yanshirlei, but Zhao Yongqiang was also scolded by his wife. Yang Jingxiang heard sounds from the next room and initially thought it was Tang Su. She wanted to ask when they planned to have the housewarming meal. She peeked inside and was surprised to see Chen Yuchuan tidying up. "Chen Yuchuan, sister-in-law, what's wrong?" "Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you're planning to prepare the housewarming meal. If so, let me know if I can help." She had been watching them today. They were both at the cafeteria, so they probably don't cook much. Chen Yuchuan thought for a moment. "I'll discuss it with my wife first." Although he said that, he was still eager to do it. "All right, you go ahead." Then, faintly, they could hear Yang Jingxiang scolding inside. The usually empty master bedroom was now filled with many things. This was her space, their little home. But the cat rolling on the bed was a bit annoying. He unconsciously moved closer and wrapped his arms around her waist from behind. He saw her folding a small, fluffy bunny blanket. "What's this?" "Xiao Jiu's blanket, Chen Yuchuan." "You made this." Tang Su paused. "Do you think I would?" Satisfied with the answer, Chen Yuchuan let out a breath of relief. Feeling the heat from behind, Tang Su patted Xiao Jiu's bottom. Xiao Jiu jumped and left the master bedroom. Tonight, the moonlight was beautiful. Inside the room, their breathing intertwined, hormones running high, neither willing to give in. Tang Su suddenly pressed him down. Her slender hand covered his Adam's apple, her voice seductive. "Be good, call me sister." The man, lost in her enchanting eyes, hoarse, whispered, "Sister, sister." At 5:30 a.m., the army's wake-up call sounded. The man opened his eyes, held the person close, kissed her red lips, then reluctantly got out of bed. When Chen Yuchuan returned with breakfast, Tang Su finally got up. "Are we going to have the housewarming meal?" She had heard what Yang Jingxiang said last night. Housewarming meals are an old tradition in the family compound. "It's optional, but I want to do it." It was like a silent declaration, showing he had a home here. Tang Su had no objections. "Then let's do it. Day after tomorrow. We'll invite them after we have a day off." When Chen Yuchuan went to find Zhao Yongqiang, he found that political commissar Yanshirlei was also there. Both of their faces looked a bit strange. "Hey, the political officer is here too." Yanshirlei said, "Xiao Chen, is your family all you do work for?" "Yes, what's the matter?" Chen Yuchuan looked very confident, which confused Yanshirlei. He couldn't help asking, "Does your wife not do any work?" Chen Yuchuan replied, "She does, but if I do it, she doesn't have to. It's easy for me." Zhao Yongqiang and Yanshirlei looked at each other and said nothing. Recently, Chen Yuchuan had been going to the cafeteria to get food. Several times, many sisters-in-law saw him doing laundry. Everyone in the housing area said Chen Yuchuan married a lazy wife. She doesn't do chores or cook. Unsurprisingly, Chen Yuchuan was mocked. One day, Chen Yuchuan came back with food. "Deputy Group Leader Chen, isn't your wife here with the troops? Why do you eat at the cafeteria every day? What's wrong? Doesn't your wife cook for you?" "Deputy Group Leader Chen, do you wash all your clothes? Don't you feel ashamed?" Chen Yuchuan said, "I like doing it." "What's the problem? A grown man, full of strength. Why not do some work? With 2 little balls under his eyebrows, good-looking but useless, and you still have the face to watch your wife busy all day. What's there to be ashamed of? Many sisters-in-law agreed with these words. But some military family members still thought Tang Su was wrong. A woman who doesn't do housework and waits for her husband to come home and do everything, what kind of woman is that? Such a wife is not worth marrying. Exactly. Deputy Group Leader Chen can't even get a hot meal when he gets home. Lu Wei looked as if she already knew everything. Just look at her face. You can tell she doesn't know how to work. Taking advantage of her charming looks, she relies on men to support her. Everything depends on her husband. By the end, her face was full of contempt. They all felt Lu Yue might have gone too far. Afraid of causing trouble, no one said anything and went home. Sometimes, Tang Su would go out for a walk. Many military family members were curious about her. You look like you're from the south. How did you get along with Deputy Group Leader Chen? Tang Su said, I'm from Shen City. I happened to go to his hometown for farming. There was no need for her to say more. These family members roughly understood how they met. After a short conversation, these military family members thought well of Tang Su. They are educated and easy to get along with. They don't have much education and speak with a rural accent. Tang Su didn't show any sign of looking down on them. Some people who claim to be educated look down on others when they hear their rural speech. On her way back, Tang Su met Lu Qingping. She whispered to Tang Su, if you don't want to do the housework, you should at least pretend. Some women have nothing to do all day and just watch what's happening in others' yards. Now that things are tense, don't let them catch you making mistakes. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. Lu Yue was picking vegetables. She asked, what did you say? Zhou Cuihua thought she didn't hear clearly and repeated. I said, Deputy Commander Chen's wife is still a young girl from the countryside. No wonder she doesn't know how to work. The words, young girl from the countryside, suddenly hurt her and brought up memories she didn't want to think about. She forcefully squeezed the vegetables, crushing half of them. Zhou Cuihua said, these young girls from the countryside are thin and weak. They can't do much, but they look good. The men just stare at their faces and work hard for them. I think Deputy Commander Chen's wife looks nice. That's probably why he married her. If it weren't for Deputy Commander Chen, she might still be working hard in the fields. Lu Yue didn't reply and turned away with a serious face. Zhou Cuihua felt a bit confused, but didn't think much of it. Her relationship with Lu Yue wasn't very close. She just wanted to chat. Others didn't want to listen to her gossip. Only Lu Yue was willing. When she returned home, her younger son's cry woke her up. Mom, what's wrong? Seeing his face that looked a lot like Zhao Lingyun's, Lu Yue smiled. Are you hungry? Hungry. Mom, please cook. Okay. Her family was doing well, not broken by that wicked woman, right? But she didn't dare relax at all. She kept thinking about her husband's tender attitude toward that wicked woman. Zhao Lingyun was always calm. In front of that wicked woman, her beloved husband lost control. That's when she realized he didn't love her at all. This thought was like a thorn in her heart, always hurting her. Why did those young girls from the countryside have to go to the city? Why can't they stay peacefully in the city? Why did they go to the countryside, and why can't they behave themselves? Even so, she wants to stay loyal to her husband. She believes that if she is a good wife, her husband will see her kindness. However, Tang Su's arrival brought up old memories and reopened her unhealed wounds. Tang Su looks like the young educated youth from years ago, beautiful and popular, with men eager to help her. The hostility she once suppressed now flares up whenever she sees Tang Su. Now, about the Tianjin Brigade. Chun Jianya and other eligible young men in the team signed up to learn tractor driving. Among them was Su Weiman. Yes, Su Weiman only finished middle school. His plan to join the army fell through. Yu Xiufen then started planning his marriage. She used Su Weiman going to the farm machinery station as bait to attract many eligible girls. She even tricked Su Weiman into marrying Hu Lingling from Hujiago. Because Yu Xiufen is very picky, Su Weiman's future wife is Hu Lingling. Originally, he was supposed to marry Hu Tsuetsue from Hujiago, but Hu Lingling's cousin, Hu Lingling, snatched her away. Though they are cousins, their looks and treatment at home are very different. Hu Tsuetsue is the youngest daughter, loved dearly. Growing up in love, She has a soft, oval face, big round eyes that look like crescent moons when she smiles. Her 2 black braids hang in front of her chest, and below them are her full breasts. Her waist is slim, and her hips are curvy. Hu Lingling is the 3rd child at home. Her parents hope she will marry well and support the family in the future. Hu Lingling is also good-looking, but her eyes often have a mischievous look, making her seem restless. The matchmaker who tried to introduce Su Xiaolan to Hu Shengli also tried to match Hu Lingling with Su Weimin. Hu Lingling's father, Hu Dahai, was unhappy with the Su family, saying, "Lingling will marry someone from the city. How can she marry a country bumpkin?" Hu's mother agreed. Yes. The matchmaker secretly rolled her eyes. She herself is also from the countryside but looks down on country folks. She said, "Lingling is pretty, but being pretty doesn't put food on the table. City people only marry city people. The forward brigade has obtained a tractor, so Su Weimin will become a tractor operator in the future. His sisters-in-laws are the brigade leader's family. His eldest brother works in Xingyang town nearby. His second brother is in the army, and his younger brother-in-law is also going to join the army." Recently, there was a rumor that a young man from the forward brigade spent 3,000 yuan to marry a city girl, who is actually Weimin's sister's second brother-in-law. If Lingling gets married there, you would be relatives. Relatives can help each other, and your son might even get a job. Life in the city is tough, but Lingling marrying into their family is better than in the city. After a pause, the matchmaker continued, "Your eldest brother also wants to marry Hu Tsue. They planned to meet, but Weimin had urgent matters and couldn't go. If you don't like it, that's fine." Hu Dahai and his wife were already interested, and hearing this, they became anxious. "Of course we like her," Hu's mother quickly called Hu Lingling out. Although she was inside, she heard everything. "Lingling, what do you say?" Hu Lingling lowered her head, twisting her fingers around her dress. "I'm listening to my parents' arrangement. All right, then I'll go talk to their family." Okay. Hu Lingling turned and went back inside. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. The matchmaker immediately went to find Yu Xiaofan after finishing her negotiations. The two quickly agreed. Once confirmed, Yu Xiaofan went to propose the marriage. Today, Hu Lingling behaved very well. Yu Xiaofan looked at her chest and hips and nodded secretly. This girl has a good figure and looks obedient. However, when discussing the bride price, the two families disagreed. The Su family didn't want to pay much, while the Hu family wanted more. The matchmaker mediated, settling on a middle ground of 100 yuan. Using her persuasive skills, the marriage was finalized. Both families were eager, and they agreed to marry in 10 days. Su Weimin didn't go on a blind date, but helped arrange the marriage of Hu Tsue and Yang Fusheng, the son of the local party secretary. That day, the family committee organized a Remembrance of Hardship and Sweetness meeting. That day, the family committee led the organization of the Remembrance of Hardship and Sweetness meeting. Such meetings were usually held only during major festivals, but the wind from Wengo had reached the army, and they now held these meetings about once a month. All members of the family residence must participate. Near the family residence, there is a large warehouse originally used for storage. After discussions among military leaders, they decided to clear out this warehouse to serve as a venue for a large event. A banner hangs on the front wall, displaying the theme of the meeting. On both sides of the wall, various motivational slogans are posted. On the stage, Jiang Fingji begins to motivate the attendees. She is the wife of the commander of another division, works as a clerk in the military, and is also the president of the family committee. After the motivation speech, the speaker comes up to give a report. First, an old Red Army veteran shares stories of the difficult years during the Revolutionary War. His passionate speech makes everyone feel as if they are back in those tough times. Next, the military family members from the residence speak. One selected family member is the mother of a deputy battalion commander who used to work on a landlord's farm. She talks about how hard life was under the landlord's exploitation and criticizes how the landlord's children humiliated the servants. When she gets emotional, she cries and speaks with tears, which deeply touches the audience. Without needing Jiang Fingji to guide the process, The military family members start sharing their own hardships from the past, and some even begin criticizing the exploitative classes. Many military family members express their opinions. This leads to the climax of the meeting, recalling the bitter meals. These meals, called bitter rice, are made from a mixture of bran, rice husks, wild vegetables, and cornmeal. Everyone receives a piece of bread and a bowl of porridge. The ingredients are the same, but one is dry and the other is watery. At this event, Tang Su must eat. The bread is rough, hard to chew, and can only be chewed into small pieces before swallowing, with a noticeable bitter and astringent taste. As for the porridge, it's actually a soup mixed with various ingredients. The wild vegetables are yellowish, and the cornmeal isn't finely ground. Chen Yuchuan eats quickly, secretly breaking off pieces of bread from Tang Su's hand with the bowl's cover. When it's time to drink the porridge, he calmly drinks most of it, then secretly swaps his bowl with Tang Su's. This way, Tang Su can eat less. Tang Su can endure it, but since she hasn't eaten such poor food in a long time, she eats slowly. They sit in a corner, but someone notices them. Lu Yue raises her voice, saying, Deputy Commander Chen's wife seems to have trouble eating this bitter, yet sweet meal. As soon as she speaks, the atmosphere freezes, and everyone looks at Tang Su. She looked caring and kind. Comrade Tang came from the city. She hasn't done farm work and is used to fine food and good meat. It's understandable if she finds it hard to get used to. Now, everyone looked at Tang Su differently. After Lu Qingping's reminder, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan worked together. Chen Yuchuan hid inside the house while working, and when he was almost done, he asked Tang Su to go outside and act. But Tang Su's lazy reputation was already known. Tang Su was not worried. Sister-in-law, how do you judge that I can't do farm work? Just your opinion? As the wife of the team leader, you should unite with the military family, not judge them lightly. Remembering hardships and enjoying sweetness, how can you eat without savoring? If you chew casually and swallow, will you remember what this meal tastes like? Tang Su looked at her empty bowl. In my memory, I only eat so fast when I take medicine. Because medicine is bitter, the slower I drink, the harder it is to swallow. Tang Su's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Sister-in-law, do you think this food is not tasty? Are you afraid you can't finish it, so you force yourself to eat quickly? Her words were serious. If she was telling the truth, Lu Yue's way of thinking was a big problem. Lu Yue clearly thought of this too. Her face turned pale. You're talking nonsense. When did I say I didn't like this meal? Jiang Fingji watched the arguing pair. Tang Su makes sense. Lu Yue, you're eating too fast. Education doesn't work if you rush. She then asked someone to bring her 2 more pancakes. She addressed everyone. Everyone should taste carefully. Remember, this meal is not just to fill your stomach, but to remember the hardships of the past and feel the struggles of the common people. Tang Su, I also heard about your situation. As a military wife, you need to do your part behind the scenes so that the soldiers can go to the front lines with confidence. Reflect on yourself and try to be a good military wife. Tang Su replied, Okay. Lu Yue added, Then why does Deputy Commander Chen eat so fast? Not just him, many people eat quickly. Those who eat fast should have more pancakes. After she finished, everyone looked unhappy. Did she have to drag them into it? Chen Yuchuan said, Although I eat fast, it's because I've had worse food during missions. I understand hardship better than anyone. I believe those who eat quickly are just like me. Chen Yuchuan's words were supported by others. Deputy Commander Chen is right, so only Lu Yue's world, which was hurt, was left intact. Lu Yue was nibbling on a biscuit, her face full of anger and frustration. Adding more biscuits to her plate didn't really bother Tang Su. She just said a few words. Seeing how considerate Chen Yuchuan was to Tang Su earlier, she looked at her husband beside her. Zhao Lingyun showed no intention of comforting her. Instead, he said, Be careful with your words in the future. Don't say things you shouldn't. Lu Yue's heart sank. So, he also thought it was her fault. Is he defending Tang Su? Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan agreed to host a dinner tonight. At noon, they bought some meat and vegetables and also took out some dried goods, soaking them in water in a basin. Tang Su also took out a piece of cured meat from her space. Chen Yuchuan was completely convinced. Why do you bring everything? The guests included Commander Zhao Yongqiang, Political Commissar Yan Shilei, Staff Officer Li Qingxua, Director of the Political Department Yuan Xiangfei, and two other deputy commanders, Wang Zhibin and Sun Hui, as well as Deputy Battalion Commander Li Jinbo and Battalion Commander Feng Changhai. In the evening, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan started cooking. Chen Yuchuan first let the dough rise. He didn't let her do it, and Tang Su didn't like cooking, so she just helped out. But when she saw how Chen Yuchuan was preparing the food, she fell silent. He was tearing the vegetables randomly, rinsing them carelessly, and about to put them in the pot, which she stopped. Is this how you wash them? Chen Yuchuan looked confused. What's wrong? What's dirty? The rain washed away any dirt from that manure. Tang Su's eyes darkened. What do you plan to do with those vegetables? Just stew everything together. There's plenty of meat. It will be delicious when cooked. Tang Su's eyes darkened again. For her stomach's sake, this man needed to learn quickly. He was worse at cooking than she was. Let me do it. Wash the vegetables again at least twice. Every piece must be cleaned. Slice the cured meat thinly. After saying that, Tang Su couldn't help but glance at the plate of potato strips nearby. Fry the cured meat first to release the oil. When Zhao Yongqiang and the others arrived, they saw this scene. Tang Su giving instructions, while Chen Yuchuan was awkwardly cooking. It seemed like Tang Su wasn't completely clueless about cooking either. A few sisters-in-law also came to help, and Chen Yuchuan let out a sigh of relief. Cooking was harder than shooting. The last dishes served were pork stewed with dried beans, cured meat with potatoes, cabbage and pork with vermicelli, and pickled vegetables. The main foods included plain steamed buns, rice, and millet porridge. Zhao Yongqiang took a bite of the bun, his eyes brightening.
Wow.
These buns are delicious. Who made them? Chen Yuchuan said proudly. I did. Zhao Yongqiang and the others were surprised. Chen Yuchuan didn't usually cook, but his buns were quite good. Tang Su also looked a bit confused. Chen Yuchuan explained, my mother taught me. All the boys in our family know how to make buns. As my mother says, all that strength should be used for something. Back then, she was the one holding the stick and teaching me. When he was about 13 or 14, full of energy and quite lively. The Chen family wasn't well off. They ate mostly cornmeal mixed with other grains. Back then, he was the one kneading the dough. Based on Chen Jinhua and Chen Yuchuan's personalities, Tang Su guessed, did your mother still have the stick behind her? And if you didn't do well, she'd give you a whack. Chen Yuchuan's face stiffened. Everyone burst into laughter. Just as they were about to start eating, two people entered the yard. Commander Wei Qiaosong and Division Commander Jiang Su. Zhao Yongqiang and the others quickly put down their chopsticks and saluted. Commander, Division Commander. Wei Qiaosong smiled warmly. Would you mind if I join you with a couple of extra chopsticks? Chen Yuchuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly responded, oh, you're so kind. Having you here is like being honored. They hurriedly moved 2 seats over. Although they said that, the atmosphere cooled a bit. Chen Yuchuan introduced Tang Su to the 2 leaders. This is my wife, Tang Su. Tang Su nodded politely. Hello, Commander and Division Commander. Since they couldn't drink alcohol, Chen Yuchuan bought some soda. Wei Qiaosong said, welcome to our Deputy Regiment Commander Chen's new home, and welcome Comrade Xiao Tang to join our family compound. Next, Division Commander Jiang Su also said a few simple words. Then, they finally started eating. As soon as Jiang Su sat down, he noticed the pickled vegetables on the table. He took a bite and exclaimed, this sauce is really good. Chen Yuchuan looked a bit proud. My mother's sauce is just like this. He gave a thumbs up. Seeing him eat several servings of the pickled vegetables, Tang Su nudged the man beside her. Chen Yuchuan quickly said, Commander, have some meat. Don't just eat the vegetable leaves. Your homemade sauce is pretty good. Did you bring it from home? Chen Yuchuan replied, my mother made it. My wife brought some over a few days ago. Hearing this, the commander paused and looked unexpectedly at Tang Su. Comrade Tang, can you accept this kind of sauce? I can't eat it myself. It's for my husband. Chen Yuchuan wouldn't stop her from eating it. After all, local food often reflects the land and people. Most unusual-looking foods usually hide a story of hard times behind them. Tang Su said, "Next time, you can ask me to pack some to bring back." "Okay," Chen Yuchuan agreed. Wei Xiaosong was a bit surprised. "Your wife let you eat someone else's sauce." Tang Su's wife, Shi Peiwen, is a nurse at the hospital and is very health-conscious. When she visited Tang Su's hometown, she saw others making large batches of sauce, even when the sauce had mold and was still being used. Since then, she wouldn't allow any unknown sauces into their home. Only homemade, verified sauces could enter. Hearing this, Tang Su hesitated. Wei Xiaosong happily teased, "Just bring some back, then talk your wife into it." He knew Tang Su's wife didn't want him to eat random sauces freely. Tang Su said, "Why don't you talk to your sister-in-law? Ask her to give you a cigarette. Don't you want to?" This simple question hit Wei Xiaosong's sore spot. "Get lost. You can't even shut your mouth." Tang Su used to be under Wei Xiaosong's command. They had been through life and death together and had a good relationship, often teasing each other. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Zhao Yongqiang sighed loudly. "My wife also won't let me smoke. If I smoke too much or too little, she can tell immediately, better than a military dog." This made everyone laugh out loud. Yang Jingxiang kept glaring at him, but he didn't notice. For this partner, Yan Shirlei didn't know what to say. "Tonight, if you don't want to sleep on the bed, just talk more." Zhao Yongqiang looked up and met Yang Jingxiang's glare, then quickly looked away. Oh no, he had spoken too much. Everyone burst into laughter again. Chen Yuchuan said, "Sister-in-law." Zhao Yongqiang kicked him. "Shut up," then looked at Yang Jingxiang's expression. Several people couldn't help but laugh again. Wei Xiaosong looked at Tang Su. "Comrade Tang, do you remember the child on the train?" Tang Su frowned slightly. "What's wrong?" He paused and said, "That child kept insisting on finding you after they went back. He Junji caused a fuss and even tried to starve himself. In just a few days, his face looked a lot thinner and the old leader couldn't take it anymore." Someone was sent to check on Tang Su, and they found out it was from the military district. "He kept asking to find you after he went back." Tang Su was confused. "Why does he want to see me?" Wei Xiaosong was silent for a moment. He also couldn't understand what the child wanted with Tang Su. He handed over a note. "Just write him a letter when you're free. Or call him. Here's the phone number." As he spoke, Wei Xiaosong took out an envelope. "Tang Su." It seemed that the military leader had come to deliver the message, so the child must be someone important. Zhao Yongqiang and the others were curious. What kind of child was it? Wei Xiaosong explained, "It's related to the last time Xiao Chen and others caught the human traffickers." Comrade Tang provided important information. They probably got scared and are now very attached to Comrade Tang. The group exchanged glances. They didn't expect Tang Su to have given information to Chen Yuchuan. Didn't that mean they met each other back then? Li Qingxuo looked at Chen Yuchuan. "So, you and your wife met then?" Sun Hui added, "They took leave right after finishing the mission." With just these two sentences, everyone could guess why Chen Yuchuan took leave. They looked at the envelope, thinking that the child was probably the grandson of some high-ranking leader. Chen Yuchuan was only 27, yet he was already with them. As long as he didn't mess up, he could definitely rise higher in the future. His wife also had connections with the leadership. After completing the mission, making achievements, and marrying a wife connected to the leaders. Chen Yuchuan, that guy, was really lucky. At the dinner table, Wei Xiaosong asked Chen Yuchuan many questions. Chen Yuchuan answered them all. When the military leader questioned him, Chen Yuchuan straightened his back, no longer joking around like he did in front of Zhao Yongqiang. The dinner was both happy and a bit uncomfortable for Chen Yuchuan. Afterward, Zhao Yongqiang and others wanted to send the two leaders back. Wei Xiaosong refused, asking them to stay and help clean up. Then he looked at Tang Su. "Comrade Tang, just see him off." With this sentence, Tang Su immediately understood his meaning. He had something to tell her. The two of them stood not far from the gate of the yard. Everyone inside could see them. After a pause, Wei Xiaosong said, "If you encounter difficulties, you can ask for help. Marriage, after all, is a lifelong thing. There are still many good young people." Tang Su thought for a moment. "He's quite to my taste, Plus, he's very capable too. Wei Xiaosong didn't really agree with this statement. Tang Su also seemed to have her own ideas. Perhaps the leader was overly worried. Tang Su pondered that Wei Xiaosong was not on Tang Lao's list. He was probably sent on this trip by someone else. In a few days, chaos would break out in Shen City. Given how reckless the Tang family was, they would likely be the first to face trouble. When the Red Guards start raiding homes and find that the Tang family's assets are truly gone, those with a bit of brains would immediately think of her. She married in the countryside, married a rural man. This was the best cover. Besides, Chen Yuchuan was quite to her liking. They would only think that she couldn't survive in the countryside anymore, so she married a rustic man. The people in Shen City always looked down on others. Just the label of being from the countryside was enough to make them dismissive. No matter how capable someone is, they cannot resist the tide of the times. This movement brought out many dark sides of people's hearts. Instead of being caught in the whirlpool and constantly on guard, it's better to hide among the crowd and feel at ease. Even if the Tang family were red capitalists. So, what if they were red capitalists? They are still capitalists. It's just a false reputation. With millions of eyes watching, waiting for them to slip up, no one can guarantee they won't make mistakes. A small mistake could turn the false reputation into a downfall, as dramatic as falling from heaven to hell. Once everything was settled, Wei Xiaosong and Jiang Su left. Jiang Su didn't end up taking the big jar. If he had, his wife would have scolded him again. Zhao Yongqiang and the others hadn't left yet. The arrival of the army commander and the division commander truly shocked them. Seeing the mess on the table, Zhao Yongqiang and the others helped clean it up. Yang Jingxiang and a few others exchanged glances, realizing what could be done. Lu Qingping said, "Xiao Chun works well. How did you teach him?" Tang Su thought for a moment and replied, "One monkey, one way to tie it up. It depends on the person. I said before marriage that after marriage, whether he works or not depends on my mood. He's been pretty obedient so far." The other sisters-in-law were a bit silent. Zhao Yongqiang heard this and asked, "How do you make him obedient?" "Teach me. That little brat always makes me angry." Tang Su paused and said, "You really can't learn that." Zhao Yongqiang didn't believe it. "Why do you say I can't learn?" Seeing everyone was curious, Tang Su explained, "No talking back, no getting on the bed." She meant even touching the edge of the bed was out of the question. After hearing this, Zhao Yongqiang didn't say anything else. He knew he couldn't learn it. Before leaving, Zhao Yongqiang patted Chen Yuchuan on the shoulder and said, "You're good." Chen Yuchuan understood what he meant. "My wife is amazing. I just got lucky he didn't have that kind of skill." The military commander and division commander were probably after his wife. Zhao Yongqiang didn't want to see his proud look anymore, so he waved and left. Wei Xiaosong went back and called Beijing. "She's doing fine. Her partner is also quite good." "Really? That guy, I think he's not bad." "Don't worry. I think Xiao Tang is also smart. He won't let himself be wronged." In a nearby yard, Zhao Lingyun looked calm and said, "You went too far today. They're fine, and you just had to cause trouble." Lu Wei looked at her husband in disbelief. "You think I'm the one causing trouble? When they bullied me, why didn't you help me? Are you biased against Tang Su?" Zhao Lingyun's face darkened. "Stop making trouble. I haven't even spoken to Tang. She didn't bother you. If you want to cause trouble and set traps for her, others have the right to fight back." 3 years ago, after discovering Zhao Lingyun's affair with a young woman, he also scolded her, telling her not to talk nonsense and ruin the reputation of the female comrades. Now things are tense. "Don't talk nonsense outside, or it will cause trouble." Lu Wei suddenly looked at him sharply. "Have you not forgotten that fox spirit?" The words fox spirit made him very angry. Zhao Lingyuan shouted, "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Lu Wei's thoughts began to waver. Could her efforts really make her husband notice her? If not, should she consider divorce? The idea of divorce suddenly made Lu Wei tense up. No, she couldn't divorce. If she did, not only would her good days end, but she would also give in to that unkind person. At night, the couple snuggled together. Chen Yuchuan looked at the envelope and sneered. What a pesky kid. He couldn't help but ask, what did the commander say to you earlier? Tang Su suddenly felt like teasing him. He said he knows many young people who are better than you. Before she finished, Chen Yuchuan covered her mouth. Is my sister so cold-hearted? Are you already tired of being married? Seeing his resentful look, Tang Su smiled. Chen Yuchuan hummed. You just like to scare me. Tonight, if you don't listen and don't come to bed. Is that true? Tang Su rolled her eyes at him. What do you think? Chen Yuchuan said confidently. I think you will. So, he wisely replied, then I have to listen. He then hugged her tightly, and his hands started to act mischievously. Should sister go to sleep now? This time, Chen Yuchuan lay down properly, acting as if she could enjoy herself. This made Tang Su laugh. The cold moonlight shone into the yard, but inside the house, things were lively. The next morning, Chen Yuchuan left early. Tang Su planned to clear a vegetable patch in the yard and plant some vegetables so they would have their own supply. But they had no tools. She went to find Yang Jingxiang. What did you say? Tang Su paused. I want to plant vegetables and want to borrow a hoe from you. Yang Jingxiang looked at her in disbelief. You can grow vegetables? Tang Su was silent for a moment and reminded her, I'm a young person from the countryside. She knew how to dig, so she decided to try. It was just putting seeds in the soil and covering them. If it didn't work, she would try again. Yang Jingxiang also saw that she didn't seem very experienced, but since it was almost time for work, she had to leave with one last sentence. If you can't grow them, just keep them. I'll come help after I get off work. The Northeast Military District is located in a temperate zone with a semi-humid continental climate. Autumn is short, temperatures drop quickly, and the frost period begins early. By early October, the first frost appears. It is early August. At this time, when planting vegetables, it is best to choose crops with short growth periods and good cold resistance. The first choice is locally grown green cabbage. Radishes are planted in the first period and other vegetables in the second period, which is from late July to mid-August. If planted now, the cabbage can form a tight head before the frost, followed by spinach and shortroot carrots. The seeds were bought from the service station by Tang Su. Although there are many seeds in the storage, most of them are brought from Shanghai. Since Shanghai and the northeastern regions have different climates, Tang Su was worried they might not survive, so she bought some locally. The military family members who are unemployed noticed Tang Su holding a hoe and looked surprised. A tall, handsome female soldier holding a hoe looked a bit out of place. Comrade Chen's family, what are you planning to do? I want to plant vegetables. The person seemed to realize Tang Su was not very experienced and offered to teach her. Tang Su immediately agreed. First, she planted cabbage, which needs plenty of sunlight and good drainage. Following the instructions from the military wife, she started digging the ground, marking out the planting area with the hoe. More and more people gathered around. They were experienced vegetable growers. Some even went home to bring back hoes to help her plant. A few children from next door and across the street also came to lend a hand. Before long, all the vegetables were planted. To thank them, Tang Su gave each person some candy. The military wives saw the candies and their eyes lit up, but they politely declined. No need to give, just helping out. How can we not accept? The team members work for work points. All right, we won't be polite either. Since Tang Su was so generous, why would they refuse? It's all about mutual help. Lu Yue heard that Tang Su was planting vegetables and wanted to come see the joke. But what's there to be proud of? Planting vegetables and still needing help. Other military family members thought Tang Su was quite nice. She didn't know much about planting but was willing to learn and was generous. Many of them gave her several candies each. Why is Lu Yue so fixated on Tang Su? Someone sneered, thinking Lu Yue was petty. What's her problem? Probably because of that meeting last time. The vegetables were all planted and the military wives had dispersed, along with the children. But Zhao Shuyan did not leave. She was the second daughter of Zhao Yongqiang and Yang Jingxiang. Her name sounded very ladylike, but she was actually a tomboy. According to Yang Jingxiang, she was not at all like a girl, climbing trees, swimming, doing things boys dared to do, and even things boys wouldn't do. She did them all. She liked Xiao Jiu, and also liked Tang Su. Tang Su looked at her dirty, torn clothes and said, "You got your clothes dirty and torn just by morning. Your mom will scold you when she sees." Xiao Jiu didn't care. "I can wash my clothes myself. I don't need my mom to do it." As for the torn clothes, it was no big deal. Her mom was soft-hearted. When she pouted and acted cute, her mom would help her sew the tears. "Be careful when playing outside and try not to go to dangerous places." Xiao Jiu asked her doubt. "Aunt Tang, don't you think I don't look like a girl? What do you think a girl should look like?" Xiao Jiu thought for a moment. "Quiet, obedient, hardworking. You are a girl, just a bit more lively than other girls. You're still a kid, so just be happy." When Chen Yichuan came back at noon, he saw that one side of the yard had several neat vegetable plots. It was obvious that Tang Su had done it. Yesterday, when she went to the service station, she bought seeds and started planting. He was thinking of planting when he had time. Yang Jingxiang, Zhou Xiaoling, and Lu Qingping came over. They knew Tang Su wanted to plant vegetables and thought they'd come to help. "Why are you just standing there?" Zhou Xiaoling saw the changes in the yard and was surprised.
Wow.
"Has Xiao Su already planted the vegetables?" Yang Jingxiang, Zhou Xiaoling, and Lu Qingping looked at each other, feeling a bit curious. Planting vegetables wasn't just about putting seeds in the ground. There was a lot of knowledge involved. But from how the garden looked, it seemed like she knew what she was doing. Chen Yichuan said, "Probably." His tone was uncertain. Some women watching said, "They're done planting." We all watched her. "Your wife isn't very experienced, but she's learning from us and even helping out now." After saying that, several women nodded in agreement. "Yes, and she's good at tilling the soil too. You kids came to help out." You all took turns explaining what happened. Yang Jingxiang, Zhou Xiaoling, and Lu Qingping finally understood what had occurred. They felt very happy that the children came to help. Chen Yichuan looked proud. "My wife is amazing." Since Tang Su had already planted the vegetables, Yang Jingxiang and the others went home. Chen Yichuan took the rice inside, opened the lunchbox, and sat together to eat. "Why didn't you wait for me to come back before planting the vegetables?" There wasn't much work, and besides, the kids next door and across the street also helped. "I didn't do much either." While they ate, Yang Jingxiang's loud voice came from the neighboring yard. "Xiao Jiu, you've been like this all morning. Are you carrying a tool? Your clothes are new. How did they get torn again?" Xiao Jiu was not happy. "I don't need you to wash my clothes. If they tear, just mend them." Xiao Jiu's clothes often tore within a few days. Her family's clothes had the most patches. She knew her clothes were old and worn out from playing outside. She also kept causing trouble, and Yang Jingxiang often scolded her. At first, others didn't know the truth and reported Yang Jingxiang and Zhao Yongqiang for mistreating their daughter. The authorities sent people to investigate. Yang Jingxiang calmly brought out a pile of clothes. "This part tears after 10 days of wear. This part tears after just 1 day." The officials from the authorities fell silent. They thought, this girl causes more trouble than their own son. They believed Yang Jingxiang and Zhao Yongqiang didn't abuse their daughter. Who would make so many well-fitting clothes if they did? Looking at Xiao Jiu's lively expression, it was clear she wasn't mistreated. No child who was abused would have such bright eyes. With the testimony of Yan Shirlei and others, the matter was dropped. But after that, Yang Jingxiang increased her efforts to make clothes for Xiao Jiu. It could be said that half of Zhao family's cloth ration for the year was used for Xiao Jiu. Tears or tears, she just mended and kept wearing them. Zhao Shulin didn't need to make new clothes anymore. It was a win-win situation. Because Zhao Shulin looked exactly like Xiao Jiu. So, in their family, Xiao Jiu and Zhao Shulin had the most clothes, and they were the most worn out. Looking around the entire courtyard, these two children's clothes were the most tattered. Chen Yichuan once joked, "You two just smear some ash on your faces and take out a broken bowl, and your father won't have to work for the rest of his life." Unsurprisingly, the cheeky Chen Yichuan was kicked several times. Zhao Jiu cleaned herself up, changed into new clothes, and then snuggled into Yang Jingxiang's arms. She is experienced at causing trouble and acting cute. At home, among the 3 children, Yang Jingxiang loves her the most. Soon, Yang Jingxiang calmed down and looked at her with concern. worried if she was hurt. Mother and daughter were close and affectionate. Meanwhile, at the Armed Forces Department in Songjiang Town, young men dressed in military uniforms with red flowers on their chests gathered here. Then they boarded military trucks, heading toward an exciting military career. Su Weimin and Hu Lingling got married. On the wedding day, relatives from Hu's family came. Yu Xiufan met a matchmaker named Yu, who was known for being unscrupulous because she was still young. People called her little matchmaker behind her back. Reputable families wouldn't invite her to be the matchmaker. When they found out that Su Weimin and Hu Lingling were arranged by her, both sides looked a bit thoughtful. Why did little matchmaker suddenly do something proper? Yu Xiufan suddenly asked about Hu Xingli. She also mentioned the matchmaker Yu had used to arrange a marriage for Su Xiaolan, but she was cautious and didn't reveal how much bride price was involved. Oh, luckily your daughter didn't get married off. If she had, you'd regret it, Yu Xiufan was surprised. What? Is there more to this? The person whispered. Hu Xingli isn't suitable. Why is he still unmarried at his age? He can still give a few hundred yuan in bride price. Another person said, Hu Xingli married a wife some time ago. They already have a child. So, it's hard to tell whose child it is. They didn't sneak around anyone's house, so they wouldn't know whose child it was. After Hu Xingli's wife got pregnant, Hu Xingli seemed to straighten his back. The Hu family ancestors were hunters, and over the years, they accumulated quite a bit of wealth. That's why they could afford a bride price of 300 yuan. The men in the Hu family are tall and strong, with fierce looks. Because of this, many people in Hu Gully knew Hu Xingli wasn't capable and that his wife was pregnant with someone else's child, but no one dared to confront them directly. Yu Xiufan was stunned after hearing all this. However, this time, little matchmaker didn't do anything unscrupulous. Yu Xiufan, what little virtuous wife? The man, realizing he had slipped up, didn't hide anything and revealed the dark deeds of Madame Yu. In the end, he said, luckily, you didn't marry your daughter to him. Yu Xiufan awkwardly responded, her eyes flashing with guilt. She actually wanted Su Xiaolan to marry him. If Madame Yu always acted unethically, then what about Hu Lingling? Suddenly, Yu Xiufan regretted not asking more about Hu Lingling's situation. But now, both children had registered their marriage, and the wedding banquet was still going on with guests present. She could only hope that Hu Lingling was a good person. On August 18th, in Shen City, the Red Guards took to the streets to carry out the Destroy the Four Olds campaign, smashing signs, changing street names, raiding homes, destroying cultural relics, and criticizing evil spirits while parading through the streets. From this time, violence became more open and widespread. Society fell into chaos. Order broke down. The Tang family was among the first targeted. However, Tang Lao had done many good deeds in the past and had many people grateful to him. Many tried to protect the Tang family. The situation reached a standstill. In the study, smoke filled the air, and the ashtray on the desk was full of cigarette butts. Yang Zishuo looked at what Tang Su had given him and made a firm decision. Bai Yiming and the Tang relatives' other branches were secretly harming the family head, and they had many evil deeds behind the scenes. He couldn't let them ruin Tang Lao's reputation. The next day, newspapers widely reported on Bai Yiming and the other Tang relatives' misdeeds in secret. Moreover, they published a handwritten letter from Tang Lao. In the letter, Tang Lao expressed his hopes for the country's future and his wishes for the people. He stated that if the Tang family ever committed crimes against the nation, they should be punished, and no one should help them. This letter reminded the people of Tang Lao's past good deeds and helped restore his reputation. The exposure of these scandals naturally stirred public anger, especially in such a tense time. Those who wanted to help the Tang family saw the situation was turning bad and could only hold back. As a result, the Tang family became the first family in Shen City to be publicly criticized. They set up a re-education camp at the pharmaceutical factory. Bai Yiming, Tang Lin, Tang Yun, Tang Zhonghai, Tang Xiaowei, Tang Wanwan, and other high-ranking members of the Tang family were detained there. The Red Guards freely entered the Tang family mansion to search, and even the nearby branches were thoroughly checked. They didn't find anything valuable. This made people suspicious. How could several generations of the Tang family's wealth be so easily hidden? So, someone remembered Tang Su. They recalled the events involving the Tang family before, and many suspected that Tang Su was expelled on purpose by the family. Their goal was to let Tang Su escape and leave the Tang family behind. In many powerful people's eyes in the city, the Tang family is now just a big piece of meat waiting to be divided. The results of the searches told them that the Tang family was just like a vegetable covered in oil on the outside. So, they sent people to investigate Tang Su. Not only them, but also those who once wanted to help the Tang family thought of this. Just as they were about to search the Tang mansion further, they were stopped by the local street office. The street office produced a contract, saying the house had been rented to them, and Grandpa Li also took action. Song Peiyuan watched the situation change and frowned. Only Tang Su could have such detailed information about the family's secrets. After thinking for a moment, he left the house. Yang Zishua's home. Yang Zishua. Xiao Su asked me to do this. They just got what they deserved. As for the Tang family, Xiao Su said she would rebuild it. After a long while, Song Peiyuan finally spoke. Then we should respect her decision. A few days later, the people investigating Tang Su returned with news. Tang Su had married a rural man in the countryside. This news shocked many. The Tang family's wealth must be somewhere. If Tang Su was desperate, how could she marry a country bumpkin? No, she's not that foolish. But she's married to a rural man now, so it's hard for her to come back. If she hadn't faced any hardships, would she marry someone from the countryside? But they dared not relax and still sent people to investigate carefully. Did Tang Su marry a soldier? A few people looked at each other, surprised that Tang Su's husband was actually a soldier. A disdainful voice came. A rural person from the countryside. What's there to worry about? They thought about it too. The army isn't a place for ordinary people to get in. Even if Tang Su knew where the Tang family's wealth was, how much could she take with her? Whenever she returned, they immediately sent people to follow her. She couldn't fight against so many of them alone. By then, the Tang family's assets would just fall into their hands. Soon, news of Tang Su marrying a rural man spread throughout Shen City. Most people just felt sad such changes in life. First, the Tang family was criticized, and now Tang Su married a countryman. Song Peiyuan and Yang Zishua were both shocked when they heard this. How did she get married? What is that man like? Did she experience something that made her marry? For a moment, both of them felt anxious. When Tang Wanwan heard the news, she felt very happy inside. She had been criticized. Her dignity was trampled on. Why does Tang Su live so well? Marrying a common man and being mistreated. That's what she deserved. In 10 years, the Tang family could clear their name. By then, she would still be the head of the family. But 10 years is too long. If the future is always like this, it will be too hard to endure. No, she can endure. Heaven gave her a chance, and she can't give up now. She must find a way out. Meanwhile, Tang Wanwan imagined Tang Su being mistreated, busy in the family yard preparing rabbit skins. She had already processed the wild rabbits she caught on the mountain while Chen Yuchuan was away. They caught many rabbits, but hadn't yet cleaned the skins. First, she would tan these rabbit skins. She hadn't decided what to do with them yet. She would think of something later. There was no toilet in the yard. She had to go to the public restroom, and for bathing, she had to go to the big bathhouse. She had gone to the big bathhouse before, and the women there kept looking at her. Tang Su didn't think much of it at first, but Chen Yuchuan, that scoundrel, left marks on her. It made her the subject of teasing. During those days, Chen Yuchuan slept on the floor. He couldn't figure out what he did wrong either. Later, she took the opportunity when Chen Yuchuan was away to secretly take a bath in her space. She thought she should build a toilet and bathing area in the yard. But before she could tell Chen Yuchuan, he went on a mission. With Chen Yuchuan gone, Tang Su immediately took out the meat from her space. Some parts can be made into jerky or cured meat and taken out. Thinking of this, Tang Su went to the service station to buy some spices and chili peppers, planning to make spicy rabbit meat tonight. The Sun family announced that Sun Lizy was gone. After visiting the health clinic in town last time, Sun's father and mother took Sun Lizy back home. Sun Lizy had a head injury and lost control of his bladder and bowels. But Sun's father and mother had to go to work every day and couldn't stay at home all the time. Because they lacked proper care knowledge, Sun Lizy developed bed sores on his back and hips within a few days of injury. In the hot summer, his skin was often soaked in waste. The bed sores worsened, and the bacteria infection caused Sun Lizy to run a high fever. During this time, Sun's mother took care of him. Perhaps she was tired or felt hopeless. When Sun Lizy had a high fever, Sun's parents did not take him to see a doctor in town. Then, Sun Lizy disappeared. Many people saw how badly Sun Lizy was suffering. He was so thin that his bones showed, his hands and feet were deformed, and he had a bad smell from being in waste for a long time. When Sun Lizy first got hurt, his mother wanted to seek justice for him, and there was also an issue with the Yang family. Many villagers didn't want to get involved with Sun Lizy's family. Now, big funerals and celebrations are not allowed, and Sun's family didn't hold any memorial services. They just buried him directly. But Sun's father couldn't find anyone to help carry the coffin. Helpless, he had to go to the team leader. With money, Sun Lizy was finally buried. Unlike the sadness of the Sun family, Yang Yanyan's family was very happy. In their view, Sun Lizy's suffering was his own punishment. Today was the day for testing tractor drivers. Many villagers went to the agricultural machinery station to watch the exam. Chen Jianya and Yang Fuxing scored the highest and were chosen as tractor drivers. Su Weiman made a mistake while repairing the equipment and did not pass. In the afternoon, Chen Jianya and Yang Fuxing returned riding tractors. The villagers looked at the shiny new machine, touched it, and were very excited. Su Weiman did not get elected, and Hu Lingling was devastated. She married Su Weiman mainly for his identity as a tractor operator, but then, from the villagers, Hu Lingling learned that Su Weiman will become a tractor operator was just a trick Yu Xiofan used to get Su Weiman to marry her. When she got home, Hu Lingling was no longer gentle and quiet. She caused a big fuss. Yu Xiofan finally saw Hu Lingling's true nature. Hu Lingling was not as obedient and sweet as she seemed when she first asked for her hand in marriage. She just didn't want to work. She only pretended to do some chores to please her before. Hu Lingling accused Yu Xiofan of tricking her into marriage. Yu Xiofan said Hu Lingling was pretending to be obedient when she asked for her hand. They argued fiercely. One was her new wife, and the other was her mother. Su Weiman was in a bad mood and didn't tolerate her. He sided with his mother and argued with Hu Lingling. Hu Lingling's mother and grandmother were difficult to deal with, and her father was a snob. Growing up in such an environment, Hu Lingling was good at arguing. Yu Xiofan and Su Weiman were no match for her. She couldn't win the argument, and Su Weiman raised his hand to hit her. "Come on, hit me here," Hu Lingling pointed to her face, but her fierce look made Su Weiman hesitate. The day after Yang Fuxing and Chen Jianya returned from their studies, it was the day Yang Fuxing and Hu Tsuetsue held a celebration. Hu Lingling was among the crowd, her eyes almost overflowing with jealousy. She couldn't understand why she always lost to Hu Tsuetsue. After the party ended, Hu Lingling gradually calmed down. She was now married to Su Weiman, and divorce would be difficult for her. This was an unchangeable fact, but within her limited environment, she wanted to seek the greatest possible comfort. That night, the couple made up, as if yesterday's events never happened. However, the conflicts between Yu Xiofan and Hu Lingling could not be resolved. They argued every few days. Under Hu Lingling's influence, Su Weiman gradually leaned toward her. This was unbearable for Yu Xiofan, who loved Su Weiman the most. As a result, Su Weiman married his wife and forgot about his mother. At that time, Wei Qiaosong's letter included an address and a name, which Chen Yuchuan thought was the address of Heroine's family. But that was the address of Tang Lao's good friend. Actually, she is not good at handling feelings, and she doesn't know what to say to that person. After thinking for a while, she decided to write a letter. Tang Su counted the time and thought that things in Shen City should be getting chaotic. But she didn't really know what was happening there, so she decided to call Yang Zishua. Oh, and that little kid. First, Tang Su sent the letter. Then she headed to the phone booth. At the phone booth, Tang Su first called Yang Zishua. Uncle Yang, it's me, little Su. When Yang Zishua answered the call, he was a bit surprised. Soon he realized things in Shen City are already chaotic. Someone is looking for you. Are you okay over there? Tang Su was stunned. I'm fine. I've done what you asked. That family has already faced the consequences. He didn't say everything, but Tang Su understood his meaning. Thank you, Uncle Yang. Also, they said you're married. Is that true? Tang Su just remembered she forgot to tell Yang Zishua and Song Pyuan about her marriage. It's true. Why? Just going with the flow. He's quite good. Looks good and is obedient. Yang Zishua hesitated a bit. Are you now living in the countryside planting crops with him? Don't worry, Uncle Yang. He's a soldier, and I am now living in the military area with him. Hearing this, Yang Zishua felt a little relieved. Little Su isn't the kind of person who would let herself be wronged. They talked for a few more minutes, and then hung up. Next, Tang Su called a little kid. At this moment, Heroine was still waiting for the call. Grandma, he nudged her husband. Didn't you say you sent a message to that girl? It's been days. Why hasn't she called yet? Heroine sat by the phone all day. How could she not suspect that her great-grandson might have been tricked? Old, he snorted. You said before that she was scheming and deliberately approaching Ruinji. Now you're blaming her for not calling? Because he asked Wei Qiaosong to deliver the message, his wife argued with him, insisting that the girl was plotting against their family. At that moment, the phone rang. Hirunji picked up the phone, and his face no longer showed the excitement he had at first. Because the calls he usually received weren't from pretty older sisters. Hello, I'm looking for young Hirunji. A clear yet cold voice came from the receiver. When he heard what the person on the other end was saying, his big eyes instantly lit up, and his small face was full of joy. Pretty older sister, I am Hirunji. Tang Su. Is there something you want to talk to me about? Noticing the distant tone in Tang Su's voice, young Hirunji felt a little upset. No, I just want to talk to you. Old he and Grandma, he immediately came over when they heard the noise. Tang Su was silent. She didn't really have anything to say to him. To be precise, they were strangers. Before seeing the note Wei Qiaosong gave her, she didn't even know his name was Hirunji.
So, what do you want to tell me?
Then, young Hirunji started talking a lot of nonsense, and Tang Su responded casually, one thing after another. But young Hirunji was a real chatterbox, talking non-stop. In the end, Tang Su said there was someone else on the line, and he reluctantly said goodbye. Just as she was about to hang up, old he took the phone. He thanked her for her help on the train. Tang Su, it was just a small favor. Even if I hadn't helped, someone else would have noticed. After hanging up, old he said, see? They didn't ask for any reward. Grandma, he was speechless. Young Hirunji still seemed eager to talk. Great-grandpa, I want to call pretty older sister again tomorrow. Old he hesitated. Tomorrow then. Shuncheng inside a certain house. Faint sobbing could be heard. Soon after, a man came out feeling satisfied. Tang Wanwan lay on the bed, her eyes full of seduction after crying, but also with determination and hatred. Her hair was shaved in half, and she looked thinner than before. She kept telling herself she must keep going, she must endure. When she finally turned things around in the future, she would take revenge. She wanted everyone in the Tang family except her to suffer and wish they were dead. After being criticized, she realized that she was just a shield pulled out by the elders. They cared more about their sons and grandsons. She had been too naive before, thinking they genuinely wanted to give her the family head position. And Tang Su, who happily went to the countryside, must have learned something. This cold-hearted woman should also face consequences. She composed herself and picked up the cold food on the bedside table, eating it eagerly. That noon, Tang Su was having her meal. A plate of stuffed pancakes, some pickles, and soup. A few days ago, Lu Qingping had brought her some pancakes. She found them very tasty and decided to learn how to make them from Lu Qingping. Wang Junzhou came to visit her. He looked serious, and when he saw Tang Su's hesitant expression, he hesitated before speaking. Finally, he said, "Sister-in-law, Deputy Commander Chen has returned." Tang Su looked at him, waiting for him to say more. Wang Junzhou was trying to think of how to say it without frightening her. It's not just Deputy Commander Chen. Some of his comrades were also badly injured. Some military wives got very emotional when they saw their husbands. He was worried Tang Su might, but his expression made Tang Su think more. Thinking of a certain possibility, her face suddenly darkened. Is he gone? Wang Junzhou was startled by her words. He quickly denied, No, Deputy Commander Chen is alive, just injured more seriously. Tang Su let out a breath of relief. Then just tell me directly. Wang Junzhou scratched his head. He didn't expect Tang Su to be so calm. Have you eaten? Wang Junzhou was surprised.
Huh?
Shouldn't he be going to see Deputy Commander Chen now? His eyes fell on the pancakes on the table, which still smelled of meat. Suddenly, his stomach started to protest. Immediately, blood rushed to his face, turning it slightly red. So embarrassing. Eat some. The bowl is in the kitchen. Go get it yourself. Wang Junzhou didn't hesitate.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
Since she wasn't in a hurry, he felt anxious for no reason. He poured some soup, took a few pancakes, and sat a little farther from Tang Su. Wang Junzhou took a bite of the pancake. Wow, cabbage and meat. The kind with lots of meat and little vegetables. Tang Su ate slowly and then asked, "Can he eat anything now?" Wang Junzhou replied, "He can drink some light porridge, but he can't eat spicy or irritating foods." Tang Su took some fresh meat from her space, chopped it up, and cooked a lot of minced meat porridge. She added some spiritual spring water and put the pot into her space. After tidying up, Tang Su went to the political office to get an introduction letter. Then she followed Wang Junzhou to the military hospital. The military hospital wasn't in the military district, but in the city. Wang Junzhou drove a military vehicle back. At the military hospital, Chen Yuchuan was wrapped like a mummy, with only his head free to move. He had returned yesterday. He was afraid Tang Su would worry, so he didn't tell her. But last night, he had a dream that Tang Su was upset with him because of this, which scared him a lot. This morning, he asked Wang Junzhou to go back and inform Tang Su. When Wang Junzhou first returned, he didn't dare look outside the door, afraid Tang Su would scold him. But after a long time and several visits from nurses, his wife hadn't come. He couldn't help but wonder why the hospital was so far from the military district. Finally, when he looked at the door many times, Tang Su's figure appeared at the entrance. Chen Yuchuan kept watching her, worried she might be upset, but when he saw her calm face, he felt a little disappointed. His gaze shifted to Wang Junzhou, feeling he was quite annoying. "Come back and eat." Wang Junzhou scratched his head. "I've already eaten at your place, Chen Yuchuan." He seemed to guess why Wang Junzhou and Tang Su were late. Suddenly, his eyes looked at Tang Su with a hint of resentment. Tang Su said, "Have you eaten?" "I cooked some porridge." She lifted the blanket, revealing Chen Yuchuan, who was only wearing shorts. His chest, abdomen, legs, and arms were wrapped in bandages. Chen Yuchuan said, "I've eaten, but I'm hungry again." He could only drink some porridge now. With his body type, just drinking porridge wasn't enough. He was still very hungry and needed to pee often, but he had to eat the porridge his wife cooked. Tang Su asked the doctor, and Chen Yuchuan could only eat plain porridge now. The minced meat porridge would have to wait until his body recovered a bit. Chen Yuchuan ate the porridge, staring at Tang Su without blinking. It was the first time he saw her so gentle. After drinking the porridge mixed with spiritual spring water, Chen Yuchuan felt less pain from his wounds. 2 other soldiers from Chen Yuchuan's unit were in the same hospital ward. They were also injured during this mission. Feng Chonghai was one of them. Many soldiers in Chen Yuchuan's small team are single. Wang Junzhou was ordered to take care of the injured soldiers. After eating and drinking enough, Tang Su leaned against the bed. Chen Yuchuan, whose arm wasn't injected, held her hand tightly. They talked casually. As they talked, Chen Yuchuan remembered the comrades who sacrificed during this mission. The mission was very dangerous. The military arranged 2 small teams to go out. The mission was successfully completed, but there were heavy losses. Chen Yuchuan's team had no casualties, but everyone was injured, and Chen Yuchuan was hurt the most. The other team lost 1 comrade, and another had to have a limb amputated. This time, a comrade sacrificed. The mood became heavy. "If I were gone, what would you do?" he asked, but immediately regretted it. He had a feeling Tang Su wouldn't want to hear what she said. "Find someone else." Sure enough, Chen Yuchuan's eyes turned red. This woman was really heartless. "So you must come back alive. Dead people have no right to control the living." Tang Su squeezed his hand. "You have to come back alive. Only then can you decide whether I look for other men or not." Chen Yuchuan tightened his grip on her hand, with a firm look in his eyes. "I will definitely come back alive. In this life, she could only be with him." Chen Yuchuan. Then, they cuddled affectionately. The couple was lost in their own world, while Feng Changhai on the next bed turned his head. He felt like he was shining brightly. In the evening, near dinner time, Tang Su went out. Not long after she left, Zhao Yongqiang came in, looking exhausted. "Has your wife come yet?" He hadn't gone back to the family compound today, so he didn't know if Tang Su had come. Chen Yuchuan. "Yes, she went to the cafeteria. Is she okay?" "How's her mood?" Some military wives, seeing their soldiers injured so badly, felt overwhelmed. As he finished speaking, the person on the hospital bed remained silent, appearing very calm. When Tang Su returned, Zhao Yongqiang had already left. Tang Su still fed Chen Yuchuan porridge, but she added more spiritual spring water to it. Chen Yuchuan glanced at it and immediately knew it wasn't the hospital cafeteria's porridge. Hospital porridge doesn't smell this good. Seeing his doubt, Tang Su explained, "I borrowed some from a kitchen." After the meal, a nurse came to change the dressing. Tang Su watched nearby as she lifted the gauze. Underneath, she saw a shocking wound and fell silent for a moment. The gunshot wound on his chest was near his heart. There were about 5 gunshot wounds on Chen Yuchuan's body, from top to bottom. The pain from the wounds made Chen Yuchuan sweat cold. The nurse finished changing the dressing and reminded Tang Su of some precautions. During this time, she kept looking at Tang Su with a strange expression, hesitant to speak. Tang Su was sure she didn't know this nurse, so the nurse must have some connection to Chen Yuchuan. After leaving the ward, the nurse went back to the nurse station, where several nurses gathered around her. "Is what we said true or not?" The nurse didn't speak, her expression complicated. She wanted to know what Tang Su saw in Chen Yuchuan. This nurse had once been engaged to Chen Yuchuan. At that time, she had put on some lipstick and Chen Yuchuan said, "Why do your lips look like you've just finished drinking blood?" "Wipe them off." The engagement was at a state-run restaurant, and Chen Yuchuan's loud voice was heard by many, who all looked her way. She felt her face was more colorful than a painter's palette at that moment. It was the first time she saw someone so bad at talking. Her colleague told her that Chen Yuchuan married a beautiful wife, but she didn't believe it at first. With Chen Yuchuan's mouth, could he really find a wife? Originally, she wasn't the one changing Chen Yuchuan's dressing, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she told her colleague she would take over. She just wanted to see Chen Yuchuan's wife. Wang Junzhou brought a folding bed and 2 sets of bedding for Tang Su. Since it was autumn, the evenings in Yangchun City were still a bit cool, so they needed a thin quilt. Chen Yuchuan couldn't stand it. "Sweetheart, you should stay at the guest house." Tang Su replied, "I'll go after you start feeling better in a few days." Seeing Tang Su make up her mind, Chen Yuchuan didn't say anything more. A few days later, with the help of spiritual spring water and medicine, Chen Yuchuan's condition improved a lot. Today, the doctor said Chen Yuchuan could eat some semi-liquid food. Tang Su took out the meat porridge she had cooked earlier. The faint smell of meat from the next bed made her feel hungry. Feng Changhai couldn't help but swallow hard. Even though Vice Commander Chen was more seriously injured than him, he was recovering faster. Chen Yuchuan was resting comfortably, but the Chen family was not happy. Forward brigade after Chen Jiandang became a worker, Chen Jianjun joined the army, and Chen Jianya became a tractor driver. Basically, Every child in the Qin family was doing well. It can be said that the Qin family now had the best conditions in the entire brigade, but only Qin Jianjun and Qin Shangyun were not yet married. Qin Jianjun had already joined the army, so only Qin Shangyun was left. At that time, Qin Shangyun was quite popular. Although she was only 16, many people still wanted to marry her. Many young men and women in the team eagerly courted Qin Shangyun, and some women even expressed their wish to marry her. There were too many suitors, and Qin Shangyun couldn't handle it, so she simply stopped going out. After Qin Jianjun joined the army, his room was empty. Now, only Qin Lao and Qin Shangyun were left in Qin Yuchuan's house, an old man and a girl. Living alone, there was too unsafe. So they moved back to the Qin family. Qin Jinhua didn't want to marry off her daughter just yet and refused many suitors. But not everyone was kind and understanding. Some sourly said, "It's just a few kids doing well, and now their eyes are on their heads. You're too picky." Qin Jinhua replied, "What are you picky about? If you were me, you'd keep your eyes on the back of your head." She didn't know these people well, but whenever her family had something good, they would shout it out to everyone in the brigade. She hadn't even shown off yet. Why was she being criticized? Her daughter was still so young. She could do anything. So why rush to marry her off? Lin Xiaoyu was now working in the fields. In previous years, school had already started around this time, but due to the influence of Wenge, school had stopped. At this moment, the forward brigade had already begun the autumn harvest. Her task today was to pick corn. A slightly dry corn leaf brushed against her cheek, dust sticking to it, making her face turn red and itch. She rubbed her clothes and scratched the itchy spot, but it didn't help. The itching only got worse. The basket of corn wasn't full, less than half, but it still felt heavy. She carried the small basket of corn out and then turned to walk into the cornfield. The sun shone on her, and sweat soaked her clothes. The sun wasn't as hot as in summer, but for Lin Xiaoyu, it was still very uncomfortable. During her break, she sat under a tree, and the breeze helped cool her down. But when she thought about how much things had changed in the city, she felt that although life was a bit harder, she could still manage. Her friend wrote her a letter. Many teachers in the city were being persecuted by Hong Weibing. Her family was affected too, but not too badly. What surprised her most was that the Tang family was the first to be targeted. Her friend's letter described the situation in detail. They shaved their heads, put on tall hats, hung black signs, paraded them around, and even used violence. She hadn't seen it herself, but reading about it made her feel scared. It was like crushing a person's dignity and then breaking it into pieces. She used to think Tang Su was upset because she was sent to the countryside, but now she realized she was right. Working in the fields was hard, but at least they were people. After Tang Su called Hirunji, He Lao said he would call back tomorrow. He was just delaying, but Hirunji took it seriously. He looked angry and said, "Grandpa said he would call tomorrow." After some arguing, He Lao finally agreed. He called the military district, and the staff there quickly dialed the internal line to contact the duty personnel at the family compound. The duty person hurried to find Tang Su. But instead of seeing Tang Su, he met Yang Jingxiang, who was watering the vegetables for Tang Su. "Sister-in-law, is Sister Tang here?" "No, she's not." The duty person passed on the message. Hearing that Tang Su wasn't there, Hirunji felt very disappointed. For several days, the phone operator kept receiving calls from Beijing asking to speak with Tang Su. "Comrade Tang is not at the military district." This was always the reply, which made young Hirunji feel a bit disappointed. The leader of another small team working with Qin Yuchuan was Su Yishuan, who was also Su Yan's brother. Su Yan had once been set up on a blind date with Qin Yuchuan, but he didn't like her. Su Yan's father was the deputy commander of the army, where Qin Yuchuan served. From a young age, her family had high hopes for her and her brother. Su Yishuan grew up in the military camp. Su Yan was also carefully trained from childhood, talented in many areas. Maybe her family arranged everything for her, or perhaps they had strict discipline. Compared to the gentle and elegant children from noble families, Qin Yuchuan was very different. Growing up in the countryside, Qin Yuchuan was lively, wild, and free-spirited. The first time she saw Chen Yuchuan was on the training ground, where he was calming down a rebellious soldier. His rough, confident, and unruly aura left a deep impression in her carefully planned world. They only met once, but she was already interested. She had a rebellious spirit, longing for freedom and wanting to grow freely. In her eyes, she was like other girls, gentle, talented, and well-behaved, yet she kept a hidden, unknown side inside. However, like her brother, she carried her parents' expectations. At first, she hesitated, but after learning more, she found that Chen Yuchuan didn't have the bad habits common among rural people. Her brother became a deputy regiment commander at 27 and a regiment commander at 28, thanks to family support. Chen Yuchuan came from the countryside and worked hard alone, becoming a deputy regiment commander at 27. If someone helped push him forward, his future would be limitless. Chen Yuchuan had a wildness she had never seen before, and he was a rare talent. If she married Chen Yuchuan, with her family's help, he would definitely be promoted to regiment commander within 3 years. Then her family would have 2 young regiment commanders. His father recognized Chen Yuchuan's talent. First, he arranged for her cousin Su Lalun to meet Chen Yuchuan. When her cousin heard that Chen Yuchuan was from the countryside, she immediately refused, so Su Yan was asked to go on the blind date instead. Su Yan pretended to be helpless but agreed, secretly going on the date with Chen Yuchuan, hiding it from her father. Chen Yuchuan didn't say anything unpleasant, but he also didn't express a desire to continue developing the relationship. Her father asked Xiao Yongqiang to find out Chen Yuchuan's thoughts. Chen Yuchuan's exact words were, "Too superficial, no good." Xiao Yongqiang was speechless and said, "You're on a blind date, not recruiting soldiers." Later, her father realized that Su Yan had gone on the blind date in place of her cousin and got very angry. Since the date didn't work out, her father finally relaxed. Not only her father, but many leaders in the military district also noticed this talented person. They all tried to introduce their daughters or nieces to him. The leaders wanted to arrange marriages, but Chen Yuchuan's position was low, so he couldn't refuse. However, most of the girls didn't want to marry a rural man. Girls who saw Chen Yuchuan's potential were willing, but Chen Yuchuan wasn't interested. Some said he was hard to support, others said he was timid and didn't dare to lift his head. He often spoke in a teasing way, which made the girls who liked him very angry. Girls blushed during blind dates, but Chen Yuchuan thought her face was unusually red and said, "You should go to the health clinic and check. Your face looks like a monkey's, but don't get a fever." Some girls even applied lipstick or similar makeup, and he said, "Your lips look like you've just finished drinking blood. Wipe them off quickly." That girl was Jiang Weiling. The girl from the cultural troupe was reserved and ate little. He frowned and thought she wouldn't do. She only ate some cat food, which was hard to support. Maybe because he was sick as a child, he hoped to eat well and sleep well to stay strong, and he also hoped his partner would be the same. So, Chen Yuchuan's reputation spread. Before Su Yan could make a move, when Go came, many things in the cultural troupe needed to be reorganized. She couldn't free herself for a while. Then she heard the news that Chen Yuchuan was getting married. Her brother, Su Yishuan, was also injured, and she came to take care of him. Outside the hospital room, she saw Tang Su, and her expression was complicated. Tang Su looked confused, wondering why everyone was looking at her strangely. "What has that guy Chen Yuchuan done?" Su Yan walked up to her and said, "My name is Su Yan. I am a female soldier in the cultural troupe, and I was arranged to marry Chen Yuchuan." Tang Su was silent for a moment and said, "My name is Tang Su, and I am Chen Yuchuan's wife." After introducing themselves, neither of them spoke. The atmosphere became a bit silent. "Su Yan, I want to know, what do you like about Chen Yuchuan?" Tang Su looked her over. She had short hair cut evenly, a neat fringe, a good face shape and features. She wore a military uniform, looked confident, slim but strong, with a calm and serious demeanor. Most likely, she comes from a military family. "Tang Su, what do you like about him?" "I like him for the same reasons. Children from powerful families are interested in Chen Yuchuan because of his potential." But Tang Su always felt there was something she didn't know. After all, Su-Yan also looks like she was carefully raised. How could someone like her be set up on a blind date with Chen Yuchuan? No matter her reaction, Tang Su left after speaking. Before leaving, she glanced into the hospital room. Su Yixuan saw inside that Su-Yan and Tang Su were talking. Su-Yan's face was elegant and delicate, with a noble and distant air, even a hint of commanding presence. After Su-Yan returned, he asked, "Who is that, Su-Yan?" Chen Yuchuan's wife. Hearing this, Yixuan raised an eyebrow. When passing the nurse station, she saw the same nurse from before, and they exchanged glances. With his way of talking, can you really stand it? I also want to know what you see in him. Tang Su. He has a good face and he listens. Tang Su clenched her fist. As for his way of talking, if he can't speak, he doesn't have to. Jiang Weiling seemed to notice something and looked pleased. Tang Su is very attractive. After several visits to the ward, some people started whispering about her. Others secretly watched her. Even an aunt came over to ask if she had a boyfriend. Tang Su pointed at Chen Yuchuan, lying on the bed. "That's my husband." Hearing this, the aunt looked disappointed and left. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuchuan felt a twinge of jealousy. "Why do these people keep looking at my wife?" Tang Su calmly said, "I just met your former blind date outside." Chen Yuchuan got anxious. "We just looked. I have nothing to do with them." Tang Su narrowed her eyes, a sharp look in her eyes. "I didn't say you have anything to do with them. Why are you so anxious?" Chen Yuchuan was speechless. He was worried that the women might talk badly about him. Under Tang Su's commanding gaze, he mumbled, "I'm worried they might talk badly about me." Feng Changhai laughed loudly and even revealed his own awkward dating history. Tang Su was silent for a long time after hearing this. Even Chen Yuchuan, who usually had a thick skin, felt a bit embarrassed now. He muttered, "I didn't say anything wrong." Feng Changhai burst into another round of laughter. Tang Su then asked who Su-Yan was. From Feng Changhai, Tang Su learned Su-Yan's identity and also found out about the funny mix-up during the matchmaking. She thought, there must be something going on here. It seemed that Su-Yan really liked Chen Yuchuan. Otherwise, why would she be willing to go on a blind date in place of her younger sister? Tang Su. I believe you. Feng Changhai looked on, feeling a bit jealous. But secretly, he was thinking about marriage. Recently, Chen Yuchuan had a wife to take care of him. Although Wang Junzhou was also looking after him, he still felt lonely, especially with the couple being so close nearby. At the Northeast Military District headquarters, Chen Yuchuan, Su Yixuan, and others had a very important and dangerous mission. They completed the task, and although there were some casualties, the numbers stayed within safe limits. The district commander and other leaders were discussing promotions for the personnel involved. Chen Yuchuan's performance in this mission impressed the leaders. They all thought he did very well. Not only that, he had made multiple contributions, and 2 months ago, he even discovered enemy spies and found hidden weapons. They didn't doubt Su Yixuan's abilities. Su Yixuan had learned a lot from senior officers. But Chen Yuchuan had participated in more missions than Su Yixuan, so his experience was probably richer. Also, Su Yixuan was the son of Deputy Commander Su, and was now a regimental commander. His experience was still not enough to move up further. After some discussion, it was decided that Chen Yuchuan would be promoted to commander of the 37th Regiment under the 116th Division of the 23rd Army. The previous commander of the 37th Regiment was transferred to another division. Both the 12th and 37th Regiments belonged to the 116th Division, and Chen Yuchuan and Zhao Yongqiang were at the same level. The higher-ups remained Commander Wei Chaosong and Division Commander Jiang Su. A few days later, the official order for Chen Yuchuan's promotion was issued. This result was expected by Zhao Yongqiang, but also a bit surprising. This mission was very important for the military district, and Chen Yuchuan and others completed it successfully. Based on Chen Yuchuan's achievements, he is sure to be promoted. But he didn't expect that the commander of the 37th Regiment would be transferred away, and Chen Yuchuan would take his place. Regarding this outcome, Commander Wei Chaosong and Division Commander Jiang Su were quite happy. They were glad to keep talented people in their team. The doctor came to check on the patients and found that Chen Yuchuan was recovering very well. Although he was the most seriously injured, he was recovering the fastest. The doctors said he could start eating solid food. He didn't need vegetables or soup. He just bit into 2 large steamed buns. Steamed buns are still the best. Porridge and water don't taste as good. He only ate 2 because Tang Su didn't allow him to eat more. Eating solid food should be done slowly. When Chen Yuchuan was feeling better, Tang Su stayed at the guest house at night, and the amount of spiritual spring water she used also decreased a lot. Chen Yuchuan recovered too quickly, which made people suspicious. Next to him, Feng Changhai looked at him with envy. He also wanted to eat steamed buns and solid food. Maybe having a wife by his side helps him recover faster? Tang Su mentioned her idea of building a toilet and shower room. Where can we buy the materials? Chen Yuchuan replied, Logistics department. Building a toilet is possible. Just add a ventilation pipe to reduce the smell. As for the shower, forget it. In winter, heavy snow makes it very cold, and people could freeze. Going to the bathhouse would be warmer. Tang Su said, I want to go to the bathhouse to wash. They always stare at me, and you still left marks on me. As she spoke, Chen Yuchuan could feel the sharp looks directed at him. Chen Yuchuan seemed to understand why Tang Su made him sleep on the ground before. He looked a bit wronged and said, Can you blame me for that? She was the one who hurt him, not him. He had quite a few marks on him. What did he say? Tang Su snorted. What else could it be? What could he do? He's her husband, so he has to accept it. Chen Yuchuan said, I'll ask the logistics team later how to build a warmer shower room. You stay here. I'll ask Commander Xiao. He still didn't know when he could be discharged from the hospital. By the time he leaves, the season will have changed. In the afternoon, Zhao Yongqiang came to see how his comrade was recovering. Zhao Yongqiang looked at the healthy-looking Chen Yuchuan and said, Wow, you're recovering well. Chen Yuchuan replied, Of course. Tang Su told him her request. Zhao Yongqiang was surprised. You're not changing houses anymore. His words stunned both the couple. Chen Yuchuan quickly thought about the rules in the army. Only when your position changes can you move to a different house. He had just returned from a mission. Tang Su also realized this and made a gesture indicating upward. Zhao Yongqiang nodded slightly. The documents are ready. We're just waiting for your return. In that moment, Chen Yuchuan smiled. If you two don't change houses and rebuild, there might not be enough space when you have children. When they mentioned having children, both of them fell silent. Zhao Yongqiang asked, What? Neither of you wants to have kids? When I was 27, my oldest was already old enough to do his own thing. He didn't want to get involved in their personal matters and left after saying a few words. The guest house was not far from the hospital. On the street, young men wearing red armbands walked through alleys and streets. Their eyes were firm and full of passion, but they were involved in very extreme actions. Social order was disrupted, and the whole city was in chaos. The walls were covered with big character posters, each attacking people. The content was half true, half false, causing widespread panic. Pulling back his gaze, Tang Su turned and went back to the guest house. A few days later, Chen Yuchuan was able to get out of bed and walk. He slowly slid off the bed and stepped onto the ground. The solid feeling of standing on the hard floor made him feel very comfortable, as if his soul was at ease. He went to the window, looked at the buildings outside, and his eyes showed longing for the outside world, like a bird about to be free. Having been in bed for so long, he felt like he was rusting. Chen Yuchuan visited other wards to see his injured comrades. Tang Su said, Since you can move now, I should head back too. Chen Yuchuan's eyes twitched as he pretended to be weak. Oh, I feel a little pain in my wound. Wife, help me back to bed. Tang Su was speechless. Chen Yuchuan lay on the bed, pretending to be very weak. After a while, he wanted to drink water. Then he wanted Tang Su to come closer again. Tang Su looked expressionless and said, If I get closer, will your wound stop hurting? You're really smart, wife. Feng Changhai wasn't hurt in the leg, so he could get out of bed and walk around, but he looked weaker than Chen Yuchuan. Hey, didn't our deputy commander Chen walk just fine earlier? Why is he looking so weak now? He spoke with a teasing tone. Chen Yuchuan didn't even look at him. Just a lone wolf. He knew nothing. Finally, after some persuasion, Tang Su didn't leave. 10 more days passed, and Chen Yuchuan was now walking steadily. Only the wounds on his chest and stomach still needed time to heal. If he didn't want Tang Su to leave, he could go for a walk every day. He would secretly get out of bed whenever Tang Su wasn't around, then get back before she returned. Almost every time, he managed to get back to bed before Tang Su came back. That day, the doctor said his leg wounds had mostly healed, and he could walk now. The doctor also advised him to walk more.
Tang Su stood nearby, expressionless.
Chen Yuchuan didn't dare look up at her. An hour earlier, he had been complaining about his leg pain to Tang Su. After the doctor left, Tang Su said, "Today, eat at the cafeteria. Wang Junzhou will go get food at noon. I won't go out today, so you can go for a walk by yourself." Chen Yuchuan looked embarrassed, realizing his wife had caught him pretending. He stopped pretending and went out for a walk, looking completely healthy now. Commander Jiang Su came to visit the injured soldiers and saw Chen Yuchuan strolling outside the ward, looking fine. After talking with the doctor, Jiang Su asked, "So, he's able to leave the hospital?" This morning, the doctor had checked Chen Yuchuan and was assessing whether he could be discharged. The results just came out. Yes, he's recovering very well. His hands and legs are almost fine. The wounds on his chest and stomach can be dressed at the clinic. At the hospital entrance, Jiang Su looked at Chen Yuchuan walking around and said, "His recovery is good. He can go back to work." Chen Yuchuan had no objections. He also wanted to go back. There were too many people in the hospital, and he couldn't do anything he wanted. His wife was right in front of him, and even holding her hand had to be done secretly. By noon, the doctor told Chen Yuchuan he could leave the hospital. After lunch at the hospital, they followed Jiang Su back to the military district. Family compound. Many military family members know that Chen Yuchuan was injured. Now, everyone talking about Chen Yuchuan's return. "I heard Vice Regiment Chen was badly hurt. Why is he back so soon? I think he's doing pretty well. He's been gone for quite a while. Is his wife visiting him at the hospital?" Su, the deputy battalion commander next door, went on a mission with him and also got hurt. His wife is visiting him and she saw Vice Regiment Chen's wife at the hospital. She doesn't look like someone who would take care of others. Really, Su's wife said that Vice Regiment Chen is eating well. Other soldiers are still in the hospital, but Vice Regiment Chen is back. His wife will definitely take care of him. During Chen Yuchuan's hospital stay, Su Yan met with several men for potential marriage. Su family study room. Su Yan was arguing with her father, Su Wenfeng. "You're not interested in the son of the military commander, and you're not interested in the son of the chief of staff either. Just tell me, what kind of young man would catch your eye?" Su Yan lowered her head silently. "Chen Yuchuan is already married. Even if you like him, it's no use." Su Yan suddenly looked up, seeming very surprised by Su Wenfeng's words.
"What?
You think your little tricks can fool me? What's so good about Chen Yuchuan? Everyone's eyes are blind. I don't care if Tang Su's eyesight isn't good. So, what if your eyes aren't good either?" Su Yan, "Dad, how do you know Tang Su?" Su Wenfeng's tone was strange. "She has a lot of skills," he told her about Tang Su, and Su Yan fell into deep thought. Not far from Tang Su's house, a few women sat together, constantly watching her house. Su Yan from the art troupe went to Vice Regiment Chen's house. She was once engaged to Vice Regiment Chen. Vice Regiment Chen isn't home now. Why is she going to his house? Is she looking for Tang Su? Who knows? Something's up. Although they said this, their minds were imagining a fierce rivalry.
Su Yan looked confused.
"You clearly have better options. Why choose Chen Yuchuan? Tang Su, follow my heart. If I want something, I will go for it. For me, a man just needs to look good, suit my taste, and be obedient. That's enough. I don't need men to help me. Of course, having support is the best." Su Yan was shocked by her words. When she was young, many people said she was suitable to be a daughter-in-law. She didn't like hearing that, but the approval from others made her start to doubt herself. Gradually, she stopped rejecting such comments. As she grew up, she built her own career, but she also felt conflicted inside. She thought she might follow her mother's path, return to the family, and take care of the household, but she wasn't willing. She wanted to do what she truly loved. Now, Tang Su said that her decisions were made on a whim. After a long pause, she slowly shared her story. That time, I met Chen Yuchuan. His presence, his confidence. It was different from any man I had met before. Tang Su raised an eyebrow, implying she wasn't a well-behaved girl. So, you didn't really like him. Instead, his boldness awakened your rebellious side. You think marrying him will let you do what you want in the future. Su Yan was stunned. She had indeed thought so. Since you don't want to return to the family life, why do you think marrying him will help you be yourself? You're you, he's him. When you marry, his traits will transfer to you. Tang Su looked confused. Is your father biased? Forcing you to marry? Su Yan replied. No. My father loves me very much. He respects my wishes. Tang Su asked, then why don't you express your thoughts? Your starting point is higher and you have better resources. Why not do what you want? If your parents truly love you, why don't you tell them your true feelings? Their opinions are theirs. If you don't oppose, they assume you agree. Su Yan opened her mouth but said nothing. Tang Su's words challenged her previous beliefs. After a long time, she finally spoke. But I don't have a goal. I don't know what I can do. I want to make a difference, but I only seem to be good at singing and dancing. She wanted freedom and a life without restrictions, but she had no clear goal. Why do you think making a contribution is the only goal? Isn't your goal just to do what you want? This sentence struck her like a thunderclap, causing her eyes to tremble and her expression to become a bit dazed. After Su Yan left, her mind kept replaying Tang Su's words. The military wives outside the compound had been watching early on. When they saw Su Yan come out looking lost, they whispered among themselves. Did Comrade Su get bullied by Deputy Battalion Commander Chen's wife? It looks like it. How dare Deputy Battalion Commander Chen's wife bully Comrade Su? Chen Yuchuan was promoted. Now he's a battalion commander. Someone suddenly turned around. He wasn't a deputy battalion commander for long. How did he get promoted again? Is that true? Yes, my husband said so. The transfer order just came down. He just left for the handover. Chen Yuchuan isn't even 28 yet, and he's already a battalion commander. I heard his previous mission was very dangerous. He was in the hospital for over a month. They say he was shot in the chest. One military wife sighed. That's risking your life for military merit. Exactly. My husband has quite a few scars too. Talking about this made these wives feel uncomfortable. On one hand, they hoped their men could earn more military honors and get better positions, so their families could live more comfortably. On the other hand, they worried about whether their men would come back safely. This constant conflict made it hard for these wives to rest or sleep well when their husbands were on missions. Since that night she argued with her husband, she couldn't help but transfer her anger onto Tang Su. Tang Su was just too similar to that unkind woman. They both shone too brightly. Lu Wei had been paying close attention to Tang Su. When she heard Tang Su had offended the leader's daughter, she felt secretly pleased. But when she learned Chen Yuchuan was promoted again, she felt uneasy. Chen Yuchuan's promotion bothered her because her own husband, Lao Zhao, had been in that position for years without a promotion. And for such an important mission, why didn't the leader let her husband go? It was obvious favoritism toward Chen Yuchuan. After Su Yan left, Tang Su went to the mailroom to pick up her letter. Tang Lao's best friend, Jiang Hongshan, was a high-ranking official. In the letter, old Jiang expressed his concern for her and said that if she ever faces problems he can't solve, she can write to him. In the afternoon, Chen Yuchuan went to handle some work handovers. When he returned in the evening, he overheard the military wives talking about how his wife had bullied Su Yan. He felt confused because his wife is not the type to be unreasonable. When he got home, many people in the family compound looked at him with pity. He had just been promoted, and now his wife was accused of bullying the leader's daughter. Captain Chen felt his wife was a burden. As Chen Yuchuan entered the yard, Yang Jingxiang came out. She also heard the rumors and asked, I heard Xiao Su bullied Comrade Su. What's going on? Chen Yuchuan frowned slightly and said, I don't know. My wife definitely isn't the problem. It must be Comrade Su's issue. When Tang Su heard this, she fell silent. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I didn't bully her. She came to talk to me and said she liked you. As she spoke, Tang Su looked at Chen Yuchuan. Seeing the situation, Yang Jingxiang quickly left. Chen Yuchuan was startled and said, "I have nothing to do with her." Tang Su sneered, "If you had something to do with her, do you think we could still talk like this?" At dinner, Chen Yuchuan asked Tang Su for money. "Sister-in-law, give me some money. I want to ask old Zhao for help and buy him some things." Tang Su didn't ask further and gave him quite a bit of money and some vouchers. The next day, Zhao Yongqiang saw Chen Yuchuan approaching him with a big smile. This guy must have something to ask for. Old Zhao, busy. Chen Yuchuan handed him several packs of cigarettes. Zhao Yongqiang looked at the cigarettes and thought, there must be something important. He pushed the cigarettes back and asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing much. I just got promoted, and there are many things I don't know. Teach me." Before, he only had to handle training and report the results. During the handover yesterday, he realized that being a leader is very different and involves many tasks. Zhao Yongqiang looked suspicious and asked, "Just that?" Their leader had already told him to take care of Chen Yuchuan. Based on their friendship, even if he didn't give him anything, he would still take good care of him. "That's all." Seeing his serious face, Zhao Yongqiang believed him and put away the cigarettes. He smiled so broadly that his eyes disappeared. He wouldn't need to secretly save cigarettes for a while. After truly teaching, Zhao Yongqiang finally understood why Chen Yuchuan was sending so many cigarettes. It turns out that besides training and military supplies, Chen Yuchuan only knew a little about other things, and even that was not very accurate. Moreover, Chen Yuchuan always came up with strange ideas, and he almost got sidetracked because of him. Zhao Yongqiang held back his temper and took a deep breath. "Remember what I say, no need to speak." Chen Yuchuan obediently replied, "Okay." After a whole day of working and teaching Chen Yuchuan, Zhao Yongqiang felt exhausted. In the evening, while cooking, Tang Su fried some cured meat and picked a few cabbages, then went to the Zhao family's house next door. When she was away, Yang Jingxiang helped take care of the vegetable garden. As she reached the door, she heard Yang Jingxiang scolding inside. "Zhao Yongqiang, how many cigarettes did you smoke again? Can't you smoke less? Just smell yourself, you stink." Zhao Yongqiang straightened his neck and said, "Just 2, and they were given by Chuanzi." Tang Su. Zhao Shuyan and her younger brother Zhao Shulin, who had sharp eyes, saw Tang Su and immediately ran out. She handed a bowl to Zhao Shuyan and gave the cabbage patch to her younger brother Zhao Shulin. "This is a thank you gift for your mother, helping me water the vegetables." "Take it back, I won't come in." Zhao Shuyan looked at the cured meat in the bowl, swallowed hard, and nodded. Yang Jingxiang saw Zhao Shuyan carrying the bowl of cured meat and asked, "Where did the meat come from?" Zhao Shulin hurriedly said, "Aunt Tang brought it. She said thank you for helping her with the vegetable garden." Yang Jingxiang frowned slightly. "How can you take someone else's things? Quickly give it back." Just helping with the vegetables is enough. The smell of meat wafted into her nose. Zhao Yongqiang said, "It's just a bowl of meat. Since someone brought it, let's eat." He had been teaching Chen Yuchuan all day and hadn't finished yet. He still needed to continue teaching. Those few packs of cigarettes couldn't satisfy his tired heart. Yang Jingxiang thought for a moment. All right. She decided to send some more things over later. Zhao Yongqiang picked up a piece of cured meat and put it in his mouth. The salty, oily flavor mixed with a hint of spiciness as he chewed. Delicious. Tang Su's cooking is average, but compared to most people, she uses more seasoning, so the taste is better. The family enjoyed a meal with a bowl of cured meat, all looking satisfied. At the dining table, the two ate together. Chen Yuchuan said, "Director Miao asked me today if I want to change my house." Tang Su looked at their current house, a 2-bedroom apartment, which was still enough for them. "Can we move to a bigger one?" "Yeah, a 3-bedroom. Tang Su asked, "Will you get promoted again within 10 years? Chen Yuchuan hesitated. Does his wife really think promotions are as easy as drinking water? "I don't know." "Then let's move," she said. It's better than not having enough space later, and changing again would be difficult. Chen Yuchuan looked uncertain. There's only one bigger yard, but opposite that yard lives Lu Wei. Tang Su was surprised and thought for a moment. Let's move. If Lu Wei tried to cause trouble, she would make her regret bothering her. Okay, I'll apply for it tomorrow. The new house was a bit further inside. Thinking of what Tang Su had said before, these are all military houses. You need to apply to dig a toilet. Once the house was confirmed, they started packing. Chun Yuchuan found a time to clean the house thoroughly. Everyone knew about their plan to move. Yang Jingxiang said, moving to a bigger place is good. Fortunately, they had just moved into the family compound not long ago, so they didn't have many belongings. They borrowed a cart from the logistics department, and Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su began moving. Sisters-in-law and some children helped carry things onto the cart. Chen Yuchuan lifted, pushed, and the cart moved forward. After 3 or 4 trips, everything was moved. They arranged everything, and looking at the clock, it wasn't even noon yet. The new house's layout was similar to the old one, just with an extra room. Tang Su's previous vegetables, cabbage, spinach, and short-root carrots, were ready for harvest. The cabbage and spinach could be picked now. Tang Su had already pulled the vegetables and stored them inside. The short-root carrots will take another month to mature. It's not good to dig them up now, so I'll leave them there. If no one is living nearby for a short time, Tang Su will harvest them once they are ready. If someone is living there, she will give them to them. At noon, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan cooked many dishes to thank the sisters-in-law and children for their help. Zhou Xiaoling said, I used to think Xiao Su wouldn't do much work. Lu Qingping also felt the same. I think so too. Yang Jingxiang snorted. Xiao Su is really smart. The men are full of energy, so why not have them do more work? After the last gathering where Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan hosted, Yang Jingxiang, Zhou Xiaoling, and Lu Qingping all subtly encouraged their husbands to work harder. They thought about ways to motivate them. They actually came up with some ideas. They might not be very diligent, but at least they wouldn't just sit around like the elders. My husband Lao Yan has been working a lot lately. If I had known I could get him to work, I would have relaxed earlier. My husband Lao Yuan is the same. After Yang Jingxiang and the others left, Su Yan came again. She first went to the old place but found it empty. After asking around, she learned Tang Su had moved. Su Yan asked, Why did you move? To a bigger, more spacious place. Tang Su noticed she looked lively and different from before. Did something good happen? I found what I want to do. She has a good voice, which is her talent. She also enjoys singing and dancing. She used to think these things were useless, but now she understands that singing and dancing make her happy, so they are useful. She looked at the cat in Tang Su's arms and asked, Is this cat for catching mice? Tang Su looked down at Xiao Jiu and said, No, it probably can't catch mice. It's not that it doesn't have the skill, but it just doesn't do that. Xiao Jiu tilted its head and looked at Su Yan. Humph. It doesn't want to catch dirty mice. If it can't catch mice, why do you keep it? Tang Su replied calmly, Just because I want to. Su Yan felt that Tang Su did many things she had never seen others do. She suddenly wanted to get to know Tang Su better. Tang Su wanted to go out for a walk, and Su Yan decided to go with her. Family members in the military housing area were surprised to see the two people talking and laughing happily. Isn't it said that Tang Su bullies Su Yan? Why do they seem to get along so well? Also, why is Tang Su holding a cat? Xiao Jiu doesn't usually stick to Tang Su. If something new happens, it will go play by itself. But right now, Xiao Jiu isn't interested in anything new and prefers to stay close to Tang Su. Tang Su also spoils it. Many military spouses know that Tang Su brought a cat with her, but they didn't know she had to hold it all the time. Earlier, Tang Su didn't often bring Xiao Jiu outside, so this was the first time she was holding it in public. Commander Chen's wife, Why are you holding a cat? Why not have a child if you want to hold one? Tang Su, If I want to hold it, I will. She ignored the comments about having children. Some people unconsciously keep pushing others to marry. Su Yan felt she already attracted attention normally, but Tang Su attracted even more. If you answer like that, they will gossip about you. Since they started talking about me the moment they saw me, no matter what I say, they will keep discussing. Then why worry so much? It's all harmless talk anyway. They talked as they walked, unknowingly reaching the training ground. Su Yan, if you want to see the training ground, you need to apply. At that moment, Chen Yuchuan was inspecting the training of the soldiers in the 37th Regiment. Suddenly, he saw Tang Su and Su Yan from afar. Wait, when did these two become so close? Chen Yuchuan had just taken over the 37th Regiment and was here to check on their training. Thinking for a moment, he decided to go over. Tang Su also seemed interested in what Su Yan had just said. She wanted to see how the soldiers trained. Looking at the man through the protective net, she said, "I want to go in and see. Can you help me apply?" Su Yan leaned in. "I want to go too. When you apply, help me apply as well." Chen Yuchuan agreed. In the afternoon, the application was approved. Chen Yuchuan, "Should I find someone to show you around?" Su Yan waved her hand. "No need. I've been here before. I'll just take her." Tang Su looked at him and said, "You go to your work." Then, Tang Su and Su Yan headed toward the training ground. It was Tang Su's first time entering a military training area. They seemed to be in a sea of green. This sea was full of strength, passion, and order. At the equipment area, soldiers were flipping on the bars. Su Yan suggested, "Let's go to the obstacle course. It's more lively there." The two of them walked toward the obstacle course, and from afar, they heard loud shouts. On the obstacle course, soldiers were jumping over trenches, climbing high walls, and crawling under barbed wire. Commands, footsteps, and cheers mixed together. At this moment, the soldiers on the obstacle course were under the command of Chen Yuchuan. Vice Commander Zhang Kellen was training them. They found a quiet spot that still allowed a good view of the entire obstacle course without disturbing the soldiers. Suddenly, two women appeared nearby, catching almost everyone's attention. Not only were the soldiers surprised, but others as well. Su Yan was well known in the military district. Everyone knew her. But who was the woman next to Su Yan? She was very beautiful. A new female soldier from the arts troupe? Xiao Jiu had never seen such a scene before and wanted to run somewhere else. As she moved, Tang Su caught her. "You can't run around." The scene quieted down a lot and many people were observing Tang Su and Su Yan. The soldiers about to go on duty were a bit distracted. Zhang Kellen looked at the soldiers who were drawn in and cursed inwardly. "What's wrong? Haven't seen female comrades before? Such a shame. A female soldier from the arts troupe? Why is she here? She looks so pretty. She shouldn't be here." Perhaps because Tang Su and Su Yan were present, the soldiers were all trying their best to perform well in front of the female soldiers. Many soldiers achieved good results, pushing past their limits. Tang Su silently counted the time, then calculated their stamina and agility. Her appearance in this moment was quite different from usual. The soldiers' faces turned red enough to bleed. After Chen Yuchuan left, he felt more and more uneasy.
He thought he should go check on them.
This afternoon, only they entered the training ground, and a quick question confirmed they went to the obstacle course. He didn't go to look at first, but when he did, his face instantly darkened. His wife had been watching the soldiers on the obstacle course. She kept looking at this one, then that one. Many soldiers' faces turned red with embarrassment. Zhang Kellen was worried about how to get them to leave when he saw Chen Yuchuan approaching. Everyone called out, "Captain!" Chen Yuchuan waved his hand. "You all practice your drills. I'll watch." Then, in front of everyone, he walked over to the two women. Tang Su glanced at Chen Yuchuan and looked away. Chen Yuchuan reached her from behind and cleared his throat softly. Tang Su paused, kept her eyes straight ahead, and looked a bit annoyed, feeling disturbed. Chen Yuchuan's face darkened even more. Seeing this, Su Yan quietly moved away from Tang Su. In the next moment, he blocked Tang Su's view and softly said, "Is it interesting?" Tang Su looked at the man in front of her, whose face was not looking good, and replied, "It's okay. Not as good as you." This one sentence made Chen Yuchuan feel much less jealous. "They're not as impressive as you." After saying that, his jealousy seemed to fade almost completely. It was as if a tail was wagging behind him. Chen Yuchuan lowered his voice and said, "Stop looking. I'll show you tonight." Tang Su replied, "All right, go to your work." The two just stood there briefly, and the atmosphere between them was a little flirtatious. Su Yan, standing nearby. No, she was still here. Was her presence that insignificant? All the soldiers watching this scene were a bit shocked. They felt that the captain seemed very familiar with the woman next to Su Yan. Chen Yuchuan took Tang Su and Su Yan to a better spot. Before leaving, he told Su Yan, take good care of my wife." His voice was loud enough for many soldiers to hear. Now, Su Yan clearly understood his intention. Soon after, all the soldiers realized that this unfamiliar woman was Chen Yuchuan's wife. Some soldiers looked disappointed. Not long after Chen Yuchuan left, Tang Su and Su Yan went somewhere else. In the evening, they returned together. Chen Yuchuan took Xiao Jiu from her hand. "This cat is heavier than Zheng Hai's newborn son." Zheng Hai was the deputy commander of the 37th Regiment, and his youngest son was born 2 months ago. He weighed it carefully. "It must be about 10 pounds. This chubby one is all meat." Tang Su was a bit silent. She indeed often gave Xiao Jiu special treats. She didn't understand why Xiao Jiu, who was clearly a bundle of energy, was getting fat. Not fat, just big-boned. One sentence left Chen Yuchuan speechless. Fat is fat, but he insisted on saying it was just a big skeleton. Xiao Jiu didn't want Chen Yuchuan to hold him, so he jumped to the ground and walked away on his own. Isn't he able to walk by himself? Why does he still want to be carried every day? Tang Su said nothing.
Fine.
She would just spoil this chubby cat. The staff in the family compound's duty room told her there was a letter for her at the mailroom, and someone from the phone department had called her. Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan went to the mailroom to get the letter. The letter was sent by Chun Mansong. After getting the letter, they went to the phone department. The staff there said the call was from Beijing. While talking, the staff was secretly watching Tang Su. They had noticed this woman before. Chen Yuchuan and the others knew that Wang wife sure had been waiting in the phone department for a long time. These two. Who is that wife? The little kid on the train. Oh, it was already evening. Tang Su decided to return to the phone department tomorrow. Then they left. After some guidance from Tang Su, Chen Yuchuan's cooking was no longer just one-pot meals. While Chen Yuchuan was cooking, Qin Fenglin and Jin Yuchuan came to visit. Chen Yuchuan was promoted to commander of the 37th Regiment, and his deputy was Qin Fenglin. Jin Yuchuan was Qin Fenglin's wife and was currently working as a doctor at the military district hospital. The hospital held an important position within the military district. Despite the influence of the Wenge, the higher-ups had been working hard to ensure the hospital's operation. Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su introduced the visitors. "Wife, this is Qin Fenglin, the political commissar of the 37th Regiment and my sister-in-law." "Hello, brother Qin, sister-in-law." Then Chen Yuchuan introduced Tang Su to Qin Fenglin and Jin Yuchuan. "This is my wife, Tang Su." Qin Fenglin looked at Tang Su's face, paused for a moment and nodded. Jin Yuchuan smiled warmly. "I'll just call you Xiao Su, okay?" Chen Yuchuan invited them. "Brother Qin and sister-in-law, sit down and have a meal." "No, I have cooked at home. We just came to say hello." "Okay." After they finished eating, they opened the letter. Chun Mansong wrote about many things in the letter. Chun Jianye became a tractor driver, Su Xiaolan was pregnant, and Su Weimin got married. Chun Jinhua also asked if they had stored any vegetables. Most of it was about small daily matters and gossip. The letter mainly mentioned Chun Jianye's work. Because of the influence of Wenge, the chemical factory stopped production. Although Chun Jianye's job was repairing equipment, since the factory was shut down and workers didn't need machines, he had no work to do. Chun Jianye had already started working in the fields. They were unsure what to do and wanted to ask Chen Yuchuan and Tang Su for advice. They also didn't want to waste money on jobs that might not last. Although Chen Yuchuan wasn't involved in military industry, he knew a comrade who was responsible for military research. From that friend, he learned that white carbon black had many uses in military work. He explained some uses of white carbon black to Tang Su. Tang Su said, "Let's see how things look in the next year or two. Such an important material definitely can't stop production." They discussed and wrote a letter to their family. They shared their recent news, briefly mentioned Chen Yuchuan's promotion, reassured them not to worry, and also gave Qin Jianye some advice. At the forward brigade, Chun Mansong only briefly mentioned the factory shutdown in his letter. But the real situation was not as lighthearted as it seemed. Initially, the members were very envious, but now they were speaking harshly. At first, they thought Qin Jianye had been fired. Some curious people went to Xingyang town nearby and found out the factory had just stopped working. But that didn't stop them from mocking Qin Jianye. Hey, our brigade worker is back. Why is he out here with a hoe again? Isn't that machine better and faster? See, I told you. The city isn't a place for us villagers to stay. We still have to rely on this land to make a living. Some members even made sarcastic remarks near Qin Jianye saying, hey, do you think the smell of that iron lump in the chemical plant is better, or the smell of our dirt and manure? Someone responded, I haven't smelled either, but I bet the iron smell isn't as comforting as the smell of our manure and soil. After she finished speaking, many people started to laugh. Not only Chen Jianbang, but Chen Jinhua was also very annoyed. However, Chen Jinhua was quick-witted, and after a few teasing remarks from the older women, they couldn't say anything more. Yu Xiaofin was happy about this outcome. Her family had never had a tractor operator, and she didn't believe the Chen family could stay so well off forever. Look, even Chen Jianbang had to go back home to work in the fields. That day, she came to see Su Xiaolan again. She talked a lot, but Su Xiaolan ignored her. Since the last time, Yu Xiaofin hadn't received anything from Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan was pregnant and busy with the autumn harvest, so she was tired. Chen Jianye told her to rest at home. Of course, she didn't just lie around. She did some light chores. Looking at Su Xiaolan, who was clearly gaining weight, Yu Xiaofin said, You're really living a good life. You have money, so give some to your mother. Su Xiaolan was busy with her own things and didn't look up, saying, My husband manages the money. I have nothing in my pocket. Even if she did, she wouldn't give it. She had several brothers, so it wasn't her turn. Yu Xiaofin was unhappy. If I hadn't arranged your marriage to Qin Jianye, you wouldn't be living like this. Su Xiaolan paused and asked, In your eyes, isn't marrying Hu Xingli also a good choice? The story about Hu Xingli eventually got out. Su Xiaolan only found out later. When Yu Xiaofin mentioned Hu Xingli, she felt guilty. It was the matchmaker who tricked her, so how could she blame herself? When she mentioned that matchmaker, she thought of the bad woman at home. Since the last argument, Hu Lingling had been desperately trying to influence Su Weimin. Su Weimin, being easily swayed, told her to stay at home every day, and even the meals were only prepared after they returned from work. But she couldn't just do nothing, and gradually, Su Weimin started to have opinions. Then Hu Lingling got pregnant. Using her persuasive tongue, she convinced Yu Xiaofin and Su Weimin that she would definitely have a son in the future. She also said that their children would help them live a better life. The mother and son were used to eating large pancakes and believed her. Hu Lingling stayed at home to rest during her pregnancy. Taking advantage of her pregnancy, Hu Lingling acted bossy and made Yu Xiaofin run around for her. Yu Xiaofin was unhappy and went to complain to Su Weimin. Su Weimin then asked Yu Xiaofin what was going on. On one side was her beloved son since childhood, and on the other was her unborn grandson. Yu Xiaofin, feeling impatient, could only grit her teeth and accept it. Seeing that Su Xiaolan didn't want to talk to her, she felt guilty. All right, I need to go back and cook for my eldest grandson. She then left. The next day, the approval to build the toilet was granted. Because the house belonged to the military, any renovations or additions required approval, and the extra building materials had to be paid for out of pocket. Moreover, if they moved away in the future, the added structures would belong to the military. Chun Yuchuan brought the maintenance workers from the logistics department, along with about 10 soldiers. The weather was still mild, so they could dig the toilet. The workers looked around the yard, chose a few spots, and then Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan decided where to dig. The toilet was finally planned to be on the west side of the house, near the courtyard wall. The soldiers worked under the supervisor's instructions, occasionally glancing at Tang Su. These soldiers had previously been at the obstacle course. When they heard that Commander Chen wanted help digging the pit, many volunteered eagerly. In the end, they chose these soldiers. Helping with the work was secondary. Mainly, they were curious about the commander's wife. Their group attracted many military wives who came to watch. Wang Jingye, the deputy commander of the 37th Regiment, brought his wife, He Guiyue. She knew her husband had a new leader, and when she heard the commotion, she came over. She introduced herself proactively. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Higoiwa. My husband is Wang Jingye, deputy commander of the 37th Regiment. Tang Su replied, Hello, I'm Tang Su. Are you going to dig a pit? Yes, the public toilet is a bit far, so we're digging one inside the yard. In winter, we won't have to go outside. Oh, that's really good. Her gaze then fell on Xiao Jiu, the cat Tang Su was raising. The family yard had a new topic, Tang Su's chubby cat. Chen Yuchuan came over, finished giving instructions, and then had to go back to work. Honey, I'll buy some vegetables for lunch. You don't need to cook for them, just give them some water in the morning, and they can cook themselves. As he spoke, a soldier responded, Yes, we'll cook ourselves. Tang Su was happy not to have to cook and relax, saying, All right. Xiao Jiu was very curious about these people and kept approaching them. Wow, this cat is really fat. Little Nine doesn't understand what fat means yet, but from his tone, it doesn't sound like a good word. Also, yesterday, Chen Yuchuan said the same thing about it. It hurriedly ran to ask Tang Su, Boss, what does fat mean? Why do they all say I'm fat? Tang Su paused and explained based on the current understanding of fat. Fat means lucky. Being lucky is good. Little Nine immediately felt happy. At noon, Chen Yuchuan bought some vegetables and meat. The soldiers cooked their own meals and also prepared food for her and Chen Yuchuan. In just 2 days, the dung pit was dug. Then they built the walls of the dung pit. Previously, Chen Jinhua asked in her letter if they had prepared things for winter. Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan hadn't forgotten about this. But now, in the planned economy era, they couldn't stockpile a lot of food like in later times. Chen Yuchuan really didn't understand this. This is my first time living in a family compound. Tang Su thought for a moment and decided to ask Yang Jingxiang. I'll ask sister-in-law. While Yang Jingxiang hadn't gone to work yet, she hurried to Zhao's house. Zhao Shuyan saw Tang Su coming and jumped up happily to greet her. Is your mom at work? No, she then called inside. Mom, Aunt Tang is looking for you. Yang Jingxiang came out. What's the matter? I just want to ask if we have any channels to buy groceries here. I want to stock up for winter and also buy some coal. She has some in her space and she planted a little earlier, but it's still too little. She needs to buy more to keep it hidden. The army organizes purchases together. Shares are divided based on rank and population. It's mostly cabbage, potatoes, and radishes. Coal is allocated according to standards, issued every half-month or month. At the battalion level, you can get 1 to 2 tons a year. Use it sparingly. It should be enough. A few days later, the vegetables will arrive. They are cheaper than those from the supply station. Last year, my family had 1,000 jin of cabbage, 500 jin of potatoes, 200 jin of radishes, 30 jin of green onions, and 150 jin of mustard greens. Note, this is a fictional setting, and due to limited resources at the time, further details are not explored. Long winter is coming, so I plan to make some pickled vegetables and other preserved foods, as we don't have enough to last. You and Xiao Chun are only 2 people, so your share is probably not enough to eat. She had seen how much Tang Su could eat. Then she softly said, There are people in the village outside who grow vegetables. You can buy some, but don't get caught. It's hard to bring them in. Tang Su thought for a moment and said, I'll see how much I can buy first and then decide. Okay. Yang Jingxiang suddenly remembered something. Also, you need to make cotton clothes. Do you know how to sew? Do you want to make pickled vegetables? Tang Su was surprised and shook her head. I don't know how. Prepare some fabric and cotton. Come to my house later. I have a sewing machine and I can teach you. When you make pickled vegetables, come over. I'll teach you. Once the pickles are ready, you can stew some pork with them. It's really delicious. Tang Su agreed happily. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. No need to thank me. At noon, Tang Su shared what Yang Jingxiang had said today. As for burning coal, Tang Su didn't plan to save on it. We probably won't have enough coal. Chen Yuchuan said, I'll handle the firewood. As for how much food to stockpile, Chen Yuchuan had no strong opinions or suggestions. To him, it didn't matter whether they stored food or not. If they ran out, they could eat at the cafeteria. The cafeteria wouldn't run out of food for them. Tang Su said, Sister-in-law said she'll teach me how to make clothes and pickled vegetables. She looked at Chen Yuchuan and said, You should learn too. Chen Yuchuan paused but agreed. Okay, there's news about the jobs. One is an accountant at the service cooperative and the other is a pharmacist at the military hospital. Both require a middle school diploma. Chen Yuchuan briefly explained the duties of both jobs. Based on Tang Su's conditions, she had these two options. She knew what an accountant did, but she had never worked as a pharmacist before. Chen Yuchuan recommended she work at the hospital because becoming a pharmacist didn't require special skills. In the end, Tang Su chose to be a pharmacist. First, because she hadn't done it before and wanted to try. Second, because she didn't want to face numbers all day. Okay, but the pharmacist exam is in 3 days. Since it's a medical-related job, it's not something just anyone can do. In the afternoon, Chen Yuchuan went to the hospital to see Jin Yuechan. Sister-in-law, my wife wants to take the pharmacist exam. Do you have any books she can read? Kim Yuechan only then learned about Tang Su's educational background. A college student. She must stay in the hospital. Wait a moment. She then went out. Soon after, Kim Yuechan returned, holding a book in her hand. This is a borrowed book. It has notes on it. You can give it to her to study. Make sure to take good care of the book. Okay, thank you, sister-in-law. To avoid delaying Tang Su's studying, Chen Yuchuan took the book back himself. After getting the book, Tang Su started reviewing. Because she had a good foundation, studying was not too hard. Although she had little time, Tang Su managed to memorize about 90% of the content. Before long, the exam day arrived. Tang Su reached the hospital half an hour before the test. There were 10 people taking the exam, including military wives and some daughters of officers. The book given by Kim Yuechan was very helpful, highlighting important points and covering almost all the key knowledge. The results were announced the day after the exam. Unsurprisingly, Tang Su scored the highest, even 13 points above the second place. It was confirmed. The head of the pharmacy department was very pleased with her score. That afternoon, Tang Su completed the formalities. After finishing the paperwork, the head told her she would start work the day after tomorrow. That evening, Tang Su took some meat and the book with her, then headed to the Qin family. Lu Yue, who lived next door to Kim Yuechan, saw her leave. Kim Yuechan asked, "Why are you bringing over this old meat? If it weren't for sister-in-law helping me borrow the book, I might not have passed. You should take this meat. All right, I won't argue with you. If you need anything in the future, just ask me." Kim Yuechan looked at the book in her hand. "You don't need to return the book now. You'll need it later. I'll bring you a new one tomorrow. Just finish your notes before returning it." "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law." When Qin Fenglin returned home, he saw the meat and was very happy. "Oh, the meals are pretty good tonight. I borrowed a book for Xiao Jiu earlier. She sent me a thank you gift." Qin Fenglin immediately remembered, "Oh, Xiao Chen's wife. She's quite generous." The next day, military trucks arrived at the family compound, organized by the army. Within the allocated quota, military family members still had to pay, but the prices were cheaper. Cabbage and mustard greens cost 1 cent per jean, while potatoes, radishes, and green onions cost 2 cents per jean. There are also some spinach, late-harvest green beans, and cucumbers, all costing 2 cents per jean. Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan could buy up to 800 jean of cabbage, 300 jean of potatoes, 100 jean of radishes, 20 jean of green onions, 30 jean of mustard greens, and a small amount of cucumbers, green beans, and spinach, totaling 60 jean. Tang Su bought the maximum amount, spending a total of 17.9 yuan. The soldiers from the army helped Tang Su carry the vegetables into her home. That day, Tang Su started her work. She and Jin Yuechan both work at the same unit, and they agreed to go to work together. The military wives in the family compound knew that the service center and hospital were hiring, but both jobs had certain requirements. The pharmacist also needed to pass an exam. They didn't know much about medicine, so they didn't apply. As for the accountant position, qualified military wives went for it. Most of the qualified military wives already had jobs. Overall, not many military wives met the requirements, so they didn't pay much attention to these 2 job openings. So, few people knew that Tang Su became a pharmacist. Until one day, a military wife took her sick child to the hospital. Her home was not far from Tang Su's, and she knew Tang Su. Suddenly seeing Tang Su, She was a bit surprised and didn't react immediately. Tang Su handed her medicine and explained the dosage. Only then did the military wife realize what was happening, and Tang Su repeated how to use the medicine. She quickly took the medicine, saying, "Okay, got it." That military wife went home and told others about seeing Tang Su. "Really? Really? She's the one who gave me the medicine. I knew it. She's been leaving early and coming back late these days. Turns out she's working. Wow, she's really capable, becoming a pharmacist." One military wife patted her thigh and said, "If I had known, I would have tried too. Maybe I could do it." Someone didn't like her and sneered, "You can't even read properly, and you want to be a pharmacist? Do you think the health clinic is your vegetable garden? You don't even recognize anything." After saying that, some people laughed. That person was a bit angry and embarrassed. "I don't believe you haven't thought about becoming a pharmacist." "I have thought about it, but I have a mirror at home. I know what I look like. If your family doesn't have one, let my son borrow some urine from a young boy for you." There was a moment of silence in the air. Then suddenly, everyone burst out laughing. That person got angry, but seeing the strong and sturdy military wife, they quickly backed down. "Is that all? I thought she was more impressive. They have 2 people working, 2 salaries, no children, and even dug a simple toilet. Oh, life is pretty good for them." Someone even went to the service center to ask Yang Jingxiang. Yang Jingxiang found it strange. "I know about this, so what?" She had wanted to find Tang Su earlier, but Zhao Yongqiang stopped her. He said Tang Su was busy reading, and that's when Yang Jingxiang learned Tang Su was studying to become a pharmacist. Why didn't she say anything? Originally, Chen Yuchuan had already been promoted, and he was quite ahead of them. Now that Tang Su also had a job, the gap between them was even bigger. Everyone else was from the countryside, but why was Chen Yuchuan getting better and better? "Tell me, how much money do you have in your family?" The person looked unhappy. "Why should I tell you how much money we have?" Yang Jingxiang asked back, "And why should I tell you if they have a job?" The person choked. Nowadays, if someone has a stable job, who isn't shouting about it everywhere? Chen Yuchuan's promotion already made people jealous, and now Tang Su working at the health clinic, both of them employed, really made others envious. For several days, the smell of meat wafted from Tang Su's house. Lu Yui's house was downwind, and the smell drifted into her home. This made her 2 children keep asking for meat. Lu Yui scolded, "Eat, eat. All you do is eat. Can our family compare to others? They have 2 people earning wages. Don't always want to eat everything. Who knows when we'll be full?" Zhao Lingyun said, "Why are you scolding the kids? You had a job before, but you didn't want to do it." Lu Yui replied, "If I don't work, isn't it so you can come home to hot meals? Isn't it so I can clean the house for you? This is what you want to do, not what I asked for," he said. He had never made her do these things. Lu Yui looked a bit lost, as if her sincere efforts had been trampled on. But soon, she cheered herself up again. That night, Yang Jingxiang wanted to make pickled vegetables, and she asked Zhao Shuyan to call Tang Su. Before long, Zhao Shuyan brought Tang Su over, along with Chen Yuchuan. Yang Jingxiang started teaching, but as she did, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. "Who wants to learn?" Chen Yuchuan. "Sister-in-law, I want to learn." Yang Jingxiang and Zhao Yongqiang both look a bit surprised. "All right, since it's just between the 2 of them, she only needs to teach." Then, Yang Jingxiang demonstrates in front of Chen Yuchuan, talking and doing at the same time. "How much do you remember, Chen Yuchuan?" "I remembered all." Since Chen Yuchuan still needs to make clothes, he asks, "Sister-in-law, when will I make the clothes?" He worries he might be busy later. Yang Jingxiang is surprised. "What? You want to make clothes?" Even Zhao Yongqiang looks a bit unsettled now. Yes. After confirming he really wants to learn, Yang Jingxiang's face shows mixed feelings. "The day after tomorrow is our day off. Okay. I'll come back then." After being surprised, Yang Jingxiang's troubles fall on Zhao Yongqiang. "Look at him, and look at yourself." Zhao Yongqiang's eyes are full of disbelief. Today, the soldiers pause their work on building the toilet. Tang Su doesn't ask much. In the evening, she sees them bringing back several carts of firewood. Each cart is stacked high with wood. They make several trips, and the yard is filled with firewood. After enjoying the rabbit meat last time, Chen Yuchuan asked them to help gather firewood, and they agreed without hesitation. Not only that, more people have arrived, and Tang Su also notices some new faces. Thinking of this, Tang Su takes out a dried mountain chicken and a piece of cured meat. Everyone's eyes light up, and they push one person forward.
Chen Yuchuan. This person is from the kitchen team.
His ancestors were cooks. They thought their cooking wasn't good enough, so they called him from the kitchen team. Actually, they disliked their own cooking, wasting ingredients. Chen Yuchuan is right. That soldier from the kitchen team really cooks deliciously. Xiao Jiu usually doesn't like eating vegetables, but today he ate quite a lot. Almost everyone ate happily. In the morning, Tang Su and Jin Yuechan go to work and meet Yang Jingxiang. Yang Jingxiang. Xiao Su, don't forget to stuff cotton. The logistics department has a place for stuffing cotton. Tang Su suddenly remembers something. Since there's a place for cotton, there must be a place for making cotton-padded clothes. Thinking of this, she asks her question. Yes, the logistics department has tailors. They charge a manual fee, but most military families in the compound make their own. She remembered that Chen Yuchuan wanted to learn how to make clothes. If you don't want to learn, you can go to the logistics department to find a tailor. As for little Chen, Yang Jingxiang looked at him with disbelief. Tang Su also thought for a moment and said, "Okay, thank you, sister-in-law." Jin Yuechan learned from their conversation that Tang Su wanted to make cotton-padded clothes. Go to the logistics department to get them made. They have many people there and experienced workers. They can do it quickly and well. Why bother learning that? The logistics department can do it. Jin Yuechan hadn't personally made clothes or padded jackets for many years. Getting someone else to do it isn't expensive, just a small manual fee. Tang Su is always quick to act. Sister-in-law, you go ahead. I'll go back to get some cotton and deliver it to the logistics department. All right. Then Tang Su turned back, took a lot of cotton, and before work started, she hurried to deliver it to the logistics department. At noon, Tang Su asked about Chen Yuchuan. Can the logistics department make padded jackets and pants? Yes. Then why didn't you say so before? Chen Yuchuan felt a bit embarrassed. You do everything, I just stand around. I thought I'd make you a piece of clothing. Tang Su was speechless. Have you made clothes before? No, he said, sounding uncertain. Tang Su didn't care about fancy clothes, but she didn't want to wear poorly cut ones either. I think I should go to the logistics department to find a tailor, but Chen Yuchuan stubbornly insisted. No, I want to make it myself. Tang Su planned to make 3 sets of padded jackets and pants. Chen Yuchuan had just been promoted and could get 2 new sets of padded clothes this year. The old ones, Tang Su planned to take to the logistics department, take apart, and remake. But Chen Yuchuan insisted on making her a set himself. One day, Lu Yue was cleaning. Suddenly, she saw a piece of paper covered with writing. On the paper, Zhao Lingyun expressed his longing for the young female worker, Xiao Jiu. Just this one sheet of paper shattered her carefully woven lies. From that moment, she could no longer deceive herself. It turned out her husband had been thinking about that woman all along. Zhao Lingyuan suddenly returned to get something and saw Lu Yue holding that familiar piece of paper. This time, Zhao Lingyun said coldly, "Things are just like the paper you saw. I still think about her. If you want a divorce, I will give you compensation." He then took back the paper. He turned around and left, leaving the hysterical Lu Yue behind. Divorce? Divorce to make way for him and that shameless woman Xiao Jiu? No, she won't divorce. Why should she give that shameless woman any advantage? He is her husband, and from now on, he must remain her husband. After this, Lu Yue became even more stubborn. Her hatred for Xiao Jiu grew stronger. Coincidentally, Tang Su's actions sparked her malice. Watching Tang Su's family busy building a toilet, Lu Yue couldn't help but gossip. Without a toilet, everyone lives here, right? Why is she so picky, insisting on building a toilet? She eats meat every day and even keeps a cat. I've seen that cat eat a lot. People can't even get enough to eat, but she feeds the cat with grain. Such a bourgeois attitude. It's people like you who are the real targets of criticism. Tang Su overheard these words. Sister-in-law really dares to say whatever she wants. What's wrong with building a toilet? Have you never seen one? Is a toilet such a rare thing? If building a toilet means being bourgeois, then everyone in the world is bourgeois. My husband risked his life and came back. Eating some meat to recover is normal. What's wrong with that? Do you think the soldier's health isn't as important as meat? Does your family not eat meat? Lu Yue said. I didn't say that. Stop talking nonsense. Soldiers are a team. They share good times and face difficulties together. They even come to help with chores. When I cook meat for my husband, I share some with them. What's wrong with that? My cats go out to find food on their own. They can catch mice and get fat. Mice are pests, and my cats are contributing. Are you criticizing my cats for catching mice? Sister-in-law, you've been in the army for a long time. Don't you know what unity and friendship mean? We are both military wives, yet you keep making things difficult for me. I just moved into the family compound recently. I haven't had any conflicts with you. But you, without reason, are hostile toward me. Now I suspect there's a serious problem with your mindset. Tang Su's words left Lu Yue speechless. She could only say, I didn't say that. It's all you who said it. However, it was useless. The people around thought Tang Su was right, and their eyes on Lu Yue carried strange feelings. Yes, Tang Su had never provoked her. Instead, Lu Yue had been making things difficult for Tang Su. Everyone suspected that Lu Yue had some issues with her thinking. Lu Yue couldn't argue with Tang Su and couldn't bear the strange looks from others. She hurriedly ran away. That evening, Zhao Lingyun learned about the matter and asked Lu Yue to apologize to Tang Su. Lu Yue looked incredulous. You want me to apologize to that woman? Zhao Lingyuan was stunned. What woman? Did she bother you? Why do you always go looking for trouble with her? Look at yourself now, you're no different from a crazy person. Lu Yue was unwilling, but Zhao Lingyun couldn't just ignore it. He had to go and apologize himself. Tang Su accepted his apology. I had already retorted at the time. Seeing Zhao Lingyun really go to apologize and unable to control her emotions, Lu Yue snapped. Do you know what she said about me today? You don't defend me, and now you go apologize to others. Do you think I, as your wife, am worse than Tang Su, an outsider? Seeing Lu Yue acting so unreasonable, Zhao Lingyun remembered Tang Su's indifferent attitude earlier. He didn't expect her to do much better, only hoped she would behave herself. The core issue is that you were wrong. What's wrong with apologizing? When I apologized, Comrade Tang didn't mind at all. Lu Yue suddenly asked, so in your eyes, I am not as good as Tang Su. Seeing her stubbornness, Zhao Lingyun also got angry. In terms of knowledge and character, you indeed can't compare to Comrade Tang. Lu Yue felt dazed. She liked educated people, but did that also mean she was inferior in his eyes to Xiaoya? This thought made Lu Yue's heart tremble. She suddenly remembered what was on that paper. Hope to exchange learning experiences with you in the future. If Lu Yue's previous hostility towards Tang Su was because of Xiaoya, now, her hostility was entirely because of Tang Su's excellence, so excellent that her husband thought she was inferior to Tang Su. Hospital pharmacy. Tang Su handed medicine to a soldier, explaining the dosage as usual. But the soldier blushed, nodded, and after thanking her left. Several soldiers have come to pick up medicine. Tang Su asked, was it always this busy before? Pharmacist Yu Hui replied, it wasn't busy before. Only in the past 2 days have many soldiers come here suddenly. Suddenly, Yu Hui remembered how shy the soldier looked earlier, and she looked sharply at Tang Su. It seemed she knew something now. Clearly, Tang Su also thought of this. That day, Yang Jingxiang was resting, which was the day she planned to teach Tang Su to teach Chen Yuchuan how to make clothes. Early in the morning, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan went to Zhao's house. Tang Su carried the cat, and Chen Yuchuan held fabric and cotton. They didn't bring their sewing machine. On the way, many military wives saw them carrying things toward Zhao's house. At that moment, at Zhao's house, Yang Jingxiang brought out the sewing machine. Zhao Shuyan's eyes lit up, and she leaned in. Mom, are you going to make me a dress? Yang Jingxiang said impatiently. What? Isn't the pile of old cloth enough for you? This sewing machine was bought because of Zhao Shuyan. She kept asking for clothes to be sewn, and Yang Jingxiang, feeling overwhelmed, bought the machine with a heavy heart. As soon as they arrived at Zhao's house, Zhao Shuyan ran over. Her eyes bright, she looked at Tang Su. "Aunt Tang, I want to play with Xiao Jiu." Next, Xiao Jiu jumped to the ground, and Zhao Shuyan hurriedly chased after him, giggling happily. Yang Jingxiang and Zhao Yongqiang looked at Chen Yuchuan, who had really come with mixed feelings. Yang Jingxiang started teaching him. To prevent him from damaging the cotton, she asked him to practice first. She explained while demonstrating. Chen Yuchuan nodded repeatedly, seeming to have learned. He cut the fabric fairly well, but when it came to sewing, problems arose. Yang Jingxiang's sewing machine, which she had used flawlessly for 5 or 6 years, broke down in less than 10 minutes in his hands. She looked pained. At this moment, Zhao Shuyan and Zhao Shulin, who were playing with Xiao Jiu, became quiet. In their mother's eyes, that sewing machine was more precious than they were. Tang Su looked embarrassed. Chen Yuchuan looked awkward and dared not meet Yang Jingxiang's eyes. "Sister-in-law, I will fix it at the logistics department. If I can't fix it, I will buy you a new one," Tang Su nodded. Zhao Yongqiang also couldn't sit still and quickly agreed. Yes, it can be repaired. Yang Jingxiang was in a bad mood. Everything he did seemed wrong. Then, Chen Yuchuan borrowed a cart and pushed the sewing machine to the logistics department for repairs. Many people saw Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan carrying fabric and cotton to Zhao's house and guessed they were making cotton clothes. But when they saw Chen Yuchuan pushing out the sewing machine, everyone wondered, is the sewing machine broken? Is the sewing machine broken? Yes, sister-in-law is too careless. That sewing machine isn't cheap. Zhao Shuyan couldn't stand others talking about her mother. "It wasn't my mother who broke it," Zhao Shulin responded. "That's right, it was Uncle Chen who broke it. He broke it while making clothes for Aunt Tang." The crowd was silent for a moment, then burst into confusion. "What did you say?" Zhao Shulin looked at these women with disdain. "Why are their ears so bad?" But he repeated himself. Uncle Chen broke the sewing machine. He broke it while trying to make clothes for Aunt Tang. One sentence shocked many people, leaving them stunned. So, Commander Chen was making clothes? Soon, everyone in the family compound knew that Chen Yuchuan wanted to make a cotton coat for his wife and had also broken Yang Jingxiang's sewing machine. Chen Yuchuan, who had already pushed his cart away, didn't know that the siblings, Zhao Shuyan and Zhao Shulin, had thoroughly uncovered his secrets. Since the sewing machine was broken, Chen Yuchuan couldn't say he wanted to make clothes for Tang Su. In the end, Tang Su still had to go to the logistics department to get her cotton coat made. The outer fabric of the cotton coat was made of dark navy blue huada cloth, and the inner lining was fine cotton fabric. Tang Su prepared 10 meters of huada cloth and 9 meters of fine cotton fabric. The weather in the northeast was very cold, and a cotton coat required nearly 5 jin of cotton. Tang Su prepared 15 jin of cotton. If there was any left over, she would stuff it into Chen Yuchuan's cotton coat. The labor cost for making one cotton coat was 9 jiao. Tang Su made 3 coats, and Chen Yuchuan made 2, totaling 4.5 yuan in labor fees. At the logistics department, they also found many soldiers who wanted to alter their cotton coats. Worn-out cotton coats would become lumpy after a winter. Before the next winter, they needed either to be remade or refurbished. Married soldiers had wives responsible for altering their cotton coats. Single soldiers could go to the logistics department for repairs. Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan stood out among many single soldiers. They had made many cotton clothes, and the officer in charge of registration couldn't help but look at Tang Su. Oh, a city girl. He had seen many city girls who didn't know how to make cotton clothes or pants, so he understood. When Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan returned, they noticed many people looking at them strangely. They found out that Zhao Shuyan and Zhao Shulin had shared all their secrets. Someone teased him. "Captain Chen, how many clothes have you made? Did you break the sewing machine?" Laughter spread nearby. Chen Yuchuan felt very embarrassed inside, but kept his face calm. "Not many. Does your family also have a sewing machine? Can I borrow it?" His family did have a sewing machine, so he dared not say more. He was afraid he might break their sewing machine too. Chen Yuchuan wanted to regain some face by making clothes for Tang Su. She would surely understand. But he saw that Tang Su was also trying not to laugh. Only Chen Yuchuan's world felt hurt. The next day, after fixing the sewing machine, Chen Yuchuan brought it back. As expected, he was teased again. This wasn't just in the family compound. The story even spread to the military district. Many familiar people asked him about it. Captain Chen, how many clothes have you made? Can your wife wear the clothes you made in the snow? Captain Chen, how did you break the sewing machine? Chen Yuchuan became famous again. After fixing the sewing machine, Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan took some fabric to Zhao's family to apologize. At the forward team headquarters, the team leader and Chen Jinhua felt a bit more at ease after receiving Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan's reply. As they said in the letter, even if they sold their work later, it wouldn't matter. One day, someone moved into the old house. It was said to be the new deputy team leader of the 12th Regiment, named Xia Dongyan. Xia Dongyan came from another station, with the same rank. His wife's name was Su Yinshu, a sweet-looking woman. They also had 2 children. When they arrived at the family compound, they found vegetables growing in their assigned yard, and a cat was lying on the wall, as if guarding a magical herb. Xiao Jiu knows that there are vegetables of Tang Su's variety here. Tang Su is on duty, and Xiao Jiu stays here to watch over them. The two of them looked at the cat, and then at the vegetable patch. Xia Dongyan thought about his previous residence, where there was a similar situation of people occupying land to grow vegetables. When his wife first went to join the army, a sister-in-law took over their yard to plant vegetables. That military sister-in-law was unreasonable and even bullied his wife. Eventually, they had a fight, and she took all the vegetables away. Thinking of this, the couple looked a bit unhappy. Zhao Shuyan heard the noise and ran over to see what was happening. She saw unfamiliar faces. Noticing their gaze on the vegetable patch, she said, "The vegetables are planted by Auntie Tang. Auntie Tang moved to another place, so the vegetables are left here," she added, pointing in a direction. Hearing this, the two exchanged a glance. From what the child said, it seemed the previous gardener was also a reasonable person. After asking around, they learned that the person who used to live in this house, Commander Chen Yuchuan, was promoted and moved to a different house. When they moved out, the short-root carrots they had planted were no longer easy to transplant, so they left them here. Xia Dongyan's current position was previously held by Chen Yuchuan. In a way, Chen Yuchuan was still his superior. Xiao Jiu kept a close watch on the two, guarding the vegetables. Su Yunshu's young daughter, Xia Peiyao, stared intently at the cat lying on the wall.
"Mom, there's a cat," she said.
Zhao Shuyan spoke at the right moment. "That's Auntie Tang's cat." After a pause, she added, "It's here to guard the vegetables." She hadn't known before, but seeing Xiao Jiu often come here, she guessed the reason. She asked Xiao Jiu if he was here to guard the vegetables, and Xiao Jiu nodded. Xia Dongyan and Su Yunshu both fell silent, feeling like they might be the ones invading. More and more military wives were coming here. "Are you new here?"
someone asked.
Su Yunshu smiled and nodded, yes. The military wife looked at her tender face, as soft as a peeled boiled egg, and asked, "Are you from the south?" "Yes, my husband and I are both from the south," she replied. One of them looked at the 2 children beside her and asked, "Are these your kids?" "Yes," Su Yunshu answered. "Oh, you look quite young, but you already have 2 children," she said. Su Yunshu, "I'm 25, but I look young." After asking around, they finally learned that inside the yard, they only exchanged a few words with the military wives before moving their luggage inside. Since Tang Su and the others had just moved out not long ago, the house wasn't very dirty, but it did have some dust. The two only needed to do a quick cleanup. After moving their things, Xia Dongyan and Su Yinshu saw the 2 children looking at Xiao Jiu on the wall. More precisely, it was Xia Peiyao watching, while her brother Xia Hongwen stood nearby, watching his sister to prevent her from getting hurt by the cat. Xiao Jiu was also interested in these 2 kids, but right now, taking care of the vegetables was the most important thing. At noon, Tang Su returned and found out that new people had moved into the old house. On her way back, she saw the newcomers and also saw Xiao Jiu lying on the wall. Tang Su briefly explained the situation with the vegetables and mentioned that she had given some to them. Su Yinshu looked at the beautiful woman in front of her and couldn't look away. She thought she looked very impressive. Hearing Tang Su's words, she quickly refused. It's okay, just leave it as it is. We don't grow vegetables anyway. The weather isn't suitable for planting now. From other military wives, she learned that her husband was Xiaodongyan's superior. It was easy to be friendly with the leader without harming her own interests. Seeing that she didn't mind, Tang Su thought about giving them some carrots once they were ripe. Thank you. It seemed that knowing Xiaodongyan and Su Yinshu wouldn't ruin the vegetables, Xiao Jiu felt reassured and went back with Tang Su. Tang Su's work was going smoothly, but more soldiers were secretly watching her. More soldiers going to the hospital for treatment also increased. When this news reached Qin Yuchuan, it raised his suspicions. When did it start increasing? A few days ago, probably because the weather turned colder and more soldiers got sick. Qin Yuchuan frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. In the evening, he went to the hospital. He wanted to understand the situation and was also planning to go back with Tang Su when the time was right. When he arrived, he immediately sensed something was wrong. The soldiers outside were stretching their necks to look inside, acting as if they had taken stimulants. This scene felt strangely familiar to him. Seeing him, everyone called out, "Captain, very good, they're all on our side." He went inside and saw his wife handing out medicine at the pharmacy window. Outside, the soldiers looked very red in the face. Qin Yuchuan immediately felt amused, realizing they came to see his wife. As the soldier passed by him, he called out, "Company Commander, Qin Yuchuan. Another one of our own." He looked at the soldier with a caring expression and asked, "Are you feeling sick?" The soldier hesitated and replied, "My throat hurts a little." Qin Yuchuan said, "If your throat hurts, drink more water. You don't need to come all this way just for medicine." Seeing that Qin Yuchuan had no further instructions, the soldier left. Next, he raised his voice. "Wife, is it time? Should we go home?" Tang Su looked at him and said, "Just a little longer." When the soldier reached the door and heard their conversation, his face instantly stiffened. He stepped outside and several soldiers ran over, asking, "How is it? Does he look handsome?" They had heard rumors that a very handsome medic had come to the clinic, and everyone who saw him said he was good-looking. They didn't believe it, so they picked someone with a slightly sore throat, paid for the medicine together, and asked him to see if the medic was really that handsome. The soldier looked at his excited friends and said, "My sister-in-law really is very pretty." Everyone was stunned. Turns out, the medic that everyone said was handsome was actually the company commander's wife. "She's still our company commander's wife." Their faces stiffened. Just a moment ago, they had called her the company commander's wife. Yu Hui looked at the soldiers outside the window and asked, "Is that your husband?" "Yes." After 12 days of hard work, Tang Su's family had finished building the toilet. Although it was a dry toilet, Tang Su was very satisfied. The weather wasn't suitable for showers, so they didn't build a bathroom. On the day it was finished, Tang Su brought out a lot of meat. "Go call the young man from the cooking team. She was craving good food too." The soldiers cheered happily. That young man was also happy. If he cooked a meal, he could eat with everyone meat, vegetables, and fine grains. So when his friends came to call him, he immediately agreed. That night, everyone ate happily and contentedly. "Company Commander, is there anything else you want to build at your home?" During these days working at the company commander's house, the meals were really good. Qin Yuchuan immediately understood what he meant and said, "Go away. If you stay here any longer, you'll be sent away by the end of the year." Everyone burst into laughter. After eating and drinking well and healing their wounds, they went to the bathhouse to wash up. Qin Yuchuan started to think about other things. He wrapped his big hands around Tang Su's slim waist and pressed close to her. "Darling, can you read me that letter you wrote? Please?" Tang Su looked confused. "What letter?" "The one you wrote before." He took out the treasured letter he kept. When Tang Su saw it, she suddenly remembered. She had been dismissive of Qin Yuchuan at the time, yet he still kept the letter. For once, Tang Su felt a bit of shame. She looked away to avoid looking at the letter. Sure enough, people can't face their past selves. "Darling," Qin Yuchuan was persistent, insisting she read it. Tang Su rolled her eyes, and Qin Yuchuan gave up. They had been apart for so long, finally sharing a moment. On the day Chen Yuchuan was discharged from the hospital, he wanted to see her, but Tang Su was worried about his injuries and didn't agree. But Chen Yuchuan said, "I can just lie down." Tang Su glared at him. How could she be so reckless? In the following days, Chen Yuchuan went to pick up Tang Su every day, and they usually ate lunch together at the canteen. He acted like he was claiming her as his own. Gradually, many soldiers found out that the new medic was a military wife. Yu Hui teased Tang Su every day. "Hey, your man is here again." As expected of a young guy, he's so clingy. They had prepared several sets of cotton-padded clothes, and Tang Su and Chen Yuchuan went to the logistics department to pick them up. There were quite a few sets, and they were bulky. When they brought them back to the family quarters, many people looked at them curiously. Zhou Xiaoling was a bit surprised. "Why did you make so many cotton clothes?" Tang Su looked surprised. "Are they too many? This is my first winter in the Northeast. I couldn't wear my old cotton clothes anymore, so I made a few more." Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoling understood. Since Xie Dongyan and Su Yinshu said they wouldn't touch the vegetables, Xiao Jiu stopped guarding them and wandered around the military area all day. Xiao Jiu also went outside to stroll, and he had become quite famous as the street wanderer in the military zone. The chef at the military district canteen is very familiar with the cat and even feeds it, but only with some vegetable leaves. Once, the cat even ran into the military office building during a meeting, jumping in through the window and startling the leaders. Wei Qiaosong was the one who saved it. He had seen this cat before at Chen Yuchuan's house. It was well cared for, which left a deep impression on him. He explained this, but he was secretly wondering, with such strict guards, how did the cat get in? Chen Yuchuan went to the military commander's office to bring the cat back. After returning, unsurprisingly, Xiao Jiu was scolded harshly. That day, Xiao Jiu kept pestering Tang Su for meat. Tang Su took out some dried meat, but Xiao Jiu hesitated clearly. "Xiao Jiu, boss, I want raw meat." Tang Su looked at it in surprise, feeling confused. "When did you start eating raw meat?" Xiao Jiu looked mysterious. "I have other uses." Tang Su gave it a small piece of raw pork, and Xiao Jiu brought back 2 pieces of oil paper. Oh, so it knows there's something good to hide. According to its idea, Tang Su wrapped the raw meat and dried meat for it. Xiao Jiu carried the oil paper package and quickly disappeared. At noon, when Tang Su finished work, she saw Xiao Jiu outside. As soon as it saw her, it pounced on her. That sticky, clingy feeling. It was acting cute and adorable, trying to please her, without missing a chance. Based on Tang Su's understanding of it, she was sure it had caused trouble. Today, Chen Yuchuan arrived a bit late. When he got there, Tang Su had already left. Seeing Xiao Jiu so well-behaved, Chen Yuchuan had a bad feeling. Why is it here? Did it do something again? The day before yesterday, when he learned Xiao Jiu had gone to the office building and even entered the meeting room, he felt his blood run cold. How can it be so capable? Tang Su didn't answer him directly. "Let's go eat." Suddenly, she changed the subject. "Let's go get some food and eat at home." As she spoke, she felt Xiao Jiu tremble. She probably understood what was happening at the family compound. All right, back at the family compound, before Tang Su could even reach home, Su Yinshu stopped her. Xiao Jiu's heart suddenly sank. Tang Su noticed her gaze falling on Xiao Jiu and understood that she had caused trouble at Su Yinshu's house. Tang Su looked at Chen Yuchuan and said, "You go back first." Then she pinched the flesh on the back of Xiao Jiu's neck and carried it into Su Yinshu's house. Xiao Jiu, as if its time to die had come, seemed to lose its bones, hanging limply as Tang Su held it. Xie Peiyao looked at the pitiful Xiao Jiu and said, "Madam, if you hold Xiao Jiu like that, it will hurt." Tang Su. When did Xiao Jiu become so familiar with the children of the Xie family? What exactly did she miss? Su Yinshu handed 2 pieces of meat wrapped in oil paper to Tang Su. "Xiao Jiu brought some meat today," and kept gesturing. "I guess it wants me to make dried meat from it. Meat isn't cheap, and I've never made dried meat before. I worry it took the meat when you weren't looking. You can take it back." Tang Su was silent for a moment. "Did it eat something at your house?" Su Yinshu quickly explained. It just ate some snacks and vegetables, nothing messy. Tang Su clearly understood that she was implying her dried meat wasn't good enough, and Xiao Jiu brought the meat over specifically for her to make dried meat. Tang Su took the meat and said, "Thank you." On the way back, Xiao Jiu desperately explained, "I didn't dislike the big brother's dried meat, but it was true that Su Yinshu's cooking was better than Tang Su's, and it couldn't fool itself. I wanted to help make dried meat. The chef at the cafeteria cooks well, but they don't give me meat. She's kind and her cooking is good." Tang Su paused. The cafeteria chef? Xiao Jiu realized it had spoken too much and immediately dared not say another word. But under Tang Su's stern look, it finally explained everything. Xiao Jiu often went to the cafeteria, got to know the chef well, but the chef wouldn't give him meat. However, the Xie family was kind. It had gone there several times and always got to eat delicious food. It felt kindness from Su Yinshu and decided to ask her to help make dried meat. "You bringing such a big piece of meat will scare others. Meat is rare now. Only she is nice, or else all the meat would be taken away from you." When the person and the cat returned home, Chen Yuchuan found out that Xiao Jiu had carried a piece of meat to the Xie family and wanted Su Yinshu to help make dried meat. Not only that, she also became friends with the cafeteria chef. Chen Yuchuan. No. Why does she have such a show? Suddenly, he realized something. "Do you often make jerky for her?" Tang Su paused while eating. "Yes. How about me? Do I get any?" It turns out the cat is so fat because her wife often gives it special treats. Tang Su went back to her room and brought him a piece of jerky. Chen Yuchuan looked a bit unhappy. "Just one piece." He took a bite, his face stiffening. The taste was average and it was very hard. Luckily, his wife only gave him one piece. Faced with Tang Su's intense stare, Chen Yuchuan awkwardly said, "I'll just eat one. The rest can go to Xiao Jiu. He's thin and should eat more." In the pharmacy after work, Tang Su returned the book to Yu Hui. She only found out after starting work that the book Jin Yuechan borrowed was actually Yu Hui's. She copied Yu Hui's notes into her own notebook before returning the book. "Thanks, Sister Hui." This scene was just seen by Lu Shuangshuang in the pharmacy. Lu Shuangshuang went to find Su Lanlan. "I know why you can't beat Tang Su in the exam." Su Lanlan quickly asked, "Why? Did you find out something?" "She has notes from pharmacist Yu Hui, the pharmacy supervisor. My notes are very different from hers." Hearing this, Su Lanlan's eyes flickered with thought. Su Lanlan's father, Su Wen, was a regiment leader. Her older cousin, Su Wenfeng, who was a few years older than her father, had already become a deputy military commander. Su Wenfeng was very strict and didn't allow family members to use personal influence. Su Wenhua lacked ability and had been in his position as regiment leader for many years. He could only let his daughter work as a clerk in the service department. Because of this, Su Lanlan was eager to become an apothecary. She had a plan in mind and started asking about Tang Su. Coincidentally, the person she asked was Lu Yue. "Why are you asking her?" Su Lanlan caught the disgust in Lu Yue's eyes. Under Su Lanlan's subtle guidance, Lu Yue revealed her dislike for Tang Su and her true identity. It turned out she was Chen Yuchuan's wife. She didn't think much of someone from a humble background. She scored first in her hospital exam. "She's quite impressive. I just wanted to learn more about her," Lu Yue muttered. "Who knows if she cheated?" Suddenly, Su Lanlan's expression changed. Sadness appeared, and her voice became choked with emotion. "Sister-in-law, I won't beat around the bush. I am the second in the exam. I also know that an old colleague from the pharmacy helped her by giving her some materials." Lu Yue felt she had found a handle against Tang Su. Her malicious feelings found an outlet. If Tang Su had bad conduct, would old Zhao from her family still think she was better than Tang Su? "Tell me more, sister-in-law will help you." Su Lanlan looked grateful. "Really?" Lu Yue's sense of justice suddenly surged. "Really, sister-in-law will definitely help you." Later, Lu Yue posted a big sign in the residential area criticizing Tang Su for cheating in the hospital pharmacy exam, claiming she had serious political and ideological issues. She also reported Tang Su for cheating in the hospital exam. The hospital is the first line of defense for soldiers' health. Such things must not happen. The military leadership sent people to investigate these two incidents. The first thing to investigate was whether Tang Su cheated in the pharmacy exam. When Jin Yuechan borrowed books from Yu Hui, she did not hide it. Many people saw. It was easy to investigate this matter. They called the relevant people for questioning: Jin Yuechan, Yu Hui, and Chen Yuchuan. The military investigation was very serious. They questioned each person separately. Jin Yuechan. At that time, Chen Yuchuan came to see me and said his wife wanted to take the pharmacy exam. I just lent Tang Su a book. I don't know what questions were in the exam. Did you look through the book you lent to Tang Su? Did it contain any special content? No. When Chen Yuchuan borrowed the book, did he give you any payment? No, but after Tang Su passed, she sent some meat to my family. Regarding Chen Yuchuan. Comrade Chen, you previously lent a book to your wife. What was your purpose for borrowing it? My wife wants to take the pharmacy exam. I lent her the book to help her study. Why did you approach Jin Yuechan instead of someone else? I only know Sister Qin at the health clinic. Did you look through that book? Is there any special content inside? All I can say is that my wife was reading it. When you borrowed books from Comrade Jin Yuechan, did you receive any payment? No, I didn't. After my wife was accepted, we discussed and sent some meat to Sister Qin. Regarding Yu Hui, Comrade Yu Hui, why did you borrow the book at that time? Jin Yuechan borrowed it from me. She said her husband's unit leader's wife, Tang Su, wanted to become a pharmacist. Tang Su is also a college student. I was thinking of recruiting talent for the health center, so I lent her the book. Before that, did you know Tang Su? No, I only met her after she started working. Did Tang Su or Chen Yuchuan give you anything? Tang Su gave me some cloth vouchers as a thank you gift. Now, about Tang Su. The officer from the political department looked at her records and saw she was a college student studying pharmaceutical engineering. Based on her major, becoming a pharmacist is very suitable. Before borrowing the book, did you know Yu Hui? No, I only met her after starting work. Did you give any rewards to Comrade Jin Yuechan or Yu Hui?
Yes.
After she was accepted, I gave Sister Qin some meat. I also wanted to return the book, but she said I would need it later. She then brought back a new book for me. I completed my notes before returning it to Yu Hui. Is it okay to help them and receive something in return? Someone caught the key point. So you finished reading that book in 3 days, remembered about 90% and scored 13 points higher than the second place? Tang Su asked back, is that hard to do? The investigators from the department hesitated. They looked up some materials to see if Tang Su really had this ability. They provided some mechanical engineering materials. Tang Su looked at them for about 20 minutes, then put them down and started recounting what she remembered, about 80% of the content. Her tone was unfamiliar, clearly not very familiar with this field. Now, the investigators truly believed that Tang Su was capable. Actually, it wasn't just Yu Hui. The veteran staff in the pharmacy also helped create the questions. They submitted the questions, and the director decided which ones to test. So, Yu Hui didn't know how many questions she had created. The staff members flipped through the book, comparing the exam questions with their notes. They didn't find any special marks, and many notes in the book looked like they were written a long time ago. Moreover, after Yu Hui borrowed the book, she didn't have much contact with Tang Su, so there was no way to discuss the exam questions. Tang Su's explanation also had no flaws. Since there was no problem with Tang Su, there were no political or ideological issues. However, Lu Wei made a hasty conclusion without knowing the facts and even posted a large poster, which damaged the unity among military families. Her actions were wrong. Tang Su took the opportunity to complain. The leaders at the staff headquarters quickly decided that Lu Yui should apologize to Tang Su and receive education. The staff's response was very fast, so quick that Tang Su was a bit surprised. Yu Hui snorted. I think it's too slow. Tang Su was even more stunned, realizing that Yu Hui was not an ordinary person. Yu Jia, your status is quite special, Tang Su said. Facing Tang Su's sharp gaze, Yu Hui replied, my husband is a division commander. Tang Su said, you're really modest. Lu Wei was shocked by this outcome. She couldn't believe Tang Su didn't cheat. Not only did she have to apologize publicly at the weekly study meeting, but she also had to undergo education. Lu Yui's actions made Zhao Lingyun both angry and suspicious. He was angry that she made such a mistake and wondered how she knew about these things. But Lu Yue's defiant attitude gave Zhao Lingyun a headache. Do you know how serious this is? Serious enough to get caught and lose my position. Then we all have to go back to farming. Hearing this, Lu Yue's eyes flickered with a strange idea. Tell me clearly, how did you find out about this? Lu Yue sold Su Lanlan without hesitation. Why should she be punished while Su Lanlan remains safe? Zhao Lingyun reported the matter. This incident involved not only two company commanders' spouses, but also the division commander's wife. The staff immediately launched an investigation. Su Lanlan couldn't withstand the scrutiny of these experienced investigators. Soon she spilled everything. Yu Hui didn't reveal the exam questions to Tang Su, but Lu Shuangshuang did. Lu Shuangshuang was punished, but kept her job. Su Lanlan not only received punishment, but also lost her job and had to apologize publicly to Tang Su. Su Yan was surprised when she heard the news from her father. She knew her cousin Su Lanlan was a bit proud, but she didn't expect her to be so unable to accept defeat and to report others. That day, the family compound held a learning meeting. Su Lanlan and Lu Yue publicly apologized to Tang Su. Su Lanlan felt a little unwilling, but surprisingly, Lu Yue cooperated very well, with no sign of reluctance on her face. That day, unwilling to accept defeat, Su Lanlan went straight to the pharmacy to find Tang Su. She walked directly outside the pharmacy and said, "Comrade Tang, I want to compare myself with you. They all say you only started studying 3 days before the exam and still got into the pharmacy assistant position. I've been reading the professional books for a long time, but your score is actually higher than mine. I don't believe it. I want to compare myself with you." Tang Su ignored her. Her commotion attracted many people's attention. Being ignored by Tang Su, she looked a bit embarrassed. "Comrade Tang, I want to compare professional knowledge with you. If you have no objection, I'll take that as your agreement. If you lose, you have to give me back the pharmacy assistant job." Her words shocked many people. Is it so obvious to fight for a job now? Tang Su looked up at her and said, "I have no objection. Just because you say you want to compare, you think you can? Why? Are you my boss? I remember my score is 13 points higher than yours. You've been reading the professional books for so long, but you can't even beat someone who only studied for 3 days. What right do you have to compare with me? You incited Lu Yue to report me for cheating. The higher-ups sent someone to investigate, and the result was that I was innocent. I earned my position through my own strength. If you're unhappy with this result, can I assume you're unhappy with the leadership? If you're not satisfied, go talk to the leaders." Su Lanlan was suddenly anxious. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm not dissatisfied with the leaders." Tang Su smiled faintly. "Since you're satisfied, what are you here for today?" Su Lanlan was speechless. People around started to look at Su Lanlan with strange eyes. Tang Su continued, "You love to report others and use people as tools. Your colleagues must have a hard time working with you." In one sentence, everyone's eyes on Su Lanlan changed. At this moment, everyone knew what reporting meant. Su Lanlan couldn't argue with Tang Su, and others looked at her strangely. She could only leave feeling ashamed and angry. Su Yishuan looked at Tang Su leaning against the door. Her beautiful face was cold and mocking. She spoke cleverly, forcing Su Lanlan to retreat. Unlike what she saw in the hospital, she seemed more lively this time. Su Lanlan so Su Yixuan. He didn't notice her and kept staring at Tang Su. Her face showed embarrassment again. Back at her service station, Su Lanlan noticed her co-workers' eyes were strange. Soon she realized she was being isolated. She also faintly heard someone say, "Stay away from her or she'll report you if she gets upset. She can't beat others, so she reports them. She's so petty. Always acting so proud. She thinks she's so impressive." This time, Su Lanlan's plan backfired badly. When she told Tang Su about this, Yang Jingxiang sighed and said, "She usually acts a bit proud, but who knew she had such thoughts secretly?" Not long after, Su Lanlan was forced to leave the military area. Su Wenhua could find her a better job outside, but he hoped she would find a wealthy husband in the military. Now it seemed she had to leave the military area, or he would be dragged down too. Tang Su's short root carrots were ripe. She and Chen Yuchuan took some time to go to the Xia family and harvest the carrots. When they arrived, Xiao Jiu was playing with 2 children at the Xia house. Since those children came, Xiao Jiu had visited Zhao Shuyan less often. It still liked playing with children. This made Zhao Shuyan complain to Tang Su several times. Knowing Xiao Jiu often ate at the Xia house, Tang Su sometimes brought food for Xiao Jiu to take over. While pulling out the carrots, Xia Dongyan and Su Yinshu also came to help. After all the carrots were pulled, Tang Su divided some among them. Su Yinshu quickly refused. "These are your plants. We can't take them. Take them. We used your land, so this is our payment." It also gives the kids some fresh vegetables. They arrived at the family compound a bit late, and all the good vegetables had already been bought. The vegetables they bought afterward weren't as good. Tang Su handed her a carrot. Su Yinshu looked at the 2 children. She was somewhat moved by Tang Su's words and accepted the carrot. "Thank you, sister-in-law." That day, Su Yinshu cooked with the carrots and gave a lot to Xiao Jiu. In the evening, Xiao Jiu didn't eat at all. Chen Yuchuan offered it dried meat, but it didn't want that either. Since the last time Xiao Jiu took meat to the Xia family, hoping Su Yinshu would help make dried meat, Chen Yuchuan had a new task, to make dried meat for Xiao Jiu. At Tang Su's request, he asked the kitchen staff for advice and finally made dried meat that Xiao Jiu was happy with. It was also at this time that Chen Yuchuan realized his family had so much meat. Chen Yuchuan looked puzzled. "Why isn't it eating?" Tang Su glanced at Xiao Jiu. "It ate outside and is full." The saying, "the child is quiet, probably up to mischief," could also apply to Lu Yue because she reported her husband Zhao Lingyun. She accused him of having inappropriate relationships with a young woman from the countryside. This was a serious mistake in the army. Zhao Lingyun probably had to take off his uniform and go back to farming. When Lu Yue found out about Zhao Lingyun's writings, she burned all the dangerous materials, and investigators found nothing. Xiao Yu also got married. To protect her reputation, she claimed she only saw Zhao Lingyun once and had no improper relationship with him. Zhao Lingyun couldn't believe it. "Do you know? If they find out the truth, all these years will be wasted, and we'll have to go back to farming. We're a family. Why are you hurting me?" Seeing the pain in her husband's eyes, Lu Yue quickly said, "No, I just want you to take a lower position, and we can go to a more remote place. Without Xiao Yu and women like Tang Su, you wouldn't be tempted."